We'll be out here for a month or so. If I didn't bring enough, everything would be gone in no time, Changxia said, giving Maple Leaf a meaningful look. With this group of big eaters, she actually worried she hadn't brought enough. Haha, Maple Leaf burst out laughing. Clearly, she got what Changxia meant. Changxia, did you trade for all these seasonings? Jua asked. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Let me know if you need more chapters or further editing. Staring at the two baskets of goods, Chief Jua of the Good Tribe was especially curious. Listening to Changxia and Maple Leaf's conversation, he couldn't help but ask aloud. These are seasoning fruits, chicken essence, and shrimp powder. These belong to our tribe. The other seasonings were traded from the Qingqiu tribe, and some were gathered by our clansmen, Changxia explained. Getting all the seasonings together was thanks to the Qingqiu tribe. If it weren't for this road survey, Changxia would probably still be busy in the cave, experimenting with spice blends and making marinated dishes. She'd been craving marinated food for a long time, but never had all the right seasonings to try making it herself. It was a rare stroke of luck to meet the Qingqiu tribe and finally collect all the ingredients she needed. She was itching to show off her skills right away. Unfortunately, the road survey was even more tempting. Chicken essence. I know what that is. Chief Jua's usually expressionless face twisted as he tried to smile, wanting to show his joy, but his features just weren't made for expressing emotion. Maple Leaf managed to stay calm. Gemma, on the other hand, was timid and took 2 steps back, clearly startled by her chief's contorted expression. Chief Jua, calm down, Shen Rong said in a deep voice. Startled, Chief Jua glanced at Gemma's nervous look out of the corner of his eye. Sorry. Chief Jua quickly composed himself, returning to his usual stoic expression. Phew. Maple Leaf quietly let out a sigh of relief. Chief Jua was much more approachable when he wasn't smiling. When he did, it was easy for the beastmen to think of a ferocious beast. In the legends of the Twilight Forest, ferocious beasts were terrifying monsters that prowled the night, snatching away beast cubs and making eerie, childlike cries. Shen Rong, can this rock be used to grind a stone pot? Hesin came over from the other side of the river, carrying a dark gray rock with 2 fist marks on it, clearly left by Hesin himself. Shen Rong asked, is it suitable for grinding? It's very hard, should work, Hesin replied. All right, let me try. Shen Rong took the rock, untied the beast pouch at his waist, pulled out a small piece of foundation stone, and also took the short club from his back. Chief Jua's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the 2 items in Shen Rong's hands. Foundation stone and 10,000-year ironwood. How extravagant was the Heluo Tribe? The Sky Wolf Tribe had these things too, but even as chief, Jua couldn't bear to take them out of the tribe for fear of losing them. The foundation stone came from the Eastern Sea Fish Tribe. The 10,000-year ironwood was even more precious. Chief Jua didn't believe the Yuan family would let Shen Rong have such treasures. So, most likely, these items came from the Heluo Tribe's Black Panther clan. Thinking of this, Chief Jua's expression grew even colder. His father had warned him not to try to sow discord between Shen Rong and the Heluo Tribe. It would be pointless. Chief Jua and some of the Wolf Tribe felt very frustrated. Shen Rong had wolf blood and was very powerful. Given time, he would become a figure like the elders. Since he had returned to the Twilight Forest, why couldn't the Sky Wolf Tribe welcome him back? So, what if he'd married Changxia? At worst, the Wolf Tribe could just accept Changxia into their tribe. Unfortunately, before they could act on this idea, Elder Tiantai had firmly put a stop to it. The Sky Wolf Tribe was no worse than the Heluo Tribe. Why should Shen Rong choose Heluo over Sky Wolf, just for Changxia? Now, Chief Jua understood. The Heluo Tribe's vision was simply on another level. The Sky Wolf Tribe couldn't compare. With the foundation stone and the ironwood club, Shen Rong worked quickly. In no time, he ground out a deep gray stone pot. He took it to the Reed Flute River to wash it, filled it with water, and set it over the stove to boil. After boiling 2 pots of water, he heated the pot again with pork fat. By the time Kongshan and the others came ashore, both stoves had stone pots on them, water boiling away. Shen Rong, how should we prepare the fish? Gut them, remove the innards, and marinate. Without looking up, Shen Rong helped Chang Xia stir the golden corn porridge. That evening, Chang Xia didn't make dumplings or fry any fruitcakes. She simply cooked a big pot of golden corn porridge to go with grilled fish. Hee hee. Suddenly, Elder Pukong's laughter rang out from the sky. At the sound, all the beastmen looked up. By now, night had fully fallen. Reed Flute Mountain was especially quiet, perhaps because Chang Xia and the others' presence was so intimidating that even the insects and birds had fallen silent. Their back, Maple Leaf whispered, glancing at Chang Xia before gazing into the depths of the Reed Flute River. "Pukong, you cheated." Elder Tiantai roared, cursing Elder Pukong for not acting like a proper beastman and playing dirty. Pukong's laughter was his only reply. Hee hee. "Tiantai, when did I cheat?" Pukong said. "I saw that goose first, and you just snatched it from me?" Tiantai was furious. As they spoke, 3 beastmen emerged from the reeds along the riverbank. All 3 elders were laden with game, still vigorous and full of spirit even in their old age. "You say you saw it first? Did you ask the goose? Did it admit it?" Pukong shook the big white goose in his hand, looking at Tiantai with a provocative grin, totally unfazed. Tiantai was so angry he was trembling, unable to find a retort. Elder Senda smiled, the black knife at his waist gleaming in the firelight, still streaked with blood. Looking down at Senda's waist, oh wow! A black snake as thick as an arm was hanging from his belt. The title, Snake Catcher, was well-deserved. He could find snakes anywhere. Other than amazing, Chang Xia and the others couldn't think of a better word. End of this chapter. The black snakes of Reed Flute Mountain are non-venomous. Their meat is tender and delicious. With a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Senda narrowed his long eyes, tossed the string of prey in his hand in front of Maple Leaf, then unfastened the black snake from his waist and headed toward the Reed Flute River. Changxia rubbed her forehead. Elder Senda was obsessed with snakes. Wherever he went, he'd catch snakes to vent his energy. Eating this stuff once or twice was fine, but any more than that, and Changxia really couldn't handle it. "Little Changxia, guess what I caught for you this time?" Pukong called out loudly. Beside him, Elder Tiantai was cursing up a storm, completely losing his previous calm and dignified demeanor. He shouted angrily, "Pukong, you old rascal, you're no better than a beast. That goose was mine, I saw it first. This is infuriating. Tailless wolf, you mangy wolf, I'm the one who caught the goose. Just because you saw it first doesn't mean anything. If seeing it first counted, then I could say I saw this whole twilight forest first. Does that make it mine?" Pukong stuck out his big mouth and stared right into Elder Tiantai's furious face. His attitude was so cocky that even Changxia and the other beastfolk standing nearby could feel it. "You," Elder Tiantai was so angry his eyes turned red. He pointed a trembling finger at Elder Pukong. They hadn't seen each other in years, and he hadn't expected Pukong's tongue to have gotten so sharp. Truly, he was acting less and less like a proper beastfolk. Changxia stuck out her tongue and exchanged a glance with Shen Rong. How were they supposed to mediate this? "Elder Tiantai, could you come help me grill the fish?" Shen Rong, not wanting Changxia to feel awkward, called out and invited Elder Tiantai to join him. Changxia understood and quickly asked Elder Pukong to handle the prey. She told Maple Leaf to drag Elder Pukong over to the riverbank to kill and bleed the prey as quickly as possible. Just in time, the water in the stone pot on the stove was already boiling. "Don't worry, Changxia. They won't actually fight," Gawa said calmly. "Even if they did, they'd know when to stop, it wouldn't get out of hand. Otherwise, the shaman would never let them off the hook." "They wouldn't dare," Changxia nodded, chiming in. The Heluo Tribe had sent elders Pukong and Tiantai along to protect her. If the 2 elders actually fought and found out about it later, Changxia would definitely be punished, and it wouldn't be a light punishment. "Be careful not to let dirt fall into the golden corn porridge," Changxia reminded. The golden corn porridge was ready and stored in a big bucket. The stone pot was boiling water to scald the feathers off the wild chickens and ducks. Changxia was worried the beastfolk might get too rowdy and knock dirt into the bucket, ruining the porridge. "This golden corn porridge smells amazing," Elder Tiantai said as he helped Shen Rong turn the grilled fish, his eyes soft as he gazed at the big bucket. In the forest of clear moon, golden corn and millet grew everywhere, and Changxia had said they could be used as staple foods. From now on, the wolf tribe would never go hungry again. Elder Tianai felt a deep sense of comfort and relief. Doesn't the grilled fish smell good too? Shen Rong smiled and asked. Elder Tianai pointed at Shen Rong from across the fire and said, "Of course it does. Anything you make is delicious." Before recognizing Shen Rong as one of their own, Elder Tiantai had worried that Shen Rong wouldn't accept the wolf tribe. Years ago, Yuan Ho had insisted on taking Shen Rong away. The Sky Wolf tribe had hesitated, wanting to keep him, but once Shen Rong awakened the bloodline of the battle wolf, the Yuan family would never allow a child with that bloodline to wander outside. Besides, Yuan Ho was Shen Rong's father. No beast folk could stop a father from taking his own cub, not even those of the same tribe. Back when your mother was still alive, she loved to stir up trouble among the young beast folk of the tribe. I really regret not stopping her from marrying Yuan Ho. Elder Tiantai's deep eyes slowly filled with memories. That mischievous, spirited wolf woman, if she hadn't met Yuan Ho of the Yuan family, maybe her fate wouldn't have been so tragic. Today, she might have been like any other she-wolf in the Twilight Forest, worrying about her cubs' marriages instead of dying so young. At that moment, the banks of the Reed Flute River were quieter than ever. As the night wind blew, only Elder Tiantai's soft murmurs could be heard. Chief Gowa and the other wolf beast folk listened in silence, their faces solemn. Except for the younger ones like Gemma, the older wolf folk all remembered that once, the Sky Wolf tribe had a lively, mischievous, and kind-hearted she-wolf. Hee. Suddenly, Elder Pukong's laughter broke the silence. Changxia, let's do the goose, Pukong said. At his words, Kongshan quickly handed the cleaned wild chicken to Shen Rong. Shen Rong, roast the chicken. 1 pot for stewing goose, 1 for chicken soup. Perfect. With Elder Pukong breaking the heavy silence, the riverbank came alive again. Chop the goose into pieces, stir-fry for a bit, then add water and stew. Should we stew the chicken whole? For a while, everyone was talking at once, and Changxia was busy as could be. By the campfire, the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. Stewed goose, chicken soup, and all sorts of delicious smells drifted on the night breeze. Whoa! In the darkness, beastly howls echoed from the distant mountains and forests. It was clear that the wild animals in the forest had caught the scent of food and were being drawn toward Reed Flute Mountain. Chief Gowa stared coldly into the dark corners at those pairs of glowing red eyes. "I'll be right back," he said, and with that, his figure disappeared into the forest. The other beast folk waited quietly, their eyes fixed on the food in front of them, unmoved. Elder Senda cut up the cleaned black snake and asked Shen Rong to help marinate it, then skewered the pieces and sat by the fire to roast snake kebabs. Hessen Wanmu, mouth-watering, crouched nearby, staring intently. "Elder Senda, is it done yet?" Hessen asked eagerly. Elder Senda patted his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't rush. It needs a bit more time." Shen Rong said that slow roasting makes the best kebabs. Snake skewers need to be cooked slowly to bring out the flavor, then they're really delicious. If you're hungry, help yourself to a bowl of golden corn porridge. Elder Senda was usually just as patient as anyone else. But when it came to anything involving snakes, his patience was endless. Previous page, next page, last page, top. "Elder Tiantai, would you like to try some?" Shen Rong offered the freshly grilled fish to Elder Tiantai, asking politely. "May I?" Elder Tiantai looked both surprised and flattered, hesitating a little. "Of course. Please, you try it first. The rest of the grilled fish will be ready soon, and once the goose and chicken stew are done, we can all dig in," Shen Rong replied gently, all the while keeping an eye on Changxia, estimating how much longer the goose and chicken would need to stew in the stone pot. As he turned the skewers of grilled fish and chicken in his hands, the wild chicken from Ludi Mountain gave off a particularly appetizing aroma. Its meat was indeed special. Unlike the chickens from Song Mountain, which feed year-round on local mushrooms and other forage, giving their meat a delicate, tender texture and a subtle mushroom fragrance, the wild chickens from Ludi Mountain were firmer and chewier. Perhaps because they often peck at fish and shrimp from the Ludi River, their meat carried a faint, unique briny flavor, which was quite intriguing. Shen Rong, isn't the wild chicken from Ludi Mountain delicious? Pukong grinned as he watched Shen Rong sample the grilled chicken. When it came to food, Elder Pukong was never shy. Shen Rong nodded. The wild chicken from Ludi Mountain really is excellent. Maybe we should start calling them Ludi chickens to distinguish them from the Song Mountain chickens. There were also wild chickens living among the reeds of White Lake, but those didn't taste as good as the Ludi chickens. There must be other reasons for that. End of this chapter. Will we stop at the giant stone forest tomorrow? Changxia asked. Chief Guo looked at her and said, if you want to, we can. Hearing this, the other beast folk all nodded. Just as Chief Guo said, if Changxia wanted to, they'd stop at the giant stone forest. 300 li sounded far, but it was also close. In beast form, they could travel hundreds of li in a day, like Weishan, which wasn't close to the Heluo Tribe, but with the new roads, the Black Panther Tribe could make a round trip in a day with ease. I'm curious about the crying bird. How about we rest at the giant stone forest at noon tomorrow? Changxia admitted her curiosity openly. She wanted to know whether the crying bird was more like an ostrich or a turkey. Elder Pukong said the crying bird's meat was tough and ordinary. Changxia just wanted to hear about it. Elder Pukong wasn't picky, he'd eat anything edible. Of course, if he said the crying bird was tough, it meant the meat was nothing special, not as good as Ludi chicken. It was just average meat. But that didn't mean it was bad. Sure, Guo agreed. After dinner, Qingxin and the other beast folk sat around the campfire, rubbing their full bellies. Smelling the lingering aroma of grilled fish, Sanglin sighed, I just finished eating, but I'm hungry again. After getting used to Changxia and Shen Rong's cooking, how will we manage when we go back to the tribe? At this, all the Wolf Tribe beast folks' faces fell. They weren't from the Heluo Tribe's Black Panther clan, so sooner or later, they'd have to part ways with Changxia. Gemma, you should learn more from Changxia, Tianai said, narrowing his eyes and glancing at Gemma. Qingxin and the other Wolf Tribe males were too restless. Asking them to learn from Changxia was probably a lost cause. Gemma was the only obedient one in the group. The Heavenly Wolf Tribe had brought Gemma to the Heluo Tribe, partly with the idea of matchmaking. Unfortunately, Gemma was too shy. This time, she hadn't met a suitable male. Okay, Gemma nodded, replying softly. Changxia said, cooking is easy. Just figure out the seasonings, remember them, and then get hands-on. If you want to learn, Gemma, start by learning the seasonings with me. Thank you, Changxia, Gemma said happily. Watching Changxia cook, she felt that making food was a joyful thing. Changxia was willing to teach her, and Gemma was thrilled. As night deepened, the beast folk stopped chatting. In the Baiha River region, Chief Guo had just gone deep into the forest to hunt down a spy. That night, all the beast folk closed their eyes to rest. No one was assigned to keep watch. Changxia, go to sleep, Shen Rong said gently. Changxia snuggled into Shen Rong's arms and soon fell asleep. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Changxia was woken by the sound of the rushing Ludi River. Changxia's awake, let's go wash up by the river, Maple Leaf said as he simmered fish soup. Last night's cleaned Ludi duck had been roasted for breakfast. The meal included boiled bird eggs, golden millet porridge, fish soup, and roast duck. It was a rich and nutritious breakfast. This was a luxury the Heavenly Wolf Tribe had never enjoyed before. The boiled eggs and fish soup were made by Maple Leaf and Kongshan, the golden millet porridge by Gemma, and the roast duck was, of course, Shen Rong's handiwork. The other beast folk either helped out or went hunting in the reeds along the Ludi River. Fish die easily out of water, but Ludi chickens and ducks didn't. Last night, after eating roasted reed chicken, all the beast folk were drawn in by its delicious aroma. Early the next morning, Hassan, Wanmu, and the other beast folk darted into the reeds to hunt, already thinking about having reed chicken again. Changxia got up, folded the beast skin coat Shen Rong had tucked into her arms, and put it back into the rattan basket. She yawned and said, Maple Leaf, you're all up so early. It was barely dawn, the sun hadn't even risen above the horizon. It's more comfortable to travel early, not as hot, Maple Leaf replied. Gemma stirred the golden millet porridge that was almost ready and added, "This season, traveling is still okay. But soon, the forest will get hotter." "Is it hot in the forest during the warm season?" Changxia asked, cupping river water to wash her face and chewing on a mint leaf that Shen Rong had picked for her. She used to chew willow twigs, but now that there was mint, she used that instead. If she was feeling lazy, she'd just rinse her mouth with salt water. "It's hot. Hunting gets really tough then," Gemma replied. Maple Leaf said, "During the warm season, we usually spend the night in the forest when hunting and try to hunt in the late afternoon or at dusk. Mornings and midday are for resting. We don't go out to hunt then. There's not much animal activity in the morning, and it's even hotter at noon. Afternoon and dusk are the best times. No wonder the tribe is always so quiet during the warm season," Changxia said, suddenly enlightened. She'd always thought everyone just hid away to cool off, which was why the tribe seemed deserted, with hardly any beast folk around. But after hearing Maple Leaf's explanation, she finally understood. It wasn't about cooling off. Everyone was out hunting, not in the tribe at all. Haha. Hearing Changxia joke about how quiet the tribe was in the warm season, all the beast folk burst out laughing, thoroughly amused. Amid the laughter, Hisin and the others returned from the reeds, carrying reed chickens and reed ducks tied together with reeds. They'd also gathered 2 large baskets of bird eggs. The wolf tribe hadn't eaten much bird eggs before, but after staying in the Bai-Lake commercial district of the Heluo Tribe and tasting their food, everyone realized bird eggs were a real treat. "Changxia, should we kill these chickens and ducks?" Hisin asked. Changxia was putting something on her face and replied, "If we're going to eat them, then yes. If not, keep them alive. If you kill them and don't eat them right away in this weather, they'll spoil easily." The reed ducks they'd processed last night had been soaked in river water in wooden buckets all night. Changxia had brought cold stones, which she kept in a rattan basket. She'd thought about using them to keep the reed ducks chilled, but since the flowing river water was cool enough, she hadn't bothered. After breakfast, they had to get back on the road. By the time they reached the boulder forest, any slaughtered chickens or ducks would have spoiled. "Let's weave a couple of rattan cages to carry the chickens and ducks," Hisin suggested. Shen Rong glanced at Hisin and said, "For carrying chickens and ducks, make upside-down rattan cages. Upright ones won't work." "Cages," Changxia said. "Like the fish baskets." As soon as Changxia mentioned fish baskets, Hisin understood. Compared to sectioned rattan baskets, weaving a cage like a fish basket was simpler. He also realized what Shen Rong meant by upside-down cages. Hisin called Luanmu over to help. Qingxin, Zanglin, and the other wolf beast folk crowded around, eager to learn. "Hisin, hurry up, the breakfast's ready," Maple Leaf urged. Then she told Kongshan to take the bowls and chopsticks to the river to wash them before breakfast. "Got it. It won't take long to make a couple of cages." They chatted as they worked, with Qingxin and Zanglin watching closely and occasionally asking questions. Soon, the 2 cages were finished. They stuffed the tied-up chickens and ducks inside, and they fit perfectly. The wolf beast folk from the Sirius tribe watched with shining eyes. These things were great. If they made the rattan cages bigger, they could even bring back large prey alive. Some animals were too big to carry easily, but if you put them in a cage, it'd be much easier to haul them back. End of this chapter. "These cages are great," Tianai praised, picking up one of the rattan cages and inspecting it from all angles. "From now on, when the tribe catches swift birds, we'll use these cages. No need to worry about them escaping or pecking us." Swift birds, Changxia sipped her fish soup, intrigued when Elder Tiantai mentioned them. Gemma explained, "Swift birds are unique to the Qinghua forest. They're similar to pheasants, can fly, but not very high. Fierce, but tasty." With that, Changxia understood what Elder Tiantai meant. "Changxia, when you come to the Sirius tribe, I'll catch some swift birds for you," Qingxin grinned. Zanglin and the others chimed in, promising to hunt swift birds for Changxia. Swift birds were clever and hard to catch, fierce and aggressive. "Sounds great." Changxia nodded happily. The vast forest was indeed full of surprises. After packing up the reed chickens and ducks, everyone quickly finished breakfast, packed their things, and set off toward the boulder forest. They'd cross the boulder forest, then a nameless mountain range, and beyond that, they'd reach the territory of the Heluo Tribe. The morning breeze was gentle. Changxia squinted, enjoying the cool wind on her face. But as the sun climbed higher, she put on the reed hat Shen Rong had woven the night before. The hat looked ugly, but it was comfortable. Crossing the Reed River and walking through the Reed Mountains, the farther northeast they went, the hotter the dappled sunlight became. Changxia fanned herself with a leaf, sweat streaming down her cheeks. She found herself drinking water more and more often. "Changxia, are you still holding up?" Maple Leaf called out. Website promotional content, navigation, and chapter links omitted for clarity. The empty mountains weren't far from Shen Rong, and the beast folk were sprinting at high speed. Their footsteps were so light that Changxia couldn't hear a thing. Hearing Fengya's question, Shen Rong gradually slowed down, and Kongshan followed suit. "I'm okay, just a bit uncomfortable from the heat," said Changxia. This outing was tougher than the previous ones. Changxia had prepared before leaving home. "We're almost at the border of the boulder forest, but we probably won't stop until around noon. Can you hold on?" Fengya asked with concern. The group running in the distance also slowed down. "I can manage," Changxia replied seriously. It was hot, but there were no other problems. At worst, she'd just drink more water. She did regret not carrying the little clay jar with the cold stone in it. If she had, it would have been like having a portable air conditioner. Once they confirmed Changxia could keep going, Kongshan and Shen Rong picked up the pace again. The sun blazed overhead. All around, the landscape was dotted with rocks of varying sizes and heights. Sparse vegetation covered the stones, a stark contrast to the lush forests they'd passed through before. This was a completely different kind of scenery from any forest Changxia had seen. Fanning herself with a leaf, Changxia gazed around at the boulder forest. She couldn't help but think how fitting the name was. Boulders stood everywhere in the forest, big and small. The green plants were more like background extras. "Hu! Ing!" Suddenly, a few sharp, mournful cries echoed. The sound made Changxia's hair stand on end, and she shivered involuntarily. Just as she was about to ask what it was, she remembered what the Heluo Tribe leader had said about the crying bird. Could this be the cry of the crying bird? Thinking this, Changxia looked around. She spotted a shadowy figure near a crack in a large boulder. That cry is scarier than a crow or an owl. No wonder Qingxin said Gemma was frightened to tears by it. If you passed through the boulder forest at night and heard that, you'd probably cry too. Changxia exclaimed, unable to hold back her amazement. "There's a pond on the east side of the boulder forest. We'll stop there for lunch," Heluo said, turning to Changxia to ask her opinion. "Sounds good." "I can't wait to see what a crying bird looks like," Changxia replied, nodding toward the big boulder. Following her gaze, the beast folk caught a glimpse of the crying bird's blurry silhouette. Heh, Pukong laughed. Not carrying a basket on his beastly back, he leapt up the rocks in a few bounds, heading straight for the crying bird. "Just wait, little Changxia. Grandpa Pukong will catch you a crying bird." Changxia couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Elder Pukong really was a man of action. Before she could say anything, he was already gone. "Elder Pukong," Changxia called after him. They hadn't even reached the rest stop yet, and he'd already run off. How would they regroup later? Fengya grinned and said calmly, "The boulder forest is part of the Heluo Tribe's territory. Elder Pukong knows where the pond is, so don't worry, he won't get lost." "Oh, right." Changxia slapped her forehead, realizing the sun must have fried her brain. The boulder forest belonged to the Heluo Tribe. How could Elder Pukong not know his own territory? Even the Tianling tribe knew about the pond here. If Elder Pukong, a Heluo elder, didn't, that would be truly strange. Suddenly, the scorching air turned cool and refreshing. The sound of rushing water reached their ears clearly. The pond Heluo had mentioned was just ahead. Compared to the rest of the boulder forest, the area around the pond had much more vegetation. It wasn't exactly a lush, shady grove, but it was close. 3 or 5 large trees stood tall, shading the pond. "We're here," Goa announced. He quickly shifted back to human form and helped Qingxin and Sanglin unload their baskets. Without the cover of ancient trees, the boulder forest was hotter than other forests. This was especially tough for the long-haired beast folk. Finya and Chengxia quickly landed and helped Kongshan and Shen Rong unload their baskets. When they finished, Chengxia collapsed next to a basket, holding the little clay jar with the cold stone inside. Enjoying the cool breeze by the pond, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. So refreshing. "Don't overdo it, Changxia, or you'll get sick," Shen Rong reminded her. He took the jar from her hands and told her to drink some more water instead of clinging to the cold stone. The sudden change from hot to cold could make her ill. "Shen Rong, let me hold the cold stone for a bit," Finya said, reaching out for the jar. She was strong and healthy, she could handle it. Shen Rong glanced at Kongshan. Kongshan shrugged. Seeing this, Shen Rong handed the jar to Finya. After a moment's rest, Shen Rong and the other beast folk began to build a stove and fetch water to boil. They hadn't thrown away the stone pot they'd made on Reed Flute Mountain. It was packed in a basket and brought along, saving them the trouble of making a new one. "Changxia, do you want some fish soup?" Shen Rong called out. He was fetching water from the pond and saw fish swimming in it, so he asked if Changxia wanted some fish soup. "There are fish in the pond?" Changxia asked, scrambling to her feet and walking over. She peered into the water, curious. "Are there blackfish here too?" "No, just regular fish," Finya said, rinsing her mouth with water upstream. "Don't get your hopes up. Aside from the crying birds, there's nothing special in this place. The boulder forest is barren. What good things could possibly grow here?" Sendai scoffed. "There aren't even many snakes, catch one or two occasionally, but they don't taste great." The only thing the boulder forest had to offer was stone. But it was too far from the tribe. Quarrying and transporting stone was a hassle. Normally, outside of the times when they patrolled their territory, few tribe members were willing to come hunt in the giant stone forest. It was too far, there was little game, and the trip there and back was a waste of time. What a shame. Changxia sighed, squinting as she stared at the pool below. Just now, when the sunlight refracted across the water, she thought she caught a glimpse of a strange, dazzling light. "Changxia," Maple Leaf reached out to pull her back, scolding lightly, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you lean any further, you'll fall right in." It turned out Changxia had been drawn in by that strange glimmer and had unconsciously leaned closer to the edge of the pool. If Maple Leaf hadn't reacted quickly and pulled her back, she probably would have fallen in. "I think I saw a flash of light," Changxia said sheepishly, her voice low. "Light? What light?" Shen Rong, standing in the pool, looked up at Changxia. He glanced around. The pool seemed perfectly ordinary. If there was anything unusual, it was the abundance of animal tracks nearby. The giant stone forest was mostly rocks, with little water. This pool was probably the only water source for miles around. That explained why so many animals came here to drink. There were traces of them all around the pool and even on the surrounding rocks. "Pretty stones," Changxia winked at Shen Rong, explaining. At her words, Shen Rong, Maple Leaf, and the other beast folk exchanged glances. "Pretty stones, Jade?" The light was really bright, just like the way sunlight reflects off jade, Changxia explained, looking up at the crisscrossing rocks of the giant stone forest. Could there be jade hidden inside these stones? The rocks in the riverbank at the Heluo Tribe had been searched many times by the tribe. The smaller stones they found were sent to Changxia's home cave, while the larger ones were piled up in the training grounds cave by the waterfall. That cave had been built at Elder Pukong's request. He lived there for a while but found the sound of the waterfall too noisy, so he moved out. After that, whichever elder was overseeing the tribe would stay there. After all, the waterfall was right next to the training ground, where the young beast folk exercised, and the area connected to the back mountain, so it made sense for an elder to be stationed there. But as more and more jade-containing rocks were brought over, gradually, the area around the waterfall became almost completely filled with rocks. "Hassan, everyone out of the water," Shen Rong tossed the fish in his hand to Maple Leaf and ordered the other beast folk in the pool to come ashore. Qingxin, Sanglin and the others were confused. They stepped out of the water, Qingxin nudging Hassan with his elbow and whispering, "What's going on with Shen Rong?" "Shoo. Just wait and see," Hassan whispered back, signaling for them to be quiet. When Changxia mentioned pretty stones, Hassan and the others understood. Changxia suspected there was jade in the pool. Shen Rong was having everyone get out so he could look for it. Once everyone was out, Shen Rong stood alone in the pool. He didn't go to the center. The water was shallow, barely reaching his calves. "Shen Rong, take 2 steps back, up to your right," Senda suddenly called out, directing Shen Rong to step back. He was standing above the pool, on the same side as Changxia. As the sunlight hit, a glimmer of light refracted off the water's surface. Hearing this, Shen Rong stepped back as instructed and bent down. Soon, he picked up a fist-sized stone. The stone was pitch black, but under the sunlight, it gleamed with a lustrous shine. "Black jade?" Changxia exclaimed in surprise. High-quality black jade was extremely rare. No wonder Shen Rong and the others hadn't noticed it when they entered the pool. Black jade in water looked much like any other stone. With all the colorful pebbles in the water and beast folk not particularly interested in stones, it was easy to overlook a black one. Changxia carefully took the black jade, turning it over in her hands. It was smooth, cool, and felt wonderful to the touch. "A black stone, what's it good for?" "It's not useful, just pretty." "Shen Rong, look for more." Changxia hugged the black jade happily, urging Shen Rong to search the pool for another piece. Thinking of the jade she'd collected in her home cave, Changxia's face lit up with joy. Maybe she could collect jade in every color. The thought alone made her incredibly happy. "I'll help," Hassan said. Wanmu waded into the pool, promising, "Changxia, just wait, I'll find you another piece of black jade." With that, Qingxin and the other wolf beast folk all joined in. "Changxia, you really like these stones?" Elder Tianai asked with a smile, curious. "I want to polish and carve these colorful stones and trade them with the bird or fish tribes for light stones or something," Changxia said honestly, not hiding her intentions to use jade to barter with the bird or fish tribes. Of course, she didn't see it as taking advantage. Jade was nourishing. The jade from Twilight Forest was all high quality. Changxia planned to trade her carved jade ornaments with the bird or fish tribes based on mutual agreement. She had no intention of forcing anyone. Based on her understanding of their personalities, she was sure the bird and fish tribes would love the jade ornaments. After all, even she herself loved them, and lately, Warm Spring and the other tribe members learning jade carving had become enamored with them too. If they hadn't agreed from the start to trade the jade ornaments with the bird and fish tribes, the tribe members probably wouldn't want to part with them. Beauty is universal. Beautiful things naturally attract admiration. "Are these stones really enough?" Jua asked hesitantly, confused. "You couldn't eat rocks, what use were they?" Changxia smiled confidently. "Chief Jua, with these stones, we might be able to trade for the bird tribe's ice crystal grass and the fish tribe's foundation stones." Hiss! At her words, the surrounding beast folk all gasped in surprise. They were curious, but none doubted Changxia's words. "All right, the Sky Wolf tribe will help you find pretty stones," Jua promised. He'd said it before, but this time he sounded even more sincere. "Is this black jade?" "Over here, I found a piece too, but it's a bit small." Soon, excited voices came from the orcs searching in the pool. Zanglin held up the black jade he'd found as he came ashore, handing it to Changxia and asking, "Changxia, do you think this pitch-black stone is black jade?" "Yes," Changxia nodded. Jade is a type of stone, but jade is smoother and more translucent. "Look." As she spoke, Changxia held the black jade above her head, letting the other orcs examine the difference between jade and ordinary stones. After Shen Rong and the others searched for a while, they found 3 more pieces of black jade in the pool, 1 large and 2 small. It was a pretty good haul. By the time Shen Rong and the others came ashore, the basket nearby already held half a basket of fish, caught while they were searching for black jade. End of this chapter. A short while later, Changxia sat by the stove, playing with the black jade in her hand, her gaze distant as she stared at the pool. "What are you thinking about, Changxia?" Maple Leaf called, snapping Changxia out of her daze. Elder Pukong hadn't returned yet, and Hassan was leading Wanmu and the others downstream to slaughter chickens and ducks. The bamboo cages were set by the pool. They'd be having reed chickens and reed ducks caught earlier at Ludi Mountain for lunch. In the heat, the chickens and ducks looked listless. It wasn't a good idea to keep them any longer. So after some discussion, they decided to have roast chicken and duck for lunch, along with fish soup. Elder Senda said he wanted fish noodle soup, so Maple Leaf soaked some dried noodles to cook once the fish soup was ready. Jade, Changxia blurted out subconsciously. Immediately, all the orcs looked over. There's jade in the pool? Where did it come from? What are you trying to say? The giant stone forest. When there's time, the chief should send some people to survey the area. There might be a jade mine here. The giant stone forest is huge. If we find a jade mine, we'll never have to worry about running out of jade for carving ornaments again. After hearing this, the orcs didn't fully understand, but they could sense it was something important. As they digested Changxia's words, Elder Pukong appeared in the distance, leading a string of cry birds. Their constant wailing sent chills down everyone's spines. Stunned by the cry birds' cries, Shen Rong and the others forgot to ask more about the jade mine. One by one, they looked up, their expressions odd as they watched Elder Pukong approach, dragging 7 or 8 cry birds tied by the neck. Changxia stared wide-eyed at the cry birds Pukong had brought. They looked about a quarter like ostriches, 3/4 like turkeys, though really, they resembled turkeys more. But cry birds were much bigger than turkeys. Their eyes bulged and their long necks were sparsely feathered. Just by appearance, they looked a lot like ostriches, long legs, long necks, ugly but oddly cute. But their cries were truly awful. Elder Pukong, did you bring back a whole nest of crybirds? Changxia joked. There were big and small ones, looked like a whole brood. Heh. Pukong laughed. Maybe. There's plenty of us, so we can finish a whole brood. But, little Changxia, see if you can make them taste better. The meat's tough and the flavor is SOSO. Elder Tiandai, Chief Gawa, are you sure you want to eat crybird for lunch? If we do, we might not be able to travel this afternoon, Changxia said, circling the crybirds and considering how to cook them like turkey. After all, Elder Pukong had said the meat was tough and not very tasty. Simple roasting would probably turn out badly. Changxia thought about using the beggar's chicken method, wrapping the crybird in leaves and baking it in a pit, and also trying to stew one with vegetables. Let's eat them, Pukong said seriously. Elder Tianhai twitched his mouth, glaring wordlessly at Pukong. Chief Gawa paused, then looked to Shen Rong for his opinion. We'll extend our midday rest and prepare more food. We'll travel tonight when it's cooler. It'll be more comfortable than traveling in the heat, Shen Rong said. It was also a good chance to explore the giant stone forest and check if there was more black jade upstream. Do you need help with lunch? Chief Gawa nodded, agreeing with Shen Rong's plan. They could travel day or night, and with 3 elders in the group, even a wolf pack wouldn't scare them. They were apex predators, after all. Dig 3 big pits by the stove and build fires to heat them up. I'll also need some large, non-toxic leaves to wrap the crybirds. I'm planning to make beggar's crybird and stew one with vegetables, Changxia said. Crybirds were huge. Ordinary roasting wouldn't cook them through. Changxia decided on a combination of roasting and baking. Shen Rong, help me get some seasonings. The crybirds are so big, regular marinating probably won't work. Boil some water to cool, and we'll soak the birds in seasoned water to marinate them. Okay. We'll also need a few big wooden barrels, Hassan. Could you help with that? Shen Rong nodded, turning to ask Hassan and the others to prepare barrels. Maple Leaf kept working as she watched Changxia's preparations. It looked like lunch would take a while. No wonder Changxia said if they ate crybird at noon, they might not be able to travel in the afternoon. The only thing they could afford to waste was travel time. Once they reached the Wolf Tribe, aside from building relationships, the main goal was to discuss the geography of Qingwei Forest and prepare for surveying a road route. After all, each tribe had lived in their territory for over 100 years. They all knew their local geography well, which was a big advantage for Changxia. She didn't need to personally measure the territories of the 5 tribes, just follow the routes they provided and confirm if they were suitable. Maple Leaf, you and Gemma start making fish soup and cooking the noodles. If you want to eat roast crybird, I estimate it'll take at least a few hours. Changxia said bluntly. There was no way they'd have roast crybird for lunch. Everything would go according to the original plan. Okay, Maple Leaf nodded. Sure enough, just as she expected, roast crybird wasn't going to be that easy to get. Hessen called Luanmu to help chop trees and prepare a large wooden barrel for soaking and marinating the crybirds. Qingxin and Sanglin started digging a pit, asking Changxia as they worked how big and how deep it needed to be. Changxia gestured, telling Qingxin to dig according to the size needed to bury 2 crybirds. There were 7 crybirds, so they'd dig 3 pits, 2 birds per pit, and the last one would go into a vegetable and chicken soup. Crybird meat was tough, so it would need to stew longer to become flavorful. Shen Rong found the wooden basin they'd used back at Reed Flute Mountain and began preparing the seasonings. In an instant, the giant stone forest, usually filled with the constant wailing cries of crybirds, was transformed. Today, a new scene unfolded. The breeze carried all sorts of delicious aromas. Perhaps because Elder Pukong had made quite a commotion hunting the crybirds earlier, the usual mournful cries lingering above the forest had completely vanished. Changxia, how do you slaughter a crybird? Maple Leaf asked. The 3 elders sat in the shade, not getting involved in these chores, but their eyes never left the group. Same as with reed flute chickens, bleed them and pluck the feathers, Changxia replied crisply. She didn't have to do it herself, but she knew how. In fact, Maple Leaf already knew how to slaughter a crybird. She was just seeking reassurance from Changxia, worried that if she did it wrong, the meat would end up tasting bad. For reed flute chickens and ducks, you slaughter, scald, pluck, clean out the innards, then hand them to Shen Rong for marinating and roasting. By the pond, things quickly became lively. Jiva, tidy up the forest paths in Clear Moon Forest. When we reach the Skywolf Tribe, Changxia will probably ask you for them. She's discussed with the shaman and plans to finish mapping the route within a month. Don't let the Wolf Tribe hold her back, Pukong said, squinting at Chief Jiva, though his gaze slid sideways to Elder Tiantai. Elder Tiantai glared at Pukong and replied firmly, the Wolf Tribe will never hold Changxia back. End of this chapter. Jiva, I'll leave this to you to organize. After finishing his spat with Pukong, Elder Tiantai turned to Chief Jiva with instructions. Clear Moon Forest was mostly plains, so planning and building roads would be easy, certainly much simpler than in the neighboring Snake Mountain or Sky Lion tribes. All right, Jiva replied. The Wolf Tribe's territory is flat, so road construction will be easy. Of the 6 major beast tribes, the Skywolf Tribe's Clear Moon Forest was the flattest. Apart from the Gray Mist Prairie where 3 tribes lived, Clear Moon Forest was the most vast and boundless, endless plains, stretching as far as the eye could see, like a vast ocean. Pukong, have you forgotten what kind of place Clear Moon Forest is? Instead of worrying about the Wolf Tribe holding things up, I think the Sky Lion Tribe will be more troublesome, Senda said quietly. The Enchanted Jungle, the Sky Lion Tribe's territory, was the Lion Clan's home. With a name like Enchanted Jungle, it was clear the place was shrouded in mystery. Pukong fell silent. He'd been so busy bickering with Elder Tiantai that he'd forgotten about the geography of Clear Moon Forest. Vast plains, fertile land, the Wolf Tribe lived in abundance, far happier than other beast tribes surviving in harsher lands. Can you even build roads in the Enchanted Jungle, where every mountain has its own climate? Jiva asked hesitantly. Skirting around the jungle was possible, but it would take a lot of time and effort. Unless absolutely necessary, the beast tribes didn't want to take a detour. Elder Tiantai narrowed his eyes. Whether we can build roads or not, that's not up to us. It's up to Changxia. The Enchanted Jungle's climate is unpredictable, but its resources are rich. The shaman won't overlook the Lion Tribe. This road-building project was likely to be a major reform led by the shaman. The beast tribes were strong because of their individuals, but with the Westlands in turmoil and the situation unstable, Even though the Eastlands were separated from the west by the Eastern Sea and the Qinghai Plateau, it was better to be prepared than to scramble at the last minute. There were things Changxia and the others didn't know, but elders like Tianai had heard some rumors. By the pond, the crybirds were cleaned and placed in the big wooden barrel to soak and marinate. Shen Rong started roasting the reed flute chickens and ducks. In a stone pot, fish soup was bubbling away, and the soaked noodles were tossed in to cook. Changxia sorted through tree leaves, picking out broad leaves with a faint, fresh scent. Once the crybirds were marinated, she'd stuff their bellies with vegetables, ginger, and scallions, brush them with oil, wrap them in layers of leaves, and finally coat them with wet clay. Once wrapped, the crybirds would go into the hot fire pits. Changxia planned to use an earth-baking method to roast them thoroughly. Given the size of the crybirds, there was no way they'd be cooked in just a few hours. There'd be no crybird for lunch. Those would be saved for dinner, something to look forward to. Changxia, how long do the crybirds need to marinate? Gemma squatted by the barrel, curiously eyeing the birds soaking in the spicy, pungent marinade. The smell was strong, neither exactly pleasant nor unpleasant. "Half an hour," Changxia replied. "By the time we finish lunch, they should be ready." Maple Leaf had Kongshan and the others take their bowls and chopsticks upstream to wash. The noodles were cooked, scooped into bowls, and topped with a ladle of fish noodle soup, ready to eat. "Shen Rong, are the roast chickens and ducks ready?" "All done." As soon as Shen Rong spoke, the beast folk didn't need to be called. They rushed forward to get their bowls of fish noodle soup from Kongshan. Wicker baskets were set out, a few wooden planks laid across them to make a simple long table. There were no benches, so everyone squatted. But in the giant stone forest, there was no shortage of rocks. Just grab a suitable one, wipe it with a leaf, and it became a stone stool. "Changxia, did you bring chili sauce?" Maple Leaf asked. Website promotional text omitted. Let me know if you need further chapters or more context. Holding her bowl, Maple took a couple of sips of fish soup, but found the clear, white fish broth noodles a bit bland. She wanted to add some chili sauce to give the soup noodles a richer flavor and a more appetizing color. "I brought some," Changxia said. "I remember when Muqin Amu was packing, she put in several jars of chili sauce." "Wait a moment, I'll go look for them." "Changxia, I want some chili sauce too." "Me too, I'd like some chili sauce." Hearing this, Kongshan and the other beast folk all chimed in, asking for chili sauce as well. And with that, even the two elders from Pukong and Senda weren't about to be left out. Soon after, the wolf clan from the Sirius tribe also voiced their agreement. Seeing this, Maple put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "Everyone wait here. Changxia and I will go rummage through the rattan baskets and find the chili sauce." With so many beast folk, the small jars from Changxia's house definitely wouldn't be enough. If they brought those out, each beast folk would only get a chopstick's worth before the jar was empty. They'd have to find the big jar of chili sauce prepared by the tribe. Maple approached the rattan baskets, but didn't immediately remove the animal hide and leaves covering them. Instead, she flared her nostrils and sniffed around the baskets. After sniffing several baskets, Maple finally stopped. "Changxia, the chili sauce should be in this basket. Help me hold the animal hide while I get a jar out." Maple lifted the hide, revealing several clay jars stacked inside. The largest was at the bottom, with 3 layers in total, 6 jars altogether. Maple took one of the top 3 jars. It was a thick, sturdy clay jar. Not much to look at, but tough and practical for storing things. "Gemma, give me a few wooden bowls." Maple carefully set down the jar and asked Gemma to prepare wooden bowls for scooping out the chili sauce. Changxia covered the basket again with the hide, but didn't bother with the leaves for now, since Maple would need to put the jar back after scooping out the sauce. Gemma laid out the wooden bowls, and Maple used a wooden spoon to scoop out the chili sauce. The bright red chili sauce looked absolutely mouth-watering. "Smells amazing." Our tribe once traded with the Lion Clan for chili peppers, but they tasted pretty bad. Adding some chili sauce to her fish soup noodles, Maple stirred it in and took a couple of big sips. Spicy, savory, and with a hint of heat. It slid down her throat, leaving her feeling wonderfully satisfied. The Sirius tribe had traded with the Lion clan for these chilies before. They used to stew them with meat and golden rods, but honestly, the taste was pretty awful. The wolf totem warriors could handle it, but the elders and the young ones couldn't. But after Changxia worked her magic, the chilies were made into chili powder and chili sauce, then stir-fried with fresh meat, and the flavor was completely transformed. Not to mention, skewering meat and chilies together for a barbecue, now that was truly delicious. This time, Chief Gowa had traded tens of thousands of genes of chilies from the Heavenly Lion tribe. Since the two tribes were close, the chilies the wolves traded for weren't exchanged at the Baihu commercial district. Instead, after returning to the Heavenly Lion tribe, the chief arranged for their totem warriors to personally deliver the chilies to the Sirius tribe. This way, the Heavenly Lion tribe could bring chilies to the Heluo Tribe and trade them with other beast folk tribes farther from the Heavenly Lion tribe. Similarly, the Snake Mountain tribe followed the same process when trading for chilies with the Sirius tribe. The Snake Mountain tribe's mud beans and other goods, as well as the Sirius tribe's golden rods and millet, were also ordered first and delivered later. End of this chapter. A cool breeze rustled by. By the pond, the temperature was noticeably lower than in the rest of the stone forest. After lunch, Changxia sat under the shade of a tree, rubbing her full belly and resting. Shen Rong and the other beast folk began preparing the crying birds, stuffing them with the vegetables they'd readied and coating them with various seasonings. The crying birds had already been soaked and marinated. This time, they added just a bit of seasoning salt and soy sauce, along with ginger, scallions, and other vegetables. Each bird was wrapped layer by layer in clean leaves, then coated in wet mud. 3 fire pits had already been prepared, with plenty of hot coals at the bottom. They removed the unburned firewood, buried the wrapped birds in the pits, then covered them with earth. Worried the coals at the bottom might not cook the birds through, they built roaring bonfires on top of the mounds. One by one, all 6 crying birds were buried in the fire pits. Only the last one was left. Changxia planned to stew that one. It's so hot. Maple moved away from the fire, sat down next to Changxia, and fanned herself with a leaf. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and she was starting to worry whether Changxia could handle it. Shen Rong's suggestion to travel at night was really smart. Changxia nodded, gazing through the gaps in the leaves at the clear blue sky. She sighed, if we traveled in this heat, we'd be roasted into jerky. It's not even that hot yet, Gemma said gently. In another half a month, the twilight forest would enter the true warm season, and then it would really be hot enough to kill someone. The beast cubs in the tribe would want nothing more than to soak in water all day. In half a month, it'll get even hotter, Maple said. Changxia, you'd better be prepared. The climate in the clear moon forest is pretty mild, but once you enter the bewitching jungle, you might start questioning your life. One moment, the mountains are clear and sunny, and the next, it could be pouring rain. The strange climate of the bewitching jungle was famous throughout the twilight forest. Every mountain range had its own weather, no exaggeration. Other beast folk greatly admired the Lion clan for being able to thrive in the bewitching jungle. It really took courage. Still, as bizarre as the climate was, the variety of plants and animals living there was truly astonishing. The ever-changing weather created huge temperature swings, resulting in all sorts of rare and unusual creatures. In terms of abundance, the Heavenly Lion tribe could definitely compete with the Sirius tribe. Otherwise, how could the chili-growing Heavenly Lion tribe support such a large lion clan? Hearing you all talk about it makes me even more curious about the bewitching jungle, Changxia said, her eyes sparkling with longing. Don't worry, it'll pass sooner or later, Maple Leaf said. I keep thinking about the rock cattle from the Sky Lion tribe. Honeydew promised she'd treat me to some, Changxia said with a grin. Adult rock cattle are bold enough to charge and kill saber-toothed tigers. Saber-toothed tigers, like the fang tigers, are among the fiercest predators in the forest. Rock cattle are herbivores, huge and incredibly strong. Honeydew told Changxia that rock cattle taste even better than black-horned cattle, and Changxia had been craving them for a long time. Rock cattle from the Sky Lion tribe really are delicious, Gemma said, licking her lips at the memory. You heard that right, Gemma did say rock cattle are delicious. Rock cattle are herbivores that live in the enchanted jungle. Sometimes, they get lost and wander into the clear moon forest. The wolf tribe has hunted them before, and they are indeed delicious. Jiva, will we pass through the enchanted jungle on our way to the clear moon forest? Pukong asked, drooling as he stuffed dried meat into his mouth to curb his cravings. Whether he's hungry or not isn't the point. Elder Pukong is just a glutton. Jiva looked speechlessly at Elder Pukong. They'd set their sights on the clear moon forest from the start. How could they possibly pass through the enchanted jungle? Sure, the enchanted jungle borders the clear moon forest, but it's not on their route. How would they even pass by? Pukong, are you stupid? Tianai snapped. The two places are in completely different directions. How would you pass by? This guy's gluttony makes him act dumb. It's a wonder the Heluo Tribe manages to keep an eye on him. If they let him loose, he'd probably eat an entire mountain range clean in no time. Elder Pukong, do you want to eat rock cattle? Jiva asked. Changxia and the others were sitting under a tree not far away, so Jiva and the other beastmen could hear their conversation clearly. Elder Pukong suddenly asked if their journey would take them through the enchanted jungle. Jiva guessed it probably had something to do with the rock cattle Changxia mentioned. Little Changxia wants to, Pukong started. Jiva paused, then said, rock cattle live in the enchanted jungle, but sometimes they get lost and wander into the clear moon forest. There's a chance we'll run into one, but I can't promise anything. The enchanted jungle is lion territory. They're wolf tribe beastmen. Crossing the border could spark a tribal conflict. Jiva is the chief of the Sky Wolf tribe. He's not stupid, and he's not about to do anything reckless. Okay, Pukong replied. Chief Jiva glanced at him warily, wanting to say something but not quite daring to. Elder Senda looked up slightly and said in a low voice, Pukong, don't go causing trouble for Changxia. Once we've finalized the route for the new road through the clear moon forest, we'll naturally enter the enchanted jungle. Then you can hunt as many rock cattle or blackwater pythons as you like. Hearing Elder Senda's warning, Chief Jiva wholeheartedly agreed and was quite pleased. But when Elder Senda mentioned blackwater pythons, Jiva's usually expressionless face became even more blank. Elder Senda truly lived up to his reputation as a snake catcher. No matter where he went, he never forgot about hunting pythons. With an elder like Senda, can the Snake Mountain tribe really trust him to enter the Muwatch Mountains? When it comes to places with the most pythons, the Muwatch Mountains are unrivaled. If the Snake Mountain tribe hadn't objected, the beastmen of the Twilight Forest would have renamed the Muwatch Mountains as Snake Mountain. The Snake tribe worships anacondas and won't kill pythons unless necessary. In fact, some members of the Snake Mountain tribe even keep pythons as pets. Few beastmen from other tribes dare to live in the Snake Mountain tribe's territory, and the Snake tribe rarely marries outsiders. Even if they do, they usually move away. Aside from the Snake tribe, almost no beastmen can accept living with pythons. Hehehe. Elder Pukong understood what Elder Senda meant and was very satisfied. He immediately let out a loud, high-pitched laugh. It echoed with the distant cries of the weeping birds, making for a rather unique, if somewhat grating, soundscape. I feel a little dizzy. Gemma shook her head, startled by Elder Pukong's sudden outburst. Maple Leaf said, don't worry, you'll get used to it if you hear it enough. We've still got several days before we reach the Sky Wolf tribe in the Clear Moon Forest. I'm sure you'll get used to it by then. Changxia said nothing. That hardcore response really caught her off guard. Changxia, do you want to take a walk in the boulder forest? Shen Rong came over after burying the weeping bird, asking if Changxia wanted to go explore. He planned to call Kongshan and the others to check upstream of the pool and see how the jade mine was doing. Changxia glanced up at the blazing sun and shook her head. It's too hot. I don't want to go. You guys go ahead, I'm going to take a nap. All right, I'll go check out the pool with Kongshan and the others, Shen Rong said. After chatting with Changxia, he walked over to Elder Pukong and the others to say a few words. As he left, Qingxin and Sanglin followed him. They'd rather go out than rest by the pool. This chapter ends. I smell something delicious. Where? I don't smell anything. In the afternoon, Changxia woke from a nap to hear Elder Pukong and the others arguing. They seemed to be discussing some delicious smell. What smell? Changxia asked groggily, opening her eyes. Maple Leaf replied, Elder Pukong and the others are debating whether the weeping bird is cooked yet. They say they can smell it roasting and want to dig up the fire pit to check. The weeping bird is cooked? Changxia looked up at the sky to estimate the time. Over the years, she'd gotten used to telling time by the sun's position. It seemed about right. She said, let it roast a bit longer, then dig up the fire pit. By the way, have Shen Rong and the others come back yet? She'd slept for over 2 hours. Counting the time before her nap, it was almost 3.5 hours. Once they dug up the weeping bird, it would be time to prepare dinner. After that, they'd need to set out again. No, not yet, Maple Leaf said, shaking her head. Gemma brought over a basin of water for Changxia to wash her face. Changxia thanked her and splashed her face with water, not even bothering with a towel. In the afternoon, the air by the pond was a bit humid and warm. Having just woken up, Long Xia's face still felt a little sticky. She splashed some water on her face, rubbing it a few times, then buried her face in the wooden basin to scrub again. She repeated this several times before finally stopping. Little Long Xia, can we dig the fire pit yet? Elder Pukong called out loudly. Patting the water droplets from her face, Long Xia replied, Elder Pukong, let's wait a bit longer. Gemma, wash the pot and start cooking the golden millet and corn porridge. Once we dig up the crying birds, we'll have an early dinner and get on the road, Jua instructed. They had already spent half the day just to eat crying birds. Tonight, they needed to travel through the night. Besides wanting to help Long Xia quickly determine the route for the road through Qingwei Forest, Chief Jua was also eager to return to the Heluo Tribe and distribute the goods they had exchanged. On top of that, things like seaweed candy could melt in the heat, and Chief Jua worried that if it melted, the tribe wouldn't get to enjoy the delicious treat. That would be a real shame. All right, I'll wash the golden millet and corn right away, Gemma responded. Maple Leaf washed her hands and said, Gemma, let me help. Maple Leaf, take out some fruit flour to ferment. Let's make some steamed buns if we get hungry on the road tonight. We can eat those instead of having to stop and hunt, Long Xia reminded her. Fruit flour cakes got a bit hard when they cooled, but the buns stayed softer. Long Xia figured they should make extra buns to fill their stomachs when needed. Of course, they could also make steamed bread with the fruit flour. Long Xia liked meat, but she preferred the buns. Some people in the Heluo Tribe had figured out how to make steamed bread on their own. When they went out hunting or gathering, they'd bring a few big steamed buns and a water pouch, which made things much easier. That's a good idea, Maple Leaf said happily. It's a pity we didn't run into any wild boars in the boulder forest. Otherwise, we could have made more roast meat to take with us. Then, when we got hungry, we could just eat some roast meat and buns without having to stop and build a fire. At that, a few of the beastmen near Elder Pukong perked up. There were no wild boars in the boulder forest, but there were still crying birds and fish. Maple Leaf, can't we just roast crying birds and fish? Jua asked. Maple Leaf hesitated. Didn't you all say roast crying bird doesn't taste good? If it saves us time on the road, who cares if it tastes good or not? Once we get to the Heluo Tribe, the Wolf Clan will treat you to something better, Jua said confidently. But with his perpetually expressionless face, he just came across as cold and aloof. As for anything else, sorry. That was all anyone ever felt from him. Tian Tai, it's your turn to hunt crying birds this time, Pukong said, picking his nose and grinning as he teased Elder Tian Tai. Elder Tian Tai snorted. Jua, let's go, Tian Tai said. Chief Jua grinned at Elders Pukong and Senda. I'll leave the safety of the pond to you two. Go on, hurry up. That smile of yours is something else. But next time, maybe don't smile, Senda urged. Every time Chief Jua's expression changed, it seemed to test the nerves of all the beastmen. Even Elder Senda couldn't handle it. The only one who could look Chief Jua in the eye without flinching was probably the carefree Elder Pukong, who only cared about eating and not much else. After all, he was the strongest in the Twilight Forest, no arguments allowed. Danger? For him, it simply didn't exist. Honestly, if there was any real danger, it was probably the wild beasts of the twilight forest running into him. Pfft. Hearing Elder Senda's pointed remark, Long Xia and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chief Jua, used to it by now, left with Elder Tian Tai to look for crying birds, preparing food for the night's journey. Chief Jua really has a good temperament, not even a bit angry, Long Xia said with a smile. Gemma whispered, maybe he's just used to it. Whenever the beast cubs see the chief, they all keep their distance, afraid he might suddenly smile or something. Gemma's explanation only made Maple Leaf and Long Xia laugh even harder. Poor Chief Jua, he really had it tough. When they dug up the roasted crying birds from the fire pit later, they'd be sure to let him eat more. As they chatted and laughed, their hands didn't stop working. Gemma started simmering the golden millet and corn porridge, while Long Xia and Maple Leaf began chopping up the crying birds. Long Xia planned to stew the remaining one, cutting yam into chunks to add once the bird was cooked. Besides yam, she'd prepared other vegetables like cabbage and radish. Some of these vegetables were brought by Long Xia, some were sorted by Muqin from the Heluo Tribe, and the rest were traded from the Sirius Tribe and the other 3 tribes. Thanks to Long Xia, the vegetables the 3 tribes brought were snapped up by all the other tribes. In the end, everyone still wanted more. If the tribes weren't so far apart and travel wasn't so inconvenient, many beastmen would have gone to the Gray Mist Prairie to trade for more vegetables. When the shaman suggested building a road, all the tribes agreed immediately. Deep down, the beastmen were all thinking the same thing. Once the road was built, they could go straight to whichever tribe had what they wanted and trade for it. Most of them probably had that idea. Once the crying bird was chopped and put into the stone pot with ginger and scallions to stew, Long Xia and Maple Leaf started kneading and fermenting the dough. Elder Senda glanced at Elder Pukong and said quietly, "You stay here, I'm going to catch a couple of snakes." Missing out on snake for a meal made Elder Senda feel restless. Looking at the sun in the sky, he figured he still had time for a quick hunt. With the high temperatures in the boulder forest, the snakes and pythons would be hiding in the shade now. Elder Senda was sure he'd have a good haul if he went out at this time. "Go on." Pukong waved him off, still stuffing dried meat into his mouth from a pouch at his waist that seemed never to run empty. The tough jerky crunched loudly in his mouth. Probably no other beastman had teeth as strong as his. "Long Xia, I'm heading out for a bit," Senda called as he left. End of story text. The rest is site navigation and not part of the narrative. If you need the navigation/menu bits translated as well, let me know. Maple Leaf was covered in black lines, speechless. He's definitely gone off to catch pythons. Changxia's body tensed slightly. She watched Elder Senda walk away, then glanced at Elder Pukong, who hadn't stopped talking the whole time. Are the elders in this tribe, with all their different personalities, just a little too adorable? End of this chapter. Are pythons really tasty? Gemma blinked, curiosity in her eyes. Changxia replied, "The first time I tried it, it was delicious. But you have to get over the mental hurdle. Most beast folk can't accept it." "I think it's just SOSO," Maple Leaf said. Elder Senda is obsessed with eating snakes, earning him the nickname Snake Catcher. Few beast folk in the tribe dare get too close to him, but Snakewalker seems to really like Elder Senda. Every time Maple Leaf saw Snakewalker getting close to Elder Senda, she found it especially bizarre. She couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Snakewalker afraid that one day Elder Senda might mistake him for a python and slaughter him? When it comes to eating pythons, no one in the Twilight Forest can compete with Elder Senda. "Gemma, if you're curious, you should try some when Elder Senda's done cooking," Changxia encouraged. Gemma was shy and timid by nature. If no one gave her a push, she'd probably never ask, no matter how curious she was. Really? Is that okay?" Gemma asked. "Of course," Changxia nodded firmly. Elder Senda loves sharing the joy of eating snake with others. If you want to try, he'll be delighted. Elder Senda was different from Elder Pukong, who guarded his food jealously. He was always happy to share. "Then I'll give it a try." Gemma clenched her fists, cheering herself on in a small voice. "Changxia, we're back." Suddenly, Hessen's familiar shout rang out, coming closer. For a moment, Changxia thought it was Yadong calling her. But then she remembered Yadong wasn't with the group. It must be Hisin or Wanmu or one of the other beast folk. Shen Rong, they're back. Maple Leaf looked up in the direction of the noise. Shen Rong had taken Kongshan and a big group of beast folk upstream to the pool, and they'd been gone for over 3 hours. If they didn't return soon, it would be dusk. Haha, meat, I smell meat. That wolf boy Shen Rong has some luck, looks like they caught something tasty. Elder Pukong laughed loudly, saliva spraying everywhere. Luckily, there were no other beast folk nearby, or they'd have gotten a shower. Changxia raised her eyebrows. Elder Pukong's nose was sharp. He could smell meat from that far away. That was some sense of smell. Forest deer. When they saw what Shen Rong and the others had brought back, the beast folk all looked at each other in surprise. Forest deer lived in the Moonwatch Mountains of the Snake Peak Tribe. Changxia and the others had encountered them in Weishan. By all rights, there shouldn't be any forest deer in the Boulder Forest. This was strange. They must have come from the Nameless Mountains, Pukong said, pointing east of the Boulder Forest. There are forest deer living in the Nameless Mountains, which are on the edge of our territory. Except for patrols, the tribe rarely hunts there. In a way, the Heluo Tribe's territory did have deer herds. The Nameless Mountains, are those past the Boulder Forest? Gemma asked curiously. Maple Leaf nodded. Yes. Beyond the Boulder Forest are the Nameless Mountains, which are rich in game. When the tribe is preparing for the cold season, we organize hunting parties to patrol the territory, and that's when people go to the Nameless Mountains to hunt. Normally, it's too far, so the tribe doesn't send hunting parties there. Hearing this, Changxia understood. The Nameless Mountains were like King Shanyan except for territory patrols. The tribe rarely hunted there. It was too far and took too much time to go back and forth. Besides, there was plenty of game near the tribe, so there was no need to go all the way to the Nameless Mountains. Changxia, look what we caught. Hisin happily walked over carrying a forest deer. They'd caught 3 in total. Hisin, Wanmu, and Sanglin each carried 1, while the others carried several large rocks. Changxia smiled at Hisin, but her gaze lingered on the rocks Shen Rong and the others were holding. The rocks were covered in brown moss, and you couldn't tell what was inside just by looking. Seeing Changxia's attention on Shen Rong's side, Hisin regretted not carrying a rock instead of the game. Shen Rong. There's probably jade inside these rocks, Shen Rong said, setting down the rocks and pointing upstream. From my investigation, the Boulder Forest has great potential. He didn't say outright that there was a jade mine, but great potential said it all. The Boulder Forest had a jade mine, and a rich one at that. Great! Changxia cheered, crouching down to stroke the mossy rocks. Even though her hands were covered in moss, nothing could wipe the smile off her face. Little Changxia, what about the crying birds? Pukong wasn't interested in rocks. They couldn't be eaten or played with. He thought the crying birds in the fire pit were much more appealing. Pukong's reminder snapped Changxia back. She slapped her forehead and said, Hisin, you're back just in time. Go wash your hands and dig a fire pit. The crying birds should be almost done roasting. If I'd known you'd catch forest deer, I would have stopped Elder Tian Ai and Chief Jua earlier. Where did they go? Shen Rong asked as he washed his hands. I said we should make more stuffed buns for the journey tonight. Maple Leaf said if we could catch some wild boar, we could roast the meat in advance and eat it with the buns on the road. After hearing that, Elder Tian Ai and the others decided to go hunt crying birds. Changxia kept her eyes on the rocks. 9 large rocks, she was grinning from ear to ear. But she knew they wouldn't be able to take the rocks with them. They'd probably leave them by the pool. Then, once they reached the Wolf Tribe, have the Wolf Clan contact the shaman to inform the Heluo Tribe about the jade in the Boulder Forest, and have the tribe send people to collect the rocks. How long have they been gone? Shen Rong asked. Changxia spread her hands and said, It's been a while. After speaking, she withdrew her gaze from the rocks and looked at the 3 forest deer. For dinner, we'll have weeping birds and golden millet porridge. These 3 forest deer can be roasted for a late-night snack. Honestly, I kind of hope Elder Tian Ai and the others don't have much luck hunting today. At that, the other beastmen looked at each other in surprise. Was she actually hoping they wouldn't catch anything? There's too much game already. Processing it all takes a lot of time, Chang Xia explained, reading the confusion on their faces. Elder Tian I will never come back empty-handed, Qingxin said confidently. As he spoke, he glanced over at Elder Pukong. Though he tried to be subtle, Chang Xia and the others understood what he meant. What a headache. Chang Xia sighed. Hassan, you guys dig the fire pit. Shen Rong, figure out how we should prepare the forest deer, pick the simplest method. All right, leave it to me, Shen Rong nodded. Braised venison is delicious, Elder Pukong said, giving Shen Rong a deep look, as if he was just making a casual suggestion. At his words, both Chang Xia and Shen Rong twitched their lips. That's definitely not the simplest method. They exchanged glances. But since Elder Pukong had spoken, braised venison was now a must. All right, let's do it, Shen Rong agreed. Elder Pukong laughed heartily at that. To Elder Pukong, food was food, but who could say no to something tastier? End of this chapter. Hassan, you and Wanmu dig the weeping birds out of the fire pit. Kongshan, you guys come help process the forest deer, 3 of them should keep us busy, Shen Rong said as he stretched his neck and hands. Skin them, butcher them, but skip the innards this time. There wasn't enough time, it would take too long. Chang Xia, do you want the innards? Shen Rong asked. He was inclined to throw them out, but decided to check with her first. Chang Xia shook her head lightly. No. It takes too long to deal with them, and we need to travel tonight. Just dig a pit and bury them. Clearly, she thought the same as Shen Rong. No need to waste time on the innards, they had plenty of food anyway. However, they didn't waste the deer blood. They collected it in wooden bowls and drank quite a bit of it fresh while butchering. Chang Xia even had a bowl herself. Deer blood is nourishing and can be drunk directly. Soon, 6 white-hot clay balls were dug out of the fire pit. A faint, delicious aroma drifted from them, making some of the beastmen swallow hungrily as they stared at the clay balls with longing. Smells amazing, Maple Leaf whispered. Elder Pukong had said weeping birds didn't taste like much, and Elder Senda had agreed. Influenced by the elders, Maple Leaf and the others had never tried weeping birds before. Now, smelling the aroma from the clay, they craned their necks, eyes glued to the balls. Gemma, can you let Elder Tianai and the Jiva chief know? Chang Xia asked, holding a wooden stick but hesitating to crack open the clay. She turned to Gemma, asking how to notify the others. Clearly, she wanted everyone present before breaking open the clay-wrapped weeping birds. I'll do it, Qingxin volunteered, leaping up into the branches of a nearby tree. A long, clear wolf howl rang out. The stone forest was too vast to go searching, so Qingxin simply used his howl to call Elder Tiantai and the Jiva chief back to the pool. Seeing this, Hassan followed suit, jumping into a tree and howling as well. That should do it. They'll be back soon. Chang Xia, can we open them yet? The other beastmen crowded around, wanting to join in the fun instead of processing the deer. Wait for the clay to cool down. Don't crowd around, spread out, Chang Xia waved them away. No rush. Elder Tian I and the others aren't back yet, and I'm not in a hurry to crack them open. Besides, the golden millet porridge wasn't ready yet. The dough for the buns wasn't wrapped either. With fresh venison, they could make venison buns later. Still, Chang Xia wanted to make some vegetarian buns too. Meat buns were tasty, but veggie buns had their own appeal. Shen Rong, slice up some venison. Maple Leaf, is the dough ready? Let's make some venison buns and some veggie ones too. On it. Chang Xia, do you need help marinating the venison? Yes. Slice it first, then marinate and season it, Chang Xia nodded, directing the others to help process the deer and prepare the buns. She also had Hassan weave a few vine baskets and cut some grass to make mats for steaming the buns. Even though everyone's eyes were still glued to the 6 clay balls, the area by the pool was soon bustling with activity. When Elder Tianai and the other 2 returned, the vine baskets were set on the stone pot to steam the buns. Shen Rong started roasting meat, Gemma's golden millet porridge was ready, and Chang Xia began making braised venison. Since they were in a hurry, she didn't stew it for long, no time to make it melt in your mouth tender. Wow! Elder Tianai exclaimed like a child, we were only gone a little while, and you've already prepared so much food, Chang Xia? Smells great, Jiva said simply. Elder Senda, still with a snake coiled around his waist and walking with a powerful stride, had a bit more light in his eyes as he looked at the stone pot on the stove. Who could resist good food? There you are at last. Hassan called out, urging, come on, hurry up. We've been waiting for you three to crack open the clay balls. The others all smiled at Hassan's antics. Our bad, Jiva said, tossing down his catch, a few weeping birds. Elder Senda's haul was modest, 2 snakes. He looked a bit disappointed, clearly not happy with the meager pickings. The stone forest really lived up to its reputation as a barren place. Not much to hunt, not even many snakes. Changxia. The 3 elders of Tiantai went to the pond to wash their hands. All the beastmen turned their gaze to Changxia, calling her name. Open it, Changxia said. As soon as she spoke, the short stick in Hassan's hand dropped to the ground, striking the nearest mud ball. With a few cracking sounds, all 6 mud balls were broken open. A unique aroma instantly filled the air. Unlike the beggar's chicken they'd eaten before, the roasted crying bird had a faintly sweet fragrance. It wasn't the usual charred smell of roasted meat, instead, it was especially enticing. Gulp. Someone, no one knew who, was the first to swallow their saliva. Then, it spread to everyone. Little Changxia, this fire-pit-roasted crying bird smells amazing. Pukong exclaimed, grabbing a crying bird beside him and taking a big bite. Immediately, all the other beastmen glared at him in anger. Pukong! Tianai roared, furious. You're sneaking food. I am not, Pukong retorted, not pausing as he took another bite. Elder Tianai couldn't stand it and tried to snatch the crying bird from him, but Changxia, half amused and half exasperated, hurried over to stop him, saying gently, Elder Tianai, we still have 5 more crying birds. Let Elder Pukong have that one. Elder Pukong's appetite was like a bottomless pit. Forget just one crying bird, he could easily eat several more. Rather than waste time fighting him for it, it was better to get some food themselves. Elder Tiantai wasn't stupid. With Changxia's reminder, he quickly caught on. He hurriedly grabbed a crying bird nearby, trying to keep as far away from Elder Pukong as possible. Seeing this, the other beastmen weren't about to be left behind and quickly joined in. Changxia calmly picked up her bone knife and began carving up the crying birds. She scooped out the vegetables from their bellies. While she was busy, Shen Rong asked Kongshan to help roast the venison, while he stir-fried the braised venison. This was a dish Elder Pukong had requested, so he dared not be careless. Maple Leaf, bring me a clean wooden bowl, Changxia said. While Elders Tiantai and Pukong bickered, the other beastmen watched Changxia and learned how to carve up the crying birds. Elder Senda quietly dealt with his snake, debating whether to grill snake skewers or make a snake stew for dinner. After a while, he decided on grilled snake skewers. They were simpler and saved time. Shen Rong, come try this, Changxia said, cutting off a piece of crying bird and offering it to Shen Rong. Shen Rong opened his mouth and ate the piece, chewing gently. The crying bird cooked this way wasn't dry at all. Instead, it was tender and juicy. With one bite, his mouth was filled with the delicious aroma of the crying bird, along with the fresh scent of vegetables. It was, simply put, amazing. This tastes fantastic, Changxia said. Elder Pukong, how's the crying bird? Little Changxia, you're amazing, Pukong replied, tearing into the crying bird. He'd eaten crying bird before, and, honestly, it had always tasted terrible. Who would have thought that with Changxia's new method, it could become so delicious? Elder Pukong was truly moved. This meant there was another tasty dish to enjoy in the future. Compared to whole roasted sheep or cattle, this roasting method was simpler and much more suited to rough-and-ready types like Elder Pukong. End of this chapter. Every time I watch Elder Pukong eat, I feel a little scared, Hassan whispered. Wanmu nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm just afraid he'll accidentally eat a beastman if he's not careful. His appetite was truly intimidating. Nonsense, don't exaggerate, Maple Leaf rolled her eyes, looking helplessly at the 2 troublemakers. Ever since Elder Pukong learned to control his bloodline ability, he rarely lost control. Even if he did, the worst that happened was his appetite got a bit out of hand. He'd never hurt a clansman, at least, not physically. Of course, it was pretty common for people to faint from exhaustion while preparing food for him. The side effects of his bloodline ability were beyond his control. There was nothing to be done about it. Maple Leaf, aren't you scared? Get a little closer to Elder Pukong and try to snatch some crying bird meat from him, Hassan said, smirking and egging her on. Maple Leaf froze. Was he serious about snatching food from Elder Pukong? Even though she was his disciple, Maple Leaf wouldn't dare try to take food from Elder Pukong's hands. So far, the only one who'd ever succeeded was Changxia, and that was when she was a child. Once Changxia got older and learned about Elder Pukong's bloodline ability, she never tried it again. Trying to take food from Elder Pukong? Are you looking to die? Wanmu's face turned pale as he kicked Hissin in the rear. If this idiot wanted to die, he shouldn't drag them down with him. Even Elder Senda, who had just finished dealing with his snake, looked up and stared speechlessly at Hissin's antics. Was he trying to make Maple Leaf's life harder, or did he think this trip was just too easy? Maple Leaf, why don't you test Hissin's recent training results? This brat's getting cocky, Senda said with a lazy smile, very satisfied to see Hissin's face suddenly change color. This little troublemaker knew full well what Elder Pukong was like. Yet he still dared to provoke Maple Leaf. If he didn't get a lesson, he'd really think he could get away with anything. No, please, Hissin wailed. But before he could get out a second cry, Maple Leaf's face twisted into a fierce grin. She flexed her hands, stomped her foot, and before Hissin could react, her fist landed squarely on him, punch after punch, with no mercy at all. What's going on over there? In the distance, the Heluo Tribe chief and the other wolf beastmen looked at each other in confusion. They watched as Maple Leaf chased Hissin around, but none of the Heluo Tribe beastmen tried to stop them. It's nothing, just horseplay, Shen Rong said with a gentle smile, answering calmly. With Yadong gone, there was now the troublemaker Hissin. These silly beastmen males really did bring a lot of fun. Amidst the laughter and chaos, everyone happily tasted the fire-patrosted crying bird. Meanwhile, the crying bird stewing in the stone pot was giving off a mouth-watering aroma as well. Want some soup? If you do, help yourself. Changxia called out as Shen Rong carried a large serving of braised venison over to Elder Pukong. The biggest portion was for him. The rest was divided between Elder Tiantai and the Jiva chief, and only then did the other beastmen get their share. Elder Senda wasn't particularly fond of venison. He nibbled on some crying bird meat, but his attention was really on the grilled snake skewer he was twirling in his hand. No matter what else was on the menu, nothing beat a snake skewer for him. Elder Senda, can Gemma try a snake skewer? Changxia ladled a bowl of crying bird soup for Elder Senda and brought Gemma over. Hearing that Gemma wanted to try the snake skewer, Elder Senda was delighted. He handed her a freshly grilled skewer and said gently, "It's a bit hot, let it cool before you eat." Gemma took the skewer and carefully took a bite. She was immediately amazed by the flavor. Elder Senda, this grilled snake skewer is delicious. Gemma exclaimed happily. You have good taste. Come here, let me tell you. Changxia shrugged and left them to it. Those two were completely absorbed in the deliciousness of their skewers. It would be a while before they came back to their senses. Maple Leaf looked at Gemma in surprise. This shy beast from the Skywolf tribe actually liked Elder Senda's grilled snake skewers? Looks really can be deceiving, impressive. Qingxin, is Gemma really that timid? At this, Qingxin, Zhanglin, and the other wolf beast men fell silent. To be honest, none of them were particularly interested in grilled snake skewers. Gemma's enthusiasm was totally unexpected. Changxia, the venison dumplings are steamed, wanna try some? Shen Rong broke the awkward silence, calling Changxia over to taste the venison dumplings. After roasting crying bird over the fire and making crying bird vegetable soup, everyone's attitude toward the strange-sounding crying birds of the Boulder Forest had changed from dislike to acceptance. The Boulder Forest was vast, and with no natural predators, crying birds thrived in flocks. Unlike Song Mountain, where the tribe had eaten them all, here Changxia didn't have to worry about them running out. Each crying bird was the size of a wild goat. Paired with other foods, one crying bird was enough to feed several families in the tribe. Song Mountain chickens were different. Small as they were, 7 or 8 wouldn't even fill up a single beastman. "I'll try some," Changxia replied. The steamed dumplings were tipped into a wooden bowl, and the steamer went back on the fire. Meanwhile, the beastmen who were full started packing up their things. Once the dumplings were done and the venison was roasted, it would be time to set out. The plan was to cross the boulder forest by nightfall and reach the Nameless Mountains by morning. Once they crossed the Nameless Mountains, they'd enter the Skywolf tribe's territory, part of the Clear Moon Forest. The reason Changxia's group could travel so quickly across 2 tribal territories was simple. They had 3 elders with them. The elders constantly released their auras, driving away dangerous beasts. With no threats around, the beastmen could travel at full speed. Normally, a hunting party would need to post totem warriors as guards, and there's no way they could cover such a distance in a day, let alone travel at night. "I'm so stuffed," Qingxin sighed, rubbing his belly. Sang Lin and the others followed suit, sitting on the ground with their bellies sticking out, resting. Even though they claimed to be full, their eyes were still glued to the dumplings in the steamer. Changxia still had half a crying bird left, so she brought it over to Elder Pukong. The leftover crying bird vegetable soup also ended up in Elder Pukong's stomach. You could say Elder Pukong never turned down food. No matter how much he ate, his belly never seemed to change. "Maple Leaf, keep an eye on the stove for me." "I ate so much I feel like I'm about to burst," Changxia said, pacing back and forth in small steps, feeling like the food was about to come up her throat. Too bad there wasn't any hawthorn to help with digestion, so she popped a green candy into her mouth instead, using the sweetness to suppress her queasiness. Shen Rong wanted to rub her stomach for her, but Changxia refused before he could even start, not out of shyness, but because she was afraid that if he did, she'd throw up right then and there. Maple Leaf couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Changxia pacing. She'd noticed earlier, when Shen Rong was feeding Changxia, that Changxia was too embarrassed to refuse and ended up overeating. Shen Rong felt genuinely guilty, regretting that he'd made Changxia eat so much. He untied his medicine pouch, hoping to find something to aid digestion, but after searching, he didn't find anything suitable. So, all he could do was watch helplessly as Changxia kept pacing. Luckily, the dumplings weren't done yet, and the roast meat wasn't ready either, so there was still some time before they had to set out. End of this chapter. A cool breeze blew gently. The boulder forest was entering its twilight hours. Shen Rong and the other beastmen packed up, getting ready to set out. Changxia, put on a coat. "It might get chilly traveling at night. Wear something extra so you don't catch cold," Shen Rong said gently. Maple Leaf added, "Changxia, listen to Shen Rong. Better wear an extra layer." Beastmen were strong and hardy and weren't afraid of the cold, even when traveling in the cold season. But Changxia was frail, and both Shen Rong and Maple Leaf worried about her. It was safer for her to wear more. "All right, I'll take my coat out and put it on if it gets cold," Changxia replied. She wasn't a child, she knew when to listen. Traveling at night, crossing into another tribe's territory, she understood why Shen Rong and the others were so tense. "Is everyone ready?" The Jiva chief shifted into his beast form. He and the 3 elders didn't carry any baskets. They were on guard duty. He turned to look back at Shen Rong, Changxia, and the others. "Let's go." Shen Rong waited until Changxia was settled, then nodded and gave a low growl. Dozens of figures, backs to the setting sun, slipped into the depths of the boulder forest. Overhead, birds circled as they returned to their nests, and the air was filled with the mournful cries of the crying birds. Changxia shivered and pulled her clothes tighter around her. She wasn't easily scared, but the wailing of the crying birds still sent a chill down her spine. No wonder Qingxin said that Gemma was frightened by the crying birds when passing through the boulder forest. Soon enough, night fell. When beastmen shifted into their beast forms, they could still see clearly in the dark. Traveling through the night didn't affect them at all. However, the chances of being ambushed did increase. After running for more than 2 hours, they encountered a forest python. Before Changxia could even warn them, Elder Senda had already subdued the python and crushed its skull. Cheerfully, He wrapped the python around his beast form and even flashed a smile at Gemma, saying, "Gemma, next time we take a break, I'll treat you to some forest python." "Thank you, Elder Senda," Gemma replied happily. Her soft, cheerful voice rang out. Not far away, Chief Jiva and the other wolf beast men all paused in their tracks. Had Gemma been led astray? Back in the tribe, no one had ever heard of Gemma liking to eat snakes or pythons. In that instant, all the wolf beast men wore strange, twisted, and complicated expressions. After that, the group encountered several more waves of beast attacks. With Chief Jiva and the 3 elders guarding them, the wild beasts didn't even get a chance to approach, let alone attack. They were slain on the spot. Skinned, butchered, and packed into baskets. Changxia watched as Chief Jiva skillfully handled the beasts. She couldn't help but feel sorry for those unlucky creatures. Ambushing them was basically a death sentence. Changxia put on her coat and ate some roasted meat and rice cakes. Thanks to tonight's haul, they wouldn't need to hunt tomorrow. She noticed that as they traveled further east, the mountains gradually disappeared, the boulders of the stone forest became fewer, and only scattered rocks remained around them. It was completely different from when they first entered the stone forest. Narrowing her eyes, Changxia gazed into the darkness ahead. She could just make out what looked like a ribbon floating on the horizon. The Nameless Mountains. After running at full speed for half the night, the Nameless Mountains finally came into view. Once they crossed the Nameless Mountains, they would enter the territory of the Skywolf Tribe. Changxia was right. We'll reach the Nameless Mountains before dawn, crossing the stone forest. That night, they rested briefly in the second half, eating, drinking, and taking care of personal needs. Afterwards, they didn't linger and kept moving. The forest python, spotted leopard, and jackals we encountered tonight all came from the Nameless Mountains. The stone forest belongs to the crying birds. It's too barren, so powerful beasts rarely show up here, Senda explained. All night long, they'd been attacked by wild beasts. Their luck wasn't great. Normally, these predators should have stayed in the Nameless Mountains and not appeared in the stone forest. We're actually pretty lucky. Changxia joked, next time we rest, we'll save time on hunting. That's not bad at all. As soon as she said that, everyone's spirits lifted. The resentment from being attacked so often faded away. Changxia, do you want to rest now? Jiva asked. Let's keep going, Changxia replied. We can look for a good place to rest at noon. The temperature was low in the morning, perfect for traveling. In the afternoon, when it got hotter, they could rest. After a good sleep, they could continue their journey at night. The Clear Moon Forest was a flat plain. If they kept up this pace, they'd reach the Skywolf Tribe's territory in just 3 days. When she did the math, Changxia suddenly felt the pressure. Could she really finish surveying the route in just 1 month? The tribes were so far apart that just traveling between them would take days. If she factored in the time needed for surveying, it would take at least 2 months. Unless the Beast Tribe started building the road as soon as the route was decided. That would save a lot of time. Changxia wasn't tired, and neither were Shen Rong and the other beastmen. Soon, the sky began to lighten as the first rays of dawn appeared. Running toward the sunrise, the beastmen charged ahead. Changxia looked out at the Nameless Mountains, where dense, towering ancient trees could be seen in the distance. From afar, it looked a bit like Mount Song. However, because the Nameless Mountains were close to the Clear Moon Forest, from a distance, it looked like a sea of trees. No rolling hills, no towering cliffs. All she could see were trees, giant trees reaching up to the sky. Little Changxia, sprinkle some beast-repellent powder. The Nameless Mountains are full of insects and ants, and it's humid, Pukong reminded her. The Nameless Mountains were covered in dense forest all year round, crawling with bugs. The others had thick skin and didn't worry about bites, but Changxia's skin was delicate, so she needed some protection. Hearing this, Shen Rong slowed down so Changxia could get herself ready. The Nameless Mountains are full of ancient trees. Every time we clear a path, it gets overgrown with plants again in no time, Jiva said with a headache. Honestly, the Nameless Mountains were much more troublesome than the Stone Forest or Reed Flute Mountain. The bugs were manageable. The real problem was the endless ancient trees. Most of them were dozens of meters tall, and the entire nameless mountains were covered in towering trees, making it easy to get lost. When the Skywolf tribe crossed the nameless mountains, they had to hack out a path with great effort. But every time they cleared a road, by the next year, new trees would have grown over it, and they'd have to clear it again. Luckily, this time they were taking a recently cleared path, which would save a lot of time. The road from the Heluo Tribe to the Skywolf Tribe was basically the same one they were traveling now. However, this meant the Skywolf Tribe would have to build two roads. One connecting directly to the Heluo Tribe, and another passing through the Skylion Tribe. The latter was the main route because it would not only reach the Skylion Tribe, but also extend to the Snake Mountain Tribe. Chief Jiva, is the Skywolf Tribe planning to build stone houses or wooden ones? Changxia asked, her eyes lighting up. Chief Jiva slowed down, hesitating. The tribe hasn't decided yet. The Clear Moon Forest was a plain, but building wooden houses would require a lot of timber, and the Skywolf Tribe didn't have suitable wood. Stone houses would need stone, which wasn't ideal either. End of this chapter. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Changxia, do you have any good suggestions? Tianai asked expectantly. Changxia swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and smiled. Elder Tiantai, I'll need to visit the Tianlang tribe first before I can offer any advice. She wasn't familiar with the Wolf tribe's situation. She definitely didn't dare to offer suggestions rashly. One careless move could put the Tianlang tribe at risk. Having lived two lives, Changxia understood when to advance and when to retreat. However, she gazed at the endless sea of trees in the nameless mountains, the smile on her lips genuine. The Heluo tribe had no shortage of timber. If it weren't for the soil being so suitable for building kills, wooden houses would actually be an excellent choice. Nearby, Shen Rong, Maple Leaf, and the other beastmen seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. After all, they'd spent enough time with Changxia to know her well. The dense forest of the nameless mountains had clearly caught Changxia's interest. The Qingwei forest lacked timber, but the nameless mountains had an endless sea of trees. The Tianlang tribe could trade with the Heluo tribe for wood, a win-win situation. Of course, everything has its limits. If the forest in the nameless mountains wasn't kept in check, it would inevitably spread toward the Qingwei forest or the Boulder Woods. The Boulder Woods weren't much of a concern, but the Qingwei forest was the Tianlang tribe's territory. Would the Wolf tribe really accept unchecked expansion from the nameless mountains? All right, I'll wait for your advice, Changxia, Tianai said excitedly. Qingxin and the other wolf beastmen couldn't help but let out a series of wolf howls. They were tired of living in caves and had longed for the Heluo tribe's kiln dwellings for ages. Unfortunately, the Qingwei forest was on flat plains. It simply wasn't suitable for digging out kiln dwellings, and they didn't have the skills to build them above ground. During the warm season, the wolf tribe would leave their caves and build animal skin tents to live in. But without tree resin in the Qingwei forest, their tents were nowhere near as comfortable as the Heluo tribe's nests. Strong winds could easily collapse them, and heavy rain would flood them. When the cold season came, they'd have to move back into the caves. Honestly, it was pretty tough on the wolf beastmen. In this respect, the Tianzhe tribe had it much better. The Tianzhe tribe lived in stone houses, built from stacked rocks, much like the stone houses Changxia had described. The Lion tribe's stone houses were rough and small, limited by their building skills, but even so, they were far more comfortable than the constant back and forth the wolf tribe endured. The Tianang tribe had considered copying the Tianzhe tribe and building stone houses. Unfortunately, there weren't enough rocks in the Qingwei forest, and they were too proud to ask other tribes for help. So, year after year, day after day, they kept repeating the same migration between seasons. Changxia's arrival brought hope to the Tianlang tribe. After Changxia finished spraying beast repellent powder, Chief Gowa led the way into the Nameless Mountains. The Nameless Mountains were tranquil in the early morning. Aside from the occasional chirping of birds and insects, the mountains were as quiet as a young lady waiting in her boudoir, serene, graceful, and peaceful. A thin layer of morning mist curled around, adding a touch of delicate beauty to the scene. A morning breeze carried the faint fragrance of grass and trees. It was fresh and invigorating. "The nameless mountains are beautiful," Chang Xia exclaimed in admiration. Before her stretched an endless expanse of green. With her sharp eyesight, Chang Xia could even see the dew rolling on distant leaves. The morning sun slanted down, turning the sparkling dewdrops into golden beads. The golden droplets rolled along the veins of the leaves, fell to the ground, splashed, and then soaked into the earth. The forest floor, covered in fallen leaves, occasionally revealed patches of rich, black soil that amazed Chang Xia. Black soil. The nameless mountains were truly a treasure. Once the road connecting the tribes to the Tianlang tribe was built, the nameless mountains would be too valuable to ignore. Once Chang Xia finalizes the route, we'll need to clear this path through the nameless mountains again, Guo said seriously. It had only been half a month, but the trail they'd cut was already being swallowed by vegetation. Nature's power was truly astonishing. "The nameless mountains are rich in resources, but they're too far from the tribe," Maple Leaf said. As a totem warrior, Maple Leaf had patrolled the tribe's territory before. She'd been to the nameless mountains a few times and remembered them well, but they were so far away that, except near the cold season, the tribe rarely came here to hunt. "Once the road is open, it'll be much closer," Chang Xia replied. Suddenly, several beastly roars interrupted Chang Xia and the others on their journey. "What's going on?" Chang Xia was startled. She stood up and looked ahead. Why had they stopped so suddenly? Had something happened up ahead? At first, the beastly roars had startled Chang Xia, but now she could face them calmly. After all, in the forest, it would be strange not to hear beastly roars. "There's a strong smell of blood," Shen Rong said quietly. Maple Leaf nodded. "Yes, it's very strong." That could only mean a fierce predator was hunting, or perhaps two groups were fighting. The forest belonged to wild beasts, and battles for territory were common. Such fights were often even more brutal and bloody than the beastmen's hunts. "Wait here a moment," Guo stopped the group, telling everyone not to rush ahead. He followed the scent of blood to investigate, wanting to be sure of the situation before continuing. Their group was strong, so Chief Guo wasn't afraid of a fight. But he didn't want to waste time on unnecessary trouble. The forest was full of powerful predators, some of which lived in groups. If they ran into one, it could be a real headache. If they could avoid trouble, Chief Guo would much rather do so than force a confrontation. So they waited. More than 10 minutes passed. "Hasn't Chief Guo been gone a bit long?" Chang Xia asked worriedly. Elder Tiantai reassured her. "Don't worry, Chang Xia. Guo knows what he's doing. Let's wait a bit longer, he should be back soon." If there was real trouble, Guo would send a signal. Rustle, rustle. Soon, a faint sound came from the nearby forest. The beastmen tensed, ready for anything. "It's me," Guo called out. "A flame lion is hunting a herd of black horn cattle. The fight is pretty intense. Let's keep moving and stay out of it. The rest is website navigation and can be omitted." Whether it was the blazing lion or the blackhorn bull, both were troublesome to deal with. Chief Guo didn't want to stop, so he simply decided to pass by. "All right, let's keep moving," Tiantai responded, and a terrifying aura of killing intent surged skyward. Roar, roar. Sensing Elder Tiantai's intimidating presence, a provocative roar from the distant blazing lion echoed back. In response, Elder Tiantai let out a beastly roar of his own. Chang Xia worried that the blazing lion might charge at them. But unexpectedly after that, there was no more roaring from the blazing lion's side. It just quieted down naturally. If not for the thick scent of blood still lingering in the morning breeze, Chang Xia would have thought the earlier scene had never happened. Thinking of this, Chang Xia gave Elder Tiantai a thumbs up. "Little Chang Xia, I can handle a little scene like that too," Pukong said, opening his mouth, ready to let out a roar to show off. Before he could make a sound, Elder Senda rushed over and bumped him aside. "Pukang, keep it down," Senda warned. They needed to get moving and didn't have time to waste. The blazing lion wasn't blocking their way, so why stir up trouble? End of this chapter. Bang! Bang! Chang Xia raised her hand to cover her eyes. "Damn it!" Another day of the tribe's loving bickering, so convincing. The moment Elder Senda kicked Elder Pu Kang flying, everything fell silent around them, except for Pu Kang's grumbling. Shut up. Senda snapped. If you keep complaining when we get to the Tianling tribe, I'll tell the shaman everything you did. That did it. Elder Senda knew that just telling the tribe chief wouldn't be enough to keep Pu Kang in line. So, he didn't bother mentioning the Heluo tribe's chief. Instead, he went straight for the shaman. Pu Kang glared at Elder Senda. Was this Black Panther really so petty? Running to the shaman to tattle, didn't he worry about getting scolded by Yami and the others when they got back to the tribe? After all, word of tattling to the shaman would definitely spread throughout the entire dusky forest beast tribes. TCH. Pu Kang muttered under his breath, not daring to provoke further. After all, Elder Senda was ruthless enough to actually go to the shaman. Sure enough, when Senda mentioned tattling to the shaman, the wolf beastmen around Elder Tian Tai all looked at Senda with admiration. Chang Xia and the others were used to it. Going to the shaman had practically become a catchphrase among the panther beastmen of the Heluo Tribe. Su Yi, who was close to the Heluo Tribe, often came from the Canner Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall to stay with Chang Xia. The panther beastmen didn't revere the shaman as much as the other beast tribes of the dusky forest, and sometimes even dared to joke around with Su Yi. Roar, roar. Perhaps Elder Tian Tai had withdrawn his intimidating aura. The previously quiet blazing lion let out another roar, though this time it was much softer, tinged with hesitation and uncertainty. Let's get moving. I'm tired, Shen Rong said. At his words, Chief Gowa and Elder Tian Tai exchanged a glance and started running through the nameless mountains again. After Chang Xia and the others had been gone for a while, the blazing lions sent out another hunting signal. This time, it was a whole pride of blazing lions hunting together. A few black-horned bulls wouldn't be enough. They'd need at least twice as many to feed all the dozen or so blazing lions. A short while later. By noon, the group of beastmen found a shady spot near a stream to rest. Chang Xia, are your legs numb? Maple Leaf hopped lightly off Kong Shan's beast form. She didn't rush to help unload the vine baskets, but instead looked up at Chang Xia, who was standing on Shen Rong's beast back, grimacing and reaching out for help. Chang Xia nodded, her face twisted in discomfort. She muttered, yeah, they're numb and itchy. It's awful. Help me down so I can walk a bit. Chang Xia looked miserable. Legs gone numb. What a terrible feeling. Shen Rong bent his knees to make it easier for Maple Leaf to help Chang Xia down. Elder Senda, could you help me untie the vines? Shen Rong asked, seeking Senda's help. He wanted to unload the vine baskets quickly and return to his human form. He was worried about Chang Xia and wanted to check on her. Sure, right away, Senda replied. Elder Senda was a bit more reliable than Elder Pu Kang. He agreed to help Shen Rong and quickly shifted back to human form. He walked over, untied the vines from Shen Rong's beast form, and removed the baskets. Once the baskets were off, Shen Rong shook himself and stood upright. Chang Xia, Shen Rong called softly, quickly helping Kong Shan untie his vines and unload his baskets. Then he had Kong Shan help He-Sin and Wan Mu with theirs. Chang Xia walked slowly, easing the numbness in her legs bit by bit. I'm fine, I just need to walk it off. Chang Xia waved a hand, signaling Shen Rong not to worry. Sitting with her legs bent for so long, it was normal for them to go numb, nothing to worry about. Elder Pu Kang didn't come over to help. Instead, he sprinkled some beast-repellent powder nearby. You could still see the traces of fleeing bugs and ants on the ground. Honestly, Chang Xia found it a little creepy. Little Chang Xia, there are little fish in the stream. Pu Kang called out loudly. As he spoke, Elder Pu Kang kicked off his vine sandals and stuck his big feet right into the stream, his hearty laughter echoing through the air. Elder Pu Kang, go soak your feet further downstream. We need to fetch water here for cooking, move it. Maple Leaf said, looking disgusted and urging Elder Pu Kang to move his feet downstream. Can't I do it here? Pu Kang asked. Maple Leaf insisted, shaking her head no. All right then. Pu Kang agreed easily. As long as it wasn't about food, Elder Pu Kang was easygoing. Maple Leaf asked him to move, and the burly man, over 2 meters tall, obediently walked barefoot downstream. After waiting for the water to settle, Maple Leaf scooped up some to wash her face. Changxia, Elder Pukong was right, there really are a lot of little fish and shrimp in this stream, Maple Leaf said in surprise. Streams with fish and shrimp were normal, but usually not in such numbers. This stream in the Nameless Mountains was unusual. Fish and shrimp swam everywhere. They were small in size, but made up for it with their sheer numbers. Catch some for me. I'll make a spicy stir-fry with chili peppers and these little fish and shrimp for lunch, Chang Xia said. Fish and shrimp from the stream were the freshest and tastiest, whether deep-fried, pan-fried, or stir-fried with chili. The flavor was simply unbeatable. Great, Maple Leaf replied happily. The other orcs, having just unloaded their empty vine baskets, all chimed in excitedly. But before they could get started, Chief Gowa stopped them. Qingxin and Sanglin, take these animals down to the stream and clean them up. We'll eat them for lunch, Gowa said, holding up several vine baskets filled with wild game they had hunted the night before. Chief, how are we going to eat these? Someone asked. If you want to know how to cook them, ask Changxia, Gowa replied. Changxia, they called out. Changxia was moving around normally now. The numbness in her legs had faded, and her expression had returned to normal. How do you all want to eat them? Changxia asked. Since they weren't in a rush to travel that afternoon, she was in the mood to take her time with lunch. Braised. Instantly, all the orcs gave the same answer. Yesterday's braised venison had amazed everyone. Some had even eyed Elder Pukong's portion, despite the risk. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Elder Pukong's appetite. Before anyone could say a word, Elder Pukong opened his mouth and devoured a third of the braised venison in one bite. He finished the whole big bowl by himself, wounds and all. All the orcs were left speechless, finally understanding why Hissen had complained before. With such a formidable orc, who would dare challenge him? Sure, Changxia nodded. Besides braising, stewing or boiling also tastes great. Let me rest for a bit. Once you've got everything ready, I'll cook for you. Awesome. Changxia, you're the best. Cheers erupted from the orcs. They didn't really care what style of braised dish it was. If Changxia promised delicious food, they were overjoyed. In the past, hunting trips had always been tough. But going into the forest with Changxia felt like celebrating a harvest festival. Except for the three elders, even Chief Gowa eagerly helped build the stove and start the fire. If every forest trip had Changxia with us, I'd be willing to live in the woods all year round, Sanglin sighed. In just a few days, he'd been completely won over by Changxia's cooking. Qingxin nodded in agreement. Absolutely. You're all hopeless, just thinking about Changxia's food, Hissen teased. Sanglin and the others looked up at Hissen and shot back. Don't you think about it too? I'm hopeless, Hissen replied with a twitch of his lips, calmly admitting it. The orcs burst out laughing. End of this chapter. Chief Gowa, how long will it take to cross the Nameless Mountains and reach Qinghua Forest? Changxia asked as she sat resting, watching the orcs busy themselves. Gowa replied, if the road is clear, we'll reach the edge of Qinghua Forest by noon tomorrow. On their way here, they'd opened up a new path. It had only been half a month, so the forest hadn't reclaimed it yet, which would save them a lot of time. Can we reach the Sirius tribe in 3 days? Changxia asked again. She realized she'd been overconfident, thinking she could map out the route in a month. Forget a month, even 3 months would be considered fast. No wonder Si had told her not to rush back, and to take her time visiting the 5 major tribes. It was obvious. Si had known from the start that it was impossible to finish the route in just a month. 3 days? That's doable, Gowa explained. Qinghua Forest is mostly flat plains, unlike the Baiha River Basin. Once we reach Qinghua Forest, we'll be able to travel even faster. Changxia felt reassured. Don't worry, Changxia. Once we cross the Nameless Mountains, we'll be back at the Sirius tribe in no time. But I wonder, will you be able to get used to living in beast houses? Gemma said gently, her expression a bit complicated as she mentioned the beast houses. At that, Elder Tiantai and Chief Gowa's expressions changed slightly. The Sirius tribe was prosperous, but their living conditions were, frankly, not great. It wasn't that the wolf orcs were lazy, it was just the environment. Are beast houses like the beast dens in my tribe? Chang Xia tilted her head, curious. Chief Guohua shook his head. They're worse. There's no tree resin in Qinghua Forest, so we can't build beast houses as nice as the Heluo Tribe's dens. It was a bitter truth. The Sirius tribe's living conditions couldn't compare to the Heluo tribe's. Of the 6 major tribes, the Heluo tribe had the best housing. Even tribes with tree resin couldn't build houses as refined as the Heluo tribe. In winter, the wolf tribe lives in caves. In the warm season, we come out and build beast houses from animal hides, rocks, and wood, Elder Tiana explained. The soil in Qinghua Forest is loose and soft, so we can't dig semi-underground dens like the Heluo tribe. They'd get damp or even collapse. During the warm season, Qinghua Forest got a lot of rain. Heavy downpours were common, so semi-underground dens were out of the question. I see. Chang Xia nodded, imagining what life in Qinghua Forest must be like. Just listening, she could picture the wolf tribe's daily struggles. Whether it was wooden houses or stone houses, they'd need to be built. At worst, they could try making brick houses, even if it took more effort. The orcs weren't afraid of hard work. Making bricks was tough, but the wolf tribe could handle it. Still, she'd wait until they reached the Sirius tribe to decide which type to build. Building stoves, lighting fires, boiling water. Maple Leaf and the other orcs were all experts at these tasks. Chang Xia didn't need to say a word. She just sat and chatted idly with Chief Guohua while Shen Rong started marinating the game that Hessen and the others had cleaned. With so many orcs, barbecue was a must. Today's menu: barbecue with savory pancakes. If there's one thing the orcs never lacked, it was fruit flour. Even the weakest orc tribe always had plenty of fruit flour. Chang Xia, what should we do with these little fish and shrimp? Maple Leaf asked, carrying a wooden bucket. Before long, the bucket was more than half full of tiny fish and shrimp. It really proved what Elder Pukong always said: there are plenty of little fish in the stream. Don't worry about the shrimp. For the fish, clean out the guts. As for the crabs, remove the shells, Chang Xia said, craning her neck to look into the bucket. They'd actually caught quite a lot. The thought of deep-fried fish and shrimp made her mouth water. After giving instructions, Chang Xia turned to Shen Rong and asked, Shen Rong, do you have any fatty meat over there? Deep-frying these fish and shrimp uses up a lot of oil. They hadn't brought much oil on this trip, and most of it had already been used up along the way. Chang Xia was worried that if she deep-fried all the fish and shrimp, they'd run out of oil completely, making it difficult to cook anything else later. There's a wild boar among the game we caught. It's pretty fatty. We can render some lard from it, Shen Rong replied. Hearing that there was a wild boar, Chang Xia breathed a sigh of relief and urged Maple Leaf to hurry up with cleaning the fish and shrimp. She grabbed a wooden basin and went over to help. Chang Xia, are these little fish and shrimp really tasty? Aren't they a bit too small? None of them are even as big as my finger. Deep-fried fish and shrimp are absolutely delicious. Chang Xia patted her chest, assuring the other beastmen that the little fish and shrimp were amazing, not just stir-fried, but even as a snack, they were fantastic. If it weren't for the fact that they needed to rest after eating, Chang Xia would have wanted to scoop up every last fish and shrimp from the stream, slow-cook them until dry, then fry them up with chili oil to make spicy, crispy fish and shrimp. Just thinking about it was enough to make her mouth water. Gurgle. As soon as Chang Xia said absolutely delicious, the nearby beastmen all started swallowing hungrily, staring at the fresh fish and shrimp in their hands, their cravings obvious. If they weren't holding back, they might have eaten them raw on the spot. Fish and shrimp cakes, fish and shrimp stew, they're all delicious, Chang Xia teased, seeing how everyone was drooling. She couldn't resist fanning the flames a bit more. Chang Xia, stop talking. Yeah, please stop. The more you talk, the hungrier we get. I'm so hungry, I could go gnaw on some raw meat right now. One by one, the beastmen looked at Chang Xia with pitiful, aggrieved eyes, as if they'd been wronged. Among them, only Elder Pukong seemed unaffected. He was happily gnawing on dried meat, full of energy. Sanglin nudged Kongshan beside him and whispered, "Kongshan, just how much dried meat does Elder Pukong have in that animal hide pouch of his? It looks like he can never finish it." Kongshan was silent. It was a good question. Not just Sanglin, but the others were curious too. Elder Pukong's appetite was like a bottomless pit, and his animal hide pouch seemed to be connected to another dimension. No matter how much dried meat or roast meat he took out, it was never empty. When they were younger, Kongshan and the others had tried to sneak a look at Elder Pukong's pouch, but so far, they'd never managed to get their hands on it. Even Maple Leaf, who trained with Elder Pukong, had been encouraged to try, but she couldn't get near it either. "That's a secret," Maple Leaf said quietly, glancing at Kongshan's stiff expression. "No beastman has ever managed to touch Elder Pukong's pouch. I think it's some kind of bloodline ability." Other than that, Maple Leaf couldn't come up with any explanation. Changxia kept her head down, pretending not to hear their conversation. Elder Pukong's pouch wasn't really that mysterious. The truth was, he just had a lot of identical pouches. Why did Changxia know this? Don't ask, she just did. In the distance, Elder Senda looked at Elder Pukong speechlessly. That old guy was always showing off. If he wasn't bragging, he was putting on a show. Damn it. He'd managed to show off again this time. End of this chapter. After the meal, Elder Pukong took the first watch while the rest of the beastmen fell asleep to the sounds of insects and birds in the nameless mountains. It was the warm season and temperatures were rising, but it didn't seem to affect the nameless mountains, maybe because of the dense forests. The sea of trees made it cooler here than outside. So, when Changxia and the others lay down to rest, it was even more comfortable than in the boulder forest. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the beastmen soon drifted off to sleep. At dusk, the quiet streamside gradually came back to life. "What's for dinner?" someone couldn't help but ask as soon as they woke up. Maple Leaf twitched her lips. For a moment, she thought Yadong or Nanfeng had arrived. Foodies really are the same everywhere, regardless of world or gender. "The usual," Changxia yawned, opening her eyes in Shen Rong's arms. Just like the night before, they'd be traveling again tonight, and it would probably be the same for the next few days. Over the following days, the beastmen traveled nonstop. On the third day, as the sun rose over the horizon, the territory of the Heluo Tribe finally came into view. Unlike the Heluo Tribe, the Heluo Tribe's wolf clan lived at the foot of a towering mountain called Five-Finger Mountain, one of the few peaks in the moonlit forest that rose over 1,000 meters. The moonlit forest itself was mostly flat. After crossing the nameless mountains, Changxia and the others entered the moonlit forest. Before their eyes stretched an endless grassland. There were some tall trees, but not many, mostly low shrubs and sparse woods, making it feel like they were adrift on a vast green sea. As soon as they entered the moonlit forest, Changxia felt all the heaviness in her chest lift away. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but open space. Behind and ahead of them were two completely different worlds. Previous page, next page, last page, top. At that moment, Changxia was awed by the wonders of creation in the long summer. However, after just 2 days in the Forest of Clear Moon, her initial excitement gradually turned into unease. Unlike the rolling hills and forests of the Heluo Tribe, the Forest of Clear Moon was nothing but endless plains. Over time, Changxia began to feel stifled. Fortunately, early this morning, they finally arrived at Five-Finger Mountain, home of the Heluo Tribe. "Awo!" Chief Gowa leapt onto a boulder, lifted his head, and let out a resounding wolf howl. Almost immediately, familiar wolf howls echoed from Five-Finger Mountain. One after another, it was clear that the wolf beastfolk of the Heluo Tribe were waiting to welcome Chief Gowa and his party home in triumph. Changxia, up ahead is Five-Finger Mountain. In the cold season, the wolf tribe lives in caves on the mountain. In the warm season, they come down to the plains at the foot of the mountain. Encircling Five-Finger Mountain is the Five-Finger River, which splits the plains at the mountain's base in two. The elderly wolf beast folk live closer to the mountain's foot, while the tribe's totem warriors live on the outer edges. Elder Tian Tai walked beside Shen Rong, quietly introducing the serious tribe to Chang Xia. Thanks to Suyi, most of the beast folk tribes in the Twilight Forest were united and friendly. Occasionally, there might be a bad apple or two, but unless they went unnoticed, once discovered, they would be dealt with humanely. Chang Xia gazed out over the flat land. It was truly perfect for farming. Fertile soil, abundant water resources. If the wolf tribe mastered the cultivation of golden millet and corn, the forest of Clear Moon could easily become a land of plenty. Come on, we're home. Chief Gowa was about to grin, but Elder Tian Tai reached out and covered his face. Smile? What for? Aren't you afraid of scaring Chang Xia and the others? Soon, the two groups met at the Five-Finger River. Elder Tian Tai Gowa. A kindly-looking female stepped forward first. After greeting Elder Tian Tai and Chief Gowa, her gaze shifted to Chang Xia and Shen Rong. Among the group of dark-furred leopards and gray wolves, Shen Rong's silvery beast form stood out strikingly. Gowa, these must be Shen Rong and Chang Xia, right? Yuan He said warmly, welcome to the serious tribe. I'm Yuan He, Gowa's mate. Hello. Chang Xia replied with a smile. Seated on Shen Rong's beast back, she felt a bit awkward. By relation, Yuan He should be Shen Rong's aunt. Chang Xia was talkative with people she knew, but reserved with strangers. However, Yuan He's gentle gaze reminded Chang Xia of Mu Qin, making her feel less uneasy. I'm Shen Rong. Like Chang Xia, Shen Rong stayed quiet. They were family, but also meeting for the first time. Yuan He, let's head back to the tribe first. Our friends have traveled far and need to rest. There's plenty of time to chat later. Elder Tian Tai stepped in to break the silence, inviting the Heluo Tribe's leopards into the settlement. Yuan He snapped out of her excitement and smiled. Right, I got carried away. You must be exhausted from your journey. The wolf beast folk made way, inviting everyone into Five-Finger Mountain. The Five-Finger River was clearly not as impressive as the Heluo Tribe's White River. The White River flowed so quietly that you could hear the water, but never see it spill over the banks. Chang Xia knew the Five-Finger River was the norm, and the White River was unique in the Twilight Forest. A bridge spanned the Five-Finger River, made of animal hides. It was essentially a floating bridge. The fish tribe is too cunning. We tried to trade for a boat, but they kept stalling. In the end, we got fed up and asked the shaman for help. The shaman helped us build this animal hide floating bridge. Elder Tian Tai began with indignation, but by the end, his tone was full of pride and confidence. There were many such floating bridges across the Five-Finger River. These animal hide bridges, large and small, tightly connected the wolf beast folk on both sides of the river. Sheepskin, Chang Xia observed from above, looking down at the floating bridge. Clearly, the beast folk weren't lacking in intelligence. What they lacked was an eye for beauty. The Heluo tribe hadn't built a wooden bridge over the White River, probably because it wasn't necessary. After all, there was a stone bridge downstream, so whether or not a bridge was built didn't really affect their lives. It wasn't that the Heluo tribe didn't know how to build bridges. Given the White River's conditions, a hide bridge could have been built. Siyu hadn't suggested building a hide bridge for the Heluo tribe, likely for the same reason. It simply wasn't needed. After all, the Heluo and Sirius tribes were different. The leopard tribe's settlement wasn't split by a river. Yes, the floating bridge is made of sheepskin. Yuan He smiled, impressed by Chang Xia's keen eye. No wonder the shaman favored her. She could tell at a glance that the bridge was made of sheepskin. Crossing the Five-Finger River, the group officially entered the Sirius tribe. The wolf beast folk here were about as numerous as those in the Heluo tribe. With Chief Gowa's return, all the wolf beast folk gathered around. It was just after dawn, so the wolves hadn't yet gone out to hunt or forage. The place bustled with excitement. Yuan He led them, not toward the mountain's base, but to one of the outermost beast houses. The only difference was that this house was noticeably larger than the others nearby. End of this chapter. Chief Gowa, do you live on the outskirts? Chang Xia, helped down from Shen Rong's back by Maple Leaf, looked around. Unlike the Heluo tribe's White Lake, there were no walls here, just the Five-Finger River and nothing else. If there were a beast attack, the wolves would have no protection at all. Yes, Goa replied. Five-Finger Mountain is one of the few high mountains in the Forest of Clear Moon. When the wolf tribe entered the forest, we chose it as our home. But rocks are scarce here, and the ones we can find are used to build beast houses, not walls. Let me know if you need further chapters or a more literary adaptation. The walls of the Heluo tribe made the wolf tribe envious. Elder Tiantai and Chief Jua of the Gu tribe were especially interested in the Heluo tribe's massive stone forest. If it weren't for the jade, they would have wanted to trade with the Heluo tribe for large quantities of stone to build the walls of Five-Finger Mountain. But when Shen Rong surveyed the stone forest, they realized the Heluo tribe probably wouldn't agree to the trade. Even though they didn't know much about the jade, anything that Changxia wanted to collect was surely no ordinary item. What a pity. If the stone forest didn't have a jade mine, I could have made the decision to let our tribe trade the stones to the wolf tribe. But even if you use stone to build walls, you still need resin. There are no oil trees in the Clear Moon forest, so resin can only be obtained through trade. That won't be easy, Changxia said, curiously examining the wolf tribe's beast houses. Their living conditions really couldn't compare to those of the Heluo tribe. They were basically just animal dens, except the beast houses weren't dug into the ground. Instead, they were built directly from stone, with wood and animal hides added for structure. They didn't look nearly as sturdy or solid as the Heluo tribe's dens. But I have a suggestion. Changxia, please tell us. Before they even entered the beast house, Elder Tiantai and Chief Jua quickly surrounded Changxia. After this exchange event with the Heluo tribe, all the tribes had started to prioritize building better houses. After all, who wouldn't want to live in a spacious, cave-like home? Build wooden houses. The nameless mountains are covered in endless forests. Cutting down some trees to build wooden houses would be perfect. After all, if the nameless mountains keep spreading into the Clear Moon forest, the wolf tribe's plains will eventually be swallowed by the forest, Changxia said directly. The expansion of the nameless mountains was good news for the Heluo tribe, but they didn't care to take advantage of it. Is Five-Finger Mountain suitable for wooden houses? Jua asked eagerly. Stone, wood, or brick houses, it didn't matter to the wolf tribe. If Changxia said it could be done, they'd agree on the spot. It was just a shame there weren't many trees in the Clear Moon forest, or Chief Jua would have gone to chop some down right away. It's worth a try, Changxia replied. Chief Jua took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and looked up at Elder Tiantai. Elder Tiantai nodded gently. Changxia, I have something to discuss with Elder Tiantai and the others. Let Yuanhe entertain you. We'll be back soon. With Elder Tiantai's approval, Chief Jua and Elder Tiantai hurried off toward the foot of Five-Finger Mountain. The wolf tribe's beastfolk came to welcome Changxia and the others, while the tribe's elders watched from a distance, not showing themselves directly. With Elder Tiantai present, the other elders didn't need to appear. All right, Changxia said with a smile. We'll make ourselves at home. Although she knew it might seem a bit rude to leave, the matter of building wooden houses was important. Chief Jua and Elder Tiantai wanted to discuss it with the other elders as soon as possible and settle it quickly. During their conversation, they hadn't kept their voices down. Yuanhe and the other beastfolk had naturally overheard everything. As Chief Jua and Elder Tiantai hurried away, the wolf tribe's beastfolk all looked expectant. Those farther away were quickly informed by others who had overheard the conversation. In no time at all, the good news spread throughout the entire wolf tribe. The Heluo tribe's cave dwellings were famous throughout the Twilight Forest. Unfortunately, it seemed that only the Baihe River region where the Heluo tribe lived had soil suitable for digging such caves. The other beast tribes' territories didn't have the right kind of earth. Changxia, is it true about the wooden houses? Gemma asked eagerly, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Changxia replied, I've observed the Clear Moon forest these past couple of days. Aside from cave dwellings, wooden, stone, or brick houses can all be built. The only real issue is sourcing the materials. What kind of house you build is actually secondary. Elder Tiantai had said the soil in the Clear Moon forest was soft, but that was only in comparison to the Heluo tribe's land. For ordinary houses, there was no danger. The wolf tribe had lived on Five-Finger Mountain for over 100 years. The ground was already well-trodden and firm. Changxia had checked it carefully when she crossed the Five-Finger River. Her visit to the wolf tribe was officially as a guest, but she also had other tasks, including helping the wolf tribe build houses. So, when Chief Jua and Elder Tianai left, Changxia didn't feel it was rude. She appreciated the beast folk's practicality. After this, the wolf tribe's beast folk fell silent. The Clear Moon Forest had fertile land and abundant resources, but it lacked trees and rocks, exactly what was needed for building houses. Rocks aren't a problem for the Lion tribe, Yuanhe said softly. If the Heluo Tribe's stone forest couldn't be traded, the wolf tribe could turn to the Lion tribe. Of course, the Lion tribe would also need to build houses, so wood might be a better choice. They could trade wood from the Nameless Mountains with the Heluo tribe, and then trade for some stone from the Lion tribe to build walls. If the wolf tribe didn't need too much stone, the Lion tribe could probably spare some. Other beast tribes were too far away to bother trading with. Transporting materials over long distances wasn't practical, especially since building houses and walls required large amounts of supplies. The Lion tribe has plenty of stone. We can trade with them. But if they're building houses, they'll probably go for stone houses. The weather in the enchanted jungle isn't as mild as the Clear Moon Forest. Wooden houses wouldn't be as safe for them. Changxia explained. Along the way, she'd heard bits and pieces about the Lion tribe. Since they were neighbors with the wolf tribe, talk of the Lion tribe often came up, especially when discussing rock cattle. As they talked, everyone finished unloading the vine baskets. Yuanhe invited Changxia and the others into the beast house. As the wolf tribe's chief, Jua's house was a bit bigger than the average beast folks, about 70 or 80 square meters. It was quite similar to the Heluo tribe's old animal dens, with the main house connected to two smaller ones. Note, the last paragraph about the website and navigation isn't part of the story and can be omitted or adapted as needed. The goods exchanged from the Sirius tribe were carried into the tribe's central square by Qingxin and the others. The items in the woven baskets belonged to the whole tribe. Once Chief Gowa finished his business, the goods would be distributed among the wolf beastmen. Changxia stepped into the beast house. Inside, it was clean and tidy. Clearly, Yuan He, like Mu Qin, was a female who knew how to run a household with thrift and care. Sorry, the Sirius tribe can't compare to the Heluo tribe. The beast house is a bit simple, Yuan He said with a gentle smile, sizing up Changxia kindly. She wasn't a stranger to Changxia. Although Bai Qing lived in the wizard hall on Mount Kana, he would occasionally return to the Sirius tribe. Bai Qing's personality was quite similar to Gowa's, reserved but passionate deep down. But when it came to matters involving Changxia, he was always especially enthusiastic. End of this chapter. No, the beast house is just fine, Changxia shook her head gently. She wasn't lying. Yuan He had indeed tidied the house up very well. It was clean, orderly, and well kept. Aside from being a bit simple, everything else was truly great. These are some snacks. Would you like to try them, Changxia? Yuan He smiled, bringing over a few clay bowls filled with dried wild fruits, seaweed candy, and some roasted golden corn kernels. I heard from Bai Qing that you like these. When our tribesmen returned from the Heluo tribe last time, I set some aside for you. Thank you. Changxia was touched, quickly standing up to take the clay bowl from Yuan He's hands. Shen Rong, Maple Leaf, and the others were still sorting the baskets, so only Changxia and Yuan He were inside the beast house. As they spoke, Changxia picked up a piece of dried wild fruit and popped it into her mouth. A burst of sweet and sour flavor exploded on her taste buds. Yuan He Amu, what kind of wild fruit is this? The taste is so unique, sweet and tart, much better than the sour fruit. Changxia exclaimed in delight. She usually used sour fruit more for cooking. Eating it straight really took courage. But this dried wild fruit that Yuan He brought out, though tart, had a hint of sweetness and was surprisingly delicious. I won't stand on ceremony then, Yuan He Amu. As she ate, Changxia asked about Shanliangzi. Yuan He explained that it was a type of shrub berry. Listening, Changxia thought the taste, and even the plant itself, was quite similar to the mulberries from Misty Ridge. The only difference was that mulberries had thin skins and spoiled easily. Shanliangzi, on the other hand, had thick skins and could be dried for storage. Here, have some warm water. Yuan He poured some water and handed it to Changxia. No need to ask, her habit of drinking boiled water was obviously something Bai Qing had told Yuan He about. Thanks to Changxia's influence and Bai Qing spreading the word, some people in the Sirius tribe had started boiling their water instead of drinking directly from the Five-Finger River. Thank you. Changxia took the cup and sipped it. There were no tables or chairs in the beast house. The floor was covered with a layer of woven mats. Changxia looked curiously at the mat beneath her. Yuan He Amu, what are these mats made from? Gila grass, a wild grass that grows everywhere in Qingwe forest. Unlike regular weeds, Gila grass is very tough and doesn't break easily when pulled. Mats woven from it are more durable than those made from vines. Every wolf family uses Gila grass mats as seat cushions, Yuan He said with pride. Gila grass, the guardian grass of the wolf tribe. Changxia was a little surprised and looked around. She quickly noticed that many of the furnishings in the beast house were woven from Gila grass. Door curtains, window curtains, mattresses, seat cushions, Gila grass products were everywhere in the daily life of the wolf tribe. It was really good stuff. Gila grass was definitely a treasure. Yuan He Amu, could you take me to see what Gila grass looks like? Changxia asked excitedly, putting down her clay bowl. Of course. There's plenty growing along the banks of the Five-Finger River. You can see it anytime you want. But, Changxia, don't you want to rest a bit first? Yuan He asked. It's fine. I rode on Shen Rong's beast form the whole way, so I'm not tired. In fact, after sitting so long, my body feels stiff. Walking around will be more comfortable. Changxia politely declined Yuan He's offer to rest, and the two of them left the beast house together. The morning sun shone warmly down. Ahead, the surface of the Five-Finger River sparkled, while behind them, Five-Finger Mountain was lush and full of life. Not far away, wolf beastmen chatted among themselves. It was a lively tribe, similar to the Heluo Tribe, yet also different. Changxia, why aren't you resting in the beast house? Shen Rong asked in surprise, seeing Changxia and Yuan He chatting and laughing as they came out. He and Maple Leaf were organizing the 3 meats and 6 vegetables, gifts for the Sirius tribe. Once Chief Guo returned from Five-Finger Mountain, they would present the gifts. The beastmen from Kongshan were also happily chatting with the wolf beastmen. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. It was clear this trip to the Sirius tribe would go smoothly. I asked Yuan He Amu to take me to see Gila grass, Changxia said with a smile. I didn't walk here myself, so I'm not tired. In fact, walking around feels better. I can rest after breakfast. These past few days, the beastmen had been traveling day and night to hurry along. Changxia was worried about adjusting her schedule. And since Yuan He had just mentioned Gila grass, Changxia was very interested. So, she decided to go take a look. Gila grass. Shen Rong looked puzzled and turned to Yuan He. Next to him, Maple Leaf, who was helping organize the gifts, also looked up curiously. If something could pique Changxia's interest, it was probably a good thing. Could Gila grass be edible? Gila grass is a wild grass that grows everywhere in Qingwe forest. It's extremely tough. Our tribe uses it to weave all kinds of mats and furniture, Yuan He explained. The word furniture came from the Heluo Tribe, from Changxia herself. Hearing this, suddenly, Shen Rong and Maple Leaf understood. The tools used by the Heluo Tribe were mostly woven from vines. According to Yuan He's explanation, this Gila grass was probably even better than vines. No wonder Changxia was so curious about Gila grass. After all, the shoes they wore on their feet were made from woven vines. Looking down, it was obvious that the shoes Yuan He wore were much softer and more comfortable than theirs. With such a good thing, why hadn't Bai Qing mentioned it before? Yuan He Amu, are your shoes made from Gila grass? Maple Leaf asked. Yuan He lifted her foot and smiled. Yes. When Bai Qing came back to the tribe before, he told me that the Heluo tribe had vine shoes woven from vines, which Changxia had given to the leopard tribe. I thought about it and decided to try making some with Gila grass. Recently, Bai Qing hasn't returned to the tribe. The Gila grass shoes I made for him, the shaman, and Changxia are all stored in the beast house. I haven't had a chance to give them out yet. As she spoke, Yuan He looked a bit apologetic. Yuan He Amu, you're amazing. Changxia praised. The beast people truly were clever. They didn't lack wisdom, what they lacked was a door to the future. Now, with Changxia's help, that door was opening. She believed the beast people would only get better from here. Changxia, let me take you to the banks of the Five-Finger River to see the Gila grass. After that, I'll bring you a pair of Gila grass shoes so you can try them on and see if they fit, Yuan He said happily. Being praised by Changxia made her especially proud. Other wolf beast people in the distance had naturally overheard Changxia's words. They all gave Yuan He a thumbs up and their gazes toward Changxia grew even warmer. Great. Changxia nodded. The vine shoes I'm wearing are a bit stiff anyway, so I'd love to try the Gila grass shoes and see if they're more comfortable. Gila grass shoes are very soft, much more comfortable than vine shoes, Yuan He said confidently. This was something that had already been confirmed by all the wolf beast people of the Skywolf tribe. Originally, Yuan He had wanted Gowa to bring some Gila grass shoes to the Heluo tribe for the exchange event. But after discussing it with Chief Gowa and the others, they decided to cancel that plan. End of this chapter. Really? Once we've seen the Gila grass, I definitely want to try on the shoes you made for me, Yuan He Amu. Changxia laughed, looping her arm through Yuan He's and acting playfully. Maybe it was because she was used to joking around with Suyi, but Changxia was very good at getting along with older beast people. Don't worry, Changxia. I've made 5 pairs each for you and Shen Rong, Yuan He said. She had always wanted a soft, adorable female cub of her own, but fate hadn't allowed it. Now, hearing Changxia's sweet voice as she clung to her arm, Yuan He wished she could give Changxia every pair of Gila grass shoes she had. Wow! Yuan He Amu, why did you make so many? Changxia blinked in surprise. Yuan He replied, the Skywolf tribe lacks many things, but Gila grass isn't one of them. I made them for you in my spare time. The tribe's been busy harvesting goldenrods and millet lately, so I haven't had much free time. Otherwise, I could have made even more. News of Shen Rong's return to the Misty Forest had reached the Skywolf tribe. The Wolf tribe had cut off all cooperation with the Yuan family and even beat up their beast people, breaking one of their legs. This move was a clear break with the Yuan family. But the Skywolf tribe wasn't afraid at all. The wolves protected their own. They wouldn't let anyone harm their kin. Not to mention, Shen Rong was Xingya's cub. Thank you, Yuan He Amu. Changxia thanked her sincerely. It felt wonderful to be cared for and remembered. She silently made a note of the wolf tribe's kindness, thinking about how she could repay them in her own way. No need to thank me. If anyone should be grateful, it's the Skywolf tribe. We should thank you for bringing Shen Rong back, and for teaching us how to eat ginkgo nuts for free. Yuan He gently patted Changxia's hand as she spoke. Changxia was just as gentle and kind as she'd imagined. Soon, Yuan He led Changxia to the banks of the Five-Finger River. Changxia, look. This is Gila grass. Yuan He pointed to a spot about a meter away, where a clump of Gila grass was growing. Unlike regular weeds, Gila grass had round stems and leaves, looking a bit like garlic scapes. Changxia let go of Yuan He's arm and crouched down. She leaned in and sniffed the Gila grass, a faint, fresh fragrance wafted up. Yuan He Amu, can you eat Gila grass? It smells really nice, so I bet it tastes good too, Changxia said. Eat? Yuan He was stunned. We've never eaten Gila grass. Is it poisonous? Changxia asked. No, even swift birds peck at Gila grass, Yuan He replied quickly. She looked at Changxia curiously. Changxia, you think Gila grass can be eaten? We usually just harvest it, dry it, and weave it into furniture. To be honest, Changxia's question about eating it made Yuan He's heart skip a beat. If the Gila grass that grew everywhere in the Forest of Clear Moon could be eaten, wouldn't that make it a food source just like goldenrods and millet? That's right, Yuan He already knew that millet was edible. Chief Gowa hadn't said anything, but Yuan He had overheard Qingsen and the others talking with the tribe members. With millet, goldenrods, and ginkgo nuts, Even if the Sky Wolf tribe didn't hunt during the cold season, no one would have to worry about going hungry. Yuan Hiamu, let's pick some fresh gila grass and take it back to the beast house. I want to try cooking with it and see how it tastes, Changxia said excitedly. Once she confirmed it wasn't poisonous, Changxia immediately started thinking about how to eat gila grass. Sure. Yuan He nodded, then turned and called out, He meow, get Shuya and the others to come help pick some fresh gila grass. Changxia wants to try cooking with it. Soon, He meow arrived with several other females. Some were older than Changxia, some about her age. They came over, smiling and greeting Changxia. Changxia greeted each of them in return, and soon they were chatting happily. Even though they weren't from the same tribe, all beast people were friendly, especially toward Changxia. After all, nearly every beast person in the Misty Forest knew about her, the female favored by both the shaman and the Heluo Tribe. Omitted, website promotion, navigation, etc. You could say that Changxia had never left the Heluo Tribe, yet her name was already well known throughout the entire dusky forest among the beastmen. Even among the bird clans of the Qinghai Plateau and the fish clans of the Eastern Sea, many beastmen had heard of Changxia. Changxia, can you really cook with gila grass? Hemi asked curiously. Changxia smiled and replied, Why don't we try and find out? I've never eaten it myself, but Aunt Yuanhe said gila grass isn't poisonous. It smells pretty good to me, so I think it should be edible. Really? Shia said happily. Gila grass stays green all year round. If we can eat it, we'll have something fresh even in the cold season. That's wonderful. Shia, did you say gila grass stays green all year? Changxia was amazed. She lowered her head and carefully examined the tender gila grass in her hands. What kind of plant was this? It could rival ginkgo nuts in value. Qinghua Forest really is a wonderful place. Yes, gila grass is green all year, Shia nodded. Yuanhe added, Shia's not lying. Gila grass really does stay green through all seasons. In the cold season, as long as the snow isn't too heavy, our tribe can still hunt in the forest. Because of gila grass, there are still animals out looking for food even in winter. Oh wow! Changxia exclaimed in delight. We definitely have to try gila grass later. If it's green all year, that means endless possibilities. With that, the beastkin started picking gila grass even faster. Luckily, Changxia had asked them to only pick the tender parts. Otherwise, Yuanhe and the others would have been tempted to uproot the whole patch. That's enough, no need to pick any more, Changxia called out, stopping them. By now, everyone was holding a big bundle of tender gila grass shoots. Changxia estimated there were dozens of pounds, more than enough for a meal. Is it really enough? Yuanhe hesitated. There's still plenty of tender gila grass here. We could pick a bit more to take back. No, this is plenty, Changxia quickly nodded, stopping the picking. Seeing Yuanhe still looking a little reluctant, she quickly said she wanted to go back to the beast house to try on the gila grass shoes. At that, Yuanhe dropped the idea of picking more gila grass. The group of beastmen headed toward Yuanhe's beast house. On the way, Yuanhe told Changxia why she and Jua lived on the outskirts of Five Finger Mountain. It was to protect the tribe. All the totem warriors of the wolf tribe lived on the mountain's edge, guarding the clansfolk at the foot of the mountain. Unlike the Heluo tribe, the wolf tribe didn't have walls. All they could rely on was their own strength and vigilance. Hearing the reason, Changxia felt even more fond of the wolf tribe. Any tribe that protected its people so well couldn't be a bad one. No wonder Xi chose Bai Qing as the shaman's successor from among all the beastmen cubs. Besides Bai Qing's outstanding talent, the wolf tribe's heritage certainly played a big part. End of this chapter. When Changxia returned from the banks of the Five Finger River, Shen Rong had already presented the 3 meats and 6 vegetables betrothal gifts to Chief Jua. Chief Jua and the wolf beastmen warmly accepted the gifts. At this moment, Shen Rong asked Maple Leaf to help introduce the meaning of the 3 meats and 6 vegetables gifts. Chief Jua and the others listened with great interest and even said that, in the future, the wolf tribe would prepare their wedding gifts following the Heluo tribe's tradition. The beastmen chatted enthusiastically, their faces full of excitement. Chang Xia raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. It seemed the wolf tribe had made up their minds. Chang Xia, Shen Rong called softly, stepping forward to help her with the bundle of gila grass shoots. He asked curiously, Chang Xia, is this gila grass? What are you planning to do with so much? Eat it. Shen Rong truly was her soulmate. Before Chang Xia could explain, he'd already guessed most of it. That's right. Aunt Yuanhe said gila grass stays green all year, so I want to try how it tastes, Chang Xia explained. At that, the Beastmen from Heluo Tribe and Maple Leaf were all surprised. Chang Xia, gila grass is edible? Jua was astonished. He looked up at Yuanhe and the other females, only to see that they were all holding big bundles of gila grass shoots. In an instant, Chief Jua was overjoyed. Chang Xia smiled and said, let's give it a try. Great, 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 Jua said 3 times in excitement. Set up the stove and start a fire. Chang Xia, just tell us what you want to eat, and I'll have the tribe prepare it. We've caught quite a few swift birds. How would you like to cook them? Yuanhe immediately told Chang Xia that the tribe had caught a lot of swift birds. Swift birds are fierce and hard to catch, but their meat is tender and delicious. Even with the Beastmen's rough cooking skills, stewed or roasted swift bird tastes wonderful. In the wolf tribe, swift birds are as much a delicacy as rock cattle are in the lion tribe. The tribe caught swift birds? Jua was delighted. Yuanhe nodded and explained, a few days ago, we went to the upper reaches of the Five-Finger River to harvest millet and caught dozens of swift birds there. Do swift birds eat millet? Jua raised his eyebrows, speculating. The tribe had tried luring swift birds before, but with little success. Hearing Yuanhe's words today, Jua realized something was different. Normally, catching 1 or 2 swift birds was considered lucky. But dozens? Even the elders of the wolf tribe couldn't manage that. Elder Yagoma tried using millet to lure the swift birds, and it worked really well, Yuanhe replied. Hearing this, Chief Jua was overjoyed. This meant that, in the future, it would be much easier for the tribe to catch swift birds. Chang Xia, is it okay to eat swift bird? Jua asked. Of course. What do swift birds look like? Are they like wild pheasants? Generally, birds love to peck at grains, so it's not strange that swift birds like millet, Chang Xia agreed. Along the way, she'd heard Gama, Qingxin, and other wolf beastmen talk about the swift birds of Qinghua Forest. Since the wolf tribe was willing to treat them with swift birds, how could Chang Xia refuse? Chang Xia mentioned that birds all love pecking at grains, and instantly, a glint flashed in the eyes of the wolf and leopard beastfolk nearby. The swift bird is pretty much like a wild pheasant. It's called a bird, but it can't fly very high. It's a bit smaller than the weeping bird from the giant stone forest, but it has a sharp beak. Gawa described the swift bird's appearance. He instructed Qingxin and the other beastfolk, who had just finished unloading their vine baskets, to go to the beast house where the swift birds were kept, catch a few, and butcher them for breakfast. Not long after, Qingxin and the others came back carrying the freshly slaughtered swift birds. Chang Xia took a look. Oh wow! The swift bird was a bit smaller than the weeping bird, but each one still weighed dozens of jin. Its jet-black beak and sharp claws looked intimidating at first glance. Even the meat beneath its feathers seemed dark, almost black. It looked a bit like a black-bone chicken, but even fiercer and more menacing. While they chatted, Hemi and the others were busy outside the beast house, building several stoves on the open ground. Just like in the Heluo tribe, the Sirius tribe used both pottery and stoneware, but iron tools were rare. Chang Xia guessed that the beast folk probably hadn't learned how to smelt iron yet, at least not in the Twilight Forest. The few iron tools they had were likely obtained through trade with traveling merchants or other races. Chang Xia, should we make golden millet porridge or stuffed cakes or fried fruit flour pancakes? Maple Leaf asked. She and Gemma had just helped Hemi build the stoves, and in no time at all, she'd gotten friendly with the female wolf beast folk. Maple Leaf, also known as the Thorn Rose. In the beast folk tribes of the Twilight Forest, many had heard of her. A female with both strength and beauty was highly valued in the Twilight Forest. Among the beast folk, There was no bias favoring males over females. After all, the tribe's shaman was a woman. Back in the day, Siyu had led the beast folk to stand up to both the Burr folk of the Qinghai Plateau and the fish folk of the East Sea, a feat no one has yet surpassed. The beast folk of the Twilight Forest took Siyu as their role model. Who would dare look down on females? Wait a sec, I want to ask Yuanhe something. Chang Xia licked her lips, suddenly craving something new. She walked over to Yuanhe and asked, Yuanhe Amu, does the Sirius tribe have any fresh scallions or wild boar meat? Scallions? Yuanhe replied, we have fresh wild boar meat. I'll have Qingxin go to the Five Fingers Mountain tribe's cave. Can you describe what scallions look like? As soon as she finished, Qingxin called over a few wolf beast folk and headed straight for the Five Fingers Mountain tribe's cave, their goal being to fetch fresh wild boar meat. They didn't know why Chang Xia wanted scallions and wild boar meat, but after spending time with her, they knew it had to be for something good. Wild scallions, the tsong in ginger, scallion, and garlic, Chang Xia explained. Wild scallions grew near the Heluo Tribe. Big scallions were traded from the Qingqiu tribe. Judging by the situation in Moonlit Forest, Chang Xia figured the Sirius tribe probably had plenty of wild scallions, but big scallions might be another matter. Oh, we have those. There are lots growing nearby, Yuanhe replied efficiently. Once Chang Xia explained, Yuanhe immediately knew what she meant and went off to pick some scallions without another word. Chang Xia, are you planning to make something new with the scallions and wild boar meat? Hassan squeezed over and asked happily. As soon as he asked, all the nearby beast folk looked up in anticipation. Yes, I'm planning to make scallion oil noodles, Chang Xia said. If any of our wolf tribe friends want to try, you can come watch and learn from me. She only had 2 hands. There was no way she could make enough scallion oil noodles for everyone. But she could teach the wolf tribe how to make them. Chang Xia, we'll learn from you, Xia said happily. Once they learned, they could teach their clansfolk. After all, space was limited and it wouldn't do for everyone to crowd over. It'd be too noisy and even dangerous. Hemi called out to the distant clansfolk, wait a bit. Once Xia and I learn from Chang Xia, we'll show you how. Hearing this, the wolf beast folk all cheered. At the same time, they started preparing the scallions and wild boar meat just as Chang Xia had asked. A short while later, Qingxin and the others brought over the wild boar meat. Chang Xia asked Shen Rong to help cut out the fatty meat for rendering lard. After all, you can't make scallion oil noodles without pork lard. Maple Leaf, you and Guifin start fermenting the dough. While Shen Rong cut the fat and started rendering the lard, Chang Xia asked Maple Leaf and Guifin to start fermenting the dough. Tribe leader Gowa quickly stopped Maple Leaf from heading to the vine baskets, saying, Maple Leaf, there's fruit flour in the beast house, I'll go get it. Hemi, Xia, come help knead the dough. Got it. Hemi replied, following along with Xia. As everyone bustled about, Yuanhe returned with some clansfolk from afar. Chang Xia, come see if these are the scallions you wanted. Yuanhe held up a vine basket half full of freshly picked wild scallions, still glistening with dew, obviously just harvested. Chang Xia tiptoed to peek into the basket. Yes, these are exactly what I wanted, she replied. I'll go wash them by the Five Fingers River. Besides scallions, is there anything else you need? Yuanhe asked, glancing at Shen Rong and the others as they cut the fat and started rendering lard, while Maple Leaf and Guifin kneaded dough. Everyone was busy and excited. It seemed the beast folk were even more excited for the scallion oil noodles than the swift bird. This made Yuanhe quite curious. In the past, whenever the tribe hunted a swift bird, everyone would crowd around, eager for a taste. But today, everyone was craning their necks to watch Chang Xia make scallion oil noodles. Even the butchering of the swift birds was being done absent-mindedly. Yuanhe couldn't help but look forward to the noodles herself. The wild boar fat smells amazing as it renders. We always used it for stews before, what a waste. Qingxin, let us have a taste. Soon, the mouth-watering aroma of pork lard filled the air. Shen Rong finished cutting the fat and started preparing the lean meat for marinating and roasting. Let the matter of rendering lard be handled by Qingxin and his group. As the pork fat was nearly done, Changxia washed the wild onions Yuanhe had brought and tied them into knots, then sliced some garlic. She asked Maple Leaf to help bring over the rattan basket filled with seasonings, cut open the fermented fruit, and took out the sugar jar. She scooped the fruit pulp, added soy sauce and crushed sugar, and mixed them well in a clay bowl. However, considering the number of beastfolk, she had to prepare quite a lot in large quantities. Once Qingxin's group had fished out the cracklings, Changxia tossed the onions and garlic into the stone pot. The hot pork lard sizzled violently the instant it hit the onions and garlic. The scalding oil met the aromatics, which quickly changed color as their rich fragrance spread rapidly. The intense aroma of sautéed onions and garlic filled the air, making all the nearby beastfolk drool uncontrollably. Maple Leaf and the others sniffed the air, exclaiming, "Smells amazing." Changxia stirred the golden brown onions and garlic with a spatula, then asked Yuanhe to bring over a large clay basin so she could fish them out. She poured the prepared seasoning mixture into the pot. The hot oil quickly turned a deep brown. After a moment, bubbles rolled and popped in the pot, and the combined aroma of the onions, garlic, and seasonings exploded into the air like a blooming flower, filling the entire space with its scent. Gulp. Suddenly, the sound of people swallowing their saliva echoed all around. "Changxia, can you drink this hot oil?" Gemma asked softly. Changxia chuckled. "This is scallion oil, not for drinking." "Maple Leaf, check if the dough is ready. Let's start slicing the noodles." Changxia didn't know how to hand-pull noodles, so she simply sliced them with a knife. They could be eaten just the same. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuanhe and the other beastfolk hurried to help Maple Leaf slice the noodles. Grilled meat and swift birds were all forgotten by the beastfolk. But they didn't forget about the pork cracklings. While keeping an eye on Changxia's scallion oil, they jostled with Qingxin's group to snatch the cracklings. The scene was lively and bustling. Qingxin's large basin of cracklings was quickly more than half gone. "Stop, stop. Leave the rest for Lingdang and the others," Qingxin said, blocking the tribe members who still wanted more. He told them the rest was for the tribe's young ones. "You all saw how I rendered the fat just now. It's not hard. If you want more, just cut some pork fat and fry it yourselves. Oh, and make extra to send to Wuzishan." Qingxin Ji. In the distance, Lingdang and the other cubs were overjoyed when they heard that half a basin of cracklings had been saved for them. They were being kept back by their elders and couldn't approach Changxia. Though they were curious, they behaved and stood with their parents at the edge, watching Changxia from afar. But after hearing Qingxin had saved them some cracklings, Lingdang and the others couldn't hold back any longer. Their soft, sweet voices rang out, piercing the sky. Hearing the commotion, Changxia looked up toward Lingdang. She saw a little female, about the size of a sparrow, happily stomping her feet, circling Qingxin with the other cubs. "That's Lingdang. She's 8 this year," Gemma said softly. Changxia smiled. "She's adorable. Tell Qingxin I'll invite them for scallion oil noodles in a bit." "Really?" Gemma was thrilled. "Of course," Changxia replied. "Scallion oil noodles are simple and easy to make. I can't feed the entire wolf tribe, but a few cubs can certainly have a taste." "Thank you, Changxia," Gemma said happily. She immediately got up and walked toward Lingdang. Soon, the cubs' delighted laughter rang out again. Changxia looked up and smiled at them. The cubs, sensing her kindness, peeked out from behind the adults, meeting her gaze. Their pure, adorable faces filled Changxia with joy. Thanks to her influence, the entire Sky Wolf tribe chose to prepare breakfast outdoors that day, synchronizing their meals with Changxia's group. When the water in the pot boiled, Maple Leaf followed Changxia's instructions and began slicing the noodles. Each batch was small. Once the noodles were cooked, they were scooped out and drizzled with a ladleful of piping hot scallion oil. The rich, fragrant scallion oil met the freshly cooked noodles, and the aroma of the oil, combined with the unique freshness of the fruit powder, instantly filled the air with an irresistible scent. Just the smell was intoxicating. "Mix it up and bring it to Lingdang and the others," Changxia said. "Changxia, aren't you going to eat first?" Gemma hesitated. After traveling all night, they were all starving. By rights, Changxia should eat first. "I'm not in a hurry. Let the cubs try it first," Changxia shook her head. I already had some cracklings earlier, so I'm not too hungry right now. After hearing her explanation, Maple Leaf said, Gemma, take a few bowls of scallion oil noodles to the cubs first. The noodles cook quickly, Changxia can eat soon. All right then. Gemma nodded, and together with Shuya, carried the bowls of noodles to Lingdang and the others. By now, the scent of hot oil was wafting from all the makeshift stoves around them. Soon, Lingdang and the others grabbed their bowls, picked up their chopsticks, and began eating eagerly. The soft, springy noodles were coated in scallion oil. Each bite filled the mouth with the mingled flavors of fruit powder and scallion oil, a supreme culinary delight. These scallion oil noodles are so delicious. Lingdang and the other cubs, their faces adorable and eyes round and smiling, exclaimed, Mom, I think I could eat another bowl. I could eat 2 more. 3 bowls. In no time, the cubs were slurping up the noodles and clamoring for more, their sweet, childish voices making all the beast folk laugh with joy. At the same time, everyone looked forward to tasting the scallion oil noodles made by Changxia. Changxia laughed happily through the long summer. On one side, Maple Leaf was slicing dough into noodle pieces and boiling them. Once the noodles were cooked, she scooped them out and served them to Changxia, pouring hot, fragrant scallion oil on top. Moments later, a rich, savory aroma of scallion oil wafted through the air above the Heluo Tribe. At the same time, the sound of slurping noodles could be heard all around. Changxia, let me ladle the scallion oil. You go eat your noodles, Yuan, he said, taking the ladle from Changxia's hand and urging her to eat. The swift bird isn't done roasting yet, so you'll have to settle for scallion oil noodles for now. It'll need a bit more time, Shen Rong added. As he spoke, he handed some roasted meat to Changxia. He, too, held a bowl of the scallion oil noodles Maple Leaf had given him, and like the other wolf beastmen, found a spot to squat down and eat. Changxia took the bowl of noodles and put the roasted meat Shen Rong had given her into the bowl. Hissen, aren't they hungry yet? They just ate quite a bit of pork cracklings. Once the swift bird is done roasting, they'll be ready to eat again soon. These scallion oil noodles smell amazing. I can't believe I forgot about making them before. As the two chatted, Maple Leaf and Kongshan also squatted nearby with their bowls, digging in hungrily. Changxia, the swift bird is ready, Hissen called. He brought over the roasted swift bird, tore off the wings, and handed them to Changxia, knowing she liked to gnaw on them. Changxia accepted the wings without hesitation. No wonder this prey was so highly prized by the Heluo Tribe. The taste was truly exceptional. So fresh and tender. This flavor is on par with Songhan chicken, Changxia exclaimed. Songhan chickens were small, but swift birds were much larger. Changxia couldn't help but think that raising swift birds might be better than raising Songhan chickens. But the thought passed in a flash. She quickly dismissed the idea. Songhan chickens were native to the Baiha River region, while swift birds came from the Qinghua forest. The two couldn't really be compared. It really does taste amazing. Shen Rong agreed. Hissen handed him a bird leg, while the other leg went into Maple Leaf's bowl. Qingxin had caught 8 swift birds, and Shen Rong decided to roast 3 of them. After all, Changxia had already made scallion oil noodles, plus there was roasted meat. Shen Rong felt there was no need to roast all 8 at once. Delicious food should be savored slowly. Changxia, our tribe has decided to build wooden houses, Jua said, holding his bowl as he came over to Changxia and Shen Rong, announcing the Heluo Tribe's decision. Changxia wasn't surprised and smiled. Wooden houses are a great idea. We'll need your help when the time comes, Jua said. Of course, Changxia replied. Ordinary wooden houses weren't as sturdy as brick or stone ones when it came to defense, but it all depended on the type of wooden house. She had a particular kind in mind. It would be perfect for the Heluo Tribe and the perilous Twilight Forest. Log cabins. The most typical dwellings in the land of the Bear Nation. On Earth, the main houses of the flower fruit Ross people were log cabins. Warm in winter, cool in summer, sturdy and durable. Changxia, can wooden houses protect against wild animal attacks? Maple Leaf asked seriously. She was worried that if Changxia suggested building wooden houses, and the wolf tribe later found out they couldn't withstand animal attacks, it would be a serious problem. So Maple Leaf brought up the question right away, before it was too late. At her question, Jua, Yuanhe, and the other wolf beast men all tensed up. Their current beast huts couldn't even keep out the wind and rain, let alone animal attacks. The Sirius tribe didn't expect wooden houses to be as solid as cave dwellings. If they could just keep out the elements, they'd be happy to build them. They can, Changxia said. The wooden houses I want to build are different from beast huts and dens. They won't need animal hides, but we will need stone. I want the Sirius tribe to build log cabins with stone foundations and then stack thick logs to build the walls, putting the biggest logs at the bottom and layering them up. Once the house is built, we'll gather fresh moss from the forest and stuff it into the gaps between the logs. The moss is alive, so even when packed between the logs, it'll keep growing. Once it's established, it'll seal the gaps between the logs. These log cabins will be warm in winter and cool in summer. Even if it's dozens of degrees below zero, it'll still be warm inside. Gulp. For a moment, all the beastmen eating stopped. Everyone stared at Changxia in awe. Even though the log cabins hadn't been built yet, just from Changxia's description, the wolf tribe could already imagine how wonderful they would be. Thank you, Changxia, Jua said, gripping his clay bowl so tightly he nearly crushed it, his eyes fixed on Changxia. So many words welled up in his heart, but in the end, they all condensed into a simple sentence. Changxia shook her head with a smile. The shaman asked me to plan routes, but more than that, she hoped I'd help each tribe build livable homes. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Shelter comes before travel. If the beast tribes want to develop, they have to solve these 4 things. Building houses, just 2 simple words, but to actually do it takes time, effort, and resources. At first, Changxia hadn't realized Suye's true purpose in letting her leave the Heluo Tribe. But when she set foot on Five Finger Mountain and entered the Sirius tribe's territory, in that moment, Changxia suddenly understood. Suye wanted her to interact with the other beast tribes not just to build roads, but more importantly, to help each tribe solve their own problems with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Sure enough, when it came to cunning, she couldn't outmatch Suye. But Changxia didn't feel manipulated. After all, it was all for the beast tribes she could understand. Both sides of the hand are flesh and blood. The Heluo tribe's leopard clan was finally getting on track, but Suye couldn't bear to see the other beast tribes suffer. Besides, Changxia herself needed experience. To help the beast tribes develop, she had to get involved, to understand their situation before she could solve their problems. No need. Changxia shook her head lightly and said, I'll have Maple Leaf and the others follow the wolf tribe beastmen to scout out the route. I'll personally stay at the Sirius tribe to guide you in building log cabins. Changxia didn't hesitate at all. Since the Sirius tribe had decided to build wooden houses, it was time to get moving. When it came to surveying and planning the road, Changxia knew she couldn't compare to the wolf beastmen who had lived in the Clear Moon Forest for nearly 100 years. She was well aware of this when she agreed to take on the task from Suye. She would take the lead, but also serve as support. End of this chapter. Really? Gawa stammered, staring at Changxia in shock. Out of the corner of her eye, Changxia glanced at the 2 elders, Pu Kang and Cinda, in the distance. She believed that compared to going out into the forest, the elders would much prefer her to stay at the Sirius tribe. Sure enough, when they heard Changxia say she was willing to stay and guide the wolf beastmen in building wooden houses, Elder Cinda's expression didn't change much. But Elder Pu Kang, who had been eating heartily, paused as if relieved. It's true. Changxia nodded with a smile. As expected, although the tribe seemed unconcerned about her going out, deep down, the clan's people must be quite anxious. Even Elder Pu Kang was uneasy, so it was easy to imagine how worried the rest of the tribe must be. Changxia, if there's anything you want to eat, just say the word. I'll have the clansmen prepare it for you. Gawa, at a loss for how to thank her, patted his chest and promised. Yuanhe tapped Chief Gawa's arm and scolded lightly, What are you saying? Chang Xia just had breakfast. Let her rest first. Yes, rest first. Gawa grinned, wanting to laugh. But then he suddenly remembered what Elder Tian Tai had said and forced his smile back down. Unbeknownst to him, his expression became even more twisted and frightening. Yuan He's mouth twitched. She raised her hand and, with a smack, pressed her palm right onto Chief Gawa's face. Pfft. Seeing this, Chang Xia couldn't help but laugh. The wolf beastmen were just too adorable. After breakfast, Chang Xia and the other beastmen, led by Yuan He, settled down to rest in several clean beast houses. By mid-afternoon, Chang Xia was the last to wake up. From outside the beast house, she could faintly hear Elder Tian Tai and the others chatting with Shen Rong. Their resting place wasn't far from Chief Gawa's home. Perhaps out of concern for waking Chang Xia, the conversation outside was kept very quiet. Chang Xia, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Tian Tai asked gently. After all, beast houses weren't as comfortable as cave dwellings, and she was worried Chang Xia might not be used to them. Chang Xia replied, Elder Tian Tai, I slept very well. The Kira grass mattress is soft and fragrant. I really like it. When I go back to the Heluo Tribe, I'd love to bring a few of these Kira grass mattresses with me. Haha, Elder Tian Tai laughed happily. Kira grass was something the Sirius tribe had in abundance. If Chang Xia liked it, Elder Tian Tai was more than happy to share. Thank you, Elder Tian Tai. Chang Xia accepted the gifts without hesitation. She took the water Shen Rong handed her, drank half a bowl, and asked, where did Maple Leaf and the others go? Outside the beast house sat elders Pu Kang and Cinda, as well as Shen Rong. But Maple Leaf, Kong Shan, and the others were nowhere to be seen, which made Chang Xia curious. They were curious about goldenrods and millet, so they went out hunting with Ching Xin and the others, Shen Rong explained. TSK Tisk. Chang Xia teased, they sure have a lot of energy. After a bit of small talk, Chang Xia looked up at Elder Tian Tai and asked, Elder Tian Tai, has the Sirius tribe managed to contact my tribe yet? Building log cabins would require a lot of timber, which the Clear Moon Forest couldn't provide. The sea of trees in the nameless mountains near the Heluo Tribe was undoubtedly the best choice. It was close to the Sirius tribe, and harvesting there would also help prevent the forest from spreading and encroaching on the plains of the Clear Moon Forest. It was truly a win-win situation. While you were resting, our tribe's shaman contacted the Heluo Tribe. With the Leopard Tribe's agreement, we can trade goldenrods and millet for timber from the nameless mountains, Tian Tai said, beaming. Our tribe has decided to send some totem warriors to the nameless mountains to cut timber. Do you think that's okay, Chang Xia? Gawa asked respectfully. Chang Xia nodded. That's fine. But don't neglect the route survey either. This road is very important, and we can't afford to be careless. Don't worry, Chang Xia. We've already mapped out the route. Maple Leaf and the others just need to check it to confirm it's suitable, Gawa said seriously. The Clear Moon Forest was a plain. Building a road here was simple. The only challenge was avoiding swamps and rivers. There were many rivers in the Twilight Forest, and some were quite dangerous. For example, the White River near the Heluo Tribe was unique in the entire Twilight Forest. Even the Sirius Tribe's Five-Finger River was dangerous. The only truly safe stretch was the section that flowed through the tribe. Both the upper and lower reaches were home to fierce river beasts. How many days will this take? 3 days. 3 days, that's not bad. Once the route is confirmed, will you start construction right away? This was what Chang Xia was most curious about. Would the Sirius tribe start building the road as soon as the route was set? If so, it would definitely affect hunting and gathering. But if they didn't build, that wouldn't work either. After all, the shaman had proposed the road. The shaman said that as long as you give the word, the wolf tribe will fully cooperate in building the road. We only need to handle the section from the Clear Moon Forest to the Mirage Jungle near the Heavenly Lion Tribe. As for the road from the Sirius Tribe to the Heluo Tribe, we can choose whether or not to build it. It's entirely up to us. The chief of the Jua tribe did not hide anything. He told Chang Xia everything about the decision the Sirius, Wolf, tribe had made in discussion with Suyu. What does the Wolf tribe plan to do about the surrounding beast tribes? Chang Xia asked. There were no other beast tribes near the Heluo tribe. But it was different for the 5 great beast tribes. Many weaker tribes depended on the 5 great tribes for survival. The reason Suyi chose to build this road was precisely to use the power of the 5 great tribes to connect the smaller, weaker tribes in the area. Once the route is decided, our tribe will send totem warriors to the other beast tribes to inform them of the route and ask them to confirm and begin construction, Gowa replied crisply. This had been agreed upon from the start. With the conclusion of the Heluo tribe's exchange event, it was believed that news of the road construction would quickly spread throughout the entire Twilight Forest as each tribe returned to their own lands. Even though the beast tribes were far apart, the speed at which news traveled was not slow. Good, Chang Xia finally felt at ease and stopped asking about the road. Instead, she began to think about building log houses. They had secured a source of timber, but still lacked stone. We can set aside the road construction for now. Let's talk about building the log houses. As for timber, we can go to the nameless mountains to cut it. But for building log houses, the wood needs to be dried first, so there's no rush. What about stone? What does the Sirius tribe plan to do? And we'll also need to prepare resin. The foundation is the most important part of a house. Chang Xia listed all the raw materials needed for building log houses and asked how the Sirius tribe planned to prepare them. For stone, our tribe plans to trade with the Tian Lion tribe, Gowa replied. As for resin, that's a bit tricky. I don't think any tribe has extra to trade. We should be able to spare some resin, Chang Xia said. The wolf tribe should contact our Gen chief as soon as possible, before the other beast tribes realize and try to get some themselves, she reminded. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Shen Rong. Shen Rong had wolf blood in his veins, so her favoritism was only natural. End of this chapter. The Heluo tribe can spare resin? Tian Tai's eyes widened as he exchanged glances with Chief Gowa, hesitantly saying, the leopard tribe is building cave dwellings. Can the Heluo tribe really spare any resin? I remember not long ago, Chief Jen was still asking other beast tribes about trading for resin. I went to Misty Ridge last time and unexpectedly discovered an oil tree grove on Mount Song. Our tribe isn't short on resin for now, we can even spare some for trade. But I'm not sure exactly how much, Chang Xia explained, not hiding anything, and told Elder Tian Tai and the other beast folk about the oil tree grove. There was no point in hiding it. The oil tree grove was on Mount Song, which belonged to the Heluo tribe. If other beast tribes wanted resin, they'd have to trade with the Heluo tribe. Stealing it would only be an option for desperate wanderers. No beast tribe of the Twilight Forest would do that. Chang Xia was very open when she mentioned the oil tree grove. The Heluo tribe might not have many other resources, but when it came to trees, they really did have plenty. First there were the red maples and green trees, then the spice trees, and now even oil trees had been found. To be honest, Chang Xia was looking forward to her tribe's future explorations. In the past, they didn't know what they had, so they didn't value it. But ever since Chang Xia started all these new projects, the tribe's people had become extra cautious and curious whenever they went out. Whenever they found something unfamiliar, no matter what it was, they'd bring it back to the tribe. If Chang Xia was home, they'd deliver it to her at the White Lake Cave dwellings. If she wasn't, they'd take it to the tribe square for Mu Qin to keep until Chang Xia returned to check it out. Gawa, contact the shaman immediately. Have the shaman reach out to the Heluo tribe. We must get the resin before the other tribes realize the Heluo tribe has it, Tian Tai urged. It wasn't that the Sirius tribe was being selfish. Resin was crucial for building houses. There was no room for carelessness. Besides, Chang Xia was clearly favoring the Sirius tribe. If the wolf tribe didn't seize the opportunity, they'd be missing out. All right, I'll contact the shaman right away, Gowa replied. With that, he quickly ran down the mountain toward the foot of Five Finger Mountain. Once they secured resin from the Heluo tribe, they'd send people to the nameless mountains to cut timber the next day. Of course, trading with the Tian Lion tribe for stone was just as important. All in all, the wolf tribe had a lot to do in the coming days. No beast folk would have time to slack off. Elder Tian Tai, how much time will the wolf tribe need to prepare the materials for building the log house? Shen Rong asked. Cutting timber takes time. And from felling the trees to drying them thoroughly and turning them into usable wood, that takes time too. Changxia couldn't stay in the serious tribe for too long. The original plan was to stay for a month, but with helping each tribe build houses suited to their own lands, that time might double or even triple. Don't worry, Shen Rong. The wolf tribe has a stockpile of building materials for beast houses on Five Finger Mountain. These were meant for emergencies, but now we can use them to build a log house, Tian Tai explained. Hearing this, Shen Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Having enough materials for one log house was great. Even if Changxia had to stay a bit longer, the other tribes couldn't complain. If the wolf tribe could build one log house with Changxia's help, they could certainly build more. Well then, let's get started. Changxia stood up and said, since we have enough materials, why are we just sitting here? Let's go move the materials. Elder Tian Tai, pick a good spot, we'll start laying the foundation right away. Changxia didn't waste any time. She stood up and urged Elder Tian Tai to get started on the house. Right now? Yes, right now. Elder Tian Tai looked up and glanced at Shen Rong. Elder Tian Tai, we've rested enough, Shen Rong said. Hearing this, Elder Tian Tai didn't stand on ceremony any longer. He led Changxia and the group of beastmen toward the foot of Five Fingers Mountain. The location for the first log cabin didn't need to be chosen. It would, of course, be built as close to Five Fingers Mountain as possible. That was where the wolf tribe elders, the elderly of the tribe, and the young beast cubs lived. Elder Tian Tai, where are you taking Changxia and the others? Yuan, he had just finished sorting all the goods brought back by the Jua tribe. Seeing Elder Tian Tai leading Changxia and Shen Rong toward Five Fingers Mountain, curiosity got the better of her and she called out. Tian Tai replied, Changxia suggested we start building the log cabin. I'm going to discuss the location with Elder Yagoma. It was obvious. The first log cabin's owner would be this Elder Yagoma, whom they hadn't met yet. Elder Yagoma is sorting herbs in his beast house. I'll take you to him, Yuan, he said, pointing in the direction of Yagoma's beast house and leading the group of beastmen. Along the way, the aroma of lard cracklings and scallion oil noodles still lingered in the air. It was clear that the industrious wolf tribe had already learned how to make scallion oil noodles. At the same time, they'd also figured out how to render fat and make lard cracklings on their own. Elder Yagoma, Yuan, he called softly. They saw. About 50 meters away from Changxia stood an old man, his back slightly hunched, hair thin and white. He was carefully sorting and sun-drying herbs, so focused he hadn't even noticed Changxia and the others approaching. Yuan, what is it? Yagoma asked gently without looking up. Are you here for some herbs? Did one of the cubs misbehave, fall down, or eat something they shouldn't have? His gentle, loving tone was especially comforting. Changxia studied Elder Yagoma curiously. Unlike the elders of the Heluo Tribe, this wolf tribe elder reminded Changxia of Suyi. Yagoma, I'm looking for you, Tian Tai said. Elder Yagoma was older than Elder Tian Tai, the oldest elder in the wolf tribe. Wise, humble, and approachable. It could be said that any beastman who interacted with Elder Yagoma couldn't help but like this gentle and refined elder. Pukong laughed heartily, waving at Elder Yagoma and calling out loudly, Yagoma, have you still not embraced the beast god yet? Pukong, what brings a rascal like you out of the house? Yagoma smiled, glancing at Pukong and Senda. Pukong, Senda, you're both elders now, but you're still so unruly. Yami let you escort Changxia out. How could the shaman possibly be at ease? Yagoma responded to Pukong's teasing with gentle words. Changxia and Shen Rong, welcome home. Changxia, greetings to Elder Yagoma. Shen Rong, greetings to Elder Yagoma. Changxia and Shen Rong introduced themselves to Elder Yagoma in unison. Good, very good. Yagoma gazed at the two with gentle eyes and invited them into the beast house, but Elder Tian Tai politely declined. Yagoma, I came to ask if we could build a log cabin on the empty ground next to your beast house. What do you think? A log cabin? Yagoma asked curiously, you want to build it next to my beast house. Are you planning for me to live in it? Yes. Your beast house is too small to store many herbs, and the rainy season in Qinghua Forest is much longer than in the Heluo Tribe. The tribe has enough raw materials stockpiled to build a log cabin. If you live there, I think the others will understand. Tianai knew that if he didn't explain clearly, Yagoma wouldn't agree. So, he explained the whole situation. End of this chapter. Will the tribe be building more log cabins in the future? Elder Yagoma paused for a moment before asking Elder Tiantai in an unhurried tone. Yagoma had learned some healing skills from Suyi, much like Elder Shimu of the Heluo Tribe. They both shared the responsibility of treating the tribe's people. After all, the shaman lived in the temple on Mount Kana, which was quite far from the beast tribes. The beastmen lived by hunting and gathering, so injuries were commonplace. Yes, our tribe has reached an agreement with the Heluo Tribe to trade goldenrods and millet with the leopard tribe for timber from the nameless mountains. We'll trade rocks with the heavenly lion tribe. Soon, the beast houses will be replaced by log cabins, Tianai explained. In fact, the urgency to build this log cabin was because of Changxia. She didn't have much time to stay in the wolf tribe. But the construction of the log cabin required her guidance. Elder Yagoma's gentle gaze lingered on Changxia for a few seconds. All right, I agree to have a log cabin built next to my beast house, Yagoma replied with a smile. He nodded, and Tiantai and the other beastmen all breathed a sigh of relief. Yagoma, you're so long-winded, Pukong muttered. Elder Senda raised his hand and smacked Pukong on the back of the head. Pukong, shut up, he said coldly. Elder Yagoma was even older than them. A truly respected elder. Yuanhe organized the tribe to prepare the rocks and timber. There's still some resin left, go get it yourself, Tianai ordered seriously. Yuanhe understood. Changxia, holding a bunch of foundation grass, wandered around the empty ground next to Yagoma's beast house, actually measuring the area. The wolf tribe lived right next to the Five Fingers River, so it wasn't suitable to dig a cellar. In this respect, the Heluo tribe was much luckier than the wolf tribe. Although the Heluo tribe also lived by the Bai River, the soil in the Bai River basin was firm and solid, so digging cellars wasn't a problem. Website and navigation notes omitted for clarity. On the contrary, the Sirius tribe wasn't so lucky. The soil in the Clear Moon Forest was soft and crumbly, perfect for farming and planting crops. Digging a small cellar was doable, but building a large underground cellar like the Heluo tribes, spanning dozens or even hundreds of square meters, was absolutely impossible. If they really tried to dig one, the ground would probably collapse before they even finished. Tianxia, can we build a log cabin on this clearing? Tianai asked. Yes, Tianxia nodded. I'm just considering how big it should be. This place isn't suitable for digging a cellar, so if Elder Yagoma wants to store medicinal herbs, they'll have to be kept inside the cabin, or we could expand the entryway, vestibule, for extra storage. However you think it should be built, that's how we'll do it, Tianai replied. They were complete novices when it came to building log cabins, and Elder Tiantai knew better than to interfere. Everything would be up to Tianxia. Hearing this, Tianxia suddenly felt a lot of pressure. She quickly turned around and looked to Shen Rong for help. I'll help you, Shen Rong said. With Shen Rong's reassurance, Tianxia felt much more at ease. Soon, Yuanhe organized the tribe members to bring over logs and stones. She carried resin and followed behind them. All the wolf beast folk of the Sirius tribe stood quietly at a distance, watching Tianxia's group. They didn't approach rashly, just waited patiently until Yuanhe called them over. They built a stove and began melting resin. After discussing with Shen Rong, Tianxia had Elder Tianai organize the wolf beast folk to start laying the foundation. For riverside tribes like the Sirius, the ground was damp, so a solid foundation was especially important. They used stones, mud, chopped wild grass, and the resin melting in a stone pot. All of these were crucial to whether the log cabin could be built successfully. When Yuanhe and the others got to work, their faces were full of reverence. Yuanhe, let me do the mixing, Jua said, stepping forward to take the wooden spatula from Yuanhe and stirring the resin in the stone pot. Yuanhe stepped aside to let Chief Jua take over smoothly. Jua, how did your talks with the Heluo tribe go? The Heluo tribe agreed to trade with us. I want to make sure all our people can move into log cabins before the cold season arrives. That way, we won't have to worry about caves collapsing or anyone freezing to death, Chief Jua said, his eyes shining with excitement and determination. He knew that once word got out that the wolf tribe was building log cabins, the news would spread throughout the entire Twilight Forest. Then other beastfolk tribes would come to learn from them. He believed this was exactly what the shaman and Tianxia wanted. Maybe thinking of this, Chief Jua looked at Tianxia with a mix of fervor and awe. With Tianxia's guidance, Shen Rong's hands-on help, and the wolf beastfolk's strong execution, the stone foundation was soon completed. At this point, Tianxia didn't rush to stack the logs. They needed to wait for the foundation to set and the resin to harden before moving on to the next step. Still, Shen Rong and the others didn't just sit around. They started manually carving and planing the wood. Log cabins didn't use iron nails. Instead, they used axes to carve grooves, fitting the logs together by interlocking and stacking them. For rougher joints, they drill holes and use wooden wedges to secure them. This method might look crude, but it was actually very sturdy and reliable. Tianxia. A familiar voice, Maple Leafs, called out from a distance. Tianxia, how did your gathering go? Tianxia asked. Pretty well, though we didn't run into any rock oxen. If we want to eat rock ox, we'll have to go to the enchanted thicket. By the way, are we roasting swift birds again tonight? Maple Leaf asked as she and Kongshan walked over. When they saw Tianxia's group building a foundation, they were stunned. Tianxia, are you building a log cabin? Kongshan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we just finished the foundation. Once it's dry, we'll start building the walls, Tianxia replied with a smile. What did you hunt? If you want roast swift bird, you'll have to ask Aunt Yuenha. We used Elder Yagoma's trapping method and caught a few swift birds, Maple Leaf said, eyeing the newly built foundation with curiosity. It was a bit like the tribe's beast dens, except beast dens only used stone for the walls and didn't pave the floor with stone. She noticed that even the ground here was paved in some places. She didn't quite understand, but didn't ask. Wow, you're really lucky, Tianxia said in surprise. Swift birds were notoriously hard to catch. Gemma had mentioned this more than once. This trapping method was really something. At this rate, would the wolf tribe end up eating all the swift birds? Don't worry, we're actually thinking about raising swift birds, Maple Leaf said with a laugh, guessing Tianxia's concern from her expression. At that, Tianxia grinned sheepishly, and the wolf beast folk around her all burst out laughing. Don't worry, Tianxia. There's no way we'll eat all the swift birds. The Clear Moon Forest is full of them. They're fierce and fast, and they're almost the overlords of the forest, Yuenha explained with a smile. Besides, the wolf tribe was planting golden millet and corn. Having too many swift birds wasn't a good thing for the serious tribe. Hunting some was actually just right. End of this chapter. In that case, let's have swift bird soup tonight, Tianxia said. After days of travel, everyone was exhausted. A nourishing soup would do them good. Great. I'll have Hassan and the others butcher the swift birds right away. Maple Leaf's eyes lit up. She loved soup. Yuenha blinked and asked, Tianxia, besides the soup, can we have scallion oil noodles again tonight? Honestly, she really liked the taste. After trying it once, she kept thinking about it. We can, but we used up all the scallion oil at lunch. If you want scallion oil noodles, we'll have to render more pork fat, Tianxia nodded. It was just like when she first made fish balls. Everyone in the Heluo Tribe couldn't get enough. There are also wild boars on Five Finger Mountain. I'll have Chinxin go get some. In the Forest of Clear Moon, there's a species of curly-haired, tusked boar. They're aggressive and love rooting for golden roots, so our tribe hunts them often, Yuanhe explained, making it clear to Changxia that the serious tribe never lacks pork. Sure enough, this piqued Changxia's curiosity. Yuanhe AMU, do those curly-haired boars have much back fat? Yesterday I saw Shen Rong cutting up fat to render lard, and it looked like there was quite a bit. Changxia wasn't exaggerating. Compared to the wild boars from the Heluo Tribe, the ones from the Forest of Clear Moon clearly have more fat and yield more lard. It's almost as if the Heluo boars are truly wild, while the serious boars are more like domesticated livestock. Of course, Changxia knew that wasn't really possible. What's back fat? Yuan, he asked. Changxia explained, and once Yuan he understood which part of the boar's belly it was, she sighed. In the past, after slaughtering the curly-haired boars, they'd always just thrown away and buried the back fat. Now, learning that the back fat could be rendered for lard, which could be used for cooking or making scallion oil noodles, a wave of gasps spread among those nearby. It was obvious. All the wolf beastmen who overheard Changxia and Yuan He's conversation were lamenting their tribe's past wastefulness. What a shame. Tiantai sighed. Not far away, Elder Yagoma nodded in agreement. It really is a pity. From what Changxia says, even the boar's innards can be eaten. The tribe should learn from her so we don't waste food anymore. The beast god despises waste. Don't worry, Elder Yagoma. I'll make sure Gemma and the others study hard with Changxia, Yuan He said seriously. Seeing that it was getting late, Yuan He began preparing dinner. The log cabin couldn't be built further until the foundation dried. Today's work was done, so everyone could call it a day. Tomorrow, they'd stack the logs, then just needed to finish the roof and dig up moss from the forest to fill the gaps between the logs. That wasn't difficult. The wolf tribe could handle it themselves without Changxia's help. Changxia, let's head back. Yuan he called. Changxia glanced at the foundation and replied, all right, let's go get dinner ready. I want to eat early tonight and take a medicinal bath to relax. Of course. I'll have Elder Yagoma prepare the herbs you'll need, Yuan he said earnestly. Changxia asked Shen Rong to stay behind to check the foundation, giving him a chance to bond with the wolf tribe. She and Maple Leaf returned to the beast house with Yuan He to prepare dinner. The medicinal bath wasn't just an excuse, Changxia really wanted one. Even though she hadn't traveled much, her whole body ached. She'd napped for ages that afternoon, but still didn't feel rested. She decided to go to bed early tonight and fix her upside-down sleep schedule. Tomorrow, Maple Leaf would go with the wolf tribe into the Forest of Clear Moon to confirm the route's safety. After that, Changxia would make the final call on the route's feasibility. Still, she figured the route the wolf tribe chose would be fine. After all, this road would affect the Sirius tribe's future and their connections with other tribes. Changxia didn't believe the wolf tribe would be careless and pick an unsuitable path. They said she would decide the route, but in reality, it was the beast tribes themselves who should choose. Changxia was more like a mascot. She only truly understood this after arriving at the Sirius tribe. Compared to an outsider like her, the tribes themselves knew their own lands best. Them choosing the route and her approving it didn't conflict at all. On the contrary, Siu had sent her here not mainly for the road or the route, but to improve the tribe's food and housing. Clothing and travel weren't urgent yet, since there weren't the means to improve them, but food and shelter were the priorities. Once the beast tribe solved those, they could face the harsh cold season of the Twilight Forest without fear. After figuring out Suye's intentions, Changxia decided to just go with the flow. These were her strengths. After all, she could handle them perfectly. When Changxia and the others returned to the beast house, the water was boiling and He-Sin and the others began slaughtering swift birds. Changxia told them to save the birds' innards instead of throwing them away and taught Yuan He and Gemma how to process them. They'd have scallion oil noodles for dinner, too. Mixing the dough with fruit powder was essential, and they also had to prepare scallions, garlic, and other seasonings. As the sun set, the Sirius tribe grew busy. Row after row of stoves lined up neatly outside. Because of Changxia, the wolf beastmen built their stoves outside the beast houses. Compared to the Heluo Tribe, the Forest of Clear Moon had more rain during the warm season. The day before Changxia and the others arrived, it had rained for half a day on Five Finger Mountain. Gurgle, gurgle. The swift bird soup started to boil. A mouth-watering aroma wafted out with the bubbling soup, quickly spreading and enveloping the entire Sirius tribe. AMU, I'm so hungry. Abba, can I have some swift bird soup? The roasted meat just doesn't taste as good. Changxia is amazing. Our old swift bird soup never smelled this good. Suddenly, the wolf beastmen all started talking at once, craning their necks to look over at Changxia's stove. For a moment, even the delicious roasted meat in their hands seemed bland. Swift birds were hard to catch, But the wolf tribe had caught and eaten plenty. Still, no matter how they'd roasted or stewed them before, nothing compared to Changxia's soup tonight. Just the smell was enough to make their mouths water. And it wasn't just the wolf beastmen who were drooling. Shen Rong and the others were just as tempted. Not to mention Elder Pukong, who was already eating voraciously. If he didn't eat, he couldn't stop drooling. He discovered that when Changxia cooked, he got full quickly, but when others cooked, he had to eat a lot more to feel satisfied. Website promo and navigation omitted for clarity. For this reason, the Heluo Tribe had sought out Changxia's help. They asked Changxia to make a good amount of jerky for Elder Pukong. Otherwise, with how much Elder Pukong eats on the road, the Heluo Tribe would never have let him come along. After all, a crazed Elder Pukong is no joke. He could easily kill someone if he lost control. End of this chapter. Changxia. Shen Rong called softly, holding a bowl in his hands, and gestured toward Elder Pukong. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. All right, go ahead and ladle a bowl for Elder Pukong first. The swift bird soup needs to simmer a bit longer to really bring out the flavor, but I doubt Elder Pukong can wait any longer. Tonight's scallion oil noodles were made by Manhwa and the others. Changxia didn't step in. The recipe was simple and there wasn't much difficulty. As the rich aroma of the swift bird soup spread, the bold scent of scallion oil gradually mingled in. The already starving beast folk couldn't help but let out wails of hunger. How are beast folk supposed to survive like this? Manhwa, how much longer until the scallion oil noodles are ready? Tianai couldn't help but ask, his eyes fixed on Elder Pukong, or rather, on the swift bird soup in his hands. Sigh. The Heluo tribe really knows how to honor their elders. Just look at the treatment Elder Pukong gets, compared to the rest of us. But he knew well how terrifying Elder Pukong could be if he lost it. No one dared to covet the soup in Elder Pukong's hands. Probably no one in the entire Twilight Forest would risk it, unless they had a death wish. If anyone did have that kind of courage, Elder Tiantai would have to respect them. Elder Tianai, it'll be just a little longer, Manhwa said, fishing out the fried scallions and garlic, and signaled to Gemma to start cooking the noodles. Seeing this, Elder Tiantai sat up straighter. Tiantai, you're getting impatient, Yagama said with a laugh. If you're hungry, some of our tribe have already made scallion oil noodles. I can have them bring you a bowl. It's fine, I'll wait for Manhwa's, Tiantai replied. Truthfully, he said he'd wait for Manhwa's noodles. But his gaze drifted to Changxia. It wasn't really the noodles he was waiting for, but rather Changxia's swift bird soup. After tasting Changxia's cooking, he just couldn't go back to the tribe's usual fare. He couldn't help but recall what Changxin had said before. What would they do once Changxia left the wolf tribe? As for building roads, the wolf tribe had to construct the route connecting them to the Heluo tribe. Once the road was open, they could send golden rods and millet to Changxia and visit the Heluo tribe to mooch a meal. Thinking about this, Elder Tiantai exchanged a quick glance with Chief Jiva. Father and son, perfectly in sync for a moment. Quickly sharing and agreeing on the same thought. A short while later, Chief Jiva, set up the tables and chairs, Changxia said. Unlike the tables and chairs of the Heluo tribe, the wolf tribe's furniture was woven from vines and kira grass, designed by Chief Jiva to suit the clear moon forest. They had a different charm from wooden furniture. The more you looked at them, the more appealing they became. Changxia even considered, once the vine trees in her cave courtyard grew large enough, weaving a few sets of tables and chairs like the wolf tribes to place in her own courtyard. Just thinking about it made Changxia feel delighted. Hurry, set up the tables and chairs. Are the bowls and chopsticks clean? Bring them over and set them out. I want 2 bowls of swift bird soup first. Manhwa had decided to slaughter all the swift birds the tribe had caught, so tonight every wolf beast folk could have a bowl of Changxia's chicken soup. Except for the young cubs, all the wolf beast folk were eagerly waiting for the soup in front of Changxia. Changxia ladled out the portions for her group, then handed the ladle to Manhwa, who began distributing the soup to the tribe. A row of stone pots, all filled with steaming swift bird soup. Gemma and Hemiao quickly grabbed ladles to serve everyone, hoping to finish quickly so they could finally have a taste themselves. They'd been squatting by the stove, inhaling the aroma for so long. But it still didn't feel like enough. Changxia, do you want soup or noodles first? Shen Rong asked. I'll have the soup first, I'll get to the noodles later, Changxia replied. Soon, everyone was seated. Elder Tiantai and the others didn't waste time. They dug in right away. For a moment, the wolf tribe was quieter than ever, afraid that if they hesitated, someone else would snatch the soup from right under their noses. After a long while, someone finally let out a long sigh of satisfaction, and soon the chatter began. I never knew swift bird soup could be this delicious. Yeah. Do you think we'll have time to hunt more swift birds tomorrow? There are plenty in the goldenrod fields and millet groves. We should hunt them again before they eat all the crops. Let's go together. This time, the wolf beast folk weren't just talking about how good the soup was. They were already planning how to hunt more swift birds. Clearly, they were giving the soup high praise. Even before finishing this meal, they were already thinking about the next one. Changxia, let's have swift bird soup again tomorrow night. We'll bring some back when we return from scouting the routes with the wolf tribe, Maple said calmly. Her tone made Changxia want to laugh. Sure. Changxia smiled and nodded. With Changxia's agreement, everyone at the table was excited, wishing tomorrow night would come in the blink of an eye. After dinner, Changxia didn't stay to clean up. She took the medicinal herbs Elder Yagama gave her and headed back to the beast house with Shen Rong. Her limbs were sore. She just wanted to soak in a medicinal bath as soon as possible. Yuanhe offered to help, but Changxia and Shen Rong politely declined. The wooden tub was newly made. The wood was provided by the Heluo Tribe, and Shen Rong had crafted it himself. Back at the beast house where they were staying, Changxia really wanted to collapse onto the bed. But, considering her clothes were dirty, she found a cushion to sit on instead, watching as Shen Rong prepared her medicinal bath. As she lowered her head, Changxia suddenly froze. Shen Rong, is it glowing? Changxia took out the miracle she'd kept hidden in her clothes. Sure enough, the snowflake pendant was emitting a soft light. Shen Rong was a little surprised and put down the herbs in his hands. He walked over, squatted in front of Changxia, and stared at the miracle. I've never seen it glow before. This is the first time, Shen Rong said quietly. Should we tell Elder Tiantai? Changxia asked. The snowflake pendant was a keepsake from Shen Rong's mother, so Elder Tiantai might know something about it. Shen Rong shook his head lightly. No rush for now. Let me find a chance to ask about my mother's past in the Heluo Tribe first. Then we can bring up the miracle. All right. Changxia nodded. She'd always kept the miracle hidden in her clothes. If she hadn't discovered it by accident tonight, it might have been a long time before she realized the snowflake pendant could glow. For some reason, Changxia always felt the miracle wasn't ordinary. She took a deep breath and was about to discuss with Shen Rong how to hide the miracle, when suddenly, the light from the miracle gradually faded. It returned to its usual, unremarkable appearance. Seeing this, Changxia and Shen Rong exchanged glances and both breathed a sigh of relief. Changxia, put the miracle away, Shen Rong said. He stood up to prepare the herbs for Changxia's medicinal bath, but he made a mental note of what had happened. He'd stopped Changxia from going to Elder Tiantai because he remembered something. A long time ago, the Gua chief had mentioned a rumor. The Snow Mountain, the ancestral land of the beast tribes, according to legend. The miracle was a snowflake pendant, and it started glowing after entering the Heluo Tribe. There was probably some connection between the two. What a headache. End of this chapter. Night deepened. Shen Rong finished boiling the medicinal soup and poured it into the wooden tub. Changxia, come soak in the medicinal bath, Shen Rong called. He set aside his thoughts about the miracle and focused on the bath. It's a bit hot, so be careful when you get in. Okay. Changxia nodded and put the miracle away. Since Shen Rong told her not to worry about it, Changxia decided to let it go. She grabbed her clothes and put on the Kira grass sandals Yuan he had prepared, then hurried over to the tub. So comfortable. Changxia stepped into the tub. The medicinal soup was hot, but soaking in it felt wonderful. Shen Rong, do you want to soak too? Changxia asked, eyes closed, her voice soft. I'll just soak my feet, Shen Rong replied. He pointed to a wooden basin nearby, which still had half a basin of medicinal soup left. That was for him, no need for a full bath, but a foot soak would do. Changxia, I'm going to lower the Kira grass curtain and go wash off in the Five Fingers River. You enjoy your bath, Shen Rong said. He didn't feel like taking a hot bath and planned to go rinse off in the cold river, then come back to soak his feet. The beast house wasn't far from the river, so it wouldn't take long. Changxia rested her head on the edge of the tub and waved her hand. All right, don't be too long. Soon, Shen Rong grabbed clean clothes, lowered the Kira grass curtain, and headed for the Five Fingers River, following the sounds of voices. Sure enough, he ran into Kong Shan and the others at the river. They were all soaking in the water, chatting. Shen Rong, you came too? Kong Shan said in surprise. He thought Shen Rong would bathe at the beast house, not come all the way to the river. Changxia's soaking in a medicinal bath, so I came here to wash up. I'll soak my feet when I get back. Wanna join? Elder Yagoma gave us plenty of medicinal soup. Just heat it up and you can soak right away, Shen Rong offered. No need, Kong Shan and the other beastmen shook their heads. The journey hadn't been tough enough for them to need a medicinal bath. Shen Rong didn't linger at the river. After washing up, he returned to the beast house. Kong Shan and the others did the same. In the beast house, Changxia lay in the wooden tub, enveloped in steam, feeling drowsy and relaxed. Without realizing it, she activated her bloodline ability, and the quiet night suddenly became lively and noisy. Wow, the tribe is especially lively tonight. The wolf tribe brought some good-looking outsiders. There's one I really like. You're just a blade of Kira grass. No matter how much you like them, those two-legged beasts won't look at you. Stop dreaming and focus on getting old so the wolf tribe can harvest you. In an instant, the gray and white world was painted in brilliant colors. Hello, everyone. Half asleep, Changxia couldn't help but greet them. Boom! The colorful world seemed to freeze. All the voices suddenly stopped, then, like a dam breaking, a flood of sound erupted. A new grass/new beast? This two-legged beast can hear us. How exciting! Two-legged beast, the scallion oil noodles you made today smelled amazing, especially with the Kira grass sprouts and roasted swift bird. Can we have a taste? Get lost. Kira grass sprouts aren't for you. A Kira grass eating Kira grass sprouts? Do you want to be banished from the Kira grass clan? The sudden rush of voices was overwhelming. All sorts of sounds flooded in at once. Changxia was nearly deafened by the barrage and snapped awake from her daze. She hurriedly withdrew most of her tendrils. She realized that when she was unconscious, her bloodline ability, listening, could pick up many more voices from plants. When she was aware, the ability was much weaker. Two-legged beast, I'll tell you a secret. There are 2 golden sticks hidden under the stone slab in the east corner of your beast house. You sneaky little grass, trying to trade secrets for food from the two-legged beast. Secrets? Who doesn't know a few secrets? Before Changxia could say a word, an argument suddenly broke out nearby. As a result, she was forced to overhear all sorts of secrets, many of them about the wolf beastmen. For example, which female in the beast house had the largest chest, or which male had the best physique. There was even gossip about who sneaked off with whom to the Five Fingers River to do some shameful things. Changxia's mouth twitched. Did this count as eavesdropping by accident? And these secrets involved all the wolf beastmen of the Sky Wolf tribe. Luckily, she was the only beastman here. Otherwise, she'd be so embarrassed she'd want to curl up and disappear. If there were more people, she could probably dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes from sheer awkwardness. This was mortifying. She just wanted to act cool for a moment, but who knew she'd end up eavesdropping? So awkward. So awkward. When Shen Rong came back, he saw Changxia's entire face flushed bright red. He thought the medicinal bath was too hot and had steamed her face red, so he asked if she was feeling unwell, since her face was just so red. Changxia quickly shook her head. I'm fine, I'll soak a bit longer. Then she gave Shen Rong a polite, smiling face, telling him to soak his feet and not to worry about her. She couldn't help it, she was feeling a little guilty. Changxia, what's wrong? Shen Rong asked gently. He suddenly noticed Chang Xia stealing glances at him from time to time. The way she did it was like a little animal sneaking a bite to eat, quite amusing. And nothing, Chang Xia stammered. Did Shen Rong notice something? Feeling guilty, she didn't dare meet his eyes and turned her head away, pretending nothing had happened. Shen Rong's lips curled up. He asked softly, really nothing? This little one had been staring at his waist just now. Of course Shen Rong didn't believe her. When they'd been intimate before, Chang Xia always looked this shy. He remembered it very clearly. Did you want to? Shut up. I don't want anything. Chang Xia immediately cut him off, her cheeks burning as she looked around nervously, like a child afraid of being caught after doing something naughty. Shen Rong paused. Who else was in the beast house besides the two of them? Chang Xia's embarrassed, flustered look surprised him. Suddenly, Shen Rong remembered Chang Xia's bloodline ability. Could it be that while soaking in the medicinal bath, she'd accidentally activated her bloodline power and overheard something? Shen Rong instantly felt awkward. He cleared his throat and said quietly, Chang Xia, this is the Skywolf Tribe. Try not to activate your bloodline ability at random. It's not good to listen in on others. I was just too comfortable in the bath and accidentally activated it, Chang Xia replied. Don't worry, I stopped right away. It was way too stimulating, she didn't dare listen for long. She was afraid of getting a sty from hearing too much. After that, neither of them spoke again. When Chang Xia finished her bath and got up, Shen Rong helped her rinse off, poured out the bathwater, and laid out a beast hide on the bed for her. Once she'd washed up, she got into bed. Go to sleep, Shen Rong said softly, holding her in his arms. Chang Xia buried herself in his embrace, murmured an and, breathing in the scent of Kira grass and Shen Rong, gradually drifted off to sleep. Outside the beast house, the waters of the Five Fingers River rushed by, marking the end of another busy day for the Skywolf Tribe. End of this chapter. The next day, dawn was just breaking. A gentle morning breeze swept through the twilight forest, waking the beastmen from their night's sleep. The Five Fingers River still roared, and the silhouettes of wolf beastmen could be seen fetching water by the riverbank. Wisps of cooking smoke curled up from Five Fingers Mountain. Unlike yesterday, today's morning wind carried a hint of moisture. Go get the log cabins built as soon as possible, Tiantai said. It might rain today. Also, you'll personally lead the team to scout the route. I'll take care of things in the tribe. Today, Feng Yi and the others would be heading out. After much discussion, the Skywolf Tribe had decided that Chief Guhua would lead the way. As for the Heluo Tribe, Chang Xia would stay at Five Fingers Mountain. Of the two elders, Pu Kang and Sinda, one would remain at the Skywolf Tribe. Understood, Guhua replied. Building the log cabins was important, but so was road construction. With the leader decided, Yuan He and the others began preparing breakfast. The sky looks gloomy. Is it going to rain? Chang Xia yawned, standing in front of the beast house and gazing at the horizon. The Skywolf Tribe was located in the clear moon forest, where the sky always seemed especially low and ominous over the plains. It looked quite intimidating. Shen Rong sniffed the air and replied, there's a lot of moisture in the wind. It'll probably rain today. If it rains, won't it be inconvenient for Feng Yi and the others to go out? Chang Xia said. Next door, Feng Yi stepped out of his beast house. It's fine, he said. Rain in the clear moon forest comes and goes quickly. Chang Xia, I'll be heading out with Feng Yi and the others today. Pu Kang will stay behind, keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him cause trouble, Sinda said. Several nearby beast houses had been assigned to the Heluo Tribe by Yuan He. Hearing Chang Xia's voice, the others also came out of their houses. There's going to be a heavy rain today, Pu Kang said with a grin, chewing on some dried meat as he emerged from behind Elder Sinda. Just then, Chief Guhua walked over. Chang Xia, is everyone up? Yuan He made golden millet porridge for breakfast, come and eat. It might rain today, so we should set out early and try to finish scouting the route before the rain hits, Guhua said. Chief Guhua, do we still need to enter the forest if it's raining? Chang Xia asked, worried, wondering if they should postpone their trip. Rain in the clear moon forest comes and goes quickly. Unless it's the cold season, even a heavy rain in the warm season isn't a problem, Guwa replied. The only thing to worry about during a warm season downpour was flash floods, but as long as they avoided those, the wolf tribe had nothing to fear. There hadn't been any prolonged rain in the clear moon forest recently, so there was no risk of flash floods. If there had been, Chief Guwa wouldn't dare go out either. Even the strongest totem warriors had to be careful of flash floods in the forest. If you got caught in one, it was almost certain death. Here is a natural, fluent English translation of your Chinese text. As they spoke, a group of beast folk arrived at the home of the Guwa chief. Yuan He set out the prepared breakfast on the table, just waiting for Chang Xia and the others to come over. Chang Xia, did you sleep well last night? Yuan He asked with a smile. Chang Xia nodded cheerfully and replied, very well, but I still feel like I didn't get enough sleep. I'm a little dizzy. I think it's because we've been traveling day and night these past few days. Even though she'd gone to bed early, she still woke up feeling groggy the next morning. Chang Xia figured it wasn't the sleep itself, but rather the recent disruption to her schedule that was to blame. However, seeing how energetic Maple Leaf looked, she realized she was the only one still suffering. That's right, Chang Xia was just too weak. After all, Shen Rong and the other beast folk seemed completely unaffected. Why don't you take a nap after breakfast? Yuan He suggested. No need, I'll just move around a bit. Chang Xia shook her head, turning down Yuan He's tempting offer. If she slept again, she'd have trouble falling asleep at night. Besides, there was a heavy rain coming today. The log cabin still wasn't finished. The Skywolf tribe had already prepared all the materials for building the log cabin, so it would be best to get it done before the storm hit, much less to worry about that way. Hurry up and eat, Chang Xia urged. Let's get the log cabin built before the rain starts. As she sipped her golden millet porridge, she chatted with Shen Rong. She felt at ease leaving the route scouting to Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf was highly capable, Chang Xia didn't need to nag her. Plus, Elder Senda and the Guwa chief were going along as well, which made her even more reassured. When it came to experience in the forest, these beast folk far surpassed Chang Xia. Rather than worrying about them, she was more concerned about the log cabin. Don't worry, the foundation is built with resin. Even if there's a heavy downpour, it won't affect the base. Once we finish eating, we can start stacking the logs right away. It'll go quickly, Shen Rong said calmly. They had already carved the logs for the cabin yesterday. Once the foundation was dry, they could start assembling the logs at any time. Resin dries quickly, especially in the warm season. One night was enough to make the foundation solid. Shen Rong was confident they could finish the cabin before the rain arrived. Chang Xia, some of our tribe went out early to gather moss. I'll bring it over later so you can see if it's suitable, Yuan He said. Sure. Have them take it to Elder Yagoma. If it's suitable, just plant it right away, Chang Xia replied crisply. The beast folk really were action-oriented. Their decisiveness and efficiency were impressive. After breakfast, Elder Senda led Maple Leaf and the other beast folk away from Five Finger Mountain with the Guwa chief. Once they left, Chang Xia and Shen Rong headed toward Elder Yagoma's beast house. Elder Pukong followed lazily behind, occasionally letting out a few hearty laughs that quickly drew Ling Dang and the others' attention. Before long, they were all playing together. Since Qingxin and Sanglin were more familiar with Chang Xia, the Guwa chief left them behind in the tribe. By the time Shen Rong and the others arrived, Qingxin and Sanglin were already standing in front of Elder Yagoma's beast house, eagerly eyeing the log cabin's foundation. Shen Rong, can we start stacking the logs now? I can't wait to move into the log cabin. I'm so excited. As Chang Xia and Shen Rong approached, Qingxin and the others were visibly thrilled. Elder Tian Ai waved his hand and said exasperatedly, "What are you wolf pups so anxious about? The materials aren't ready yet. What's the point of rushing?" The Skywolf tribe didn't have extra materials. Elder Yagoma's log cabin was the only one being built for now. To build more, they'd have to wait for more materials to be gathered. After felling the trees, the wood needed to be dried, and there was still the matter of collecting resin and trading for other supplies. By contrast, gathering moss was probably the easiest task. But this didn't dampen Qingxin and the others' spirits at all. Have you checked the foundation? Shen Rong asked. Chingson replied, "We've checked it with Elder Yagoma, the resin is dry, and we can start stacking the logs any time." As he spoke, he waved his hand, flexing his limbs, ready to start as soon as Chang Xia gave the word. "All right, start stacking the logs," Chang Xia said. Shen Rong nodded beside her. At that, Chingson and the other beast folk rushed over, following Chang Xia's instructions from the day before. Place the largest logs at the bottom, with the carved grooves facing up. Shen Rong didn't even need to help. Chingson and the others just had him double-check their work. Elder Tian'ai pulled Chang Xia aside, making her and Elder Yagoma stand farther away to avoid getting accidentally hurt. End of this chapter. Skywolf Tribe. Shen Rong and the other beast folk stacked the logs. Watching the log cabin take shape from nothing was truly amazing. Chang Xia looked up at the sky. The clouds were getting thicker and heavier, pressing lower and lower. "It's so dark. Is the rain coming soon?" Chang Xia sniffed the air, catching a strong scent of moisture. Even the water of the Five-Finger River seemed to be rippling. Elder Tian'ai crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the log cabin. "Soon," Tian'ai said. He glanced up at the dark sky, his expression unreadable. "Rainy days are perfect for barbecue," Pukong commented. Immediately, Elder Tian'ai and Chang Xia were taken aback. What did that have to do with anything? How did Elder Pukong connect those two completely unrelated things? As Shen Rong and the others worked, the three-bedroom, one living room layout of the log cabin gradually took shape before Chang Xia and the others' eyes. Although the roof wasn't on yet, the main structure was already clear. "It looks great, really great," Tian'ai murmured, eyes full of wonder. 3 rooms, one for a bedroom, and the other 2 for Elder Yagoma to store various herbs. The central hall can be used as a kitchen. The chimney connects to the fireplace, so in the cold season, you can close the door and heat the house with the fireplace. Chang Xia explained the uses of the rooms. This type of wooden house layout is more than enough for the Wolf Tribe's needs. The only trouble is the issue of the cellar. But looking at the design of the log cabin, Chang Xia felt that the cellar problem could be easily solved. Just build a small log cabin to serve as a cellar for storing food and miscellaneous items. With this in mind, Chang Xia shared her idea with Elder Tian'ai. After listening, Elder Tian'ai nodded repeatedly. Chang Xia's arrival not only solved the Wolf Tribe's housing problem, but also took care of their food storage issues at the same time. This truly left Elder Tian'ai both surprised and delighted. He thought to himself, once the road from the Wolf Tribe to the Heluo Tribe is finished, the two tribes must visit each other more often. A simple thank you could never express the Wolf Tribe's gratitude. Instead, they would send Chang Xia more gifts, golden rods, millet, swift birds, and anything else found in the clear moon forest. Whatever they had, Chang Xia must have too. This was the Wolf Tribe's promise. "I need to ask Yuanhe to weave me a few Kira grass racks." Elder Yagoma stood nearby, smiling as he looked at the log cabin. With a new wooden house, he no longer had to worry about his dried herbs getting soaked, nor about having nowhere to store them. Thinking of this, Elder Yagoma's gaze fell on the empty space in front of the cabin. Chang Xia had said that was where a small room would go, called a mudu vestibule. The mudu would block wind and rain, making it perfect for drying herbs. "Shen Rong, hurry up," Chang Xia urged. The sky was getting darker, and the wind brushing her cheeks carried a chill. A heavy rainstorm was coming. "Chang Xia, go with Yagoma into the beast house." "The rain's about to start," Elder Tian'ai said, heading toward the log cabin to help Shen Rong and the others move logs, hoping to finish the cabin before the storm hit. Seeing this, Elder Pukong put down his dried meat, clapped his hands, and also walked over to help Shen Rong. "Chang Xia, let's go back to the beast house," Yagoma said gently. At this moment, all the Wolf Tribe members who weren't out hunting or gathering were hurrying around the settlement, bringing in everything that had been left out to dry on the open ground or near the beast houses. Some of the male beast folk began inspecting and reinforcing the beast houses. "Elder Yagoma, can the beast house withstand a storm?" Chang Xia asked worriedly. She looked up at the roof, which was somewhat similar to a beast's nest, made by layering thatch, leaves, animal hides, and branches. Don't worry, a storm like this can't blow the beast house apart, Yagoma replied. Only during the cold season, when the blizzards come, is there a risk of the beast houses being blown away or collapsing. But usually, the wolf tribe leaves the beast houses then and moves into the caves on Five Finger Mountain. As he spoke, Elder Yagoma's gaze lingered on the log cabin. Now, the wolf tribe had brand new houses. From now on, there would be no more running back and forth. How wonderful. Will the water in the Five Finger River flood? Now that she was sure the storm couldn't blow the roof off the beast house, Changxia felt much more at ease. She turned her gaze to the nearby Five Finger River. The river will rise, but it won't overflow its banks. That's the blessing of the shamans normally. The rivers near beast folk settlements won't flood their territory. Unless the tribe is too weak to control the river near their land, Yagoma explained calmly. It's a mysterious thing, hard to put into words. Changxia was amazed. The White River, with its ever-calm surface, turned out to be connected to the Heluo Tribe's own strength. It really was quite mysterious. There had been flash floods in the Twilight Forest before, though not often. Presumably, that was because the beast folk of the Twilight Forest were strong as a whole. Changxia used to wonder why, when disasters struck the Twilight Forest, the tribe would send elders out. Now she realized it was to suppress the disaster. It seemed beast folk dared to live near rivers mostly for this very reason. Papa. Suddenly, there was a pattering sound on the roof. Changxia jumped up and cried, Elder Yagoma, the storm's here. The hides, cover the roof with the hides. Hurry, Qingxin, pass the hides up. Time was tight, and there wasn't enough time to finish the roof. Shen Rong stood on top, ready to cover it with animal hides. After the storm passed, they could finish sealing the roof. Very quickly, they spread the hides over the fitted roof beams and weighed them down with logs to keep the wind from blowing them away. Whether or not the roof leaked wasn't the main concern right now. Rushing against the clock, they managed to get the roof covered just before the storm hit. Jumping down from the roof, Shen Rong and the others went into the log cabin. At that moment, it was as if a hole had opened in the sky above the clear moon forest, and rain poured down in torrents. Shen Rong, are you all right? Changxia called out loudly. Shen Rong shook the rain off himself and replied, I'm fine. The beast house and the log cabin were about 10 meters apart. Even with the noise of the wind and rain, as long as they raised their voices, they could still hear each other. Qingxin glanced at the sky, estimating the time. Don't worry, Changxia. This rain will last at most half an hour, Qingxin said. Elder Tian'ai took off his animal hide, shook it out, and agreed. Qingxin's right. Warm season storms come and go quickly. Let's rest a bit, the rain will stop soon. That fast? Shen Rong said in surprise. Half an hour is considered long. Sometimes it's just a few minutes, Sang Lin chimed in. Sometimes it rains 5 or 6 times a day. If you stay in the wolf tribe for a while, you'll get used to it. That's actually pretty interesting. Changxia marveled. Little Changxia, I told you, the Heluo tribe is the best, Pukong said proudly. The rainy season in the 100 Rivers region is much shorter than in other beast folk tribes. It's the most comfortable place to live. Note, the last part about the website and navigation is not part of the story and can be omitted in a translation for reading purposes. Pukong, can you stop being so argumentative? Elder Tian'ai said helplessly. Across the raging storm, Elder Tian'ai rolled his eyes dramatically at Elder Pukong. Since Changxia had been accepted by the Heluo tribe, how could they dare to just snatch her away? Now, Elder Tian'ai was certain that the Heluo tribe had let Elder Pukong come out not just to protect Changxia, but also to drive them beast folk crazy. Damn it. Oh, this time, the Heluo tribe really showed them up. Hee. Elder Pukong laughed and said, the Heluo tribe is just better than the wolf tribe. Though, I have to admit, your goldenrods, millet, and swift birds are quite tasty. Hearing the first part, Elder Tian'ai wanted to explode. But as soon as Pukong mentioned the food, his anger faded. It was rare to hear Elder Pukong give any praise, so Elder Tian'ai felt quite pleased and, for once, didn't argue about which tribe was better. Changxia smiled as she listened to the two elders bicker. She looked up, taking in the beast house of Elder Yagoma. It was different from the Yuan family's house and the one where she was staying. Elder Yagoma's beast house was filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs, each stored in baskets of various sizes woven from kira grass. These baskets were neatly arranged on kira grass racks, making everything orderly, clean, and tidy. Even though the house was packed, the cleanliness kept it from feeling cramped or uncomfortable. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, but Changxia, used to such smells, found it pleasant rather than overwhelming. Suddenly, Changxia's gaze landed on a corner of the beast house. There was a wooden barrel there, soaking something inside. Looking at it, Changxia thought it looked a bit like flax fibers after soaking. Elder Yagoma, what's soaking in this barrel? Changxia squatted down, curiously examining the contents. There was no unpleasant odor, on the contrary, a faint, fresh fragrance wafted up. She felt like she'd smelled it somewhere before. Yagoma was momentarily puzzled, then followed Changxia's gaze to the barrel. After a moment, he slapped his forehead and explained, "This barrel is soaking dried kira grass. Our tribe uses the water from soaked kira grass to bathe beast cubs. It helps reduce swelling and relieve pain. During the warm season, the sun is scorching. Beast cubs love to play and hate staying indoors. They often get sunburned, so bathing them in water soaked with old kira grass works wonders. The fibers left after soaking kira grass can also be applied directly to sunburned areas for the same effect. Kira grass is truly a vital resource for the wolf tribe. Kira grass can be used as medicine too." Changxia was amazed. You can eat it, use it as medicine, and even weave things with it. Kira grass is basically an all-rounder. Yes, Yagoma nodded. After that, he looked curiously at Changxia and asked, "Changxia, what did you think was soaking in the barrel just now?" After spending a night together, Elder Yagoma had a sense of Changxia's character. He knew she wasn't the type to ask questions for no reason. If she was asking about the soaked kira grass, she must have noticed something. "Elder Yagoma, what do you think the fibers from soaked kira grass look like?" Now that she knew what was in the barrel, Changxia wasn't worried anymore. She reached in, pinched out a strand of kira grass fiber, and asked Yagoma seriously. Elder Yagoma took the fiber from her, looking puzzled. Meanwhile, across the room, Shen Rong and the other beastfolk noticed Changxia had disappeared from the conversation and immediately craned their necks to look over. "Elder Pukong, where's Changxia?" Shen Rong asked. Pukong replied, "She's talking with Yagoma about kira grass." Kira grass? Shen Rong was baffled. Why were they suddenly talking about kira grass? Besides eating it, could it really be used as medicine? Changxia asked Yagoma what the leftover stuff from soaked kira grass looks like. Pukong said, not really understanding the concept of fibers, so he just called it leftover stuff. For a moment, the beastfolk all looked at each other, confused. "Don't listen to Elder Pukong's nonsense," Changxia called out. "I'm asking Elder Yagoma what the fibers from soaked kira grass look like. Come take a look. What do you think this stuff looks like?" She picked up a clump of kira grass fiber and held it up high. Chinsen from the warehouse looked blank. This stuff was common enough, just kira grass leftovers. What else could it look like? Shen Rong squinted at the fiber in Changxia's hand, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He exclaimed, "Yarn. The kira grass fiber looks just like the yarn we trade for with the Qinghai Plateau bird tribe." Shen Rong is sharp as ever. The fibers left after soaking old kira grass look almost identical to the yarn we get from the Qinghai Plateau bird tribe, Changxia said excitedly. She asked Elder Yagoma to help fish out all the kira grass fibers from the barrel and drain them in a kira grass basket. Once they were dry, she wanted to see if she could twist them into kira grass thread. If she could, it would mean that kira grass could be used not only for food and medicine, but also for spinning and weaving cloth. Lately, Changxia hadn't heard any news about cotton or flax. She'd been feeling a bit down about it. Who would have thought that, just when things seemed bleak, she'd stumble upon kira grass in the wolf tribe? Yarn. Changxia, when you say yarn, do you mean the same yarn we're thinking of? Suddenly, all the beast folk became very enthusiastic. The yarn from the Qinghai Plateau bird tribe was expensive, but the beast folk needed it badly. Sewing animal hide clothes required yarn. Without it, they had to use animal tendons strong, but much too thick. Previously, Changxia had drawn pictures of cotton and flax, saying these could be used to make yarn like the bird tribes. All the beast folk tribes had been searching for them, but with no luck. Now, Changxia said Kira grass fiber was like yarn. How could the beastmen not be both shocked and overjoyed? Don't rush. Once the Kira grass fibers are dry, I'll try rubbing and twisting them to see if I can spin them into thread, Changxia said calmly. With her mind occupied, even the storm raging outside the beast house no longer seemed frightening. I'll help separate these fibers. If we spread them out, they should dry faster, Yagoma said, bringing over a Kira grass spine chair for Changxia to sit on. He sat beside her, carefully pulling apart a bundle of Kira grass fibers. Elder Pukong, looking bored, started munching on some dried meat. Across from the beast house, Shen Rong and the other beastmen craned their necks, peering over at Changxia. If it weren't for the heavy rain and the limited space in Elder Yagoma's house, they'd have rushed over to watch up close. The rain's letting up. Can we make a dash for it? Just now, Changxia said the Kira grass fibers were almost dry. Don't be ridiculous. Elder Yagoma's house isn't that big, how would you all fit? Besides, if you get soaked and track water inside, you'll ruin all the herbs stored in there. Elder Tiantai stopped the commotion with a stern face. He felt a twinge of regret. He should have gone to Elder Yagoma's house before the rain started, instead of heading into the log cabin. End of this chapter. Changxia. Elder Yagoma called Changxia's name a bit nervously, eyes fixed on the Kira grass fibers in her hands. Under her careful twisting, the fine fibers were turning into thread that Elder Yagoma recognized. Elder Yagoma, once the rain stops, could you have the wolf tribe collect more old Kira grass to soak? By the way, how long does it take to soak the grass to this stage? Changxia asked, happily twirling the Kira grass thread between her fingers. Thread. It really was thread. Soft and fine, just like the thread balls from the Qinghai Plateau bird tribe. But the Kira grass thread also carried a faint, fresh scent, something the bird tribe's thread didn't have. Good, good. Yagoma replied excitedly, clenching his fists. It takes 2 days. To get the Kira grass fibers like this, you need to soak them for 2 days. 2 days isn't long at all, Changxia said. When the rain stopped, Changxia and Elder Yagoma twisted the entire bundle of Kira grass fibers into a ball of thread about the size of a fist. Unlike the bird tribe's thread, the Kira grass thread was a light green, probably due to the grass itself, and it gave off a faint, pleasant fragrance. Changxia played with the ball of thread, her face full of joy. Changxia. It really is thread. Yeah, though it's a bit green. Compared to the bird tribe's thread, the color's a little different. As soon as the rain stopped, Shen Rong and the others rushed over. They didn't go inside right away, but stood outside peering in, their eyes burning with excitement as they stared at the pale green ball of thread in Changxia's hands. Seeing this, Changxia handed the thread ball over so they could examine it up close. Changxia, what do you want to do next? Shen Rong asked. I just told Elder Yagoma, once the rain stops, have the wolf tribe collect more old Kira grass, soak it in wooden barrels for 2 days, and then we can twist it into thread balls, Changxia said, looking up at Shen Rong. Her meaning was clear. If Kira grass could really be spun into thread, it was time to make a spinning wheel. That was something Shen Rong would have to handle. Making a spinning wheel isn't hard. I'll find time to make one, Shen Rong said. Nearby, Elder Tiantai and the others held their breath. They didn't quite understand Changxia and Shen Rong's conversation, but they knew it was important. If you need anything, just tell me, Tiantai said. Elder Yagoma stared eagerly at the Kira grass thread ball. The fact that Kira grass could be made into thread was a huge surprise. Judging by Changxia's expression, it seemed Kira grass could do even more than just make thread. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Elder Tiantai had tried to lure Changxia to the wolf tribe, and why Elder Pukong had been so furious. Changxia was special, anything she touched seemed to turn to gold. I'll need some wood, Shen Rong said. All right, Tiantai replied. The rain had stopped, though the ground was muddy. He led Shen Rong straight toward Wuji Mountain. As soon as Tiantai and Shen Rong left, Yuanhe came over. Changxia, you didn't get caught in the storm, did you? Yuanhe asked anxiously. The storm had come on so fast that Yuanhe, busy with tribe affairs, hadn't noticed until it was too late to leave her house. I'm fine, Aunt Yuanhe, Changxia replied with a smile, shaking her head. She had Qingxin hand the Kira grass thread ball to Yuanhe and explained, "This is a ball of Kira grass thread I made by twisting the fibers soaked in Elder Yagoma's barrel. I'd like to ask you to have the wolf tribe collect more old Kira grass. After soaking, the fibers from old Kira grass can be twisted into thread balls. These are a lot like the bird tribe's thread, so have the tribe collect more old Kira grass and soak it in barrels," Yagoma added, in case Yuanhe hadn't understood. Yuanhe held the Kira grass thread ball, dumbfounded. She looked up at Changxia in astonishment. How long had it been? And Changxia had already come up with something new. Taking a deep breath to calm her excitement, Yuanhe said, "All right, I'll have the tribe start collecting Kira grass right away." The tender shoots of Kira grass could be eaten, the old grass could be woven, and now, after soaking, the fibers could be spun into thread. Yuanhe felt like the sky over the wolf tribe had never been so bright and clear. Website promotional text omitted for clarity. Here is a natural, fluent English translation of your text. Stepping into Wuzhishan from the long summer, every day in the Sirius tribe is different. I really wish Changxia could live in the Sirius tribe. They take things at face value and act immediately. Yuanhe said she was going to gather the tribe, and she turned around and started calling people over. The roof of the log cabin still wasn't finished, so Qingxin and the others couldn't leave yet. However, since the rain had just stopped and the ground was still wet, they hadn't started working. They needed to wait for Shen Rong to return from Wuzhishan. With his direction, Qingxin and the other beast folk would feel confident enough to finish the roof. For now, everyone was still immersed in joy. The way they looked at Changxia was almost as reverent as the way they looked at the shaman. When the rain stopped, a huge rainbow appeared on the horizon. The Sirius tribe was lively once again. Beast folk who hadn't gone out hunting or gathering all came out of their houses and headed toward Elder Yagoma's house. But they didn't get close to the log cabin. Instead, they stood at a distance, gazing at it with awe and longing. What a beautiful cabin! I heard from the chief that we'll all get to live in such beautiful cabins in the future. Once Elder Yagoma's cabin is finished, the tribe will organize people to cut wood and quarry stone, and then trade resin with the Heluo Tribe. By then, everyone will be able to build their own log cabins. The wolf beast folk chatted excitedly among themselves. Everyone's faces were full of happiness. Enough chatting, Yuanhe is calling everyone to go harvest the old Gila grass. Yuanhe's voice echoed from afar, interrupting the conversation. Soon, the gathered beast folk quickly dispersed. Changxia pressed her lips together, smiling. No matter where she went, she could never resist joining in the excitement. It's rare for the tribe to have something new happen. The people are a bit excited, Yagoma said with a smile. Beast folk spend every day busy hunting and gathering. The tribes are far apart, so there's little time or opportunity for gossip. Events like the last exchange with the Heluo tribe are rare, and aside from the Normandy Grand Market, there are hardly any gatherings in the Twilight Forest. After all, the forest is dangerous. Unless necessary, beast folk don't dare travel between regions. One careless move, and you could lose your life to a wild beast. In the future, once the roads are open, it'll be much safer to travel between tribes. Beast folk will be able to visit each other, and the forest will become much livelier, Changxia said with a smile. She liked the bustle, but also enjoyed peace and quiet. Finding tranquility in the midst of excitement was undoubtedly the best choice. Exactly. Yagoma agreed. All the beast folk are waiting for that day. End of this chapter. Elder Tianai helped Shen Rong move the timber back to the house. Afterward, Shen Rong returned to Elder Yagoma's house. When he arrived, Changxia was directing Qingxin and the others as they lifted the animal hides off the roof of the log cabin. In front of the cabin, a row of racks had been set up. The hides were spread out to dry on the racks. Once they were dry, they'd be folded and stored away. Animal hides are hard currency in the Twilight Forest. With no gold or silver in circulation, hides, fangs, and bones are all valuable. However, Changxia thought that as the tribes developed further, she'd probably ask Siyu to establish a currency system for the Twilight Forest. If the beast folk wanted to develop, bartering alone wouldn't be sustainable in the long run. Changxia, you didn't go to harvest Gila grass? Shen Rong asked in surprise. He'd thought Changxia would go with Yuan He, and now that it was basically confirmed that Gila grass could be spun into thread and woven into cloth, this trip had been well worth it. I didn't go. The log cabin isn't finished yet, so it's more suitable for me to stay here, Changxia explained. When it came to physical labor, she knew she couldn't match the wolf beast folk. She was better off giving directions than doing the work herself. Shen Rong quickly understood what she meant. If she went to harvest Gila grass, Yuan He and the others would have to look after her. Rather than getting in the way, it was better for Changxia to stay and oversee the construction of the log cabin. Besides, since the log cabin was her idea, the wolf tribe felt more at ease with her supervising. Have you prepared all the materials for making the spinning wheel? Everything's ready. Once the roof is finished, I'll find time to work on the spinning wheel. He'd already looked into how to make one. It wouldn't be hard to replicate. Maple Leaf and the others had gone out to survey the route, and even if they were quick, it would take 3 to 5 days. That was plenty of time for Changxia to experiment with Gila grass and help finish the log cabin. She could even learn from the wolf tribe how to make Gila grass chairs and other furniture. Shen Rong, come up and take a look. Qingxin called down from above, waving at Shen Rong. They were working on the roof, and it just didn't feel right without Shen Rong there. Changxia, I'll go over there, Shen Rong said. Changxia waved him on. She'd wanted to go up herself, but all the beast folk had unanimously refused, so she had no choice but to stay on the ground. The rain had stopped, and the sky was clear. Elder Yagoma brought out the Gila grass vine racks he'd stored in the house. He was already used to the weather in the Forest of Clear Moon. Moving things in and out, he never complained. Elder Yagoma, you can ask the tribe to help make a new Gila grass vine bed and other furniture, Changxia said with a smile, pointing at the log cabin. The new cabin was more than 3 times the size of Elder Yagoma's old house. More than enough for him to store all his herbs, and if not, they could always build another cabin next door. Given the rainy season in the Forest of Clear Moon, they could even build a covered walkway for shelter. Changxia, you're so thoughtful. I'll talk to Yuan He about it later, Yagoma said happily, accepting her suggestion. The old vine bed in his house was getting worn out, and while Elder Yagoma wasn't picky, looking at the brand new log cabin, he felt he really did need a new Gila grass vine bed to match his new home. Maybe a new set of Kira grass vine racks and other furniture. All of these need to be prepared as a set. The tables and chairs popular in the Heluo Tribe, Elder Yagoma thought her new home should be equipped with them too. Finally, by noon, Yuanhe came over to tell Changxia and the others it was time to go back for lunch. Shen Rong, along with Qingxin and the other beastmen, had successfully finished roofing the log cabin. The layered roof would stand up to rain and snow. The log cabin, made from ironwood, didn't even need to be painted to keep out insects or termites. Now, all that was left was to plant moss on the roof and move in the furniture. Then it would be ready to live in at any time. Of course, if the smell was too strong, they could just leave it to air out for a few days. Changxia, time to go back for lunch. Yuanhe walked over, her eyes shining as she looked at the newly built log cabin. The more she looked, the more she liked it. It was spacious and bright. So much better than the old beast houses. Yuanhe amu, give us a bit more time. Shen Rong still needs a little while here, Changxia replied without turning around. Then she suddenly realized it was Yuanhe's voice and quickly turned to ask, Yuanhe amu, how much Kira grass did you harvest? We spent the whole morning harvesting several piles of Kira grass. It's all stacked in the tribal square. After lunch, we'll soak it in wooden barrels. But we've harvested so much, I'm worried we don't have enough barrels, Yuanhe said regretfully. Kira grass grows everywhere near the Five-Finger River. Unlike thatch or reeds, which are less common, Kira grass is abundant everywhere. If there aren't enough barrels, just dig a few pits and soak the Kira grass in them, Changxia suggested. All that matters for making Kira grass fiber is the soaking process. It doesn't matter what you soak it in. Is that okay? Yuanhe hesitated. Changxia nodded. It's fine. Kira grass is non-toxic, and the water left after soaking can even be used to bathe the beast cubs. However, if you soak it in pits, the water will need to be treated afterwards. Changxia trusted the wolf tribe to handle that themselves. While they were talking, Shen Rong and the others jumped down from the roof. The only thing left for the log cabin was to install the doors and windows. With the Heluo Tribe's experience, this was a simple task for Shen Rong. Soon, Shen Rong and Qingxin had the doors and windows installed. Elder Yugoma, the log cabin is finished. Come take a look, see if there's anything you want changed, Shen Rong called out. Elder Yugoma walked over smiling, waved her hand, and said warmly, no need for changes, this is already perfect. Yuanhe, please arrange for some tribe members to weave me some new furniture. Once the new furniture is moved in, I'll move in too. All right, all of the tribes start this afternoon, Yuanhe replied briskly. Such a beautiful log cabin, it made you want to move in just looking at it. Changxia said, Yuanhe AMU, don't forget to plant the moss. Once it takes root, the cabin will stay cool in summer and warm in winter. This morning, while we were harvesting Kira grass, I also dug up a lot of moss. The moss is in the tribal square now. After lunch, you can show us how to plant it, and we'll get it done this afternoon, Yuanhe said. At this, Qingxin and the other beastmen were delighted. Yuanhe AMU, you're the best. Yuanhe AMU, you really do think of everything. All the beastmen sincerely praised Yuanhe. They'd been so busy building the cabin, they'd forgotten all about the moss. They hadn't expected Yuanhe to remember and quietly get everything ready. All right, enough of that, let's go eat lunch, Yuanhe said, grinning as she gently patted Qingxin and the others. Laughing and joking, the group headed back to Yuanhe's beast house. Hot food was already laid out on the Kira grass vine table, just waiting for Changxia and the others to arrive. End of this chapter. Gemma, pull Lingding and the others back. Don't let them fall into the pits we just dug. Qingxin, tidy up the edges of the pits and try to smooth them out. That way, when the earth dries, it'll be cleaner for soaking the Kira grass. After lunch, Changxia and the others planted the moss and opened all the doors and windows of the log cabin to air it out. Then, led by Yuanhe, the group of beastmen went downriver to the Five-Finger River to dig pits for soaking the Kira grass. At the same time, some of the older beastmen in the Sirius tribe started weaving Kira grass vine racks and other furniture. These were clearly for Elder Yugoma's new home, but also for themselves. The earth pits couldn't be used right away after being dug. The bottoms and sides had to be smoothed and left to dry for a day to keep things clean. Changxia also had Elder Yugoma sprinkle some insect repellent and disinfectant powder in the pits to avoid any contamination while soaking the Kira grass. Changxia, are these pits the right size? After instructing the tribe, Yuanhe turned to ask Changxia. Changxia smiled. Whatever you arrange is fine, Yuanhe AMU. The size of the pits didn't really matter for soaking Kira grass, so she didn't make any special requests. Kira grass fibers could be spun into thread. This was huge news for the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest. Elder Tiantai had already reported the Kira grass discovery to the Shaman Hall. Changxia guessed that C must be delighted at the Shaman Hall right now. With their own thread, the beast tribes wouldn't have to rely on the bird tribes of the Qinghai Plateau anymore. With thread, cloth wouldn't be far behind. Thinking of this, Changxia's smile grew even more genuine. She stepped back a few paces and walked toward the Five-Finger River. Looking down at the river's surface, she glanced back at Shen Rong and smiled. Shen Rong, want to have fish balls for dinner tonight? Sure, Shen Rong replied. Qingxin told me there's a special kind of big fish in the Five-Finger River. It's different from the ones in the White River. The meat is really tender. And then the rest is sight navigation and notices. Really? Changxia was taken aback. He's eaten fish before? I remember that the beast folk usually dislike fish unless it's the dead of winter. They almost never go fishing in the river. Because of this, the rivers and waterways were teeming with fish. The fish weren't afraid of beast folk. Aside from river beasts, they had almost no natural predators. Big fish, Gemma said. The big fish was the only type of fish that the wolf tribe of the Sky Wolf clan actively hunted and ate. These fish were huge, each one weighed dozens of pounds, and some could even reach over 100. The wolf tribe simply called them big fish. Changxia, do you want to eat big fish? Tianai asked. Changxia replied, I was just chatting with Shen Rong and mentioned we'd have fish balls for dinner. He said there's a delicious kind of fish in the Five-Finger River called big fish. Big fish are unique to the Five-Finger River. Their meat is tender and not at all fishy, Tianai explained. During the warm season, big fish swim into the Five-Finger River from other waters. Our tribe will catch and eat them, but we rarely hunt other fish. Big fish are the exception. After hearing this, Changxia couldn't help but think of the white fish in the sacred pond at Weishan and the black fish in the Wei River of the Mu Watch Mountains. It seemed that the beast folk would actively hunt these special kinds of fish. Ordinary fish were too bony and had a strong fishy taste, making them difficult to prepare, so the beast folk usually avoided them. But special fish like the white fish and black fish, they would hunt and eat those. Big fish, just gut them and simmer with water, and they taste amazing, Gemma explained gently. The beast folks' way of eating fish was simple and rough. They didn't know any complicated cooking techniques. The meat of the big fish was so tender that just gutting it and boiling it in water made it delicious. That's why the wolf tribe would go out of their way to hunt and eat them. Shen Rong, I want to eat big fish, Changxia said bluntly, eyeing the Five-Finger River, itching to jump in and catch one herself. Shen Rong stopped her and said, wait here. I'll go into the river and catch a big fish for you. I want to go too, Changxia said. No way. The Five-Finger River isn't like the White River. There are lots of big fish in there. Are you sure you want to go in? Shen Rong stared intently at Changxia. He didn't want her taking risks. The Five-Finger River might look safe, but no one really knew what lurked beneath the surface. Hearing that there were many large fish in the river, Changxia immediately wilted. She still vividly remembered almost being dragged into the water before. Fine. I won't go in. But I want to eat big fish, so you have to catch one for me, Changxia pouted, acting cute with Shen Rong. Ugh. So frustrating. She'd clearly gotten stronger, but the shadow in her heart wasn't so easy to get rid of. Good girl, Shen Rong said, patting Changxia's head and gently rubbing her hair. Honestly, he really didn't feel comfortable letting Changxia go into the river. He wouldn't even trust the White River, let alone this one. Shen Rong, wait for us. Once we finish with the earth pits, we'll join you to catch big fish. I'm telling you, I'm the most experienced when it comes to catching big fish. Qingxin called out from inside the pit, waving at Shen Rong. Clearly, he wanted Shen Rong to wait for them. They'd already dug 3 pits, just needed to tidy up the bottoms and edges. Once that was done, they could climb out. All right, Shen Rong replied, then turned to Elder Tianai to ask for a basin or bucket to hold the big fish. Gemma, go to the village square and bring back the big basin, Tianai instructed. Elder Pukong was sitting by the riverbank, chewing slowly as he stared at the water, looking like he was itching to go fishing himself. Elder Pukong, do you want to go into the river? Shen Rong asked. He wasn't far from Elder Pukong and could sense the restless, aggressive energy radiating from him. Hee hee. Pukong grinned. I've never tasted the Skywolf clan's big fish. Tonight, I want to eat 10. Tianai, have the wolf tribe prepare a few more big basins. In other words, he was definitely planning to go into the river. But there were a lot of wolf beast folk around, so he was holding back out of courtesy. Once the crowd thinned out, he'd go right in. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of big fish, Tianai replied, not arguing and agreeing to prepare more basins as Pukong requested. Besides big fish, remember to catch some shrimp, crabs, and river clams if you see them, Changxia reminded. There was plenty of edible seafood in the river. The Maple Leaf group had worked hard today, so Changxia wanted to prepare more food. Plus, since she was visiting the Skywolf clan, she wanted to help improve their meals a bit. Yesterday was too clever, today is just right. Changxia, are we having a feast tonight? Qingxin crawled out of the pit just in time to hear Changxia ask Shen Rong to catch more fish. His eyes lit up with excitement. Bonfire banquet. Sang Lin chimed in. Sounds great. Changxia nodded with a smile. As long as Elder Tianai and Aunt Yuanhe have no objections, I'm all for it. With Yuanhe, Gemma, and the others helping, a bonfire banquet was definitely possible. If everything went smoothly, they could all enjoy themselves. End of this chapter. Qingxin, you take people to the river to catch big fish. Hemiao, come with me to the village square to set up the stove and prepare other supplies, Yuanhe said quickly. Originally, when Changxia and Shen Rong arrived at the Sky Wolf clan, the Wolf Tribe had planned to host a bonfire banquet to welcome the Heluo Tribe and other beastfolk. But as soon as they arrived, Changxia started organizing all sorts of things, so the banquet was postponed. Now that Qingxin and Sanglin had brought it up again and Changxia agreed, the Sky Wolf clan naturally wouldn't refuse. Bonfire banquet. The tribe's having a bonfire banquet. Meat. I want to eat meat. Previous page, next page, last page, top. In an instant, the wolf orcs erupted in deafening cheers. Outside of the harvest festival, bonfire feasts were rare in the orc tribes. Orcs naturally had big appetites, and if they held feasts too often, the tribe simply couldn't afford the consumption. As expected, feasts really are the orcs' true love. Changxia laughed, sighing in amusement. Gemma smiled softly and said, "Who wouldn't love a bonfire feast?" "Yeah, who wouldn't love a bonfire feast?" Changxia nodded in agreement. After today, the Sirius tribe would be busy, likely all the way until the cold season. Next, the Sirius tribe needed to build 2 roads. They also had to construct log cabins, not to mention deal with the matter of the Kira grass. Except for the wolf cubs, it seemed every other orc would be busy beyond belief. Soon enough, Changxia got to see the giant fish from the Five Fingers River. They really were huge, and it was Elder Pukong who caught one. This fish weighed about 100 pounds, long and slender, and at first glance, it looked a bit like a ribbonfish. But on closer inspection, it was different. Elder Pukong tossed the fish onto the shore, and Gemma and the others quickly picked it up, skillfully gutting and cleaning it on the spot. Watching them, Changxia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This was as fresh as it got, caught and killed right there. Maybe Elder Pukong had brought some good luck. Soon, Shen Rong, Qingxin, and the others also caught several more big fish. In no time, the large basin Gemma brought was filled with freshly cleaned fish. They also caught plenty of shrimp, crabs, river mussels, and other aquatic delicacies. Changxia looked up at the sky, the setting sun casting its golden glow over the forest of clear moon as the day drew to a close. In the distance, a familiar beastly roar echoed. It sounded like Chief Gawa. That meant Maple Leaf and the others had returned. After a day's work, they'd safely made it back to the Sirius tribe. "Chief! The chief is back." Sure enough, when the wolf orcs by the Five Fingers River heard Chief Gawa's roar, they happily rushed out of the tribe to greet them. "Shen Rong, I'm going to meet Maple Leaf," Changxia waved to Shen Rong, letting him know before joining the others to welcome Chief Gawa and his group. "Walk slowly, don't fall into the river," Shen Rong called out, worried that Changxia might get pushed into the Five Fingers River with so many people around. A moment later, Chief Gawa and a group of orcs approached from afar. "Wow! Swift birds, so many swift birds. The chief is amazing." Chief Gawa's group had returned with a bountiful haul. Dozens of swift birds were tied together with vines, and besides the birds, there were also 2 curly-tusked wild boars. Of course, the giant python tied to Elder Senda's back was hard to miss. But the other orcs mostly ignored the python. After all, not many orcs liked eating snakes. Fanatics like Elder Senda were even rarer. Changxia covered her eyes and cleared her throat, watching as Gemma eagerly approached Elder Senda. Ever since she'd learned from Elder Senda, Gemma seemed to have developed a keen interest in pythons. This truly surprised Changxia. Who would have thought that the timid Gemma would end up liking python meat? Judging by Elder Senda's attitude toward Gemma, Changxia was a bit worried that Elder Senda might lead Gemma astray. Having one snake-loving weirdo in the tribe was enough to keep her on edge, and now there was Gemma too. Changxia was honestly afraid Elder Senda might become the first orc to be shunned by all the tribes. Elder Pukong was already somewhat feared by the other tribes, but at most, they just kept their guard up. If Elder Senda kept encouraging orcs to eat pythons, Changxia was really nervous. At the same time, She started thinking about their upcoming trip to the Snake Mountain Tribe. Maybe she should have Elder Senda go ahead first. After all, the Snake Mountain Tribe's territory was full of snakes, and they worshipped giant pythons. The Moonwatch Mountains were crawling with them. It was a paradise for pythons and Elder Senda's dream destination. Changxia, why do you look so pale? Maple Leaf set down his basket and walked over, about to say something when he noticed Changxia's grim expression and grew curious. Changxia gestured toward Elder Senda and whispered, I'm worried Elder Senda is going to lead Gemma astray. You know about the whole snake thing. I'm really afraid that if the Snake Mountain Tribe finds out what happened with Snake Xing, they'll blame it on our tribe. Maple Leaf's face changed slightly. I'll find a chance to talk to Elder Senda, tell him to keep a low profile. Very few orcs from the Heluo Tribe dared get too close to Elder Senda. It was rare enough for Snake Xing and Gemma to be willing to approach him, and to actually like pythons, Elder Senda was overjoyed. Maple Leaf wasn't sure he'd be able to persuade him. My biggest worry is the Snake Mountain Tribe. Once the route from the Sirius Tribe is set, we'll head to the Heavenly Lion Tribe, and from there, it's straight to the Snake Mountain Tribe. In at most a dozen days, do you think we'll have a chance to convince Elder Senda to go back? Changxia whispered. Impossible, Maple Leaf replied. This trip was Elder Senda's idea. His whole purpose is to visit the Moonwatch Mountains. Maple Leaf had heard Elder Yami mention it before. Elder Senda had long dreamed of visiting the Moonwatch Mountains. But the Snake Mountain Tribe never agreed, firmly refusing to let him in. This was a rare opportunity. Elder Senda would never miss it. Changxia rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After a moment, she calmed herself. How did the route survey go? Changxia asked. Very smoothly. The Forest of Clear Moon is all plains, so the route was easy to check. As long as you avoid the deep marshes in the meadows, there's nothing special to watch out for, Maple Leaf replied easily, taking the beast pouch from his back and handing it to Changxia. The route map is inside, take a look when you have time. I'll check it later. The Sirius Tribe is holding a bonfire feast tonight, and I'll be busy soon. Changxia took the pouch carefully, planning to drop it off at her house before heading to the village square or the river to help out. The following is a website note, not part of the story. A bonfire banquet? Sounds great, Maple Leaf said happily. While they were chatting, Chief Jua had finished making arrangements. The Wolf Tribe Beastmen took the curly-tusked boars and swift birds and hurried toward the tribe's plaza. Changxia, I heard the log cabin is already built. I'll go check it out first. Oh, the route planning map is with Maple Leaf. If you want to see it, just ask her, Chief Jua said quickly, his face expressionless. Before he finished speaking, he was already sprinting toward Elder Yagoma's beast house. End of this chapter. Maple Leaf, aren't you going? Changxia raised an eyebrow and asked. Chief Jua dashed off and Kongshan, Hissen, and the other beastmen followed him, clearly just as curious about the log cabin. Hearing that the log cabin was finished, it was only natural for everyone to want to check it out. Maple Leaf spread her hands and said calmly, forget it, the log cabin will still be there whether I see it or not. Besides, no matter how good it is, can it really beat a cave dwelling? There's no such thing as best, only what's most suitable, Changxia replied. Log cabins are warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for the Clear Moon Forest. But in the Baiha River region, cave dwellings are more suitable. Of course, if someone wants to build a log cabin, that's fine too. I actually like living in a cave dwelling, Maple Leaf said. Come on, let's go to the Five Fingers River. Shen Rong is catching big fish and Yuanha AMU is busy at the plaza. We can head over there later. Changxia pointed to the river, inviting Maple Leaf to join her in watching Shen Rong fish. Guests are guests after all. The Skywolf tribe couldn't possibly let Changxia do everything herself. That would be too rude. Big fish? Maple Leaf asked, puzzled. Changxia explained, there's a unique kind of fish in the Five Fingers River. They're long and quite big. Are they tasty? Maple Leaf licked her lips. After a long day, nothing made her happier than talking about food, especially what was delicious. Gemma says they're very tasty, Changxia nodded. She hadn't tried them herself, but compared to Swift Bird, she figured the big fish wouldn't taste bad. Huh. Maple Leaf exclaimed in surprise, pointing to several pits dug downstream of the Five Fingers River. She remembered those pits hadn't been there yesterday. Had they dug them to raise fish? Maple Leaf asked Changxia, were those 3 pits dug to raise big fish? Pfft. Changxia burst out laughing and quickly waved her hand to explain. Maple Leaf, you've got it wrong. Those 3 pits are for soaking gila grass. This morning, Yuanhe Amu led the wolf tribe to harvest a ton of gila grass. There wasn't enough room in the wooden tubs to soak it all, so I suggested digging a few pits. What's the gila grass soaking for? Maple Leaf was full of questions. She'd only been away from the Sky Wolf tribe for a day, but it felt like she'd missed so much. In Elder Yagoma's beast house, I discovered that after soaking, the fibers of gila grass can be twisted into thread, Changxia said. Thread? The same kind that Qinghai Plateau bird tribe uses to weave cloth? Maple Leaf's breath caught, her face flushing with excitement. That's right. Changxia nodded. Maple Leaf's breathing quickened, her beautiful face turning bright red. Clearly, she was thrilled. The beast tribes still hadn't found cotton or flax. The Heluo Tribe had been disappointed about that. Who would have thought the Sky Wolf tribe's gila grass would bring such a pleasant surprise? Does the shaman know about this? Maple Leaf whispered. I'm sure the wolf tribe will be happy to share this good news with Granny C, Changxia said with a laugh. There was no way the Sky Wolf tribe would keep something this good to themselves. By the time Changxia and Maple Leaf returned to the Five Fingers River, Shen Rong had already come ashore, with a big basin full of freshly cleaned fish beside him. Maple Leaf squatted down, curiously inspecting the big fish in the basin. These fish are a bit odd. When I get close, I don't smell any fishy odor. They're not fishy, Gemma explained. Changxia pointed at the gila grass growing along the riverbank and guessed. The riverbanks are thick with gila grass. Maybe the fish have been eating it for years, and over time, they've lost their fishy smell. The fish in the Five Fingers River really are less fishy than those in other rivers, Shen Rong said, wiping water from his body and putting on his beast-hide clothes. The weather was hot, so the water dried quickly. Changxia, make more fish dishes tonight, Maple Leaf said quickly. After tasting Changxia's fish, Maple Leaf and the others had no objections to eating fish. The wolf tribe only liked big fish, other fish didn't interest them much. But as for catching fish, that was left to Qingxin, Sanglin, and the other beastmen. They'd all tasted Changxia's fish, so when they went fishing, no matter what kind of fish they caught, none would escape their nets. Sure. I was just thinking of trying fish balls. Let's see how they taste with big fish, Changxia said happily. In the distance, the wolf tribe beastmen eyed the other fish besides the big ones, catching Gemma or Qingxin to ask if those fish were edible and if they tasted good. Once they got a positive answer from Gemma and the others, suddenly, everyone looked at the Five Fingers River with a gleam in their eyes. Almost all the beast tribes in the Twilight Forest lived near rivers. Edible fish were like manna from heaven. Stop eyeing the fish in the river. Go help prepare for the bonfire banquet at the plaza. Changxia said, we're having a feast tonight, Qingxin called out, stopping the tribe members from jumping into the river. There were already enough fish caught for tonight. No need to catch more, they lived right by the river after all, so there was no need to stockpile. With that, the wolf tribe members scattered from the riverbank. Entering the plaza, Changxia and Maple Leaf led the wolf tribe beastmen in preparing tonight's feast. Shen Rong headed over to Elder Tiantai to ask about the miracle. The miracle was something Shen Rong's late AMU had left him. He'd carried it for decades, and it had never glowed. But after entering the Sky Wolf tribe, the snowflake-shaped carving suddenly lit up, and Shen Rong couldn't help but wonder. The lingering light of the long summer watched as Shen Rong and Elder Tiantai disappeared from view. Her eyes darkened slightly, but she said nothing. Yet, in that moment when she lowered her head, she glanced at the miracle pendant around her neck, a thoughtful look appearing on her face. Where did Shen Rong go? Maple Leaf looked around and, not seeing Shen Rong, asked aloud. Changxia replied, he had something to discuss with Elder Tiantai, probably about the spinning wheel. She didn't know much about the miracle and worried that saying too much would only cause unnecessary trouble. So, she chose to help Shen Rong keep it secret, figuring it would be better to wait until he'd sorted things out before saying anything. The moment Maple Leaf heard it was about the spinning wheel, she stopped asking. The spinning wheel was used for weaving cloth, and the beastfolk were in desperate need of fabric. If the Kira grass yarn could be spun into cloth, it would be a revolutionary breakthrough for the beastfolk of the Twilight Forest. If it weren't for the fact that the Sirius tribe was so far from the Wizard Hall of Mount Kana, she might have come in person by now. Inside the beast house, Elder Tian-I followed Shen Rong in, and the two began discussing the spinning wheel. Gradually, Shen Rong steered the conversation toward Xingya. Elder Tian-I, could you tell me about my mother? Shen Rong asked. Elder Tian-I paused, his expression tinged with melancholy. Xingya. She was once the brightest star of the wolf tribe, an outstanding female in the Twilight Forest. The shaman was fond of her, she was powerful, and no beast folk ever disliked her. Speaking of Xingya, Elder Tian-I was filled with pride. Even Goa couldn't compare to the affection Elder Tian-I had for Xingya. If it hadn't been for Yuan Ho's appearance, Xingya might have inherited the shaman's role and become the shaman of the Twilight Forest, instead of passing away so young, unable even to watch her own child grow up. End of this chapter. The beast house where you and Chang Xia are staying used to be your mother's. The tribe missed her so much that, even after she left, no one else ever moved in. When Yuan he heard you'd be bringing Chang Xia to the Sirius tribe, he helped clean the house twice over. On the summit of Five Finger Mountain, there's a flat apple tree. I planted it myself when your mother was born. When she came of age, she planted a little flat apple tree next to it. Xingya was clever and sensible from a young age. Perhaps lost in memories, Elder Tian-I spoke at length, though his words were scattered, as if he simply said whatever came to mind. Shen Rong quietly worked on preparing materials for the spinning wheel, listening in silence to Elder Tian-Tai's rambling. In that moment, he almost felt as if Xingya was right there beside him, watching him with gentle, loving eyes. The emptiness in his heart was slowly being filled. Elder Tian-Tai, do you know about the miracle? The miracle? Yes, the miracle. A snowflake-shaped pendant. My father said it was my mother's keepsake, along with the wolf fang the shaman gave her. They've been with me for decades. Elder Tian-Tai fell into thought. After a while, he said, I remember now. Xingya did have a snowflake-shaped pendant. She found it when she was little and begged me to help her find a suitable chain for it. Listening to Elder Tian-Tai recount the origin of the pendant, Shen Rong's heart tightened. He held his breath and asked softly, Elder Tian-Tai, do you remember where my mother found that snowflake pendant? She never said. Elder Tian-I shook his head. Xingya was always bold. Once, she wandered into the forest alone and disappeared for 3 days. The whole tribe was frantic. I led everyone to search the entire Clear Moon Forest, but in the end, Xingya came back to Five Finger Mountain on her own. She found that snowflake pendant during her disappearance. It was just a stone, but she insisted it was a miracle, that it would bring miracles to the wolf tribe and all the beastfolk of the Twilight Forest. When the shaman came, she even wanted to give the miracle to the shaman, saying it would bring new life to the beastfolk. Elder Tian-I grew a bit long-winded as he spoke of the past, but Shen Rong didn't mind. All his impressions and memories of Xingya came from Yuan Ho. But Yuan Ho mostly talked about their love story, rarely mentioning daily life. Besides, Yuan Ho was always busy. Even though he treated Shen Rong well, as a direct descendant and one of the most promising heirs of the Yuan family, he had little time to spend with Shen Rong, always coming and going in a hurry. Shen Rong, why are you suddenly asking about the miracle? Did something happen? Elder Tian-I asked softly. Shen Rong had brought him to the beast house and guided him to recall memories of Xingya. At first, Elder Tian-I hadn't thought much of it, but Shen Rong's repeated questions about the miracle made him suspicious. Shen Rong looked up and met Elder Tian-Tai's eyes. I gave the miracle to Chang Xia as a token of our bond. She wears it around her neck. Last night, she told me something. The miracle suddenly started to glow. What? Elder Tian-I shot to his feet, staring at Shen Rong in shock. Once he was sure Shen Rong wasn't lying, he began pacing anxiously around the beast house. Of course, Elder Tian-Tai knew the rumors in the Sirius tribe. Xingye never said the miracle would glow. Why would it start glowing now? I don't know. It's never glowed before, I'm certain of that. We should ask the shaman about this. Have Changxia keep the miracle safe for now. Once the road is repaired, I'll go to the wizard hall on Mount Kana myself and ask the shaman about it. Clearly, Elder Tiantai was worried that something might be wrong with the miracle. He immediately took responsibility for the matter, wanting to keep Shen Rong and Changxia out of trouble. Elder Tiantai, have you forgotten who Changxia is? Even if the shaman is wary of others, he would never bear ill will toward Changxia. Shen Rong looked at Elder Tiantai helplessly. Had he forgotten who raised Changxia? At that, Elder Tiantai slapped his forehead. I really am too busy for my own good. S face was serious as he lowered his voice and asked, Elder Tiantai, do you think the miracle could really be connected to the Snow Mountain? The Snow Mountain, the origin of all races on the Manhwa continent. It was the ancestral land of the Beastmen. Over the years, every race had searched for the Snow Mountain. Yet, for centuries, none had ever found its location. I don't know, Elder Tiantai shook his head gently. There are rumors that the end of the Clear Moon Forest is connected to the Snow Mountain, that it gave birth to all the races of Manhwa, and that it is the ancestral home of the Beastmen. But our tribe has lived in the Clear Moon Forest for over 100 years, and we've never seen the Snow Mountain. There's no Snow Mountain in the Twilight Forest? Shen Rong asked in surprise. The Twilight Forest was bitterly cold in winter. How could there not be a snow-capped mountain? There isn't, Tiantai replied. The Beastkin had noticed this long ago. There were no snow mountains in the Twilight Forest, nor on the Qinghai Plateau. When the cold season's snow and ice gave way to warmer weather, it melted away quickly. The Western lands refused to acknowledge the Eastern lands as the origin of all races precisely because there were no snow mountains there. The legend said the birthplace of all races was the Snow Mountain, but the Eastern lands didn't even have a snow-capped region, so naturally, the rumor didn't fit. How is that possible? Shen Rong murmured. Elder Tiantai remained silent, but he too had his doubts. How could the vast eastern lands not have a single snow-capped mountain? It was truly astonishing. Unlike the western lands, the three races of the eastern lands firmly believed that the Snow Mountain was hidden somewhere in their territory. They just hadn't found it yet. Keep the miracle safe, Tiantai urged. He had a vague feeling that, in time, the Snow Mountain would reveal itself and the miracle was the key. As he spoke, Elder Tiantai couldn't help but picture Xingyao's face in his mind. After Xingye was born, Elder Tiantai's mate had also passed away. His feelings toward Yuan Ho were complicated. Hatred, resentment, the urge to kill. Yet he kept these emotions well hidden. Yuan Ho was Shen Rong's father, and Elder Tiantai could sense that Shen Rong cared for him. Even as he hated Yuan Ho, he was also grateful that Yuan Ho had raised Shen Rong so well. Sometimes, blood ties were truly mysterious. Even if two people had never spent time together, the bond of blood could easily create feelings between them. All right, I'll remind Changxia, Shen Rong replied. After their discussion about the miracle, Elder Tiantai's gaze fell on the spinning wheel in front of Shen Rong. He asked, do you need help? Can this thing you call a spinning wheel really turn Kara grass fibers into cloth? If Kara grass can be spun into thread, then it can be woven into cloth. The Yuan family made their fortune in textiles. There's a lot of internal strife, but as a member of the Yuan bloodline, I've been exposed to this, Shen Rong said honestly. He then patiently told Elder Tiantai about life in the Yuan family. He even shared how he'd been targeted by other family members, and when he spoke of fighting back, Elder Tiantai nodded approvingly, telling him that wolf Beastkin should have such spirit, never be cowed. End of this chapter. Shen Rong, Elder Tiantai, are you done talking? The bonfire feast is about to start. There's delicious roast swift bird, grilled fish, roast pork ribs, and our tribe's special roasted vegetables. Outside the beast house, Fengye's voice rang out. While Shen Rong and Elder Tiantai were busy making the spinning wheel, the tribe's plaza was bustling as well. Many hands made light work, and the Beast Inn, working together, quickly prepared the bonfire banquet. At this moment, the moon was bright, the stars sparse, and the blazing bonfire lit up the night sky above the wolf tribe. The mouth-watering aroma of food tested everyone's patience. So soon. Shen Rong was a little surprised, exchanging a glance with Elder Tiantai. Vignette rolled her eyes and grumbled, "Shen Rong, you and Elder Tiantai have been gone for almost an hour. Put down the spinning wheel and come to the plaza for the feast. It smells so good, I can barely resist." Hearing this, Shen Rong and Elder Tiantai smiled at each other. After their earlier conversation, the last trace of unfamiliarity between Shen Rong and the wolf tribe had disappeared. Now, besides Changxia, he had many more family members kin-bound by blood. Returning to the Twilight Forest truly felt wonderful. Meanwhile, in the mysterious forests of Manhwa, Western Lands, Yuan stood atop a cliff, overlooking the dense Nanhui woods. He said in a low voice, "Has Shen Rong really left the Western Lands?" "Reporting, my lord. Young Master Shen Rong left the Western Lands months ago, crossed the East Sea, and headed for the Eastern Lands," came a hoarse voice from the darkness. "Do it. Eliminate anyone who harbors murderous intent toward him. The Yuan family needs to change. If they won't act, I'll be the villain," Yuan said, facing the cold mountain wind, his eyes filled with murderous resolve. The poison afflicting Shen Rong was incurable in the Western Lands. But if it was that shaman in the Eastern Lands, she could save him. Yuan knew that Shen Rong's choice to return to the Eastern Lands meant he would lose him. He hated the Yuan family and himself. He couldn't even protect the beast child his beloved mate had born for him. The Yuan family was rotten. It was time to cut away the decay. After the beastly shadow in the darkness disappeared, Yuan remained on the cliff. He gazed quietly into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the far-off Eastern Lands. That place held his most precious memories and the beast child who shared his blood. Unlike the cold, miasma-shrouded Nanhui, at Five-Finger Mountain, the wolf tribe was warm and lively. The night breeze carried the tempting aroma of food, and every beastin wore a happy smile. "Shen Rong, come try the grilled fish. I added fresh kara grass shoots. It tastes amazing." Changxia called, holding out a piece of fish and motioning for Shen Rong to join them. A group of beast children played around the bonfire. From time to time, their mothers or fathers would catch them and feed them a few bites. "Gemma, try some of the snake skewers I just grilled." According to Changxia, if you add tender shoots of kara grass, the flavor becomes even fresher and more delicate. This kara grass is really something special. In the distance, Elder Senda was eating grilled snake skewers, with Gemma by his side. The two of them stared intently at the skewers, as if the whole world was hidden within those grilled snakes. Smells amazing. Elder Senda, next time you should try stewing it. I want to taste snake soup with kara grass shoots, Gemma suggested. Gemma was usually timid and shy. But when it came to eating snake, it was like she turned into a whole different orc. Watching this, Changxia and the other orcs all shivered. What a sin, what a sin. Elder Senda really has led Gemma astray. What are they going to do about this? However, looking at Chief Jua and the other wolf orcs, they didn't seem to mind at all. Did it not bother them? Yuanhe AMU, is it really okay for Gemma to be like this? Should I talk to Elder Senda? Changxia whispered, tilting her head. After all, she knew it was only right to show concern if her own elder was influencing orcs from another tribe. "No need," Yuanhe replied. "This is actually a good thing." Huh? Changxia was surprised and a little confused. Gemma is so timid that we usually worry about her even when she goes out to gather herbs. If Elder Senda can help change her personality, then not to mention eating snakes, even if she wanted to eat wild beasts, our tribe would be happy to help hunt them, Yuanhe explained. Among the beast tribes, strength is respected. Gemma's timid nature had always been a headache for the wolf tribe. But now, Gemma was taking the initiative to interact with Elder Senda and even dared to eat snakes and pythons. When the wolf tribe found out, all the wolf orcs were shocked. The wolf tribe isn't like the Snake Mountain tribe. To them, snakes and pythons are just like any other prey. If they come across them, they'll hunt them, and if food is scarce, they'll eat them too. They just don't have the same passion for it as Elder Senda. Haven't you noticed? Gemma's become much more outgoing lately. We think that's Elder Senda's influence, so don't worry, Changxia. If Gemma wants to eat snakes and pythons, we really don't mind, Jua chimed in, echoing what Yuanhe had told him. As the chief of the wolf tribe and a powerful totem warrior, Jua had a lot on his plate every day and didn't have time to worry about such small matters. Yuanhe, on the other hand, was different. As the chief's mate, she was responsible for all the tribe's affairs, much like Muqin in the Heluo Tribe. Yuanhe was the first to notice Gemma's change. Are you sure it's okay? Changxia asked. Yuanhe shook her head and said firmly, it's really fine. The wolf tribe isn't the snake tribe. We don't have any special feelings about snakes and pythons. Actually, even among the snake tribe, except for anacondas, they'll hunt ordinary snakes and pythons too. They just usually don't eat them. In fact, some snakes in the snake tribe do eat other snakes and pythons. Changxia silently retorted in her heart. If the snake tribe has a problem with it, they're welcome to come talk to me, Tian'ai said boldly. Snakes and pythons are prey. It's only natural for beast folk to eat prey. Besides, even among the snake tribe, some orcs eat snakes and pythons. Just don't make a big deal out of it. The wolf tribe wouldn't go out of their way to avoid hunting wolves either. But if they came across one that needed to be killed, they'd do it. As intelligent beings, beast folk were no longer the same as ordinary animals. Hunting was just a normal part of life. Hearing this, Changxia finally felt reassured. Shen Rong, how's the work on the spinning wheel coming along? Jua asked carefully. Don't worry, Chief Jua, Shen Rong replied. Everything's going smoothly. Once the Kira grass fibers are soaked and spun, we can start weaving with the spinning wheel anytime. Jua's breath caught in his throat. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He said excellent 3 times in a row, then bit down and swallowed the swift bird bone in his mouth. The other orcs nearby who overheard the conversation all broke into smiles. Cloth. Something the beast folk had long dreamed of. At the bonfire feast, all the orcs ate to their heart's content. With good news coming one after another, everyone's appetite was huge, and the celebration lasted until nearly midnight. Changxia had planned to look over the route planning map. But it was late. After washing up, she couldn't resist her drowsiness and fell asleep holding the map. When Shen Rong came in, he found her softly snoring, sleeping sweetly. He carefully pulled the map from her hands, set it aside, shook his head with a smile, and lay down to sleep with her. End of this chapter. Several days passed. Maple Leaf and the other orcs followed Chief Jua through the clear moon forest. Changxia stayed in the wolf tribe, helping them build houses, toilets, dig drainage ditches, and level the roads. Gradually, the once messy wolf tribe began to take on new life. Unfortunately, due to a shortage of materials, they couldn't continue building log cabins. However, under Yuanhe's guidance, Changxia walked around the wolf tribe, measuring each corner and replanning the tribe's layout. She mapped out the drainage ditches, toilets, and roads. Once all the materials were ready, the wolf tribe would be able to build according to the plan. Changxia, you've worked hard, Yuanhe said, bringing over a bowl of freshly cooked swift bird soup and placing it on the Kara grass vine table. Changxia sat at the table, surrounded by sketches. The Kira grass had been soaking for days. Changxia taught Yuanhe how to spin the fibers and how to twist them into thread. At the moment, Shen Rong was experimenting with weaving the threads into cloth. Just like in the Heluo Tribe, the wolf tribe also chose to have the older females learn the process. Compared to the younger orcs, the older ones were more patient and steady. Thank you, Yuanhe AMU. Changxia put down her pen and looked up. How's Shen Rong doing? Great. He's already managed to weave a piece of cloth, Yuanhe replied excitedly. Even though it was just a small piece, all the orcs were overjoyed. This tiny bit of cloth represented endless possibilities. Omitted, website promo and navigation links. All right. Changxia took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement bubbling up inside her. Now that it was confirmed that Kira grass could be woven into fabric, the beast folk of Twilight Forest would finally have the freedom to wear clothes. Even though the beast folk weren't as vain as the bird folk or fish folk, who could possibly resist the allure of beautiful clothing? Has this been reported to the shamans at the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall? Elder Tian I just contacted the Shaman Hall at Kana Sacred Mountain and has already informed them about the Kira grass. The shaman instructed our tribe to build a road to the Heluo Tribe as soon as possible. After surveying and calculating, the shaman suggested that our tribe should first build a road to the Heluo Tribe and then enter the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall from there. This route is actually shorter than building a direct road to the Shaman Hall. All the tribes could build roads to the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. However, the Heluo Tribe was the closest. For the other tribes, the distance was much greater. So, Siyu directly suggested to the Tianlang tribe that they should construct a road to the Heluo Tribe first, and then proceed from there to the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. What did Elder Tianai say? The elders all agreed with the shaman's suggestion. The Tianlang tribe had calculated that building a direct road to the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall would take half a day longer than building a road to the Heluo Tribe first. Because of Shen Rong, the Wolf Tribe wanted to build good relations with the Heluo Tribe. After some discussion, the Tianlang tribe quickly made a decision about which road to build. They gave up on the direct route to the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall and chose to build the road to the Heluo Tribe instead. No wonder there haven't been many beast folk around the tribe lately. Chang Xia sighed. Yuan he chuckled and said, "It's not just our tribe that's been busy lately. The neighboring Tiancher tribe has been swamped too. I heard they've started scouting out routes. By the time you get there, the Lion tribe will probably have already mapped out the path and will just be waiting for your final decision." The Tianlang tribe was building log cabins and needed to trade with the Tiancher tribe for stone materials. The Tiancher tribe had heard bits and pieces about what was happening in the Wolf tribe. Unfortunately, the climate in the Tiancher tribe's territory was even harsher than in the Qinghua forest. Log cabins weren't suitable for the illusion jungle, so the Lion tribe opted to build stone houses instead. Lately, aside from surveying routes, the Tiancher tribe had also mobilized their people to quarry stone and collect resin. Building stone houses required a lot of resin, a staggering amount, in fact. Luckily, the illusion jungle also had oil trees, and unlike the Wolf tribe, the Lion tribe had already stockpiled quite a bit of resin. Last time, the Heluo tribe had traded for a good amount of resin from the Lion tribe. However, with the Tiancher tribe now building stone houses, it was unlikely they'd be willing to trade any more of their resin reserves with outsiders. The Tiancher tribe is really proactive. Chang Xia exclaimed in surprise. Yuan He rubbed her forehead and explained, "You can blame Gawa for that. He boasted to the Lion tribe about our log cabins, and once they found out we were planning to build them, the Tiancher tribe immediately wanted to compete with Gawa, insisting they'd build stone houses too." Chang Xia fell silent, trying not to laugh. The activity in the Tianlang and Tiancher tribes was bound to attract the attention of other beastfolk tribes. This actually saved Chang Xia a lot of trouble. Realizing Su Ye's true purpose in sending her out, Chang Xia stopped focusing solely on road construction and started paying more attention to the daily lives of the various tribes. Building houses was the first priority, followed by all sorts of tribal planning. Chang Xia had only been in the Tianlang tribe for a few days. The wolf folk had passively learned to wash their hands and rinse their mouths twice a day, and obediently went to the Five Fingers River to bathe in the evenings. They dug drainage ditches and built toilets. With Chang Xia and the other beast folk leading by example, these small changes were gradually transforming the wolf folk's daily habits. Now, even the little ones like Lingding knew to wash their hands before meals, after using the toilet, to rinse their mouths and wash their faces in the morning, and to do the same before bed, including bathing. These changes might seem insignificant, but they were genuinely altering the beast folk's way of life. As the wolf folk's hygiene habits improved, Yuan He noticed that the tribe seemed to be getting fairer-skinned. At first, she didn't realize why. Later, when she saw the tribe following Chang Xia's example by washing their hands and faces, it suddenly clicked. Her people weren't actually getting lighter. They were just cleaner and taking better care of themselves. Cleanliness naturally made them look fairer. "Today's the last day, isn't it?" Chang Xia said softly. Yuan He's expression changed slightly. Once the route was finalized, Chang Xia would have to leave the Tianlang tribe. She'd grown used to having Chang Xia around these past few days, and the thought of her leaving made Yuan He uneasy. She really wished Chang Xia could stay. Yeah, today's the last day for going out. Once the Qingwei forest route is finalized, that's it, Yuan He replied, her voice barely above a whisper. When Fingya confirms the route, I'll make another trip. After that, it'll be time to head to the Tianzhi tribe in the illusion jungle. Before I left the Heluo Tribe, I told everyone I'd be back in a month at most. Chang Xia shook her head with a smile. Looks like I was bragging. It had already been 10 days since Chang Xia left the Heluo Tribe. She expected to stay another 2 or 3 days in the Tianlang tribe. At this rate, she'd only be able to visit 2 beast folk tribes in a month at most. If she had to detour to other tribes along the way, her return to the tribe would be delayed even further. I wish you could stay in the Tianlang tribe a bit longer, Yuan He said. Chang Xia replied, once the roads are open and our tribes are closer, I'll definitely visit often. I just hope you won't get tired of me chattering all the time, Yuan He amu. Haha, Yuan He laughed. I'd love for you to stay in the Tianlang tribe forever. I'd never get tired of you. Chang Xia. Shen Rong's deep voice came from outside the house. He walked in, holding a piece of cloth. Chang Xia, we've successfully woven kira grass into fabric. It's very soft. End of this chapter. So soft. Chang Xia took the cloth, gently stroking it. Shen Rong, why is this piece so small? Elder Tian I wants to present this piece to the shaman. This size is just right, Shen Rong replied. Both he and Elder Tian I were thrilled by this miracle. The Tianlang tribe had finally succeeded in weaving kira grass into fabric. So, Elder Tian I used the pretext of presenting cloth as an excuse. He personally set out for the wizard hall on Mount Kana, intending to inform the shaman about the miracle. At the same time, he sought Suye's opinion. After all, the matter of the snow mountain was too significant for Elder Tian I to decide on his own. Shen Rong, is Elder Tian I really planning to go to the wizard hall on Mount Kana? Yuan He asked Shen Rong excitedly, wanting to confirm if it was true. Shen Rong replied, yes. Chang Xia, you two talk. I need to prepare some gifts for Elder Tian I to take to the wizard hall, Yuan He said. Before leaving, Chang Xia could still hear Yuan He muttering to himself. Swift birds, giant fish, kira grass, and so on. Specialties of the wolf tribe, like golden rods and millet, were also included as gifts. Recently, all the tribes had been busy gathering white nuts and other items. According to the beast folks calendar, every 2 star moons, each tribe would send people to the wizard hall on Mount Kana, not only to deliver supplies for the shaman's daily life, but also to report on the situation of their own tribe. Shen Rong, why is Elder Tian I suddenly going to the wizard hall? After Yuan He left, Chang Xia's expression changed slightly. She looked up, meeting Shen Rong's eyes, and took out the miracle she wore around her neck. With the wolf tribe so busy, Elder Tiantai's decision to go to the wizard hall at this time to present cloth felt off to Chang Xia. So, she thought of the snowflake pendant. A few days ago, I told him about the miracle glowing. I also asked about its origins. Elder Tian I told me the miracle was something my AMU picked up. As for where exactly she found it, only my AMU knew, no one else. Shen Rong repeated what Elder Tian I had told him to Chang Xia. Chang Xia fell silent. There was something suspicious, something major, about the miracle's origins. Did your AMU ever say where she disappeared? The snow mountain. The snow mountain. Everyone knew. There was no snow mountain in the Twilight Forest. In fact, not just the Twilight Forest, but all of Eastland had no snow mountains. That in itself was strange. Eastland's cold season lasted for months, but once the warm season arrived, all the snow and ice melted away. In the warm season, you couldn't find a single snowflake in Eastland. Twilight Forest, the Qinghai Plateau, countless mountains and ranges, none had any trace of snow. There's no snow in Twilight Forest, let alone a snow mountain, Chang Xia sighed, blinking as she slowly gathered up the white paper on the kira grass vine table. Suddenly, she asked, Shen Rong, did Elder Tian I say exactly when your AMU disappeared? The warm season, Shen Rong replied. Chang Xia fell quiet. If Xingya had disappeared during the cold season, it could have been dismissed as imagination. After all, in the cold season, the twilight forest was blanketed in snow, and all the mountains and grasslands became snowy plains. But Xingya's accident happened in the warm season. Other things could be explained away as tricks of the eye, but a snow mountain couldn't be faked. Does Elder Tiantai need to take the miracle to the wizard hall? Chang Xia also wanted to get to the bottom of Xingya's disappearance. If they could figure it out, it might mean they could find the snow mountain. The snow mountain was the origin of all intelligent races on the Manhwa continent. Over the years, countless beast folk had searched for its location. He's not taking it. You'll keep wearing the miracle. He'll see the shaman first and see what the shaman says. Shen Rong shook his head. Siyu had seen the miracle, but found nothing. In fact, aside from that one disappearance, Xingya had never entered the snow mountain again. If Xingya could return to the place where she found the miracle, perhaps the beast folk would have already found the snow mountain. Let's go. Let's head to the tribe square, Chang Xia said. There was no point in discussing further. The route map was more or less finalized, so Chang Xia decided to go to the square to watch the weaving. Once it was confirmed that Kira grass could be woven into cloth, the wolf tribe harvested all the Kira grass near Five Finger Mountain and brought it back to the tribe. The number of pits for soaking Kira grass increased from 3 to 10. With limited manpower, 10 pits were just enough to keep up with the wolf tribe's weaving speed. Any more would be wasteful. There still aren't enough people in the wolf tribe. Once the road is finished, we can hire beast folk from other tribes to help. Hire. Chang Xia was a little surprised and turned to look at Shen Rong. Yes, hire. The wolf tribe has golden rods and millet resources that are scarce in other tribes. By hiring beast folk from other tribes to help harvest Kira grass, or to help with spinning and weaving, we can greatly increase the output of Kira grass cloth, Shen Rong explained calmly. Hiring was common in Westland. Many weaker beast folk tribes would hire powerful totem warriors to help hunt fierce beasts in their territory, or to assassinate totem warriors from rival tribes. However, under Suye's leadership in Eastland, whether it was the bird folk of the Qinghai Plateau or the fish folk of the East Sea, relations with the beast folk of Twilight Forest were fairly harmonious. There were occasional conflicts, but they were kept within limits. Moreover, Eastland as a whole was stronger than Westland. The only drawback was that there were fewer beast folk in Eastland than in the West. After all, the environment in Eastland was harsher. Except for the fish folk, beast folk and bird folk tended to live in scattered groups, making their settlements spread out and development slow. Kira grass cloth doesn't sound very nice. Has Elder Tiantai and the others thought about renaming it? Chang Xia asked. As for hiring, Shen Rong had probably already discussed it with the wolf tribe, but it could only be implemented once the road was finished. If hiring could be realized, it would actually be a good thing. Weaker beast folk tribes in the Twilight Forest could then gain protection. They've left the naming to you, Shen Rong said with a smile. Me? It should be you. After all, you made the spinning wheel. It's only natural for the wolf tribe to ask you to name the Kira grass cloth, Chang Xia teased, looking at Shen Rong as she guessed his thoughts. Shen Rong smiled slightly. Chang Xia had guessed right. The wolf tribe had wanted Shen Rong to name the Kira grass cloth, hoping he'd come. Whether it was the bird folk of the Qinghai Plateau or the fish folk of the East Sea, relations with the beast folk of Twilight Forest were fairly harmonious. There were occasional conflicts, but they were kept within limits. Moreover, Eastland as a whole was stronger than Westland. The only drawback was that there were fewer beast folk in Eastland than in the West. After all, the environment in Eastland was harsher. Except for the fish folk, beast folk and bird folk tended to live in scattered groups, making their settlements spread out and development slow. Kira grass cloth doesn't sound very nice. Has Elder Tiantai and the others thought about renaming it? Chang Xia asked. As for hiring, Shen Rong had probably already discussed it with the wolf tribe, but it could only be implemented once the road was finished. If hiring could be realized, it would actually be a good thing. Weaker beast folk tribes in the Twilight Forest could then gain protection. They've left the naming to you, Shen Rong said with a smile. Me? It should be you. After all, you made the spinning wheel. It's only natural for the wolf tribe to ask you to name the Kira grass cloth, Chang Xia teased, looking at Shen Rong as she guessed his thoughts. Shen Rong smiled slightly. Chang Xia had guessed right. The wolf tribe had wanted Shen Rong to name the Kira grass cloth, hoping he'd come up with a catchy name. But Shen Rong refused and suggested Chang Xia do it instead. Previous page, next page, last page, top. It was Chang Xia who discovered that Kira grass could be woven into cloth. The serious tribe had no reason to refuse. After all, whether it was Shen Rong or Chang Xia, they were both wolf tribe beast folk. I propose you name the cloth made from Kira grass. How about Kira cloth? Chang Xia knew the temperament of the beast folk well and didn't stand on ceremony with Shen Rong. After thinking for a moment, she spoke 3 words. Kira cloth, cloth woven from Kira grass. Actually, Chang Xia had considered calling it 5-finger cloth, but felt Kira cloth sounded better. Kira cloth. That works, Shen Rong nodded. He didn't care much about the name. What mattered was that, from now on, the beast folk wouldn't lack for cloth. The Western lands had many shortcomings, but it was undeniable they were more prosperous than the Eastern lands. In the West, cloth was never in short supply. As long as you had money, not only ordinary cloth, but even high-end fabrics like silk and brocade were easy to come by. Shen Rong wanted to give Chang Xia the very best the world had to offer. Unfortunately, the Twilight Forest had nothing. P.S. All done with my work. Starting today, I'll make up the chapters 10 from last month. I can't count precisely, but with monthly tickets plus rewards, I owe 15 chapters in total. End of this chapter. Kira cloth, Tianai said. Shen Rong, is this the name Chang Xia gave to the cloth made from Kira grass? Yuan he was helping pack up, while Elder Tianai sat in a corner of the tribe's plaza. He quietly watched the tribe members spinning Kira cloth at their spinning wheels. Yes, Elder Tianai. Do you think the name Kira cloth is suitable? Chang Xia smiled and greeted Elder Tiantai. As soon as Chang Xia arrived, in the tribe's plaza, the wolf beast folk all stood up to greet her. Recently, the serious tribe had been changing at a visible pace, all thanks to Chang Xia. The ironwood and rocks piled up at 5-Finger Mountain, the Kira grass soaking in earthen pits, the food laid out on tables woven from Kira grass vines, all of it was part of the transformation Chang Xia had brought. Kira cloth, it sounds nice. It's straightforward, you can tell right away it's made from Kira grass. In the Twilight Forest, only the clear moon forest grew Kira grass. Naming the cloth Kira cloth made it clear it came from the wolf tribe. The beast folk grinned from ear to ear, praising Chang Xia for her good choice of name. Chang Xia, sorry to trouble you again, Tianai said. Chang Xia smiled and replied, Elder Tiantai, why say that? We're all family, how could it be a bother? By the way, have you decided when you'll set out for the Kana Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall? Is there anything I can help with? We'll leave tomorrow. The sooner we go, the more at ease I'll feel, Tianai replied. He believed Chang Xia would understand his meaning. Sure enough. Chang Xia nodded slightly and said, I wish Elder Tiantai a safe journey. The sooner the miracle was investigated, the sooner everyone could rest easy. If it really involved the snowy mountains, preparations had to be made early. Every year, quite a few wanderers secretly slipped into the Twilight Forest, but in the past, neither the shamans nor the beast folk paid much attention. However, if the miracle truly hid secrets of the snowy mountains, these wandering beast folk would need to be dealt with quickly to prevent attracting the greedy wolf. All right, Tianai replied with a smile. He knew that by the time he returned from the Kana Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall, Chang Xia would have already left the serious tribe. Still, Elder Tiantai didn't try to persuade her to stay. Once the roads were open and the two tribes were closer, they could meet anytime they wished. From what the shamans and the Heluo Tribe said, the Bi-Lake Commercial District might become a permanent fixture. The Normandy Grand Market was only held once a year, which meant very little interaction between tribes. The Bi-Lake Commercial District was likely a new experiment by the shamans. At first, there were some objections to establishing the commercial district in the Heluo Tribe. But as word spread about the new roads, the other tribes no longer resisted the idea. The Heluo Tribe was located in the Hundred Rivers Basin, closest to the Kana Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall. Aside from the Shaman Hall, the Hundred Rivers Basin was truly the heart of the Twilight Forest. Building the commercial district in the Heluo Tribe greatly strengthened ties between the beast folk and the shamans. The spinning wheel Shen Rong had built was no ordinary spinning wheel. It combined spinning and weaving into one machine. Calling it a loom wouldn't be wrong. Changxia watched with great interest and even tried it herself. Spinning and weaving required patience, so it was wise for the wolf tribe to have their elders do it. If the younger beast folk were made to spin and weave, they'd probably get restless after an hour or two. Spinning and weaving is quite tiring. The daily hours shouldn't be too long, Changxia suggested. At this, Shen Rong nodded. 3 hours in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. He'd seen the Yuan family force their slaves to spin and weave all day long. Those slaves went blind at a young age, their bodies hunched, looking old before their time. The serious tribe were his own people. Shen Rong would never let them end up like that. So he and Elder Tiantai, along with the Gua chief, set limits on spinning and weaving time. Kira cloth was important, but not as important as the tribe's health. That schedule works, Changxia agreed. 6 hours a day, with tribe members taking turns on the looms. On average, each person worked about 3 hours a day, not too much. The beast folk lacked cloth, but not at the cost of their health. Besides, they'd been short of cloth for years. Waiting another year or two wouldn't matter. Clear Moon Forest is rich in golden millet and corn. I'd hoped the wolf tribe could become our granary. But now, with Kira grass, maybe the wolf tribe could be our light industry base instead. Sigh. In the end, the problem is that the beast folk just don't have enough people. There's never enough hands. Changxia muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Once the roads are built, we can ask the shamans if some of the weaker beast folk tribes can be merged into the 6 major tribes, Shen Rong suggested. Changxia stroked her chin and said quietly, "That's worth considering, but we'll have to wait until the roads are finished to discuss it. Focus on developing one particular beastman tribe first, then use that progress to help drive the development of other beastman tribes as well." It's similar to the idea of the rich helping the less fortunate to prosper. However, the situation among the beastmen is different from that on Earth. Changxia needs to consider the bigger picture and can't just make decisions on her own. After all, breaking up a family is worth 10,000 gold. The beastmen have a strong sense of territory. Even the weaker tribes may not be willing to just leave their homes behind. Shen Rong, how does the Western land solve the problem of not having enough people? They buy slaves or start wars to capture beastmen from other tribes. After hearing this, Changxia fell silent. In her heart, she labeled the Western land as barbaric and felt relieved that she had ended up in the misty forest of the Eastern land instead of some tribe in the West. The evolution of civilization can never be separated from the shadow of war. But Changxia didn't like war. Forget it, just pretend I never asked. Changxia waved her hand and said, "The serious tribe is gradually getting on track. Once Maple Leaf and Chief Gowa return to their tribe today, we should get ready to head to the Heavenly Lion tribe. Time really flies." The Heavenly Lion tribe has already scouted out the route in advance, so things should be a bit easier for us. Shen Rong nodded in agreement. Not necessarily, Changxia shook her head. Granny C sent me away from the Heluo tribe not just to build roads, but mainly to help improve living conditions for each tribe. Maple Leaf and Kongshan are helping with route planning. For you and me, our main job is to help the tribes build houses, plan out their territory, roads, and sanitation. These are all trivial matters, but there are so many of them that it's actually quite a hassle. Take the Sirius tribe, for example. It took the wolf tribe several days just to get used to things like washing up and bathing. Even now, Changxia still has to remind them from time to time. Changing the living habits of the beastmen in the misty forest is going to be a long-term battle. Still, the results are promising. Changxia was sure of that. After all, the beastmen are a truly likable people. At least, Changxia liked them a lot. Straightforward, bold, passionate, fiercely protective of their own. Changxia wouldn't hesitate to give the beastmen the highest praise in the world. These past few days, aside from working on the route plans, you've been busy writing all those little booklets. Are you recording something? Shen Rong asked. He'd been busy making spinning wheels, and Changxia hadn't had a break either. Other than wandering around the Sirius tribe reminding the wolves about hygiene and other chores, she spent most of her time in the beast house, writing and drawing. I'm not recording things, I'm writing up some daily routines. I'm worried that after I leave the Sirius tribe, the wolves will just go back to their old habits. Changxia explained, a little embarrassed. End of this chapter. For example, rinsing your mouth, brushing your teeth, washing your face, washing your hands. That does sound like a hassle. Shen Rong held Changxia's hand and sighed. Beastmen are bold and carefree by nature, not ones to fuss over the small stuff. Back when Changxia tried to change the habits of the Heluo Tribe's leopards, it took a lot of effort, and the fact that the leopards doted on her helped a lot. Habits take time to form, but the daily life of the Sirius tribe was finally settling into a routine. Changxia worried that once she left, the wolves would revert to their old ways. If that happened, all her previous efforts would be for nothing. So, Changxia couldn't help but come up with a solution: the little booklets. When she left, she'd hand them over to Yuan He, who she was sure would be willing to supervise the wolves, making sure they kept up with hygiene and helped build a harmonious, beautiful Sirius tribe. There wasn't much wood in the Sirius tribe. All the ironwood and other timber they'd cut from the nameless mountains was still wet, making it hard to build spinning wheels, let alone wooden houses. There weren't many spinning wheels, and Shen Rong estimated the wolves could weave about 10 bolts of cloth a day. Since they'd just started, their skills weren't great yet, but once they got better, that number would double. But to increase production further, they'd need to make more spinning wheels and have more people spinning and weaving. The Sirius tribe didn't have enough people for everyone to be spinning and weaving all day. They still needed to hunt and gather. Cloth was important, but not as important as food and prey. Everyone knew their priorities. That's why Shen Rong had suggested the idea of hiring help. Elder Tian Tai is leaving for the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana tomorrow. Is there anything you want to send to the shaman? Shen Rong asked. They left the tribe square, giving the wolves some space. Changxia had tried spinning and weaving, but she never really sat down to do it for long. She just couldn't sit still. Unless she was cooking, she found it hard to stay in one place doing the same thing over and over. Maybe it had something to do with her childhood. Changxia just didn't like being stuck in one space, repeating the same task. I want to make some cakes with tender kira grass shoots and have Elder Tian Tai take them to Granny Suyi. As for the rest, I'm sure Yuan He will prepare everything, so I won't bother. Changxia thought for a moment and said, with Yuan He's care and attention, anything the Sirius tribe needed would be well prepared. Changxia figured there wasn't much for her to do. She just happened to want to make some cakes with kira grass shoots, so she'd make a few extra. It could be a gift for Siyi, 2 birds with 1 stone. Mugwort cakes? Shen Rong asked. Changxia nodded, pretty much. Lately, the wolves had been picking kira grass like crazy. There was so much of it that Changxia didn't even have to go out and pick it herself. There was plenty in the beast house. Changxia had used kira grass shoots to roast fish, stir-fry, and cook with meat. She'd tried all sorts of things. The Sirius tribe had completely fallen in love with the taste of kira grass shoots. Some of the wolves even tried pickling them. All these creative ideas really opened Changxia's eyes. At the same time, they discovered all sorts of new ways to eat kira grass. What are mugwort cakes? Gama came over, curious. Gama, where did you come from? Changxia clutched her chest, startled to see Gama suddenly beside her. She'd been so surprised that if Shen Rong hadn't caught her, she would have fallen over. Website promotional text omitted. Let me know if you want the website navigation and promotional text translated as well. Gemma chuckled and explained, I just got back from outside. I overheard you and Shen Rong talking about mugwort cakes, so I got curious and came over. Could you please move those snakes away first? Changxia's face stiffened as she edged closer to Shen Rong. She really shouldn't have let Gemma get close to Elder Senda. It had only been a few days, but the once shy and timid female had become so terrifying. What a sight! Gemma had 2 snakes coiled around her waist and was holding another one in her hand. She was basically the female version of Elder Senda. Heh. Gemma laughed awkwardly and quickly wrapped the snake in her hand around her waist. The boldness of her movements almost brought tears to Changxia's eyes. She felt she'd let the wolf tribe down. Changxia, these are water snakes. They're not poisonous, Gemma said. Changxia covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, and quickly changed the subject. I'm planning to use young Kira grass shoots to make cakes. Later, I'll have Elder Tian'ai take them to the Canner Sacred Mountain for the shamans to taste. I'll help too, Gemma said quickly. The mention of food instantly perked her up. Why don't you go back to your beast house and deal with those snakes first? Whether you help or not doesn't really matter, Changxia said wearily. Changxia, wait for me. Gemma paid no attention to Changxia's words, waved at her, and dashed off toward her own beast house. This scene left Changxia dumbfounded. Shen Rong, I regret letting Gemma spend time with Elder Senda. Shen Rong covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I think Gemma's great like this. Didn't you notice that Yuan He and the others didn't say anything? Don't worry about it. It was afternoon. The Wolf Tribe beastmen who had gone out were not yet home. The Wolf Tribe was unusually quiet. Changxia and Shen Rong strolled back to the beast house. Changxia began picking young Kira grass shoots, while Shen Rong helped by taking out fruit flour, preparing to make Kira grass cakes. Thinking that in a few days, they might set out for the Heavenly Lion Tribe, Changxia asked Shen Rong to take out more fruit flour. She wanted to try making baked flatbreads like naan, firm and long-lasting, which could be torn up and soaked in meat broth when eaten. It was similar to how lamb soup with bread was eaten. Simple and convenient. You're not putting any filling in these flatbreads? Shen Rong asked in surprise. Changxia had always put fillings in her breads before. Why was she making them plain this time? Was she worried it would be too much trouble for the Wolf Tribe? I want to make naan, which is different from stuffed bread. Naan comes out hard when baked. You can eat it as is, or tear it up and soak it in meat or fish soup, Changxia explained. Making compressed rations was too much work, or she'd have liked to try that too. It would be so convenient for traveling. When you wanted to eat, you could just toss the compressed rations into a clay pot or stone pot to stew, and eat as soon as it was cooked. That way, you could skip roasting meat altogether. That sounds really convenient. Shen Rong's eyes lit up at Changxia's explanation. Stuffed bread and roasted meat could be eaten cold, but they were a bit greasy. Naan wouldn't be, and even Shen Rong was tempted. Naan was simple to make and saved time and effort. Stuffed bread, it smells so good. What do you think Changxia made this time? Roast swift bird? No, roast swift bird smells different. Smells more like baked bread. Kong Shan murmured, trying to guess. He and Heesun exchanged glances, agreeing with Kong Shan's guess. They'd had stuffed bread before, and today's aroma was quite similar. Chief. As Chief Gowa entered Five Finger Mountain, the Wolf Tribe beastmen who had gone out had already returned. They waved and greeted Chief Gowa and his group. Qingxin, what are you making? Baking naan, Changxia taught us. Stuffed bread, I knew it. Maple Leaf and the others set down their game and curiously examined the strange oven in front of Qingxin and the other Wolf Tribe beastmen. The delicious aroma was wafting from this earthen oven. Besides naan, there were also fist-sized cakes placed nearby. Kira grass cakes, would you like to try one, Chief? Gemma brought over a steamer basket filled with freshly steamed Kira grass cakes. Did Changxia make these too? Maple Leaf asked. Yes, Gemma replied with a smile and a nod. As soon as she finished speaking, Chief Gowa and the other beastmen all reached out and grabbed one. The Kira grass cakes had sugar in them, giving them a sweet flavor with the unique grassy aroma of Kira grass. Honestly, they were delicious. The more they ate, the better it tasted, even better than mugwort cakes. These are delicious, Chief Gowa exclaimed in delight. Maple Leaf said, Kira grass cakes taste even better than mugwort cakes. I actually prefer the subtle bitterness of mugwort cakes. The Carrara grass cakes are too sweet for me, I keep wanting to dip them in salt. Wan Moose smacked his lips and sighed. As soon as he said this, Kongshan, Hashin, and the other beast folk all shot him strange looks. Dip them in salt? Isn't that a bit of a weird taste? Eating as they walked, the Gua chieftain led a group of people over to Changxia's beast house. Changxia, what are you making? Maple Leaf tried to sneak over to the stone pot for a look, but Changxia stopped her and pointed to a wooden basin nearby. Go wash your hands and face. I'm simmering lamb soup. Tonight, we'll have lamb soup with naan. Heh. With Changxia blocking the way, all the beast folk chuckled and obediently went to fetch water to wash up. Chieftain Gua, was the journey smooth? Changxia asked with a smile. Thanks to Shen Rong's earth oven, the naan was baking quickly. The Gua group had gone back to their tribe, and Changxia had already baked enough for tonight's meal. Now she was baking extra to prepare for their trip into the forest. Naan keeps well, so she wasn't worried about it spoiling. It went pretty smoothly. The lion tribe keeps urging us to head to the enchanted forest. They say the rock cattle are ready and are just waiting for you to come. The Gua chieftain had just nodded when Maple Leaf couldn't help but chime in. Smooth, sure, it was smooth. It's just that the Sky Lion tribe wouldn't stop nagging for Changxia to hurry up and get to the enchanted forest. The Sky Wolf tribe and the Sky Lion tribe had an exchange. The wolves mined stone in the enchanted forest, and the lions would often come over to help. Naturally, the two tribes had become closely connected. That must have been Milu talking, right? Changxia smiled and shook her head. Hearing Changxia mention Milu, the Gua chieftain felt a little less resentful toward the lion tribe. So they were just eager for Changxia to come eat rock cattle in the enchanted forest. He thought the lions were unhappy about the wolves being close with Changxia. Kongshan, come help move the tables and chairs, Shen Rong called out. Changxia asked Gemma to go to the village square and call over Gemma and Elder Tianai. It was time to get ready for dinner. Tonight, they'd eat a bit earlier, so there'd be time to discuss the upcoming trip afterward. Changxia, here's the latest route survey data, said Gua, taking off his pack and handing Changxia some white paper. Changxia took the paper and examined it carefully. She'd been organizing maps of the Clear Moon Forest lately and now had a clear understanding of the area. Even without looking at the map, she knew how to build the road from Clear Moon Forest to the Sky Lion tribe. Tomorrow, they'd go out for a field survey, just to be extra sure. Since coming to Clear Moon Forest, Changxia hadn't actually entered the forest yet, so she was a bit unwilling to leave without doing so. I've discussed it with Shen Rong. We've decided to go out for a field survey tomorrow. Once that's done, we'll head straight to the enchanted forest, Changxia said gently. Recently, the Sky Wolf tribe had been logging and stockpiling materials for building wooden houses. At the same time, the wolf beast folk had repaired the road from Clear Moon Forest to the Nameless Mountains. The remaining stretch, from the Nameless Mountains to the Heluo Tribe, would have to wait until the wolves had enough wood and stone ready. I'll have Qingxin and Sanglin go with you, the Gua chieftain said after thinking for a moment. Once the route survey was done, he'd join the logging team. With the lions helping with the quarrying, he didn't need to get involved there. Logging meant entering the Nameless Mountains. That was much more dangerous. The Nameless Mountains were home to countless venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Even the wolf tribe had to be cautious. That's fine, Changxia agreed. She'd originally wanted to politely refuse, since Elder Pukong and Elder Senda would be with her. Plus, with Shen Rong, Maple Leaf, and the other beast folk, she didn't think any wild beast in Clear Moon Forest could threaten her safety. But then she remembered that Clear Moon Forest was the wolf tribe's territory. It would seem unfriendly to leave out the hosts. So, Changxia accepted the chieftain's suggestion. She agreed to let Qingxin and Sanglin come along. The field survey would just involve picking 1 or 2 sections at random. Mainly, Changxia wanted to go into the forest to see if she could discover anything new. Everyone understood this perfectly well. But they were all happy to indulge Changxia. Afterward, Changxia handed the booklet she'd compiled to the Gua chieftain. Could you please give this to Aunt Yuanhe? I'd like her to help supervise the wolf beast folk and encourage them to develop good hygiene habits. The chieftain took the booklet and flipped through it. His face didn't show much expression, but his eyes were full of amusement. Changxia had been worried lately. Was she afraid the wolves would go back to their old ways? But with her constant reminders, the Sky Wolf tribe had really started to look refreshed and renewed. That was great. Don't worry, I'll have Yuanhe keep an eye on things, the chieftain promised. Just then, Elder Tianai, Yuanhe, and the others came over from the village square. With them were Gemma, Hemiao, and several other females, all chatting happily. As they got closer, it turned out they were talking about spinning and weaving. Maple Leaf listened for a bit, then walked away. Spinning and weaving? Way too hard. She had no intention of torturing her hands. She'd rather leave that kind of work to other beast folk. Elder Senda. Gemma spotted Elder Senda in the corner and hurried over, abandoning her close friends without a second thought. Watching this, Changxia felt a pang of frustration. But Yuanhe and the other wolf beast folk just smiled warmly. That made Changxia feel even more conflicted, but she decided to let it go. End of this chapter. The next day, the Sky Wolf tribe saw Elder Tianai off. Then, Changxia, Shen Rong, and the other beast folk set out to begin their 2-day field survey. Changxia, are you sure you don't want to bring more golden millet or corn? Yuanhe pointed at the pile of grain nearby and asked again. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Yuanhe will only be gone 2 days. Well, actually, more like a day and a half. Let's just take some with us when we leave Clear Moon Forest, okay? This field survey was going to be short. Basically, they were wandering around the forest of Clear Moon. Officially, it was to scout out routes, but in reality, Changxia was simply curious about the forest and wanted to take these 2 days to explore and see as much as possible. After all, the beast tribes are very territorial. Unless necessary, it's rare for them to cross into another tribe's land, so this was a rare opportunity. It wasn't just Changxia who was excited. Even Fingya and the others were filled with anticipation. Yuanhe, let's listen to Changxia, Gowa said. Once Changxia and the others set out, Chief Gowa would also depart for the Nameless Mountains to relieve the previous group of tribesmen who had been logging there. Now that the road was open, it only took a day to travel from Wuji Mountain to the Nameless Mountains. This greatly reduced the time needed to transport ironwood and also saved the wolf tribe a lot of time. The wolves had come to appreciate the benefits of having roads and no longer saw road building as something optional. This change in attitude was especially valuable to Changxia. They left the wolf tribe and headed west. First stop, Totemi Grand Meadow. Changxia, I'm telling you, the Grand Meadow is the best. Qingxin said excitedly, pointing to the distant horizon. Totemi Grand Meadow is the largest grassland in the Forest of Clear Moon. It's covered with endless goldenrod, teeming with prey, and it's the most important hunting ground for the wolf tribe. Grasslands are rich in prey, but also full of danger. You could easily run into forest wolves, cheetahs, blazing lions, and the like in Totemi Grand Meadow. The wolf tribe uses it as a hunting ground, and so do other predators. Besides fierce beasts like forest wolves, the meadow is also home to tens of thousands of herbivores. Is it dangerous? Changxia asked nervously. Sanglin replied, very. Any fierce beast you can name from the Twilight Forest, you can find it in Totemi Grand Meadow. Hearing this, Changxia's respect for the wolf tribe's strength grew even more. Plains are different from forests, at least in the woods. You have cover, like trees, rocks, or rivers. On the plains, even the rivers can be more dangerous than the land. There's a river beast in the Totemi River called the long-legged black crocodile. They're extremely vicious. Not only do they prey on herbivores, but they'll even attack predators who come near the river to drink, Qingxin said seriously. Mentioning the Totemi River, Qingxin's expression grew grave. Besides the long-legged black crocodile, the river is also home to forest pythons, water boas, and terrifying blood-sucking leeches. Why are there such dangerous river beasts in the Totemi River? Changxia exclaimed in shock and suspicion. In the Baiha River region, there didn't seem to be any such ferocious river beasts. At least, none that Changxia knew of, certainly not anything like the long-legged black crocodile. The only river the tribe had ever warned Changxia to stay away from was the Wei River. But Changxia had crossed the Wei River before. It hadn't seemed nearly as dangerous as she'd imagined. Changxia, rivers in the Twilight Forest are extremely dangerous. Except for the two areas near Mount Kana and the Baiha River region, all other rivers are dangerous unless they're right next to a tribe, Pukong warned solemnly. For once, Elder Pukong didn't laugh, but spoke with utmost seriousness. Senda added, Mount Kana and the Baiha River region are close to the Sorcerer's Hall and protected by the power of the shamans. That's why there are no ferocious river beasts there. But elsewhere, rivers are extremely dangerous. The sea is even worse, Shen Rong said in a low voice. He'd seen even more terrifying sea beasts when he crossed the Eastern Sea. Sometimes, Shen Rong really admired the fish tribes who lived in the ocean. Compared to sea beasts, river beasts seemed almost tame. They might look fierce, but they weren't truly terrifying. Of course, Shen Rong wouldn't say this to Changxia. Changxia lacked experience in the forest, so she needed to understand that both the forest and its rivers were dangerous. Only with a healthy respect for them could she stay safe. This time, the beast folk traveled light. Apart from some daily necessities, none of them carried vine baskets or much food in their beast forms. As beast folk, the forest was their playground. Going into the woods, they never worried about going hungry. Flatbreads and other dry rations were just backup. If something unexpected happened, they wouldn't have to worry about starving, and that was enough. A warm breeze blew. Changxia, like Shen Rong and the others, took on her beast form. Finya helped tie the little nest woven from kira grass onto Shen Rong's back, and Changxia lay inside, peeking out through the gaps in the nest. Her curiosity piqued as she watched the scenery go by. She didn't realize that Qingxin and the other beast folk kept sneaking glances at her little nest. Out of the corner of their eyes, they curiously sized up Changxia's beast form. Two little fur balls, Shen Rong was the big one, Changxia the small one. White and fluffy, soft and squishy. Just looking at them made the beast folks' hands itch with the urge to pet them. Unfortunately, Shen Rong's cold, intimidating gaze kept everyone at bay. No one dared approach to pet the fur balls. And with Changxia riding on Shen Rong's back, they didn't even dare ask. So, they could only steal glances from the corner of their eyes. Don't walk too fast, I want to really take in the scenery of the Forest of Clear Moon, Changxia said. At her words, Shen Rong slowed his pace. The rest of the beast folk slowed down as well. This trip was officially a field survey, but in reality, they were doing whatever Changxia wanted. If she wanted to go slower, then they'd go slower. Changxia, there's wild onions over here. And wild celery, do you want to pick some? Hey, there's a nest of bird eggs here. They strolled along, stopping here and there, voices calling out as they found things. As expected, if it was edible, Changxia asked them to pick it. Occasionally, if they found something unfamiliar but non-toxic and edible, Changxia was never stingy. She'd have them pick it all. They wandered along, exploring as they went. By afternoon, Changxia and her group of beast folk arrived safely at Totemui Grand Meadow. Compared to the plains they'd just passed, the grass here was even lusher and the vegetation more abundant. From a distance, you could faintly hear the sound of the Totemui River flowing by your ears. Roar, roar. Before even stepping onto the vast Totemui meadow, the roar of a flame lion echoed, growing closer and closer. Judging by the sound, it seemed the flame lion was hunting. It was midday, a time when most creatures should be resting. For a flame lion to be hunting at this hour, could it be a lone, isolated one? Curious, the beast folk all stopped, quieted their presence, and gazed toward the Totemui meadow. What they saw was this. On the plain ahead, an aged flame lion was attacking a black horn bull. Unfortunately, this flame lion was simply too old. Though it managed to leap onto the black horn bull's back, its fangs failed to pierce the bull's neck. Instead, the bull threw it off, sending it flying 7 or 8 meters away, and then gored its belly with its horns, leaving 2 bloody holes. End of this chapter. Oh wow! Changxia stared in shock as the flame lion was tossed aside by the black horn bull. That black horn bull is fierce. Black horn bulls are usually gentle. It's just that this flame lion is too old. Nature is cruel. When a beast as powerful as a flame lion grows old, it's driven out of the pride by younger lions. Without sharp claws and teeth, even a former apex predator meets a tragic end. Let's go. This flame lion won't last much longer. It'll soon become food for jackals or vultures. Life and death play out on the Totemui meadow every day. Scenes like this are nothing unusual, Qingxin said coolly. He glanced at the flame lion, its belly pierced by the blackhorn bull's horns, without a hint of pity. The other beast folk were the same. Changxia sighed softly. Curled up in her little nest, breathing in the fresh scent of gila grass, she slowly calmed the turmoil and sorrow in her heart. Perhaps she hadn't seen enough of this kind of thing. She still wasn't used to it. Their first stop was the Totemui meadow. They had already arrived, but today's destination wasn't here. According to Qingxin, they still had about half an hour to go before reaching their resting place. After a moment of reflection, the group of beast folk quickly set off again. Leading the way was Elder Senda. They followed the path from the Sirius tribe toward the enchanted forest. Every kilometer or so, a patch of bare ground had been dug out. These round, barren spots served as markers. The Totemui meadow was so vast that without clear markers, it was easy to lose your way. The wolf tribe didn't need markers for ordinary hunts. They could always find their way back to Five Finger Mountain. But building a road was another matter. Clear markers were essential to keep the path straight. Thus, these bare, round patches became the most prominent markers on the Totemui meadow, stretching from Five Finger Mountain, across the meadow, all the way to the border of the enchanted forest. Changxia, we've arrived at the Kanaya sacred tree, Qingxin announced, pointing ahead. Changxia stood up from her little nest and looked in the direction he indicated. Her calm expression suddenly changed to one of shock. She had asked Qingxin and the other wolf beast folk before, what kind of tree is the Kanaya sacred tree? They had all been mysterious, refusing to answer. Even Maple Leaf had only said, you'll know when you see it. Now, before her eyes, the whole world seemed filled with the shadow of a tree. At the edge of the boundless Totemui meadow, that tree's silhouette dominated everything. Tall, massive, majestic. In that moment, Changxia was speechless. She couldn't find words to describe what she saw. No wonder Maple Leaf had said, you'll know when you see it. Staring at the Kanaya sacred tree, Changxia thought of the mythic Jianmu tree. She was overwhelmed, words couldn't capture the feeling. That's the Kanaya sacred tree. Changxia swallowed, craning her neck, trying to see just how tall it was. But even as she stumbled, she couldn't make out the top of its crown. Earlier, she'd thought the sky looked dark and worried it might rain. But the darkness was only because they'd entered the shadow of the Kanaya sacred tree. The so-called gloom was simply the tree's branches blocking out the sky. In the beast folk language, Kanaya means immortal or reaching the heavens. Thus, the Kanaya sacred tree is also called the tree of immortality, the sky-reaching tree. It shares the same meaning as Kanaya sacred mountain, holding a place of great honor and significance among the beast folk. The closer Changxia got, the more clearly she could see. The Kanaya sacred tree was somewhat like the vine trees of Misty Ridge, also growing aerial roots. The saying, a single tree forms a forest, was no exaggeration. The area covered by the Kanaya sacred tree was almost as large as Five Finger Mountain. Unlike the vine trees, the Kanaya sacred tree's aerial roots had no branches or leaves. Just bare, vertical roots, hanging straight down. Looking up from below, it was as if the trunk had been flipped upside down from another world.
Video will be updated at 5 p.m. every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you want to watch the video earlier, go to our website, the link is in the description box.
The beast folk ahead stopped and bowed to the Kanaya sacred tree. Changxia, this is the Kanaya sacred tree. Like the white tree before the Kanaya sacred mountain's shaman hall, it's one of the most sacred existences for the beast folk. The leaves of the Kanaya sacred tree have detoxifying properties, but ordinary beast folk can't pick them. Only those with pure and kind hearts can approach the tree and gather its leaves, Maple Leaf explained with a smile. The Kanaya sacred tree grows in the clear moon forest. As residents of this forest, the Sirius tribe has the duty to protect it. That's why, in the Twilight Forest, the wolf tribe has another name, Guardians of the Sacred Tree. According to legends from the Snow Mountains, the number of wandering beast folk who sneak into the clear moon forest each year because of the Kanaya sacred tree is no less than those who go to the Moonwatch Mountains. The wolf tribe's fighting prowess has been honed through countless battles. There are 6 major tribes, each with the duty of guarding the Twilight Forest. So you had Changxia leave the Heluo Tribe and interact with the other beast tribes, not only so she could teach them, but also to temper and train her, hoping she'd come to understand the true purpose of the beast tribe's existence in the Twilight Forest. Some things, simply put, are meaningless. Only through personal experience can one grasp their deeper significance. The leaves of the Kanaya sacred tree can do more than just detoxify, right? Changxia raised an eyebrow and asked. Even before getting close, she noticed signs of beast folk activity near the Kanaya sacred tree. It was obvious. The Sky Wolf Tribe had stationed wolf beast folk here. If the Kanaya sacred tree was only good for detoxification, the Wolf Tribe wouldn't make such a fuss over it. After all, the Clear Moon Forest was the Sky Wolf Tribe's territory, and the beast folk of the Twilight Forest didn't just wander into each other's lands. Even if there were some stray beast folk sneaking around, Maple Leaf had said that ordinary beast folk couldn't even approach the Kanaya sacred tree, let alone harm it. Knew I couldn't hide it from you, Maple Leaf said with a chuckle. The Kanaya sacred tree is truly remarkable. It blooms every 3 years, bears fruit every 3 years, and the fruit matures in another 3 years. Its fruit can awaken the bloodline powers in beast folk who otherwise can't activate them. The fruit of the Kanaya sacred tree can mass-produce totem warriors. Changxia was stunned, staring at the tree in shock. What the heck? Oh. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Wait a minute. The Weishan Holy Land has the light tree, light grass, and the seasoning tree. Misty Ridge has the vine tree. The bird tribes of the Qinghai Plateau have ice crystal grass and light stones. The fish tribes of the Eastern Sea have the keystone. So, the Kanaya sacred tree bearing fruit that can awaken beastfolk bloodlines actually makes sense. Or does it? It's logical, sure, but it's also completely absurd. This is nothing like the Twilight Forest I thought I knew, Changxia thought dazedly as she gazed at the Kanaya sacred tree, feeling like her whole beastfolk worldview was about to collapse. So, she decided to just flop down in her little nest, clutch her tiny hands, close her eyes, and take a nap. P.S. Here's the second bonus chapter. End of this chapter. Changxia? Changxia. Suddenly, Changxia fell silent. Maple Leaf called her name softly. Shoo. Shen Rong hushed her, signaling for Maple Leaf to be quiet and let Changxia rest for a bit. To be honest, after hearing Maple Leaf's explanation, Shen Rong was just as shocked. The Western continent often says the Eastern continent is uncivilized. The beast folk and bird folk living in the Twilight Forest and Qinghai Plateau lead a primitive, wild existence. As a result, Western nobles looked down on the East. When the Yuan family's main branch found out Shen Rong's mother was from the East, they often used it as an excuse to attack Lord Yuan and mock Shen Rong. Shen Rong, what's wrong with her? Maple Leaf craned her neck, trying to see Changxia inside the little nest on Shen Rong's beast form. She's asleep, Shen Rong replied after a moment's thought. Asleep? Maple Leaf was speechless. She was just chatting a moment ago. How did she fall asleep so fast? She's just resting her eyes, Shen Rong explained. He figured Changxia was probably just overwhelmed by all the new information and needed a moment to recover. After a short break, she'd be fine. The group of beast folk continued toward the Sky Wolf Tribe's outpost. Elder Staya, are you there? Qingxin called out. Elder Staya was in charge of guarding the Kanaya sacred tree. The Sky Wolf Tribe had built an outpost in the Totamu Moon Meadow, with 10 beast houses near the sacred tree. Besides Elder Staya, there were 5 totem warriors on rotating duty. I'm here, Staya replied. He had sensed Qingxin and the others approaching for a while, but he was busy tending to some grilled meat and didn't come out to greet them. Bring Changxia and the others over, the meat's almost ready. Staya called out. He signaled Qinghe to go welcome them. Elder Staya had heard ahead of time that Changxia would be coming for an inspection, so he'd made preparations for today. Qingxin, did the Sky Wolf Tribe tell Elder Staya we were coming? Maple Leaf asked in surprise. Qingxin nodded. the chieftain told him. Amazing! Changxia stood up, shaking off her confusion, and gazed at the approaching Kanaya sacred tree with awe. Changxia, time to return to human form, Maple Leaf said. She shifted out of her beast form and returned to human shape. She reached out, picked up the little nest, and looked down at Changxia inside. Oh, okay, Changxia mumbled, climbing out of the nest with Maple Leaf's help. Maple Leaf gave her a couple of affectionate pats, set her down, and pulled a beast hide from a vine basket, shaking it out. Changxia's beast form was tiny, so the usual beast hide cloaks didn't fit her. Every time she shifted back to human form, it was a bit of a hassle. For Maple Leaf and the others, when they shifted out of beast form, the beast hide cloaks they wore around their necks would just slide off. Changxia took the clothes Maple Leaf handed her, ducked behind the hide, and quickly got dressed. Qinghe greets Elders Pukong and Senda. Elder Staya sent me to bring you over. Lunch is ready, Qinghe said respectfully. The scorching midday heat faded as they approached the Kanaya sacred tree. The hot wind instantly turned cool, and the blazing sun overhead was blocked out. A winding pebble path appeared before Changxia, leading straight to the trunk of the Kanaya sacred tree, where 10 beast houses stood at the end. The houses were built among the tree's aerial roots, looking like tree houses from a distance, elegant and full of wild charm. How amazing! Changxia exclaimed as she stepped onto the pebble path, her eyes full of curiosity as she looked around. Unlike the rest of the Totamu Moon Meadow, there were many shrubs growing here. Seeing how neatly trimmed they were, Changxia remembered Yuan. He had once given her some mountain ridge berries to eat. It was obvious these must be mountain ridge shrubs, interspersed with kira grass. Contents previous next last page top. Peach Blossom Spring. Gazing at the distant beast house, Changxia couldn't help but think of the words Peach Blossom Spring. The Kanaya sacred tree was like a secluded paradise in the vast Totemui meadow, isolated from the world, pure and beautiful. Elder Staya loves tending to plants. He's transplanted quite a few things around the Kanaya sacred tree. Goldenrods, mountain shrubs, kira grass. Elder Staya has planted plenty of them, Qinghe explained, her heart filling with joy when she saw the admiration in Changxia's eyes. She pointed to the front of the beast house. There, several vegetable plots had been cultivated by her and Elder Staya together. Wild vegetables of all kinds grew in the plots. Elder Staya is amazing, Changxia said sincerely. The beastfolk of the Twilight Forest were still in the hunting stage. They hadn't yet grasped the concept of slash-and-burn agriculture. For Elder Staya to pioneer planting was truly remarkable. Hee, Qingxin laughed. Sang Lin remained silent. Elder Staya's unique hobby had often made the wolf tribe the butt of jokes among other beastfolk. In terms of reputation, Elder Staya was as well known in the Twilight Forest as Elders Pukong and Senda, but not for good reasons. However, with Changxia's advocacy for farming and animal husbandry, Elder Staya's reputation would soon be redeemed. From then on, when the beastfolk spoke of him, it would no longer be with mockery or ridicule. Changxia, what do you think of these wild vegetables? Elder Staya smiled, stepping forward to introduce the vegetable plots in front of the beast house. Compared to the other elders Changxia had met, Elder Staya was quite different. His weathered face, tanned from years of labor, made him look like a typical farmer. Changxia took one look, and immediately felt a sense of closeness. They're wonderful. Changxia smiled, giving Elder Staya a thumbs up without hesitation. She wasn't just flattering him, the vegetable plots were indeed well tended, clearly the result of great care. The goldenrods growing nearby looked especially vigorous. Lush and green, not yet ready for harvest. Haha, Elder Staya laughed happily. I heard you like eating tender goldenrods. I happen to have some here, let me pick a few for you. Really? Changxia didn't refuse. Elder Staya was so warm and welcoming, she felt it would be wrong to decline. Of course. Elder Staya was delighted. Sure enough, Changxia's acceptance was the right choice. Elder Staya couldn't wait to show off the goldenrods he'd grown, just like a young beast cub eager for praise, simple and pure. Perhaps it was this very innocence that allowed Elder Staya to spend years steadfastly tending the Totemui meadow, working the land day after day. I've never seen Elder Staya so happy. Qingxin exclaimed in surprise. Song Lin added, Elder Staya is usually very serious, rarely showing emotion. Changxia really is something, she's changed him just by being here. That's what you get for looking down on us farmers. Qinghe glared at Qingxin and Song Lin, grumbling. When did I ever look down on farming? Qingxin retorted. Qinghe, don't accuse us, Song Lin chimed in. They'd visited the Heluo Tribe and seen the leopard tribe transplanting light trees and grass. Farming was gradually being accepted among the beast folk, no longer shunned as it once was. End of this chapter. A short while later, Changxia munched on a tender golden rod. The beast folk gathered around the campfire, eating roasted meat. They listened as Elder Staya shared stories about the Kanaya sacred tree. In autumn, the leaves of the Kanaya sacred tree turn yellow. That's when Totemui Meadow enters the cold season, and it's also when the Kanaya sacred tree is at its most beautiful. Elder Staya gazed fondly at the tree. Having spent years guarding the meadow, the Kanaya sacred tree was the presence he felt closest to. It carried his deepest feelings. The Kanaya sacred tree's leaves never fall. But as the seasons change, the leaves change with them, mysteriously. What a pity. Changxia sighed. Suddenly, she looked up at Elder Staya and asked softly, Elder Staya, may I touch it? She pointed to the aerial roots in front of the beast house. As guardians of the Kanaya sacred tree, the serious tribe could approach it. Changxia and the other beast folk held the tree in deep reverence. Still, while they could easily approach the tree, touching it was another matter entirely. Give it a try, Elder Staya said gently. The Kanaya sacred tree is very gentle. You're a cub of the Twilight Forest beastfolk, it won't reject your touch. As he spoke, Elder Staya placed his hand on the tree's aerial root, stroking it softly, as if caressing his own child. We can approach the Kanaya sacred tree, but only Elder Staya is allowed to touch it, Qinghe explained. Elder Staya had earned the tree's approval and could touch it. They could not. Still, compared to some beastfolk who weren't even allowed near, Qinghe and the others already enjoyed the best protection by being able to live close to the tree. Hello, Kanaya sacred tree. I'm Changxia, from the Heluo Tribe in the Baiha River Basin. Changxia lifted her head, reaching her hand slowly toward the aerial root. At the same time, she quietly activated her bloodline ability, listening. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rose from nowhere, brushing softly across everyone's cheeks, warm and tender. Hello, Changxia. A voice echoed in the hearts of all the beastfolk. It was magical, subtle. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring at Changxia in shock. They saw the aerial root stretch out toward Changxia, its hard surface transforming into a soft tendril that gently wrapped around her outstretched right hand. Then, the root extended beneath her feet, lifting her slowly upward toward the trunk of the Kanaya sacred tree. S pupils suddenly contracted, and he lunged toward Changxia. Elder Staya quickly blocked Shen Rong with an outstretched arm, lowering his voice. Shen Rong, calm down. The Kanaya sacred tree won't harm Changxia. Let's wait and see. Relax, Shen Rong. Pukong reached out and pressed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Elder Senda watched with a smile as the Kanaya sacred tree wrapped Changxia up and carried her away, his voice full of delight. That's our Changxia. She actually awakened the Kanaya sacred tree. If I recall correctly, the last time it woke was when Wu Gang ascended to the Kanaya Mountain Wizard Hall. At these words, Shen Rong quieted down. But his gaze toward the Kanaya sacred tree was still full of vigilance. Kanaya sacred tree, you know me? Changxia was a little surprised. She noticed that when the Kanaya sacred tree spoke to her, its tone was warm and clear, completely different from her previous experiences communicating with plants. It was as if she wasn't facing a tree, but a wise, living being, a sage standing right before her. Siyue told me about you, and even asked me for some sap, saying she was worried she couldn't keep you alive. It's been over 10 years, and you've grown up healthy and strong. That makes me very happy. As the Kanaya sacred tree expressed its happiness, all its leaves rustled, filling the air with a gentle sound. Even the breeze brushing past Chang Xia and the others' faces carried a hint of warmth. Sap? That golden liquid! Chang Xia exclaimed. She remembered waking up on the Ganghwa continent, lying on the cold ground under a dim, rainy sky. No matter how tightly she curled up, she couldn't shake off the chill. Until Suyue found her, she thought she would freeze to death. That golden liquid was what Suyue fed her when her fever wouldn't break. It was slightly sweet, with a rich, herbal fragrance and a unique color. Even after more than 10 years, Chang Xia remembered it vividly. Oh, __intersection. Oh haha, the Kanaya sacred tree laughed, its leaves shimmering as it spoke gently. Chang Xia, you still remember? I do, Chang Xia replied crisply. That was my life-saving medicine. No matter how much time passes, I'll never forget it. She had asked Suyue what the golden liquid was, but Suyue only shook her head and said, "You'll know when the time is right." So the life-saving medicine Suyue spoke of was actually the sap of the Kanaya sacred tree. No wonder Suyue never told her. The sap of the Kanaya sacred tree was simply too precious. If word got out, it would only attract greedy eyes. Suyue brought you to the Totama Moon Meadow once, but you were asleep, the Kanaya sacred tree revealed again. After saving Chang Xiao's life, Suyue brought her here to ask the Kanaya sacred tree to bless her. However, Chang Xiao's body was so weak that even after drinking the sap, she spent more time asleep than awake. Hearing this, Chang Xiao's eyes widened. She grabbed a branch of the Kanaya sacred tree in protest, pouting, "Grandma Suyue never told me about this. You were just a baby then, always sleeping." The Kanaya sacred tree gestured, recalling how tiny Chang Xia was when Suyue brought her to the Totamu Moon Meadow. Suyue wasn't the only one worried that Chang Xia wouldn't survive. Even the Kanaya sacred tree thought she might not make it. Still, it agreed to bless her. The little beast cub of those days had grown into a healthy adult, and the Kanaya sacred tree was truly happy. It wrapped Chang Xia in its branches and lifted her up into its canopy. From high above, Chang Xia could overlook the entire Totama Moon Meadow. The clouds seemed within reach, and the leaves of the Kanaya sacred tree cradled her, letting her enjoy the view from above. She was delighted. "Kanaya sacred tree, please let me down. My clanmates are worried about me." After a while, Chang Xia stroked the Kanaya sacred tree's leaves, asking it to set her down. "All right." The Kanaya sacred tree's branches tilted gently, agreeing to her request. As it lowered her to the ground, it wrapped up 2 sacred fruits and a branch, handing them to Chang Xia. "Chang Xia, this is my coming-of-age gift to you." Among the beast folk, elders always give a gift when a young one comes of age. "I missed your ceremony, so consider this my belated present. May you have a blessed adulthood." "Thank you, Kanaya sacred tree." Chang Xia accepted the gifts, pressed her cheek against the tree's branch, and nuzzled it affectionately. End of this chapter. Am I seeing things? What the heck is going on? While a few beast folk muttered in shock, most stared in awe as Chang Xia was returned to the ground by the Kanaya sacred tree. Until now, only a handful of beast folk had ever been favored by the sacred tree. But to be personally gifted both sacred fruits and a branch, Chang Xia was the first in history. Even the shamans, at most, could pick a few leaves. A branch? That was wishful thinking. Likewise, the Kanaya sacred fruit wasn't something just anyone could obtain. It could awaken a beast folk's bloodline, but with only a limited harvest every 10 years, there was never any surplus to circulate in the world. Looking at the 2 Kanaya sacred fruits and the branch in Chang Xiao's hands, at that moment, every beast folk present was green with envy. There really are differences between beasts. It was enough to make anyone jealous. "Chang Xia, what you're holding is..." Maple Leaf held her breath, staring at the sacred fruits and the branch. She coveted the fruits far more than the branch. 2 Kanaya sacred fruits meant 2 totem warriors. What's more, besides awakening bloodlines, the Kanaya sacred fruit could also prolong life, enhance beauty, cure all poisons, and more. You could say a single Kanaya sacred fruit was worth a life, priceless beyond measure. The Kanaya sacred tree's coming-of-age gift to me. Changxia smiled as she gently patted the aerial root that had carried her down. The other branches of the Kanaya sacred tree had already withdrawn, leaving only the vertical aerial root hanging in front of the beast house. Like Elder Staya and the others, it silently stood guard over the Kanaya sacred tree. After a moment of silence, Qingxin and the other beast folk couldn't help but sob. Why didn't the Kanaya sacred tree give me a coming-of-age gift? I could celebrate my coming-of-age every year. I'm so jealous of Changxia. Suddenly, all the beast folk began to wail in envy. Even the three elders, Pukong, Senda, and Staya, couldn't help but look at Changxia with envy. This cub favored by the beast god is truly lucky. Changxia, quickly wrap up the Kanaya sacred fruit and the branch with beast hide, Maple Leaf urged anxiously. If she kept looking, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist snatching it. Maple Leaf, have Changxia put these two things in a beast pouch and keep them close. Don't leave them lying around, Senda instructed. The Kanaya sacred fruit and branch were the sacred tree's coming-of-age gifts to Changxia. No one could take them by force. Still, this wasn't something to be widely publicized. The Kanaya sacred fruit could awaken the beast folk's bloodline power. And it worked just as well for the bird folk and fish folk. The beast folk wouldn't dare steal Changxia's fortune, but who could say what the bird folk or fish folk might do? Not to mention the stray beast folk wandering the twilight forest, one had to be on guard against them all. As soon as Senda finished speaking, Elder Staya's face darkened. He said coldly, "No one is to speak of what happened today at the Totamu Moon Meadow." As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept over the Wolf Tribe beast folk. Clearly, he was making his position clear to Pukong and Senda. The Wolf Tribe would never betray Changxia, nor would they covet these two items. Yes, we understand. Qingxin, Qinghe, and the other Wolf Tribe beast folk all promised in unison. No matter how precious these things were, they couldn't compare to the friendship between the wolf and leopard tribes. For over 100 years, the 6 great tribes had been united, maintaining peace in the twilight forest alongside the shamans. None of the 3 elders wanted the peace of the forest to be broken over these 2 items. After carefully storing away the Kanaya sacred fruit and branch, the beast folk gathered around the bonfire once more. This time, the atmosphere was even livelier than before. Changxia said her goodbyes to the Kanaya sacred tree and withdrew her bloodline ability, listening. For now, her bloodline ability hadn't reached the 2nd stage, so she couldn't maintain it for long. The sacred tree seemed to know this, so after playing with Changxia in its crown for a while, it escorted her safely back to the ground. Changxia, what did the Kanaya sacred tree take you to do just now? It took me up to the crown to admire the view of the Totamu Moon Meadow, and we chatted for a while. So jealous. The Kanaya sacred tree was over 1,000 meters tall. Its vantage point offered a sweeping view of the entire meadow. As for what they talked about, the beast folk wisely didn't pry. Chatting away, the beast folk enjoyed the roasted meat Elder Staya had prepared. They picked out beast houses and prepared to rest for the night. Elder Staya pulled Changxia aside, and the two squatted by the vegetable patch, chatting happily. It took several calls from Shen Rong before Changxia finally returned to the beast house to rest. Once Changxia and Shen Rong had gone inside, Elder Staya sat by the fire with Pukong and Senda. Staya said, "I really envy your Heluo tribe. 100 years ago, you claimed the Baiha River Basin and became neighbors with the shamans. Now, a century later, you've raised Changxia. The leopard tribe is truly enviable." Pukong chuckled quietly, clearly pleased with the compliment. The serious tribe isn't bad either. Never mind the goldenrods and millet, just the Gila grass alone is enough to make the wolf tribe unbeatable, Senda said, twirling a stalk of Gila grass in his hand, a hint of envy in his eyes. Elder Style laughed. "I've always said Gila grass is a treasure. Changxia isn't just the Heluo tribe's lucky star, she's a blessing for all beast folk. You can eat it, use it as medicine, even spin it into thread and weave cloth. It's truly beyond our wildest dreams. With Gila grass, we beast folk no longer have to put up with the bird folk's arrogance," Pukong said, face darkening. "All these years, the beast folk have suffered under the exploitation of the bird folk and fish folk. Those 2 tribes have always been stingy with us. It's time the tables turned. Hearing Pukong vent, Staya and Senda nodded silently. They agreed with Pukong. After all the humiliation the beastfolk had endured, it was time for payback. If it weren't for the annual Normandy Grand Market, the beastfolk would love nothing more than to show off to the other two tribes right now. There was no war between the three tribes, but plenty of small frictions. When you fall behind, you get bullied, such was the way of things. The beastfolk had lagged behind in every way, so it was no surprise they'd been squeezed by the birdfolk and fishfolk. Staya, is everything all right with the wolf tribe lately? Senda asked. With the other beastfolk gone, the three elders could finally talk seriously, without holding back. Elder Staya sneered. This is the Twilight Forest. Even if the Yuan family is unhappy, what can they do? Besides, when it comes to Shen Rong, the Yuan family owes us a lot. If they want revenge on the Sirius tribe, they'll have to get past the East Sea and into the forest first. And Yuan Ho isn't dead yet. The Yuan family has plenty of problems of their own. Senda's question was naturally about the Yuan family. The Sirius tribe had cut ties with them, catching the Yuan family off guard. They'd been busy lately, and even if they wanted to cause trouble, they probably didn't have the time. And even if it came to a real fight, the Sirius tribe wasn't to be trifled with. End of this chapter. If you need anything, contact the Heluo Tribe anytime, Pukong said directly. The beastfolk of the Twilight Forest are one family. The Sirius tribe's business is the business of all beastfolk. Haha. Staya burst out laughing and replied, the wolf tribe never stands on ceremony. The three elders spoke openly, their voices unrestrained, yet they didn't disturb Changxia and the other beastfolk at all clearly. One of the elders was using their bloodline ability. Once the passage is open, it's best to fence off the area around the Kanaya sacred tree, Pukong said. Senda nodded in agreement. I support Pukong's suggestion. We should enclose the area around the Kanaya sacred tree and build a wall. We trust the beastfolk of the Twilight Forest, but the wandering tribes and the western mercenaries are too greedy. They'll surely set their sights on the Qingwei Forest. Our tribe feels the same way. But this matter will need the shaman's approval, Staya said, understanding the concerns of Pukong and Senda. The hearts of beasts are unpredictable, and the Kanaya sacred tree is simply too important. Any negligence could lead to disaster. No amount of caution would be excessive. The shaman is unlikely to refuse. The Kanaya sacred tree is sacred to the beastfolk. How could we let outsiders covet it? Senda said coolly. From what they knew of the shaman, she had always been strong-willed and could not stand the thought of others eyeing what was hers. Elder Staya nodded, agreeing with Elder Senda's assessment. Now that you've seen the Kanaya sacred tree, where do you plan to go next? Staya asked. From what he knew, after this field visit, Changxia would be heading to the territory of the Sky Lion tribe in the illusory jungle. Today they were resting at the Kanaya sacred tree, and by tomorrow afternoon, they'd return to the Sky Wolf tribe to pack up. All in all, Changxia didn't have much time left in the Qingwei Forest. The subdetritus river, Pukong replied. Changxia said she wants to try the fish from the subdetritus river. The Totemuyu Meadow and the subdetritus river, those two places nurture all life in the Qingwei Forest. As expected of Changxia, she has a keen eye, Staya said with admiration. The subdetritus river is different from the Five Fingers River. The subdetritus river runs through the Qingwei Forest and is even known as the Mother River of the beastfolk. But this river doesn't just run through the Qingwei Forest, it stretches across the north and south of the Twilight Forest. The section of the subdetritus river that flows through the Qingwei Forest is its calmest stretch. When Changxia learned this, she immediately insisted on visiting this part of the river. You could say that whenever there's flooding in the Twilight Forest, it's almost always related to the subdetritus river. This river nourishes the beastfolk, but it also ravages the forest. A moment's carelessness can cost the lives of beastfolk or other creatures of the Twilight Forest. The subdetritus river is extremely dangerous. If Changxia hadn't specified the Qingwei Forest section, even with Pukong and me accompanying her, we wouldn't dare let her get close, Senda said helplessly. The subdetritus river is on a whole different level compared to the Wei River, White River, or Five Fingers River. Ferocious river beasts dwell within, making it every bit as deadly as Death Canyon. In fact, in terms of fearsome reputation, the Subdetritus River surpasses Death Canyon. The latter is confined to a corner of the canyon and can't move, so as long as you stay away, you're safe. But the Subdetritus River is different. It cuts across the entire twilight forest, flowing through countless mountains and valleys. Even the safest stretch in the Qingwe forest isn't absolutely safe. The Subdetritus River has been quiet for a few years, but I fear something might happen in the downstream forests this year, Staya said, frowning with concern. The Subdetritus River floods once every 10 years. Last year, the snowfall in the twilight forest's cold season didn't increase, but Elder Staya still couldn't relax. Did the East Sea Fish Tribe send any word? Pukong asked. Elder Staya shook his head. No, they haven't. I'm just uneasy. The beast folk tribes living downstream from the Subdetritus River aren't that strong. If there's a flood, many will die. If you can think of it, the shaman surely knows too. Don't worry yourself sick over it, Senda said, waving his hand. Last year's snow wasn't that deep, so there shouldn't be flooding downstream this year. The Subdetritus River's floods are almost always linked to the previous year's snowfall. Since last year's snow was light, this year should pass safely. You're right, I'm overthinking it, Staya admitted. The Totemuyu River is a tributary of the Subdetritus River. If Changxia wants to visit the Subdetritus River, she'll need to follow the Totemuyu River upstream. With the beast folks' pace, if they set out in the afternoon, they should reach the fork where the Totemuyu and Subdetritus rivers meet by evening. Once Changxia had rested, the other beast folk, like Maple Leaf, circled the Kanaya sacred tree, hoping to earn its favor and maybe get a leaf or two. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The Kanaya sacred tree gave no response. Changxia, are you staying near the Kanaya sacred tree this afternoon or heading to the Subdetritus River? Shen Rong asked. I want to go to the Subdetritus River this afternoon and return to the Kanaya sacred tree to rest tonight. Tomorrow, I'll collect some plant specimens at the Totemuyu Meadow, then head back to the Skywolf tribe, Changxia replied. Time was a bit tight, but Changxia still wanted to see as many species in the Qingwe forest as she could. The Subdetritus River is extremely dangerous. If she missed this chance, she feared she might never get another opportunity to see it. The Subdetritus River reminded Changxia of the Yellow River. Both are mother rivers. How could she not want to see it for herself? She was determined to see it in person, not just the Kanaya sacred tree, but also the Subdetritus River. Even if she couldn't witness its most magnificent side, she still wanted to lay eyes on it. In that case, let's travel light and head out right away, Shen Rong said. Changxia's decision to return to the Kanaya sacred tree for the night was a relief to Pukong and Senda. Even the Qingwe forest section of the Subdetritus River made them uneasy. The infamous Subdetritus River, apart from the duck tribe, few beast folk can hear its name without feeling a chill. This time of year, there's a good chance you'll run into orcs from the Honest tribe along the Subdetritus River. If you do meet them, it's safer to let them guide you down the river, said Staya. The Honest tribe? Changxia was surprised. The Honest tribe is a small group that lives along the Subdetritus River. Their orcs are excellent swimmers and mainly eat fish. During this season, they migrate along the river into the Qingwe forest section. If you're lucky, you might encounter them, Staya explained. He knew some orcs from the Honest tribe, but the other orcs from the Serious tribe had never met them before. The Honest orcs rarely interact with other beast tribes and live a primitive fishing and hunting lifestyle. Elder Staya had lived for many years in the Totemuyu Meadows. He had actually met the Honest orcs and even built a good relationship with them. As he spoke, Elder Staya handed Changxia a strange-looking stone. This stone was a gift from Fish Honest, the chief of the Honest tribe. Take it with you, Changxia. If you meet any Honest orcs, give them my regards. P.S. This is the 3rd bonus chapter. End of this chapter. All right, Changxia replied, carefully putting the stone away. Without wasting any time, the group of orcs set off toward the Totemuyu River. The Subdetritus River is at the far upper reaches of the Totemuyu River. Find the Totemuyu, follow it upstream, and you'll reach the Subdetritus. Qingxin, have you ever seen an Honest orc? Changxia asked quietly. This was the first time Changxia had even heard of the Honest Tribe. Their orcs were said to be excellent swimmers, different from the other beast tribes of the Twilight Forest. They seemed almost able to live in water, but they weren't fish people. Qingxin shook his head. I've heard of the Honest Tribe, but I've never met them nor seen one of their orcs. I heard their skin is pale, almost cold white. Not the grayish-white of the fish people, and not like us beast folk, Sang Lin chimed in as he ran. Nearby, Maple Leaf waved at Changxia. Don't look at me. I'm like Qingxin, I've heard of the Honest Tribe, but never seen one of their orcs. Hearing this, Changxia became even more curious about the Honest Tribe. Little Changxia, if you want to know about the Honest Tribe, you can just ask me. Pukong grinned. He and Elder Senda were running in human form, keeping pace easily with the others who were in beast form. Strength has its perks. Elder Pukong, you've met the Honest Tribe? Heh, Elder Pukong laughed. Not only have I met them, I know Fish Luo and Fish Honest personally. The Honest Tribe's territory is in the Erdos Marsh, which is said to be the source of the Subdetritus River. Every year, when the ice and snow melt, the Honest orcs follow the river as they migrate. When autumn comes and the cold season begins, they trace the river back to the Erdos Marsh. The Honest Tribe is known as the guardians of the Mother River, the Subdetritus. Just like the Wolf Tribe's sacred tree guardians, their people are mysterious and remarkable, Senda added. The Honest Tribe's unique lifestyle kept them isolated from the world. They rarely interacted with outsiders, living a primitive but orderly life. Elder Stya once traded a golden rod with the Honest Tribe for a kind of fish, a big yellow one, even tastier than the ones from the Five-Finger River, Qingxin said, licking his lips at the memory. Elder Stya said that yellow fish is unique to the Subdetritus River. Only the Honest orcs can catch it. Changxia, that yellow fish is absolutely delicious. Sang Lin echoed, looking just as hungry. Yellowfish really is tasty. Pukong agreed with a nod. Clearly, Elder Pukong had tried the yellow fish Qingxin mentioned. Elder Senda smiled. There are tens of thousands of fish species in the Subdetritus River, and the delicious ones aren't limited to the yellowfish. Some are poisonous, but taste just as good. But aside from the Honest orcs, few beast folk dare to try them. After hearing this, Changxia immediately thought of fugu pufferfish. Delicious, but deadly poisonous. As they chatted, the group unconsciously picked up their pace. Clearly, the thought of the Subdetritus River's delicious fish had gotten to them. Even those who weren't that interested in fish before had become more and more obsessed with good food, thanks to Changxia's cooking. Changxia was no exception. The scenery and plants of the Totemiyu Meadows could no longer hold her attention. She was looking forward to reaching the Subdetritus River. Rumble. The sound of the Totemiyu River was gradually drowned out by a deafening roar. Up ahead is Inverted Mountain. Once we cross it and go another 20 li, we'll reach the Subdetritus River. The tribe has rules, so we don't usually come here, Qingxin said, howling twice toward the mountain before leading the way. Inverted Mountain wasn't very tall, but in the otherwise flat expanse of the Qingwei Forest, it stood out. A waterfall more than 10 meters wide cascaded from its heights, roaring like the Milky Way pouring down onto the Totemiyu Meadows. The scenery here really was beautiful. If it weren't for the lure of the Subdetritus River and the Honest Tribe up ahead, Changxia would have loved to set up camp here for the night. But Inverted Mountain didn't slow them down. Crossing the mountain, Qingxin led Changxia and the others another 20 li at a fast pace. Suddenly, Changxia felt the world open up before her. Under the setting sun, the water sparkled, and a river dozens of meters wide appeared before her eyes. Wide, extremely wide. Dozens of meters was just Changxia's estimate. Looking out over the Subdetritus River, she felt as if she were standing by the sea. She couldn't even see the far bank, a testament to the river's astonishing volume. It was said that the section of the river here, in the Totemiyu Meadows of the Qingwei Forest, was the calmest and most gentle stretch of the Subdetritus River. Even the calmest, most tranquil stretches of this river are utterly awe-inspiring. Gulp. Changxia swallowed nervously, unable to speak for a long while. The Subdetrit River before her was completely different from the White River, the Wei River, and other rivers she'd seen before. The sense of shock it gave her was like night and day. In this moment, Chang Xia finally understood why the elders, Pukong and Senda, had said that if it weren't for the Totemui meadow of the Clear Moon Forest, they would never have let her come near the Subditrit River. So this is the Subditrit River, Chang Xia murmured. Vast and boundless. Countless birds circled above the river. Sometimes they soared high, sometimes they swooped low over the water, playing, hunting, or perhaps both at once, Chang Xia guessed. That's right, this is the Subditrit River, Qingxin nodded. There are many river beasts living in this stretch. Our tribe rarely comes here to hunt, at most, we'll go as far as the Totemui River. Even without Elder Stya's warnings, wolf beast folk wouldn't come to the Subditrit River to fish. First, the beast folk never had much fondness for fish. Second, there are simply too many river beasts in the Subditrit River, powerful, fierce, territorial creatures. What kind of river beasts? Chang Xia asked, curious. Qingxin thought for a moment. They're called river beasts, but really, they're just enormous fish. There are pythons and crocodiles here, but even more of those giant fish, ferocious, cannibalistic, incredibly dangerous. Even totem warriors like them wouldn't approach the Subditrit River unless absolutely necessary, let alone enter the water. Only the Fu tribe dares live near the Subditrit River. Other beast folk tribes in the Twilight Forest usually keep their distance, treating the river with a mix of awe and fear. Hearing this, Chang Xia felt a sense of perspective. For a river as massive as the Subditrit, any pythons or crocodiles living here must be enormous. Still, those two are amphibious. Compared to the fish, they're not quite as dominant. After all, the river belongs to the fish. End of this chapter. Wow! It's so much bigger than White Lake or the White River. It feels like I'm looking at the Eastern Sea, Kusin Wanmu exclaimed, standing on high ground, gazing down at the Subditrit River. The river fork ahead marked the mouth of the Totemui River. On either side of the fork stood two massive rocks, like a gateway. From a distance, it looked like a giant door. It was truly a strange sight. The Subditrit River was higher than the Totemui, but as its waters merged, the once turbulent surface quickly calmed, even dropping noticeably in level. Mysterious. Uncanny. But Chang Xia didn't dwell on it. She knew this must be the work of shamanic power, likely connected to the Kanaya Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall. Siyu is the shaman of the Twilight Forest beast folk, and unlike shamans elsewhere, her power was far greater. Even the bird and fish tribes sometimes sought her help. Chang Xia, don't get too close to the riverbank, Maple Leaf reminded her. Shen Rong and Kong Shan, now back in human form, followed close behind, just as curious about the Subditrit River. As members of the Twilight Forest beastfolk, Maple Leaf and Kong Shan were no strangers to the river's name. But with the name came countless warnings from their elders. I won't, Chang Xia replied earnestly. The memory of being dragged into the river by a fish was still fresh. No matter how curious she was, she knew to be cautious. Besides, her curiosity about the Subditrit River was mixed with fear. Elder Stya said the Fu tribe might appear at the Totemui meadow. Where do you think they'll be? Chang Xia craned her neck, scanning the area around the Subditrit River. The river was wide, its banks lined with tall kira grass, low shrubs, and towering trees that looked like willows. This was clearly the Clear Moon Forest. Yet the vegetation didn't look like a typical plain at all. If you follow the Subditrit River upstream for about 5 li, there's a river bend. Elder Stya warned us never to go near it unless absolutely necessary. If the Fu tribe really did come to the Clear Moon Forest, that bend would be the best place for them to settle. Qingxin recalled, digging up memories from deep within. Let's go, Chang Xia said without hesitation. While it was still early, she had Qingxin lead the way to the river bend, hoping to encounter the Fu tribe. If not, she'd consider having Shen Rong and the others go into the river. Since they'd come all this way, they couldn't go back empty-handed. Elder Stya, Qinghe, and the others were waiting by the Kanaya sacred tree for them to bring back fish for a barbecue. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Chang Xia and the others could reach the river bend, several arrows whistled through the air, landing at their feet. Stop. Who are you? a cold shout rang out, halting their advance. Chang Xia was stunned. She looked up at Qingxin and Sanglin, hesitating. Isn't this the Clear Moon Forest? Qingxin and Sanglin's faces darkened. Having outsiders threaten them on their own turf was a grave offense. And who are you? This is Wolf Tribe territory in the Clear Moon Forest. You dare question the masters here? Are you looking for trouble? Qingxin's tone was icy, full of menace. Sanglin said nothing, but the tension in his stance made it clear he was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. You're from the Sirius tribe, the voice asked suspiciously, then added, where is Elder Staya? At the mention of Elder Staya, Chang Xia and the others exchanged glances. Oh, by the way. This time, luck was on our side. We actually ran into an orc from the Fu tribe. Wolfstar tribe, Qingxin. Wolfstar tribe, Sanglin. Elder Sadaya is guarding the Kanaya sacred tree. We brought Changxia here to play by the Sub-Detroit River. This stone was given to us by Elder Sadaya, and it comes from the hands of Fishfu, the chief of the Fu tribe. Are you an orc from the Fu tribe? After introducing themselves, Qingxin took the stone from Changxia and held it up high. Fu tribe, Yubong. Soon, an orc with unusually pale, almost sickly skin emerged from the forest. His appearance was nothing special, except for his skin, which was so white it looked unhealthy, like someone who had spent their whole life soaked in water. Sorry. I thought you were wandering beast folk. Yubong apologized to Qingxin after confirming the stone. As Qingxin had said, the Qinghui forest was Wolfstar tribe territory, and his earlier actions could easily have caused conflict. Because of their unique lifestyle, the Fu tribe had been granted the right to migrate by the shaman. As a result, they could cross borders and enter other beastfolk territories, but only in the area near the Sub-Detroit River. After apologizing, Qingxin and Yubong exchanged a few pleasantries. Qingxin introduced Changxia and the others to Yubong, who looked at Changxia with curiosity. The Fu tribe lived primitively, but they weren't completely isolated from the world. The name Changxia was familiar. He'd heard it mentioned by orcs from other tribes. Of course, it was always about how frail she was and how she was favored by the shaman. There wasn't much else. The chief and the others are still in the river and haven't come ashore yet. Would you like to come with me to the river bend, or wait here on the bank? Yubong asked, knowing that Changxia's purpose was to visit the Sub-Detroit River. He decisively offered her the choice. As expected, Changxia chose to wait by the riverbank. She was curious about the Fu tribe's way of life, but even more interested in their fishing and hunting methods. Yubong, could you take us to the riverbank to watch? Changxia asked. Of course, Yubong replied. He took out a strange-looking fish whistle and blew a few notes on it. Then he turned and led Changxia and the others toward the Sub-Detroit River. Noticing Changxia's curiosity about the whistle, Yubong explained, "This is a fish whistle made by my tribe. We use it to communicate with each other. I'm taking you to the riverbank, so I'm letting the tribe members guarding the river bend know to be on alert." That's amazing, Changxia said. Yubong, can I take a look at the fish whistle? Sure, Yubong said generously, handing it over. He explained that the whistle was made from the bones of a special kind of fish and could produce different sounds. It could even be played underwater. The Fu tribe used these whistles to send messages to each other. Changxia examined the whistle with curiosity. It was different from the flutes she knew. The Fu tribe's fish whistles were oval and flat, cool to the touch, with tiny holes in the bone, presumably to create different notes. Yubong, does this kind of fish live in the Sub-Detroit River? Qingxin asked, fascinated by the whistle's ability to send messages. Fish whistles were a Fu tribe specialty, but not considered precious. If Changxia and her friends liked them, Yubong was sure the chief wouldn't mind sharing. End of this chapter. Yubong, you're my friend from now on, Kongshan declared, slapping Yubong heartily on the shoulder and insisting they become friends. Likewise, Qingxin, Hisin, and the other orcs gathered around Yubong, each expressing their own desire for friendship. Changxia couldn't help but twitch her lips. Male orcs sure had a unique and straightforward way of making friends. She glanced at Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf met her gaze, shrugged, and spread his hands. For beastfolk, making friends was all about first impressions. If you clicked, you were friends. If not, you'd fight at first sight, perfectly normal. Fighting was just part of daily life for them. Yubong, are those boats on the Sub-Detroit River? Changxia asked curiously. Yubong led them through the tall kara grass and wild undergrowth to the riverbank, which the Fu tribe had cleared into a small dock. Several unusual boats were moored on the water. Yumiank, small boats made from seal skin by our tribe, Yubong said proudly. In the entire Twilight Forest, only the Fu tribe knew how to make yumiank, and only they owned them. Yumiank, the unsinkable boats, Senda added, clearly fascinated. Yubong beamed at the elder's praise. Just wait a bit, the chief and the others will be ashore soon, Yubong said, glancing at the yumiank. They were filled with fish of all sizes. Today had clearly been a good catch for Chief Fishfu. Wow, so many fish! Changxia exclaimed, peering into the boats. She even spotted several of the big yellow fish Chingson had mentioned earlier. She couldn't help but lick her lips, feeling a bit hungry. Want to eat the big yellow fish? Shen Rong asked with a smile. Changxia nodded honestly. I do. All right, I'll go try catching some, Shen Rong replied. He turned to Yubong and asked, Yubong, can we fish in the river? Of course, Yubong replied. The Sub-Detroit River didn't belong solely to the Fu tribe. They guarded it, but didn't monopolize it. But it's best to wait until the chief and the others come ashore, just to avoid any misunderstandings, he added after a moment's thought. He could sense that Shen Rong and the other beastfolk were very strong. The auras given off by the elders Pukong and Senda were even more powerful than that of the Fishfa chief. Clearly, the threats lurking in the Sub-Detroit River wouldn't pose much of a problem for them. Besides, even if they did run into danger, the Fu tribe was here as well. So when Shen Rong asked if they could go into the river, Yubong nodded readily. Unlike other beastfolk tribes who preferred hunting on land, the Fu tribe enjoyed fishing and hunting in the river. They rarely hunted on land, choosing instead to fish and hunt underwater. Over time, the Fu tribe became quite different from the other land-dwelling beastfolk. Splash! Just as Yubong finished speaking, there were several splashing sounds as something broke the surface of the river. A few heads popped up from the water not far from the riverbank. At first glance, Changxia and the others were startled, but once they saw clearly, they quickly realized. These must be Yubong's tribesmen, though it was hard to tell which one was the Fishfa chief. Chief! Yubong waved and called out loudly, these are friends from the Tianling tribe, and this is Changxia from the Heluo Tribe. The shaman has proposed that the 6 great tribes build roads, and Changxia is here with the beastfolk to survey routes in each tribe's territory. As soon as they heard that, there was a Changxia among the beastfolk. Fishfu was slightly surprised. He quickly swam toward the shore, signaling the others to come up as well. This time, Fishfu had brought 20 tribesmen as they migrated along the Sub-Detroit River, making only a few stops along the way. After all, the river was dangerous, and stretches like the Qingwe Forest section were rare. Fishfu, chief of the Fu tribe. Fishfa greeted the group of beastfolk as he came ashore. Changxia and the others introduced themselves in turn, with Elder Stia's stone bridge as a connection, and Changxia's special background adding to the goodwill. Both sides were very friendly during this meeting. As dusk approached, the Sub-Detroit River looked breathtakingly beautiful. Chief Fishfu, may we go into the river? Shen Rong asked. He remembered that Changxia wanted to return to the Kanaya sacred tree to rest tonight. If they delayed any longer, it would be dark. So, after exchanging a few pleasantries with the chief, Shen Rong couldn't help but ask again, not caring if it was a bit rude. Go ahead, Fishfu said, sizing up Shen Rong for a moment before nodding decisively. At his words, Kong Shan, Maple Leaf, and the other beastfolk all raised their hands eagerly. Hearty laughter. Elder Pukong laughed loudly, waving his hand and saying decisively, everyone in. And remember to catch a few big yellowfish. When Chief Fishfu heard Elder Pukong's laughter, his expression changed slightly. He looked up and studied Elders Pukong and Senda carefully, hesitating before asking, excuse me, are you Elders Pukong and Senda? These two were famous throughout the Twilight Forest. As chief of the Fu tribe, Fishfa knew a bit about the elders of the various tribes. That hearty laugh was Elder Pukong's trademark. You never forgot it after hearing it once. Elder Senda was best known for his title as snake catcher and the black knife he always carried. Is Fish Luo still alive? Pukong asked, picking his nose, tacitly confirming Fish Fu's guess. Elder Senda stood with arms crossed over his black knife, watching the surface of the sub-Detroit River. By now, Shen Rong and the others had already entered the water. Elder Senda kept his attention on the river, worried something might happen. Changxia licked her lips, hesitating. She wanted to get closer, but didn't dare. In the end, she chose to stay away from the river and instead watched Yumiink. My father is in good health, Fish Fu replied. Knowing Elder Pukong's personality, Fish Fu answered his questions straightforwardly. Why didn't he come on the migration this time? Pukong asked. There's something going on in the Erdos Marsh. My father needed to stay behind, Fish Fu explained. The Erdos Marsh had strangely started to dry up, which was highly unusual. Normally, the entire Fu tribe would take part in the migration. This time, Fish Fu brought only 20 tribesmen because of the trouble in the Erdos Marsh. What did you just say? Senda quickly turned his attention back, fixing Fish Fu with a sharp gaze and demanding in a stern voice. Elder Senda's sudden outburst startled not only Fish Fu, but even Changxia nearby was drawn over. Yubong and the other Fu tribe beast folk all entered the water as well. Clearly, they were worried that Shen Rong and the others weren't used to fishing underwater, so they went in to help. He said something's happened in the Erdos Marsh, Pukong said grimly. Fish Fu, has the Fu tribe reported this to the shaman? The Erdos Marsh was the source of the sub-Detroit River. If something happened there, it would inevitably affect the entire Twilight Forest. Previously, Elder Stia had even worried about flooding downstream on the sub-Detroit River. Now, Fish Fu was telling them there was trouble in the Erdos Marsh. In that case, forget flooding downstream, the whole sub-Detroit River might be in trouble. This was a big problem. End of this chapter. My father used a secret method to contact the shaman. The shaman told him to enter the Erdos Marsh and investigate the cause, Fish Fu said seriously. When it came to the Twilight Forest, the Fu tribe dared not be careless. Has Fish Luo found the cause? Senda asked, looking grave. Fish Fu shook his head. No. This is trouble. Senda muttered softly, exchanging a look with Pukong. Both of them looked worried. A drought in the Erdos Marsh was something that had never happened before. For now, there was nothing unusual with the sub-Detroit River. But the lack of any sign made the beast folk even more uneasy. Fish Fu, when did the problems in the Erdos Marsh start? Changxia asked quietly. Recently, Fish Fu replied. In the past, when the snow melted, the Erdos Marsh would enter a flood season that lasted for months. But this warm season, the marsh skipped the flood season entirely, and the Fu tribe immediately noticed something was wrong. Last year, there was no shortage of snowfall, but the flood season in the Erdos Marsh suddenly disappeared. Although the drought wasn't particularly severe, it was still no small matter. After listening to the Fish Fu chieftain explain the flood season of the Erdos Marsh, Changxia and the other beastmen's expressions changed. They gazed at the rolling surface of the sub-Detroit River, falling into deep thought. Don't worry, maybe it's due to the influence of an underground river, Elder Pukong said, his face serious, offering an unexpected explanation. Elder Senda pondered silently. Clearly, he was considering Elder Pukong's theory. Fish Fu's eyes lit up. Elder Pukong's words suddenly made everything clear to him. The worries that had plagued him for so long seemed to ease a little. An underground river, that's possible, Changxia mused, stroking his chin. The snowmelt from the mountains could flow into underground rivers, which would certainly affect surface rivers. However, the sub-Detroit River might not be affected. After all, the sub-Detroit River connects with many other rivers and underground streams. A drought in the Erdos Marsh alone wouldn't necessarily cause any changes in the sub-Detroit River. I'll have my clansmen return to the Erdos Marsh and inform my father of Elder Pukong's theory, Fish Fu said seriously. If it really is due to the underground river, the drought in the Erdos Marsh should resolve itself soon, and there shouldn't be any further problems. Perhaps because his worries had been eased, some color returned to the Fish Fu chieftain's pale face. He asked, Changxia, elders, would you like to stay at the river bay tonight? I'd like to treat you to our tribe's special fish sashimi. Elder Pukong was tempted. Elder Senda looked over at Changxia. He would follow Changxia's lead. Sure. Changxia accepted the invitation, but then explained, staying overnight might be inconvenient. I told Elder Staya that I'd return to the Kanaya sacred tree to spend the night. But I am very interested in your tribe's fish sashimi. Fishfu laughed after hearing Changxia's explanation. He didn't insist, but promised that their fish sashimi would definitely leave Changxia satisfied. While chatting about the fish sashimi, the Fishfu chieftain also explained how to make yumiank to Changxia. At the same time, he introduced the Erdis Marsh and invited Changxia to visit whenever he had the chance. The Fishfu tribe would be happy to host him. As for the fish flutes promised by Fishbang, the Fishfu chieftain said he would give Changxia a few once they returned to the river bay. He even offered to teach Changxia how to play them, though Elders Senda and Pukong weren't interested. Their attention was fully focused on the surface of the sub-Detroit River. Every time they saw Shen Rong or another Beastman surface, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of fish they'd caught. Suddenly, ripples spread across the river. A fish fin broke the surface, darting quickly through the water. Chieftain Fishfu, is that a river beast? Changxia asked nervously. Shen Rong and the others hadn't surfaced, and now several fish fins could be seen on the water. Fishfu's face grew serious. Sawtooth fish, a type of medium-sized river beast, he replied coldly. As he spoke, he prepared to enter the river to kill the sawtooth fish. He couldn't let Shen Rong and the others get hurt. The Fishfu tribe's beastmen were skilled swimmers. Underwater combat wasn't difficult for them. Fishfu, don't be so hasty. Leave dealing with river beasts to the younger beastmen. You just stand here and watch, Elder Pukong said, reaching out to stop him. If Shen Rong and the others couldn't handle a few sawtooth fish, they weren't worthy of being totem warriors of the Heluo Tribe. Are you sure I don't need to step in? Fishfu hesitated. Elder Senda shook his head. You don't need to. Fishbang and the others are in the water too. A few sawtooth fish won't hurt anyone. Changxia was worried, but didn't speak up. With Shen Rong and the others' fighting skills, as long as they adapted to underwater combat, taking down a few sawtooth fish wouldn't be hard. So far, their journey had gone smoothly, with no major problems. This encounter with the sawtooth fish was probably a chance for the elders to see Shen Rong in action. Splash! On the riverbank, Changxia and the other beastmen held their breath, silently watching the sawtooth fish fins gliding across the water. Suddenly, a splash of bright red blood stained the river's surface, and the sawtooth fish began to swim even faster, the ripples on the water growing more and more intense. Maple, all of you get out of the water, Shen Rong said coldly. He surfaced, pushing aside a sawtooth fish next to him. The blood on his hands was quickly washed away by the river. Shen Rong, are you sure? Kongshan gazed at him intently, confirming. Shen Rong rolled his neck and said indifferently, it's just a few sawtooth fish. Hearing this, Kongshan and the others didn't hesitate and headed for the riverbank. With Shen Rong's intimidating presence, the sawtooth fish didn't dare attack. Fishbang's eyes widened in amazement. He's so strong. How can you tell? Maple asked with a smile, shaking water from his head. He wiped his face and leaned on Yumiank, not in a hurry to get out. Sawtooth fish are very powerful. For Shen Rong to kill one barehanded is impressive, Fishbang said seriously, his eyes full of admiration. Even for him, it had taken years of training before he dared to fight sawtooth fish barehanded. This was Shen Rong's first time in the water, and he'd already killed a sawtooth fish with ease. How could Fishbang not be shocked? Nearby, the other beastmen of the Fishfu tribe all looked at Shen Rong with envy. Does he have a mate? Fishao asked Maple, her gaze infatuated with Shen Rong. She hadn't paid attention during the earlier introductions. He's Changxia's mate, Maple replied. Fishao looked disappointed and sighed. Outstanding male beastmen always attract the attention of females. Aren't I outstanding enough? Fishbang teased Fishao. If you accept my proposal, we could be mates tonight. Get lost. Fishao waved him off, looking thoroughly annoyed. The others burst out laughing. Among the beastmen, proposing marriage after just a few words was perfectly normal. If two people liked each other, they might just move in together. Fish Xiao's question about whether Shen Rong had a mate was clearly because she was interested in him. Upon learning he was already mated, she couldn't help but sigh. End of this chapter. Chief Yufu, how does sawtooth fish taste? Chang Xia asked softly. The sawtooth fish weighed over 100 pounds. While that size wasn't remarkable for the sub-Detroit River, what set the sawtooth fish apart was its bloodthirsty and ferocious nature, as well as its tendency to hunt in packs. You could say the sawtooth fish was one of the true overlords of the sub-Detroit River. I've never eaten sawtooth fish, Chief Yufu paused, his expression a little complicated as he glanced at Chang Xia. No one in the Yufu tribe has ever eaten river beasts. Sawtooth fish are considered a type of river beast. Chang Xia nodded in understanding. It seemed that the beast tribes classified river beasts in a rather straightforward way. Simply put, any fish with a strong predatory instinct was lumped into the category of river beasts. Sawtooth fish, with their aggressive nature, were a perfect fit for this category. Looking at the sawtooth fish floating on the water, Chang Xia thought it resembled a shark, though much smaller. What was truly intimidating was its mouth full of sharp, saw-like teeth. The Yufu tribe's name for its sawtooth fish was certainly apt. Chang Xia, do you want to try sawtooth fish? I've never had it before. I'm curious what it tastes like. Chang Xia didn't deny it. After all, who would say no to something edible? At this, Chief Yufu's expression changed slightly. He hesitated. Not eating river beasts was a tradition the Yufu tribe had followed for generations. But what Chang Xia said made sense, and now he found himself curious about the taste of sawtooth fish too. The Yufu tribe lived on fish. Chief Yufu loved eating fish, just as Elder Senda loved his grilled snake skewers. Yubong, take some tribesmen and drag the sawtooth fish ashore. Tonight, we'll try it for ourselves, Chief Yufu said decisively, not one to be stuck in his ways. Once the thought crossed his mind, he immediately sent Yubong into the water. Haha. Elder Pukong laughed, praising Chief Yufu's straightforwardness, so unlike his own father, Yulua. In just a few brief exchanges, Shen Rong had already killed 3 sawtooth fish. There were still 4 left, their dorsal fins slicing through the river's surface. True to their reputation as river beasts, the scent of blood only made these 4 sawtooth fish more aggressive. Instead of fleeing, they became even fiercer and attacked Shen Rong head-on. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Shen Rong. The sawtooth fish's prized speed and razor-sharp teeth were useless against him. If it had been Maple Leaf or Kongshan fighting them, the sawtooth fish's ferocity might have actually worked. After all, Maple Leaf and Kongshan were experienced fighters on land, but had almost no experience fighting underwater. Surrounded by sawtooth fish, they'd likely have been injured. But Shen Rong was different. He had undergone all kinds of harsh training with the Yuan family. This kind of situation was nothing to him. A few sawtooth fish were nothing he'd even dare to take on river beasts more savage than these. Shen Rong can fight underwater too? Kongshan exclaimed in surprise. Maple Leaf stayed silent. No matter how impressive Shen Rong was, he was Chang Xia's partner. Instead of marveling at Shen Rong's skills, Maple Leaf thought Chang Xia was even more amazing for choosing him at the Normandy market. Qingxin was equally proud. Totem warriors of the Wolf tribe are truly reliable. Shen Rong is the best. Sang Lin shouted. Elder Senda squinted and chuckled. The Yuan family really lost out. Shen Rong had inherited the Yuan family's finest battle wolf bloodline, and with it, the strongest fighting abilities. Yuan Ho had insisted on taking Shen Rong back to the western lands, surely knowing how powerful the battle wolf bloodline was. The Yuan family must have put a lot of effort into training Shen Rong over the years. They might even have raised him as their future heir. Unfortunately, greed got the better of them. The quickest way to destroy a genius is to snuff them out. Shen Rong's near-fatal poisoning was most likely the work of his own family. To drive out such a talented totem warrior, one wonders if the Yuan family ever regretted it. But regret is useless now. Shen Rong was now a member of the Heluo Tribe. Even the Sky Wolf tribe wouldn't dare try to take him, and if the Yuan family showed up, the Leopard tribe would be ready to fight. Shen Rong, let us help. Chang Xia wants to try sawtooth fish, don't let them eat each other. Yubong dove in, quickly swimming toward Shen Rong. As he swam, he passed along Chang Xiao's request, grabbed the nearest sawtooth fish, and pushed it to Yu Xiao, who hauled the carcass ashore. Hearing this, Shen Rong stopped holding back. He moved through the water like a dragon, swiftly killing the two nearest sawtooth fish. Meanwhile, Yubong and his tribesmen quickly dispatched the remaining two. The Yumiankli was soon piled high with the fish they'd just caught, plus 7 or 8 sawtooth fish, a bountiful haul. By now, dusk had fallen. Once Shen Rong and the other beastmen came ashore, they didn't linger by the sub-Detroit River. Instead, they followed Chief Yufu to the river bend where the Yufu tribe was camped. Chief Yufu told Chang Xia they'd be staying in the Clear Moon Forest for 5 or 6 days. They'd already been here 4 days, so unless something unexpected happened, they'd leave tomorrow or the next day, taking the Yumiankli to a new stretch of the sub-Detroit River to fish and guard the river. Soon after, the group arrived at the river bend. This part of the river was wide, and the Yufu tribe had built several Jelu dwellings near the forested bank. Jela was what the Yufu tribe called their houses, built from a mix of wet mud, branches, and stones. In a way, Jela dwellings were a bit like cave houses. The Yufu tribe didn't have resin, so their Jela had no windows, only a single door. The door curtain was woven from kira grass. Judging by the craftsmanship, Chang Xia guessed it must have come from the Skywolf tribe. And sure enough, when Chief Yufu introduced the Jelu, he told Chang Xia that both the door curtain and the kira grass furniture inside had been sent by Elder Staya and the Wolf tribe. Life in the Yufu tribe was simple and rustic. Navigation. Large pieces of furniture like tables and chairs are still absent in the Fu tribe. As for pottery and similar items, those were all obtained through trade with other beast tribes. For the most part, they still use stone tools. After all, compared to living on land, they much prefer life in the water. The Fish Fu chieftain told Chang Xia that the Fu tribe's dwellings in the Erdos Marsh are built right on the water. They're made from wood and animal hides, and the conditions are pretty basic. In fact, they're even cruder than the gullus huts, built here by the river bay. Of course, those are just their warm season homes. In the cold season, the Fu tribe's gullus are built from blocks of ice. These are excellent at keeping out the cold, actually more comfortable than their warm season dwellings. When they heard this, Chang Xia and the other beast folk were amazed. They'd never experienced anything like it and couldn't imagine how living in a hut made of ice could possibly be comfortable. Wouldn't it be bone-chillingly cold? As she listened, Chang Xia took notes. At the same time, she was already planning that, if she had the chance, she absolutely had to visit the Erdos Marsh herself to experience firsthand how these ice block huts kept out the cold and stayed warm. There was plenty of game, so Chang Xia consulted the Fish Fu chieftain. She made sure to set aside 2 sawtooth fish and some large yellow fish and other varieties for Elder Staya and the others. The Fish Fu chieftain even brought out some smoked fish and fish roe for Chang Xia to take back to Elder Staya. Of course, he didn't forget to prepare a share for Chang Xia herself. End of this chapter. Outside the Gulu, the Fish Fu chieftain, along with Yubong and other tribe members, were preparing sashimi. Meanwhile, Chang Xia was busy making fish soup and grilled fish. At the same time, she was pondering how to eat the sawtooth fish. Chang Xia, have you decided how we should eat the sawtooth fish? Maple Leaf asked, while Kongshan helped Shen Rong process the fish and Shen Rong started marinating some for grilling. Qingxin and Hissen crowded around the Fish Fu chieftain, watching how he prepared the sashimi. Stew it, Chang Xia replied. She curiously tapped the sawtooth fish's teeth. They were sharp, each one as big as a beast cub's palm, and looked rather intimidating. If you got bitten by one of these underwater, you'd either die or be maimed. We'll try it stewed, and let Shen Rong grill some as well, Chang Xia suggested after thinking it over. There are lots of ways to cook fish, but since they'd never had sawtooth fish before, stewing and grilling seemed like the safest bets. Both methods work well for any kind of fish. Boiled fish, fish with pickled vegetables, chopped chili fish head, Maple Leaf said longingly, listing 3 fish dishes as she licked her lips, savoring the thought. Maple Leaf, just keep dreaming. Chang Xia rolled her eyes and shot back. They'd traveled light this time, bringing only some basic seasonings, not everything. Of the dishes Maple Leaf mentioned, maybe chopped chili fish head was doable. She vaguely remembered bringing a jar of chili peppers. Yuxiao walked over and asked Changxia, what was Maple Leaf talking about? She was listing different ways to cook fish. By the way, besides sashimi, does the Fu tribe have any other ways of eating fish? Changxia replied, turning the question back. Most beast folk aren't fond of fish. The Fu tribe is the only exception. Judging by how the fish food chieftain handled the fish, it was clear the Fu tribe took their fish dishes seriously. It reminded Changxia of the good days on a certain island. Grilled, stewed, and marinated raw, Yuxiao answered. Changxia was impressed. She couldn't help but admire the Fu tribe's love of fish. So many ways to prepare it. Marinated raw fish was probably an offshoot of sashimi. Changxia herself wasn't too keen on sashimi or marinated raw fish. She just didn't dare eat raw food, no matter how good it tasted. How do you eat marinated raw fish? Maple Leaf asked curiously. There's a kind of fish sauce grass that grows in the Erdos marsh. It's excellent for marinating fish. When we eat sashimi, we dip it in the juice from fish sauce grass. For marinated raw fish, we also use the juice as a marinade. Depending on your taste, there are usually two flavors. One is sour and spicy, fresh and tangy. The other is more like soy sauce, salty and savory, Yuxiao explained. At that, Changxia's eyes sparkled. Yuxiao, does River Bay have fish sauce grass? I want to see what it looks like. And you said the marinated raw fish comes in two flavors, sour and spicy and soy sauce-like. Does the Fu tribe have sour fruit, chili peppers, and soybeans? Changxia was thrilled. Wow, what an amazing discovery. She was so glad she'd agreed to stay and try the Fu tribe sashimi. It was definitely the right choice. Changxia, calm down, Maple Leaf said, quickly hugging her to keep her from startling Yuxiao. Yuxiao said, there's fish sauce grass growing right here by the River Bay Golu. I'll go get some for you. Soon, Yuxiao came back carrying a basket woven from Kira grass vines. Fish sauce grass, despite the name, is actually a type of leafy plant. Its leaves are thick and juicy, just a light pinch with your fingernail and the juice comes out. The smell alone was mouth-watering. It's really delicious, kind of like chicken bouillon, but not quite, Maple Leaf said curiously after sniffing it. She took a leaf and gently licked it. Immediately, a rich, savory flavor filled her mouth. Fish sauce grass really is the perfect name, Changxia said after smelling it herself. The scent was just like familiar fish sauce. No wonder the Fu tribe loved sashimi and marinated raw fish. Having fish sauce grass made all the difference. It tasted so much better than the boiled or grilled fish favored by other beast folk. After all, with fish sauce grass, you just dip and eat. For boiling or grilling, you have to get rid of the fishy smell and watch the heat carefully. If you're not careful, you could ruin the whole pot. Most fish are fishy, only the ones from the Sub-Detroit River might not be, judging by the Fu tribe's passion for fish. Changxia could tell these beast folk really knew their fish. What's chicken bouillon? Yuxiao asked, blinking curiously. Changxia took off her medicine pouch, pulled out a small jar of chicken bouillon, and handed it to Yuxiao. It's a special seasoning I made myself. Here, this is what it's like. Yuxiao took the jar and sniffed it. So fragrant. Yuxiao exclaimed with a smile. Changxia, those sour fruits, chili peppers, and jiangyu fruit you mentioned earlier, are they all seasonings too? You don't have them in the Erdos marsh? Changxia was a little surprised. Yuxiao had said the Fu tribe's marinated dishes had two flavors, so Changxia assumed the Erdos marsh had these ingredients. There are no chili peppers or sour fruits in the Erdos marsh. As for the jiangyu fruit you mentioned, I don't know what that is, Yuxiao shook her head. She recognized chili peppers and sour fruits, but she'd never heard of jiangyu fruit, let alone seen it. Smiling, Changxia reached into the beast pouch she'd used earlier to take out chicken essence, pulled out a jiangyu fruit, and handed it to Yuxiao. This is jiangyu fruit. It's one of two kinds of fruit from the seasoning tree. Its juice has a soy sauce aroma, and both the juice and the flesh can be used in cooking. I've never seen this jiangyu fruit before, Yuxiao said regretfully, shaking her head. Then how do you make your marinated dishes? Just fish sauce grass alone shouldn't be enough, right? Changxia paused, hesitating. Yusha pointed at the root in front of the food tribe chief. We don't have jiangyu fruit in the Erdos marsh, but we do have flavor root. After boiling, it produces a rich, savory juice that tastes a lot like soy sauce, very similar to your jiangyu fruit. Let me see. Chang Xia was overjoyed. There were only a few seasoning trees on Weishan, and the fruits they produced weren't enough even for the Heluo tribe. Chang Xia had always thought it would be difficult to let all the beast folk in the Twilight Forest enjoy braised pork. But now, with Yusha mentioning flavor root, Chang Xia saw hope. Chief Fu, may I take a look at the flavor root in front of you? Chang Xia asked softly. Of course. Are you used to the smell of flavor root? Chief Fu nodded, gesturing for Chang Xia to take the root. He was still preparing fish for sashimi, and Yu Bang was getting the fish ready for marinating. The flavor root and fish sauce grass hadn't been processed yet. Chang Xia handed back the jiangyu fruit Yu Xiao had returned to her, waved it in front of Chief Fu, and said, Chief Fu, this is a unique seasoning fruit from Weishan in the Heluo tribe. I named it jiangyu fruit. Yu Xiao says its flavor is very similar to the juice made from boiling flavor root, so I'd like to compare them. At this, the Qingxin warehouse keepers perked up, listening closely. They were instantly excited. If the flavor of flavor root and jiangyu fruit really were the same, didn't that mean the wolf tribe could have braised pork and braised fish every day? You're all used to this flavor? Chief Fu was a little surprised. Other beast tribes usually couldn't stand the Fu tribe's sashimi and marinated dishes, mainly because the flavors of fish sauce grass and flavor root were so strong. Beast folk who weren't used to it found it especially unpleasant. End of this chapter. Chief Fu, are fish sauce grass and flavor root common in the Erdos marsh? Qingxin nodded vigorously, indicating he was absolutely fine with the smell of flavor root. How could anyone find this smell unpleasant? It was clearly the aroma of delicious food. There's plenty. Fish sauce grass and flavor root grow everywhere in the Erdos marsh. Just like Kira grass in the Clear Moon Forest, you can find them anywhere, Chief Fu replied, not understanding why Qingxin was so excited, but still answering his question. These two things were extremely common in the Erdos marsh. He'd even given some to the wolf tribe before. The wolves hadn't shown any particular interest. But now, Qingxin's sudden excitement left Chief Fu rather puzzled. Chief Fu, our tribe would like to trade gold rods or millet for fish sauce grass and flavor root with the Fu tribe, Qingxin said decisively. Beside him, Chang Xia smiled slightly. Qingxin was quick on the uptake. She'd just been about to speak, but Qingxin had already said everything she wanted to. The Heluo tribe would also like to trade for some fish sauce grass and flavor root, if that's convenient for you, Chief Fu, Chang Xia added with a smile. Chief Fu was stunned. Nearby, Yu Bang, Yu Xiao, and the other Fu tribe beast folk all looked bewildered. There weren't many seasoning trees on Weishan, and even the Heluo tribe didn't have enough seasoning fruit. After all, beast folk could eat a lot. Dozens of pounds of meat in one meal was nothing to them. Now that they'd learned the Fu tribe's Erdos marsh was full of fish sauce grass and flavor root, how could Chang Xia let this opportunity pass? What exactly is going on? Chief Fu asked in confusion. He agreed to trade fish sauce grass and flavor root with the wolf and Heluo tribes, but only if Chang Xia and the others explained why. The Fu tribe rarely interacted with other beast folk tribes, and trading was even rarer. Qingxin and Chang Xia's sudden enthusiasm left Chief Fu feeling flattered. It was as if spring had come to the Fu tribe. So, Qingxin quickly explained all the delicious dishes Chang Xia had cooked to the Fu tribe beast folk. As he spoke, he kept swallowing his saliva. Not only did the Fu tribe beast folk get hungry, even Chang Xia herself started to doubt her own cooking. Was her food really that good? Shen Rong, is braised pork really that delicious? Chang Xia stepped back, tugged gently at Shen Rong's sleeve, and whispered. Qingxin's over-the-top praise made Chang Xia want to curl up in embarrassment. Shen Rong chuckled and assured her, it's absolutely delicious. He'd never eaten anything better than Chang Xia's food. Not even in the Western lands. Chang Xia, could you make braised pork or braised fish for us? I just want to know if fish sauce grass and flavor root really work, Chief Fu said, his pale skin tinged with a faint blush. Chang Xia couldn't help but laugh. All right, just give me a moment to prepare. With Chang Xia's promise, The beast folk all cheered with excitement. Shen Rong, did any of you bring chili peppers or other seasonings in your beast pouches? Chang Xia started organizing her seasonings, wondering which fish dishes to make. She couldn't cook properly without the right spices. Hee hee. This time, Elder Pukong spoke up first. Little Chang Xia, what do you need? Oh wow. Suddenly hearing Elder Pukong speak in such a commanding tone. Let me know if you need further polishing or have specific requirements for style or tone. Chang Xia shivered slightly, glancing alertly at Elder Pukong. Her gaze slowly drifted down to the beast pouch at his waist. That beast pouch, called the Abyssal Maw by the beast folk of the Twilight Forest, could it really hold more than just roasted meat and food? Did it even contain seasonings? Elder Pukong, what did you bring? Little Changxia, whatever you want, I've got it. Changxia swallowed nervously, staring at Elder Pukong in shock. Should she say, as expected of a tribal elder? All the beast folk widened their eyes as they watched Elder Pukong unfasten the beast pouch at his waist and pull out another, smaller beast pouch from inside. Was this some kind of nesting doll? A pouch within a pouch, and even smaller pouches inside. How could such a tiny pouch possibly hold a beast pouch as big as a rattan basket? The rumors that Elder Pukong's beast pouch was connected to the abyss would be even harder to dispel after today. Gulp. Several sounds of swallowing echoed. All the beast folk stared at Elder Pukong in astonishment. Little Changxia, inside here, there's exactly what you wanted. I even had Muqin prepare it specially. Looks like it's finally come in handy. Don't worry, even after you use it up, I've got more. Pukong grinned widely, patting the beast pouch at his waist with a proud, almost cocky air. I want Elder Pukong's beast pouch. I'm so curious, how does he fit everything in there? No wonder he's the famous elder of the Twilight Forest. So impressive. In an instant, the riverbank buzzed with whispers. The beast folk looked at Elder Pukong with envy and longing, but no one would dare try to snatch it from him. First, they didn't have the strength. Second, they weren't wandering beast folk. Proper beast folk tribes never coveted another tribe's belongings, unless it was for trade. Chief Yufu, tonight you're treating us to Yufu tribe's fish sashimi and marinated fish. I'll treat you all to some delicacies from the Heluo Tribe. Do you have clay pots and stone pots? I'll need a stone pot for stir-frying, preferably one that can withstand high heat. After tidying up, Changxia looked around at everyone. She'd already planned tonight's menu in her mind. The aroma of fish sauce grass and flavor root was tempting, and Changxia felt her mouth water. Not to mention, she was eager to taste the fresh fish from the Sub-Detroit River. After all, it might be a long time before she'd get another chance. Yuxiao, bring out the clay pots and stone pots from the storeroom, Chief Yufu instructed. The Yufu tribe mostly ate fish sashimi and marinated fish. But with the constant mist in the Erdos marsh, they also stewed food to drive away the chill. Soon, Yuxiao brought over the clay pots and stone pots. The clay pots were nothing special, nothing to be curious about. But when Changxiao's gaze landed on the stone pot Yuxiao brought, she was stunned. Yuxiao, is this really a stone pot? Changxia exclaimed in surprise. The pot looked just like an iron pot. At first glance, you couldn't tell the difference. As far as Changxia knew, no beast folk tribe in the Twilight Forest had ever mined ore, let alone forged iron pots from iron ore. Yuxiao replied, Changxia, it really is a stone pot. This stone pot is so unusual. Maple Leaf leaned in, hesitating. I've never seen a stone pot like this. Clang, clang. Shen Rong stepped forward and knocked on the bottom of the pot, producing a crisp, metallic sound. It sounds like metal. This rock is really special. Yuxiao, are you sure this was carved from stone? Absolutely. Elder Yulua made this stone pot herself, Yuxiao said. Grindstone, a special kind of rock found deep in the Erdos marsh. With special techniques, it can be shaped into all sorts of things, and the stone pot is just one example. The fish spears we use are also made from grindstone, Chief Yufu explained, noticing the surprised looks on Changxia and the others' faces. Apparently, this grindstone was quite extraordinary. In the past, Chief Yufu wouldn't have bothered to explain. But with the peace brought by the shaman's governance, the tribes of the Twilight Forest now got along well. Chief Yufu no longer felt the need to be so guarded, especially with the Tianlang tribe and Changxia present. So, he revealed the existence of grindstone. End of this chapter. Yufu, how much grindstone is there in the Erdo's marsh? Pukong looked up, fixing Chief Yufu with a sharp gaze that only he understood. Chief Yufu replied, "We've never measured it. There should be quite a bit, why do you ask?" Yufu, besides us, does anyone else know about the grindstone in the Erdo's marsh? Think carefully before you answer. This time, it was Elder Senda who spoke. The atmosphere instantly grew solemn, and the beast folk all fell silent. No one here was a fool. It was obvious the grindstone was special. The Yufu tribe had lived with grindstone for generations, so they hadn't realized its value. But elders Pukong and Senda were different. They'd never paid much attention to the Yufu tribe's fishing tools before, so it was understandable they hadn't noticed the grindstone's significance. Except for the shaman, the beast folk tribes rarely interacted. Beast folk were proud. They never coveted the belongings of other tribes. If it weren't for Changxia's arrival in the Twilight Forest, this situation might have continued for many more years. No one else. "I'm sure of it," Chief Yufu said seriously. At that, Yu Xiao, Yubong, and the other beast folk exchanged glances. From the moment the stone pot was brought out, the atmosphere by the river had grown tense. "Qingxin, Sanglin, don't even think about the grindstone. I'll report it to the shaman, and let the shaman decide how it's to be traded," Pukong said, giving Qingxin a meaningful look. These two wolf cubs were sharp-eyed, but the grindstone was no ordinary thing. For the sake of harmony among the Twilight Forest beastfolk, it couldn't be traded lightly. With that said, Qingxin and Sanglin both looked a bit embarrassed. Chief Yufu's eyes went wide. Damn me. Was grindstone really that valuable? Compared to grindstone, fish sauce grass and flavor root seemed far less important. Don't worry, Elder Pukong. The grindstone is deep in the Erdo's marsh. Other than our tribe, no other beastfolk can reach that far in, Chief Yufu promised. He wasn't deaf. He could tell the grindstone was extraordinary. Qingxin and Sanglin grinned, pulling Yubong along to check out the Yufu tribe's fishing tools. Instantly, Hezin and Wanmu perked up as well. Even the delicious food was set aside as everyone followed to see the fish spear crafted by grinding stone. The two elders, Pukong and Senda, said nothing, but the look in the Fishfa chief's eyes made it clear that refusal was not an option. So, the Fishfa chief obediently turned around, went back to the grue, and brought out his own fish spear. It resembled the trident of a certain earth god, dark, gleaming, and exceptionally sharp. Elder Senda bent his fingers and tapped lightly on the spear a few times. The metallic clang rang out, quickly spreading through the quiet evening and echoing across the entire river bay. "This level of sharpness is comparable to my black blade," Senda remarked. As soon as Elder Pukong heard this, he was instantly tempted and said, "Fishfu, I want a pair of gauntlets. Make sure Heluo forges them for me, and when you bring them to the Heluo Tribe, I'll have Jen prepare something for your tribe in exchange." "All right, I've made a note of it," Fishfu replied respectfully. In the distance, Qingxin and Hussin were also intrigued. However, they knew that while Elder Pukong could make such a request, they could not. Grindstones were no ordinary thing. Unless the shamans and the beast tribes reached an agreement, they had no right to lay claim to them. "Chief Fishfu, do you have any more of those stone pots made with the grindstone?" Changxia asked. After all, one pot clearly wasn't enough for cooking. "Fish Xiao, bring out all the stone pots from the grue," Fishfu instructed. Noticing Changxia's fondness for the stone pots, he added, "Changxia, do you really like these stone pots? If you do, you can have all of them. I heard every tribe has given you a gift, but our tribe was late to hear the news and missed the chance. Let me give you these stone pots as a gift. I hope you won't mind." The Fishfu tribe also ate white nuts, and Changxia had found a way to prepare them. The Fishfu tribe was equally grateful. Their chief was not a stubborn beastman. After talking with Pukong and Senda, and given the recent changes in the Twilight Forest, he was well aware of the situation. That's why, now that they were temporarily away from the Erdo's marsh and had limited gifts to offer, this scene unfolded. Nowadays, the grindstone was no ordinary item. The fish spear was a tool for the Heluo tribe's fishing and hunting. It couldn't be given away lightly. But stone pots were different. Even if they gave away the stone pots, they still had clay jars. Once they returned to the Erdos marsh, they wouldn't lack for stone pots. Chief Heluo, are you sure? If you give away your stone pots, how will you cook? Changxia hesitated, clearly tempted by the offer. These stone pots, ground with the grindstone, were lightweight, heat-resistant, and durable. Since Changxia would be traveling around the Twilight Forest, these pots were truly to her liking. Our tribe loves sashimi and marinated fish. Besides, even if we give you the stone pots, we still have clay jars. Worst case, we can grind a few regular stone pots ourselves. It's just that these pots have been used before. I hope you don't mind, Heluo said with a hearty laugh. I really do like these stone pots, so I won't refuse your kindness. But I can't take them all, Changxia replied earnestly. She knew the Heluo tribe didn't lack grindstone-made pots. Once the tribe finished migrating and returned to the Erdos marsh, they could easily make more. All right, I'll keep one for myself, Heluo said decisively. Besides the stone pots, I'll have Heluo set aside some fish sauce grass and flavor roots for you as well. If they were already giving away the stone pots, adding some fish sauce grass and flavor roots was only natural. From what Changxia and the others had discussed earlier, with grindstones, fish sauce grass, and flavor roots, the Heluo tribe would never lack food again. In the future, all the beast tribes in the Twilight Forest would come to them for trade, and perhaps their migration along the Sub-Detroit River would become much easier. Thinking of this, the Heluo chief's expression softened even more. Chief Heluo, please make sure to save some fish sauce grass and flavor roots for me. Qingxin called out loudly. Changxia laughed and said, Qingxin, don't worry. Since the Heluo tribe has agreed to trade fish sauce grass and flavor roots, the Tianlang tribe will definitely be first in line. The Heluo tribe migrated along the Sub-Detroit River. The section of the river in the Clear Moon Forest was the gentlest, and perhaps this river bay would one day become a new territory, just like the Kanaya sacred tree. Changxia was looking forward to it. At this, Qingxin's warehouse manager quickly came to his senses. Chief Heluo, I think you should renovate the river bay. Once word gets out about the fish sauce grass and flavor roots, all the tribes will send their totem warriors here, the warehouse manager suggested. The river bay was near the Sub-Detroit River, which technically belonged to the Tianlang tribe, but the Heluo tribe had the right to stay there. The warehouse manager's suggestion to renovate the bay was simply because it was a bit narrow and inconvenient to use. He's right, the river bay does need to be expanded and renovated. The Clear Moon Forest gets a lot of rain, and the grue isn't very suitable. Maybe we could rebuild it into a wooden log house, Changxia suggested. The grue was perfect for the Erdos marsh, but not for the Clear Moon Forest. In the past, the Heluo tribe only stayed briefly at the river bay, so the grue was fine. But if the bay became a trading hub for the tribe, the grue would no longer be suitable. End of this chapter. After some discussion, Qingxin's warehouse manager promised the Heluo tribe that the Tianlang tribe would help renovate the river bay. Lately, the Tianlang tribe had been busy building roads, renovating the tribe, and weaving cloth, so manpower was a bit tight. Still, helping the Heluo tribe renovate the bay wouldn't be difficult. It would just mean cutting more ironwood and making another trip to the enchanted forest for stone. Aside from the tree resin, everything else was simple. Tonight, there was no other game. The main course was fish. The Heluo tribe prepared sashimi and marinated fish. The flavors were unfamiliar, but the aroma of fish sauce grass and flavor root juice was intoxicating. Both sashimi and marinated fish were cold dishes, with all their flavor coming from the seasonings. In contrast, all of Changxia's dishes were hot, each with its own unique taste. Braised fish, steamed fish, chopped chili fish head, fish stew. Gurgle. The leader of the Heluo tribe and the other beastmen couldn't help clutching their stomachs, their eyes blazing as they stared at the steaming dishes on the wooden block. The Heluo tribe beastmen were fish lovers to begin with, and now, with all these fish dishes laid out before them, how could they possibly hold back? There really are so many ways to cook fish, huh? Yu Xiao sighed in admiration. Yu Bang swallowed hard and asked, Yu Xiao, did you remember all the steps Changxia used to cook the fish just now? This was a matter of great importance for the future of the Yu tribe, so Yu Bang asked with extra seriousness. Don't worry, I took careful notes, Yu Xiao replied. Besides, even if she hadn't remembered everything, there was no rush. Changxia had promised her that when she had time, she'd help the Yu tribe compile a booklet on fish recipes and have the wolf tribe deliver it to them. At the same time, she'd also send over vegetables from the 3 tribes and seasonings from the Qingqiu tribe. Changxia said this was a return gift. She insisted the Yu tribe must not refuse. After all, the other beast tribes had all received such gifts before. It's a pity there's no wine. Changxia lifted her bowl of fish soup and clinked it with the others, sighing. Such delicious food, but no wine to go with it, what a shame. Of course, Changxia herself wasn't much of a drinker. She was just lamenting that the atmosphere was perfect, but there was no wine to complete it. Wine, Shen Rong mused. Once the wolf tribe finishes harvesting golden corn and millet and repairs the roads, they'll send a batch of grain to the Heluo Tribe for me. Really? Changxia was pleasantly surprised. Shen Rong nodded. Chief Goa promised. Great, I'll give it a try then, Changxia said happily. Right now, the beast tribes weren't short on grain, so she wanted to try her hand at brewing some wine. Drinking too much isn't good, but a little is fine. Besides, wine isn't just for drinking, it can be used in cooking, and it also has medicinal uses. Changxia was eager to experiment with brewing. The Yu tribe didn't quite understand Changxia and Shen Rong's conversation. But the other beastmen nearby caught on right away, and, suddenly, one after another, they grew so excited they looked like they were about to burst, leaving the Yu tribe beastmen completely bewildered. Don't just stand there, eat, dig in. Maple Leaf urged. She broke the strange atmosphere. After all, brewing wine required golden corn and millet, and unless the experiment succeeded, it was best to keep it under wraps to avoid unnecessary gossip. Changxia, have some more fish sashimi and marinated fish, Yu Xiao invited, encouraging Changxia and the others to eat more of these dishes. Unlike marinated fish, sashimi required special fish fillets, dipped in a sauce made from fish sauce herb juice and flavor root. It was so tender it practically melted in your mouth. Haha, Yu Xiao, even if you hadn't said anything, I'd still eat more. After all, aside from the Yu tribe, even I can't replicate this flavor, Changxia exclaimed. Marinated fish was one thing, but sashimi was different. Not all fish could be used for sashimi. Fish could carry parasites, so eating it carelessly could be dangerous. If the Yu tribe hadn't invited her, Changxia might not have dared to try it. But after one bite, she had to admit, the sashimi was truly delicious. The large yellow croaker had been simmered into a soup, its milky white broth so fragrant and flavorful. Changxia paired the sashimi and marinated fish with the soup, downing 3 big bowls and stuffing herself until she couldn't eat another bite. She didn't eat much of the braised fish and similar dishes. The Yu tribe's leader and the others loved those. Seeing this, the other beastmen let the Yu tribe have more of the dishes. After all, they'd already tasted Changxia's fish before, and the sashimi and marinated fish were delicious too. Eating a little less wouldn't hurt them. After drinking the yellow croaker soup and tasting the steamed yellow croaker, Changxia pointed to the soup made from sawtooth fish and said, "The soup made from sawtooth fish is also good. The meat's a bit tough, but it would probably be perfect for making smoked fish. Sawtooth fish are big, so they're great for smoking. In that case, could other river beasts be eaten too?" Instantly, the beastmen's eyes gleamed with ambition as they turned their attention to other river beasts. Previously, the Yu tribe had never considered hunting river beasts, but now that Changxia had set a precedent, it was as if a door to new possibilities had opened for them. Compared to ordinary fish, river beasts were much bigger and fiercer. Their meat didn't taste as good as regular fish, but if smoked, it might be different. Smoking made the meat firmer, and since river beasts were always on the move, their flesh was naturally firm. Yu Xiao, do you add any special seasonings to your tribe's smoked fish? It tastes so fragrant, and there's no fishy smell at all, Changxia asked, pointing to the smoked fish on the wooden block. Yu Xiao smiled. Our tribe soaks the fish in flavor root juice for 3 days before smoking. We add fish sauce herb, gila grass, and a few other ingredients to remove any fishy odor. The humidity in the Erdos marsh was even heavier than in the Qingwe forest. So, they built their homes, called jelu, above the marsh. These jela didn't offer much protection from wind and rain, but they were extremely well ventilated. Of course, in the cold season, they built ice jelu, which was different. You shall, when you return to the Erdos marsh after this migration, make more smoked fish. I'd like to trade with the Heluo tribe for some to store for the cold season, Changxia said happily. Making this special smoked fish required a unique environment. Clearly, the Heluo tribe didn't have the right conditions, so trading with the Heluo tribe was perfect. The cold season in the Erdos marsh lasted longer than anywhere else in the Twilight Forest, while other regions were still in the warm season. The marsh would already be deep in winter. At that time, the Heluo tribe would start stockpiling fish, making smoked fish or freezing fish to store as ice fish to survive the long cold season. Really? Yu Xiao was thrilled. During the cold season, the Heluo tribe had nothing but ice fish and smoked fish. They couldn't even find wild vegetables like cabbage or radish. The Heluo tribe lived in isolation, unable to trade with other beast tribes. Now, with Changxia taking the initiative to propose trading, it meant that this winter, the Heluo tribe could enjoy more than just ice fish and smoked fish. They'd have other foods as well. Previous page, next page, last page, top. In an instant. It wasn't just Yu Xiao who was excited, even the chief of the Heluo tribe was overjoyed. Yu Xiao, don't forget about the Tianling tribe. Qingxin seized the opportunity to remind him. If something could make Changxia agree to a trade, it must be valuable. Now that the Tianling tribe had cut ties with the Yuan family, the Wolf tribe had plenty of gold bars to trade, and with the addition of corn, the Tianling tribe was quite prosperous. Late at night, Sub-Detroit River at a river bend. Changxia began packing up, preparing to return to the Kanaya sacred tree. By now, everyone was full and satisfied, their faces content. The Yufu chief directed Yu Xiao and the others to help Changxia gather her things, all sorts of smoked fish, fish sauce grass, flavor roots, and cleaned stone pots. Of course, there was also a fish flute. Except for the fish spear, the chief had prepared a share of everything the Yufu tribe had for Changxia. At the same time, the Yufu chief promised Qingxin that the portion belonging to the Tianlang tribe would be set aside, and once their migration was over and they returned to the Erdos marsh, they'd come back to this river bend in the clear moon forest to trade with the Tianlang tribe. Chief Yufu, I look forward to seeing you again. Changxia climbed onto Shen Rong's beast form, waving to Yu Xiao and the others, telling the Yufu tribe orcs that she'd be waiting for them at the Heluo tribe, ready to treat them to a big feast. Hearing Changxia's promise, the Yufu chief and the other orcs beamed with joy. They all said they couldn't wait for Changxia's feast. Once the Yufu tribe figured out the cause of the drought in the Erdos marsh, they'd follow the Sub-Detroit River through the clear moon forest and head to the Heluo tribe. After seeing Changxia and her group off, the Yufu chief tidied up the river bend. In another day, they too would continue down the Sub-Detroit River, finish their migration, and hurry back to the Erdos marsh. After all, harvesting fish sauce grass and flavor roots took time. Changxia suggested the Yufu tribe gather as much fish sauce grass and flavor roots as possible, since all the tribes would want to trade for these two things. As for grindstones, unless the shamans spoke up, the grindstones would sink into the earth, and only the shamans could decide how to distribute them among the tribes. Kanaya Sacred Tree, Beast House. Elder Staya, do you think Changxia and the others will come back tonight? Qinghe gazed in the direction of the Sub-Detroit River, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She was looking forward to Changxia's cooking after just one meal. She was already hoping for another that night. But as dusk fell and night arrived, Changxia and her group still hadn't appeared on the horizon. Elder Staya brushed the dirt from his hands and smiled. Changxia promised, so she'll definitely keep her word. Just wait a little longer. If anyone gets hungry, have some roast meat first. I want to wait a bit longer, Qinghe grinned, shaking her head and refusing the offer. What if she got full and couldn't eat Changxia's food when she returned? Me too. I'm not hungry, I'll just have some water. Soon, everyone else said they weren't hungry either. Elder Staya just smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. As night deepened, suddenly, the leaves of the Kanaya sacred tree began to rustle, as if cheering. Listening closely. They're back, aren't they? Staya said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Chingha and the others all stood up. Elder Staya, did you just say they're back? Is it Changxia and the others? Where are they? In an instant, Chingha and the other orcs quickly stood and looked out over the dark Totamu grassland, hoping to spot a few familiar figures. Moments later, the ground began to tremble. On the night wind, several familiar scents drifted in. Chingha and the others broke into smiles. There was no need for Elder Staya to say anything, they already knew their friends had returned. Changxia, Chingha called out, waving both hands into the darkness. Chingha, it's us. Changxia replied, her voice carried on the night wind to their ears. Oh, I smell something special. As Changxia and her group approached, Elder Staya flared his nostrils, sniffing as if to confirm something. Soon, he smiled. Yufu tribe's marinated fish, Changxia. Did you bring back marinated fish from the Yufu tribe? Staya said happily. Fresh fish sashimi was best eaten right away, so Changxia hadn't packed any, but she had brought back a portion of marinated fish for Elder Staya and the others. Hearing it was specially prepared for them. The Yufu chief had made extra. He was delighted that other beast tribes could accept the taste of sashimi and marinated fish. Good things are meant to be shared. The Yufu tribe's River Bend camp had received plenty of help from the Tianlang tribe. Among all the beast tribes, the Yufu and Tianlang tribes were the closest. The Yufu chief made this especially for you, Changxia said with a smile, pointing to a woven basket of kira grass filled with all kinds of marinated fish. Changxia, what kind of fish is this? Chingha asked in surprise, staring at the serrated fish in front of her. She'd never seen this kind before, it looked fierce and a bit scary at first glance. Serrated fish, a river beast from the sub-Detroit River. It's decent stewed, but it tastes even better smoked. By the way, Yuxiao from the Yufu tribe gave me a lot of smoked fish. If you haven't had dinner yet, I can grill some for you. Their smoked fish is delicious. Changxia jumped down from Shen Rong's beast form and asked softly. No, we haven't. Changxia, we were waiting for you to come back so we could eat together. Chingha and the others all shook their heads, they hadn't eaten dinner yet. Hearing this, Changxia felt a pang of guilt. Sorry. If she hadn't promised to come back at night, Elder Staya and the others wouldn't have waited so long. Elder Staya happily accepted the marinated fish. Changxia, don't blame yourself. None of us are hungry, we were just looking forward to your cooking, Staya explained. Hungry? Not a chance. Even if they starved, they would still wait for Changxia to come back. After tasting the food cooked by Changxia, eating their own roasted meat just felt like swallowing poison in comparison. Changxia was leaving tomorrow. Just thinking about it made them sad. Haha. Changxia laughed heartily. Get the pot ready. I'll make a fish soup with sawtooth fish, then braise some fish with fish sauce grass and flavor root from the Fu tribe. I'll also prepare chopped chili fish head, spicy boiled fish, and smoked grilled fish. Awesome. We get to have another late-night feast. Qingxin cheered. Kongshan and the others didn't say a word, but sped up as they carried the vine baskets. Delicious food. Who could ever resist it? Kanaya sacred tree, do you want to try some too? Changxia asked softly. Suddenly, a branch from the Kanaya sacred tree drooped down, gently wrapping around Changxia's wrist. Changxia activated his bloodline ability, listening, and began communicating with the Kanaya sacred tree. Changxia, is the fish tasty? The sub-Detroit River is normal this year. There won't be any floods. The changes in the Erdos Marsh are probably due to an underground river. I haven't sensed anything unusual. Changxia waved at Shen Rong and the others, lifted his head, and continued his conversation with the Kanaya sacred tree. All the beastmen held their breath, quietly watching the exchange between man and tree. A moment later, the Kanaya sacred tree released Changxia's wrist, clearly satisfied with the taste of the marinated fish. Of course, this tasting was limited to the branch absorbing a bit of the marinade, not actually eating it. The Kanaya sacred tree is a sacred tree, not a bloodthirsty vine. It doesn't devour living things. P.S. This is the 5th bonus chapter. End of this chapter. Elder Staya, you'll need to trade for some food with the food tribe in the future. See? The Kanaya sacred tree really likes the taste of marinated fish, Changxia joked. Elder Staya raised an eyebrow. Looks like I'll have to learn a thing or two from Chief Yufu. He was tasked with guarding the Totamu Moon Meadow and serving the Kanaya sacred tree. If the Kanaya sacred tree really wanted to taste good food, he'd have to do his best to oblige. Of course, a big part of it was that he wanted to try it himself. I can go to the food tribe and learn how to make marinated fish and maybe even sashimi, Qinghe chimed in playfully, licking the marinade off her fingers. Then she asked Qingxin, did you talk to Chief Yufu? Our tribe wants to trade for fish sauce grass and flavor root. The Heluo Tribe never hid the existence of seasoning fruits. Unfortunately, the leopard tribe didn't have many of these fruits themselves, so they had nothing to trade with other tribes. But now, the Fu tribe had the same seasoning fruits as the Heluo tribe. Who could resist being tempted? The Sirius tribe had a geographical advantage. If they didn't make the most of it, they'd be fools. Clearly, Qingxin and the others were no fools. Don't worry, I'm already on it, Qingxin replied. That night, the Totamu Moon Meadow was lively and bustling. The festivities lasted until late into the night, gradually quieting down as the beastmen cleaned up and returned to their dwellings to rest. The next day at dawn, Changxia was woken by the chirping of birds. Countless birds perched on the Kanaya sacred tree. Every morning and evening, this place was the noisiest and most lively. Changxia, you're up too? Maple Leaf yawned, lazily sitting by the campfire, her eyes bleary with heavy dark circles beneath them. Changxia nodded. Didn't sleep all night? I slept, but they woke me up, Maple Leaf grumbled, rolling her eyes at the birds circling overhead. These birds woke up early and started chirping before dawn, so annoying. Maple Leaf, have some hot soup to refresh yourself, Qinghe said, handing her a bowl of fish soup. She offered some to Changxia as well, explaining, you're not used to it yet, but after living near the Kanaya sacred tree for a while, you'll find it strange if you don't hear birdsong every day. A moment later, Changxia held a bowl of fish soup. Qinghe, where are Elder Staya and the others? In fact, only Qinghe and the other two were left near the Kanaya sacred tree's dwelling. The rest of the beastmen were nowhere to be seen. They went hunting, Qinghe said. Since you're leaving today, Elder Staya wanted to prepare some gifts for you. There's not much else in the Totamu Moon Meadow, but there are plenty of prey like swift birds and black-horned cattle. Yesterday, the Fu tribe had already given Changxia many gifts. Elder Staya didn't want to be outdone. He got up before dawn, taking Qingxin and the others hunting, just as Elder Pukong and the others woke up. So, one thing led to another, and all the beastmen ended up going hunting together. Changxia was leaving today, and it would be a long time before they saw each other again. Qinghe and the others were responsible for guarding the Kanaya sacred tree, so even if the Heluo tribe started trading again, they couldn't leave. The gifts prepared by the Sirius tribe belonged to the tribe, but Elder Staya wanted to personally prepare a gift as a token of his feelings. At the same time, it was also a way to welcome Shen Rong home. Elder Staya is so thoughtful. Changxia sighed. She and Maple Leaf sipped their hot soup, not in a hurry to prepare breakfast. Sitting quietly under the Kanaya sacred tree, watching the morning sky, feeling the cool breeze on their faces, it was a rare moment of peace. Life had been busy lately. A leisurely morning like this was hard to come by. This morning breeze makes me want to go back to sleep, Maple Leaf muttered, putting down her bowl. Changxia laughed. Go ahead and sleep if you want. Once we get to the misty forest, we'll be busy again. I really hope the Lion Tribe scouts the route in advance, so when we get there, we can just help the Sky Lion Tribe build stone houses without all the running around. You know, that's actually possible, Maple Leaf nodded. Baiqing doted on Changxia, and the misty forest was a harsh environment. He probably wouldn't want Changxia to go deep into the forest. Scouting the route for the Sky Lion Tribe ahead of time was exactly the kind of thing Baiqing would do. Even though escorting Nifeng to the Snake Mountain Tribe would take some time, for Baiqing, it was no big deal. Huh. Chang Xia was startled and asked, Maple Leaf, what do you mean by that? Chang Xia, did you forget about your brother? He's escorting Nanfeng and the serpent back to the Snake Mountain tribe, and from there, he'll head straight to the Heavenly Lion tribe in the Illusion Forest, Maple Leaf explained. Bai Qing had been delayed for several years due to illness. Now that he had finally recovered, with his restless personality, there was no way he'd just sit around at the Heavenly Lion tribe waiting for Chang Xia to arrive. With Bai Qing's strength, taking charge of the Heavenly Lion tribe and scouting the area was a piece of cake. The tribe would never refuse him. After all, Bai Qing's abilities were well recognized by the many fierce beasts of the Twilight Forest. Hee. Once Chang Xia figured it out, she broke into a big, happy grin. She had been worried about the harsh environment of the Illusion Forest and was afraid something might go wrong. But after Maple Leaf's explanation, she suddenly realized the tribe sending Bai Qing to take Lu to visit the Heavenly Lion tribe might actually be a way to look after her. I knew the tribe wouldn't let me get too worn out. Seeing Chang Xia's smug expression, Maple Leaf couldn't help but laugh. This little one, if the tribe and their friends didn't look out for her, who would be able to bear it if something really happened? All right, enough showing off. Hurry up and organize the things we found at the Fu tribe. I think the shaman might need them, Maple Leaf reminded her. The whetstone was a big deal. The shaman might even go to the Erdo's marsh in person. Oh, right. Chang Xia smacked her forehead. You two keep chatting. I'll go write down everything about the Fu tribe before I forget. With that, she hurried back to the beast house, grabbed paper and pen, and carefully recorded everything the Fu tribe's chief had said. She also noted down matters concerning the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Once she returned to her own tribe, Chang Xia planned to hand these notes directly to the shaman. The Heluo Tribe wouldn't take over these records, nor would they look through them. After all, the information written on these pages was intelligence about various tribes. Other than the shaman, no other beastman should read them. And they definitely couldn't fall into the hands of the wandering beast tribes. These things might seem trivial, but they were actually extremely important. Maple Leaf, why don't we make some pancakes with golden corn? Ching He suggested. Yesterday, Chang Xia had made pancakes with tender golden corn kernels. Ching He had only tasted a small piece, but she couldn't get the flavor out of her mind. Crispy, full of the sweet taste of fresh corn, one bite, and your whole mouth was filled with fragrance. The vegetable patch in front of the Kanaya sacred tree, planted by Elder Staya, had golden corn that was just right for picking. If they waited much longer, the corn would get too old. If Chang Xia and the others left, Ching He wouldn't dare touch Elder Staya's golden corn. But with Chang Xia here as her get-out-of-jail-free card, Ching He felt emboldened again. Maple Leaf said, You dare pick Elder Staya's golden corn? Maybe because it was so close to the Kanaya sacred tree, the corn in this patch ripened a bit earlier than elsewhere, and it was also a touch more tender than the older corn. If you wanted to eat tender corn, now is the perfect time. End of this chapter. Ahem. Ching He cleared her throat twice. She exchanged a glance with Maple Leaf, then nodded toward the beast house where Chang Xia was. Maple Leaf immediately guessed what Ching He was up to. Ching He planned to use Chang Xia as an excuse to borrow some of Elder Staya's golden corn. Pick a few more, let's eat together. Ching He thought Maple Leaf's silence meant she was refusing. But to her surprise, Maple Leaf soon told her to pick a few more ears, leaving Ching He both amused and exasperated. Still, she liked this outcome. She preferred eating tender corn. But Elder Staya insisted that corn should be eaten when it's old, picking it while it's still tender was a waste. Yesterday, when she saw Elder Staya personally picking tender corn, Ching He almost thought he'd lost his mind. After all, everyone in the Heavenly Wolf tribe knew how much Elder Staya treasured his vegetable patches. If anyone dared touch them, he'd turn hostile in an instant. Chang Xia said tender corn can be made into pancakes. Maple Leaf, do you know how? Ching He picked 5 or 6 ears and stopped, not daring to take more. Maple Leaf didn't pick any more either. Maple Leaf shook her head. I don't know how. That's a shame, Ching He sighed, but didn't push it. After all, Chang Xia had important things to do. They couldn't bother her just for a snack. Don't worry, we'll get a chance next time, Maple Leaf replied. If Qinghe could think of it, Maple Leaf had naturally thought of it too. Next time, I'll trade with Gemma and go back to the tribe to eat some Kira grass pancakes, Qinghe said with a grin. Qingsen had often described how delicious Kira grass pancakes were, and Qinghe had given him a good beating for tempting her with food she couldn't have. He deserved it. Kira grass pancakes are really good too, Maple Leaf nodded, swallowing her saliva. Qinghe was just like Nan Feng once food was mentioned, she got excited. There weren't any Kira grass pancakes, but there were still plenty of flatbreads. Qinghe, do you want some flatbread? I'm telling you, if you soak it in mutton soup, it's amazing. Maple Leaf thought that since Qinghe hadn't tried Kira grass pancakes and couldn't have corn pancakes, she might as well offer some of Chang Xiao's flatbread. The flatbread was a bit hard, but it kept well and was filling. And soaked in soup, it tasted fantastic. Yes, give me a bite, Qinghe said quickly. Who would say no to food? Not just a bite, have as much as you want. Chang Xia made a lot of flatbread for the journey. It's a bit tough, but it keeps really well. Try it first. If it's too hard to chew, just break it up and soak it in hot soup, Maple Leaf said, going into the beast house, lifting the rattan basket and pulling out a few flatbreads from under the animal hide to hand to Qinghe. Qinghe took a flatbread and took a bite. It's a bit tough, but the more you chew, the better it tastes. Not bad. The first bite was a bit of a struggle, but as she ate more, Qinghe started to enjoy it. Maple Leaf peeled the tender corn while Qinghe chewed on the flatbread. Soup? Who needs it? Flatbread was meant to be chewed. As she ate, Qinghe asked about how to make the flatbread. Maple Leaf didn't know how to make corn pancakes, but she did know how to make flatbread. Contents previous page next page last page top. Did you remember what I told you? Maple Leaf paused her words to take a sip of water. Qinghe replied, Don't worry, I've made a note of everything. When Changxia came out, Maple Leaf and Qinghe were making golden millet pancakes, and the aroma was delicious. Maple Leaf, what are you and Qinghe up to? Changxia asked, rubbing her stomach. She'd only had a bowl of fish soup that morning and was starting to feel hungry. Golden millet pancakes, Maple Leaf answered. Qinghe grinned and whispered, I picked some tender golden millet that Elder Sadaya planted, and now we're making pancakes. Smell that, doesn't it smell good? It does. Changxia picked up a golden millet pancake, gave Qinghe a thumbs up, and asked, Qinghe, does the Kanaya sacred tree have any food stored up? We don't know when Elder Sadaya and the others will be back. Should we prepare breakfast? When they went out hunting, even if they were quick, they wouldn't be back until nearly noon. They couldn't just wait around hungry. It's been hot lately, so there isn't much game stored in the animal house. But we do have plenty of golden millet and millet grain. What would you like to eat, Changxia? Qinghe asked. What kind of game do we have? Changxia replied. There's only half a side of fresh blackhorn beef, about a dozen dried swift birds, and some live fish caught from the Totemuet River. The rest is just some wild vegetables, Qinghe thought for a moment before answering. The Totemuet grasslands are rich in game, but at the Kanaya sacred tree, they rarely hunt in large quantities. In this hot weather, meat spoils easily. Usually, they hunt daily and don't stockpile much. This half-side of blackhorn beef was specially saved from yesterday's hunt. It had been soaking in cold water and still smelled fine. If they didn't eat it in the morning, it would probably start to go off by the afternoon. Qinghe, cut a few pieces of blackhorn beef for me. I'll make steaks for you and Maple Leaf, Changxia said happily. The pan sent by the Heluo Tribe was perfect for cooking steak. Besides steak, she'd make some fish soup to go with the naan bread. She wasn't used to eating naan on its own. It was much better with fish soup. Okay, I'll go get the blackhorn beef now. Qinghe handed the spatula to Maple Leaf and quickly ran to the animal house where the food was stored. The food was kept in a shallow cellar beneath the animal house, so there wasn't much space. Still, the animal house was built under the Kanaya sacred tree, so it was a few degrees cooler than the rest of the Totemuet grasslands. Changxia got up to fetch the stone pot and washed it clean. She had Maple Leaf build 2 earthen stoves, sized to fit the pot. She cut up some flavor roots, planning to make a pot of root broth for later use. She crushed fish sauce grass to extract the juice and set out the other seasonings. When Qinghe brought over a big chunk of black horned beef, Changxia couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, but she said nothing. She silently took the beef, cut it into palm-sized pieces, marinated them for a bit, and then started frying. She'd never cooked steak before, so her movements were a little awkward. Still, as long as she didn't burn it, it should taste fine. For Maple Leaf and Qinghe, she cooked the steaks medium well. For herself, she made them well done. She didn't like meat that was too rare. Even with sashimi or marinated raw dishes, no matter how good they tasted, she'd only try a bite or two. The steak is so tender. Maple Leaf took a bite of the steak Changxia made, unable to resist, and was immediately won over by its tenderness. Changxia laughed and said, "Maple Leaf, can't you just sit down and eat?" With steak, steaming fish soup, golden millet pancakes, and a few pieces of naan, the three of them sat around a table woven from kira grass vines and started eating. "This steak is delicious," Qinghe said. "Changxia, you didn't make enough." "Qinghe, can you not talk while clutching your stomach?" Changxia said, exasperated, pointing at Qinghe's overstuffed belly. "Still eating?" Her stomach was about to burst. Hee. Qinghe carefully loosened the animal sinew belt around her waist. Changxia's cooking was just too good. She'd eaten herself full without even realizing it. "We have to go back to the serious tribe this afternoon. Do you think Shen Rong and the others won't go far?" Changxia looked at the sky, still not seeing Shen Rong and the others return, and felt a little uneasy. End of this chapter. "There are 3 elders with them. They wouldn't dare be late," Maple Leaf said. If it were just Kongshan and the others hunting on their own, being late would be normal. But with 3 elders along, Shen Rong and the other beastmen would definitely be back at the Kanaya sacred tree before noon. If they were late, maybe they'd come across some really good prey. Let's hope so. Changxia smiled, withdrawing her gaze. She found a shady spot, sat down, and looked up at the bright blue sky. Through the gaps in the Kanaya sacred tree's leaves, the sky was a pure, clear blue. "Changxia, how long will you stay in the enchanted forest?" Qinghe asked curiously. Changxia replied, "I'm not sure yet. I want to finish building the road before winter comes. That way, if any tribe has trouble during the cold season, the other tribes can come to help in time. It'll also make it easier for tribes to communicate and trade goods. I heard from Qingsen that if the road through the clear moon forest is finished, our tribe could reach the Baiha River Basin's Heluo Tribe in just 3 days. Qinghe said excitedly. 3 days, that would save 2/3 of the travel time. If they transformed into beast form and hurried, it might even be 2 days. For the beast tribes, that was a huge change. Before, it took 10 days or half a month just to interact with other tribes. A round trip took even longer. Exactly, Changxia nodded. The clear moon forest is a plain, so aside from worrying about rivers blocking the way, we just need to watch out for marshes in the grasslands. But the Baiha River Basin is different. It's full of forests and mountains. Without a road, you have to take long detours, and it takes a lot of time. Once the road is built, it'll save most of the travel time. That's wonderful, Qinghe said. Changxia, will the Heluo Tribe's exchange fair still be held? It won't be like the Normandy Grand Market, only once a year, right? I heard the exchange fair is really lively. I'd love to go. Yes, the exchange fair will continue. Once the road is open, the fair will be ongoing, not limited to a set number of times. Any tribe can go to the Heluo Tribe to trade whenever they want, Changxia promised. Afterwards, the exchange activities will be changed into commercial transactions. The Baihu Commercial District will become the first public trading venue in the Twilight Forest. This is intended to stimulate the commercial development of the beastmen, changing their previous way of life centered on hunting. Changxia hopes that the beastmen can gradually shift towards farming. Hunting is unstable. If the beastmen want to develop, they must change. A stable food supply will allow the beastmen to reproduce steadily and help their tribes grow. Really? Qinghe was thrilled. Even Maple Leaf looked a bit tempted as she listened. In the Twilight Forest, the beastmen's spiritual and cultural life is very lacking. The Normandy Grand Market is quite far from the beastmen tribes, but they still participate tirelessly. The main reason is the lack of entertainment. Besides hunting, the beasts can only have gathering and foraging left. Honestly, this kind of repetitive, day-in, day-out life could really drive a beastkin mad. But the beastkin have lived this way for thousands of years, so they don't think anything is wrong. Only Chang Xia finds it hard to adapt. Even after living on the Manhwa continent for over a decade, she still isn't used to such a boring, repetitive lifestyle. The shaman has agreed to let the Heluo Tribe establish the Baihu commercial district, hoping to deepen connections between the various beastmen tribes. Once the roads are open, these connections will become even more direct, Chang Xia affirmed. Barter, after all, can't last forever. Chang Xia plans to first let the beastmen get used to the exchange system at Baihu, and then gradually introduce currency, replacing barter with buying and selling. Of course, that's something to consider in the future. To introduce currency, you first need a physical medium for it, like gold, silver, or shells. Chang Xia would need to discuss these matters with the shaman before making any decisions. Mount Kana has gold mines, which means there must be other minerals in the Twilight Forest as well. That's great. Once the roads are open, I definitely want to visit the Baihu commercial district in the Heluo Tribe, Qinghe said excitedly. Clip-clop. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from the ground. Hearing this, Chang Xia quickly stopped talking and looked up into the distance. Qinghe, you want to visit the Baihu commercial district? Qingsen teased as his voice came closer. A group of beastmen appeared, each carrying their prey, coming from the southern side of the Totama grasslands. Curly-tusked boars and bighorn sheep, you guys had a great haul. Qinghe exclaimed in surprise. Bighorn sheep are common in the Totama grasslands, move in herds, and run as fast as swift birds. The wolf tribe doesn't like hunting bighorn sheep, they find the meat too gamey, and besides, the sheep are fast and hard to catch. Rather than waste energy chasing them, the wolves prefer to hunt black-horned cattle. Black-horned cattle are several times larger than bighorned sheep, stronger, and not as fast. More importantly, black-horned cattle taste better and have more meat. Hassan says grilled mutton skewers are amazing. Zhang Lin explained to Qinghe why they chose to hunt bighorned sheep. At this, Qinghe turned to look at Chang Xia. If you handle the mutton well, it tastes great. Grilled skewers, mutton stew, mutton soup, and so on, Chang Xia nodded, listing off dishes. Immediately, several beastmen started to swallow hungrily. Chang Xia, what did you eat this morning? I smell something delicious. Kong Shan sniffed the air, moving closer to Maple Leaf and sniffing her. Smack. Maple Leaf slapped Kong Shan's head away. Chang Xia fried some steaks and cooked a pot of fish soup. We soaked flatbread in the soup and just finished eating not long ago. Do you want some? Maple Leaf licked her lips as she explained. Yes, I really want some. Is there any left? Nope. If you want to eat, you'll have to make it yourself. Hearing there were no leftovers, the beastmen all sighed in disappointment. Chang Xia took out some flatbread from a basket and handed it to them to nibble on and stave off their hunger. Curly-tusked boars, bighorned sheep, and swift birds, this was quite a haul. No wonder they took so long to return. Each curly-tusked boar weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, real heavyweights. The bighorn sheep were lighter, each about 400 or 500 pounds. On Earth, people would probably suspect some kind of spiritual revival or animal mutation. But here on the Manhwa continent, a 400 or 500-pound bighorn sheep is just considered medium-sized prey, nothing special. Shen Rong, are we butchering all this game? Chang Xia asked hesitantly. For curly-tusked boars, over a dozen bighorn sheep, and a bunch of swift birds, enough to feed the entire Sky Wolf tribe for a meal, especially if you add some steamed buns and pancakes. All of it. We'll have a big meal at noon. We'll take some with us for the journey, and leave the rest for Elder Staya and the others. We'll need your help to make some into preserved or soy-braised meat for storage, Shen Rong explained. Along the way, he'd talked a lot with Elder Staya about the Totama grasslands. According to Elder Staya, the temperatures here get very high in the warm season. Food spoils easily and doesn't keep well. They have to spend time hunting every day, which is exhausting. So Shen Rong thought Chang Xia could teach Elder Staya and the others some ways to preserve meat, to make things easier for them. The Skywolf tribe knows these methods, but Elder Staya's group doesn't, so they'll need Changxia to teach them again. P.S. This is the 6th bonus chapter. End of this chapter. Sure, Changxia smiled and nodded. I was just thinking of trying the unique smoking technique of the Fu tribe. We have fish sauce grass and flavor root, though we don't have enough time to marinate the meat as long as we do for soy braised meat. But we can still try a quick marinade for flavor. If the smoked meat turns out well, Changxia will teach the method to Elder Staya and the others. Later, they can marinate the meat themselves, and once it's ready, smoke it with firewood or grass stalks. There's no shortage of grass stalks on the Totama grasslands, but firewood is scarce. The wolf tribe usually burns grass stalks and shrubs for heat and cooking. Changxia, can I learn too? Qinghe asked. Changxia chuckled and poked Qinghe on the forehead, smiling as she said, "This is knowledge we're supposed to teach you anyway. If you don't learn it, then we'll have to call Qingsen and the others over to learn." Methods like deep-fried meat, soy sauce-cured meat, and preserved/smoked meat have already been made public by the Heluo Tribe. Every beast tribe can learn them. As she spoke, Changxia glanced teasingly at Qingsen and Sanglin. It was obvious. These two probably skipped class when the lessons were being taught. Or maybe they thought, with Gemma and the other beast folk around, they didn't need to remember the details. Otherwise, why would Elder Sadaya have come looking for Shen Rong? Sure enough. As soon as Changxia said this, even Elder Sadaya and the other wolf beast folk were eyeing Qingsen and Sanglin with a sinister look, as if they were picking out which part to hit first to really make it hurt. After all, beast folk have thick skin and tough flesh. Ordinary methods won't hurt them. Heh. Qingsen and Sanglin laughed awkwardly, not daring to say a word. So, it turned out Changxia had already taught the methods for preserving meat. No wonder Shen Rong and the others had been giving them strange looks while hunting earlier. While Shen Rong led the beast folk in processing the game, Changxia was preparing the marinade for curing the meat. This time, Elder Sadaya stayed close by, learning alongside Qinghe. Elder Sadaya, perhaps recalling past mistakes, was worried Qinghe might drop the ball too. As Changxia prepared the marinade, she explained the process. Worried they might forget, Elder Sadaya specifically asked Qinghe to bring paper and pen to take notes. Maybe because she had to record data while guarding the Kanaya sacred tree, Qinghe's handwriting was neat, and she could even draw diagrams. One look, and Changxia was instantly amazed. "Qinghe, your drawings are really good," Changxia exclaimed in admiration. She herself could draw, but to be honest, her skills were average. Qinghe was clearly on another level. Even someone who didn't understand drawing could sense the spirit and liveliness in her sketches. Elder Sadaya beamed with pride, shaking his head. This girl, that's her one real talent. Heh. Qinghe giggled, not denying it. Maple Leaf took the paper from Qinghe, flipped through it, and said seriously, "These are better than mine. If we bring Qinghe along for route surveys, the maps will be much clearer. Maybe Changxia won't even need to do on-site surveys anymore." Changxia didn't argue, just rolled her eyes a little. Ahem. Her fieldwork wasn't just for mapping routes. She was more interested in learning about the local species. If it was only about surveying routes, she wouldn't have stayed so long in the Sirius tribe. She'd have gone off adventuring with Maple Leaf and the others ages ago. Of course, she wouldn't dare say that out loud. Elders Pukong and Senda would never approve, and Maple Leaf and the others would be even less likely to agree. They called it surveying routes, but at most she'd be giving advice, more like a mascot than anything else. As soon as Maple Leaf spoke, Changxia's eyes flickered, and she studied Qinghe carefully. There was no doubt, Qinghe was a totem warrior. Being sent by the wolf tribe to guard the Kanaya sacred tree meant she was strong. Elder Sadaya noticed Changxia's scrutinizing gaze, and his expression changed slightly. "Changxia, are you thinking of taking Qinghe with you?" Sadaya paused, then asked softly. Qinghe was startled, looking at Elder Sadaya in surprise. She couldn't figure out why he'd suddenly ask that. What would Changxia want with her? Qinghe's drawing skills are outstanding. I've never seen anyone better. If she helps with route surveys, it'll make things much more efficient. Changxia said honestly, stating the facts. The maps Maple Leaf and the Heluo Tribe leader brought back from their last survey had taken Changxia a lot of effort to organize, and she still felt they weren't quite good enough. As soon as it became about route surveys, Elder Sadaya didn't say much more, leaving the decision to Qinghe. Qinghe, it's up to you. I'll allow you to return to the tribe early and ask the Heluo Tribe leader if it's convenient, Sadaya said, turning to Qinghe. Building roads was crucial for the future of the beast tribes. Even if Elder Sadaya didn't fully understand the shaman's decisions, he wouldn't stand in the way. He could sense the tribe was changing, and the Twilight Forest was changing too. None of the beast folk knew if these changes were good or bad, but change itself had the shaman's approval. At worst, they'd just start over. The beast folk were never afraid of challenges. I want to go, Qinghe said excitedly. If she could join the route survey, she could follow Changxia. And following Changxia meant she could keep eating Changxia's delicious cooking. The other beast folk saw Qinghe swallow hungrily and burst out laughing. Clearly, they all understood the real reason behind Qinghe's decision. Changxia, can I come too? Qingxin asked, thick-skinned. Not to be outdone, Sanglin immediately raised his arm, showing off his muscles, and said earnestly, Changxia, let me come too. I can protect you and Qinghe. Building stoves, making fires, hunting. I can do it all. Oh, please. Hassan waved his hand dismissively. Anything you can do, we can do too. TCH. Trying to tag along for free food? No way. Hassan and Luanmu had taken quite a few beatings in private to get the chance to go out this time. Qingxin and Sanglin wanted to hitch a ride? Not a chance. Besides, this route survey would pass through all the major beast tribes. Changxia was inviting Qinghe because of her drawing skills. Even if they visited other tribes, it could be explained. But bringing Qingxin and Sanglin too? That wouldn't make sense. Unless the shaman ordered all the tribes to open their territories to each other. Until then, any beast folk who entered another tribe's territory without permission would almost certainly end up in a fight. When the Heluo Tribe opened the Baihu commercial district, the Leopard Tribe sent out many patrols. Changxia hadn't known about this at the time, but Maple Leaf and the others had told her afterward. Beast folk took their territory very seriously. Any beast folk who tried to cross the border would be punished. If it was seen as a provocation, it might even be taken to the Kanaya Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall for arbitration. Qingxin, you too, don't mess around, Sadaya said sternly. Qingxin and Sanglin shrugged. They knew it was impossible. They'd only asked so they could give up hope. Then they looked at Qinghe with regretful eyes, wishing they'd learned to draw when they had the chance. Don't look at me, Qinghe's face stiffened as she spoke, speechless. Soon, the prey was dealt with. Changxia said she wanted to eat lamb skewers, so Maple Leaf Kongshan started cutting the meat, while Shen Rong prepared the barbecue sauce. All the meat that needed smoking was marinated, using the Fu tribe's special recipe. It smelled amazing, and Changxia was really looking forward to tasting the quick-smoked meat. It was almost noon. On the vast Totamu Moon Meadow, beneath the sacred Kanaya tree, a roaring bonfire glowed under the blazing sun, making the temperature feel a degree or two hotter. The Fu tribe's unique smoking technique is truly something. Tastes great, too. It's got that soy sauce flavor like cured meat, but with an extra freshness from fish sauce grass, surprisingly delicious. Changxia, when we get back to the tribe, make some more, will you? I want to eat it again. This last request came from Maple Leaf. She wasn't good at this kind of hands-on work, so she figured she'd trade some game for Changxia's help. She was sure Changxia wouldn't refuse. After all, the last time with soy sauce meat had been a lesson learned. Same seasoning, same marinating method, but the results were worlds apart. Maple Leaf had given up complaining. Now she'd gotten smart, let Changxia do the work, and she'd just enjoy the finished product. Changxia smiled slightly, tacitly agreeing. Elder Sadaya, the Totamu Moon Meadow is hot, so fried meat should be stored in clay jars and sealed. It'll keep well and can be eaten anytime. But soy sauce meat shouldn't be kept too long. When autumn comes, make some salted or air-dried meat instead. Those can be stored. Changxia explained to Elder Sadaya as she ate her lamb skewer. Cured and smoked meats were something all beast tribes knew about. Every tribe made them in the cold season. The only difference was the seasoning and marinating methods. Passing these recipes to Elder Sadaya was just Chang Xia's way of hoping the wolf tribe guarding the Kanaya tree could enjoy a little leisure now and then, instead of being tied down by hunting all day. With the beast tribe's love of battle, they'd never get tired of hunting. Got it, I've memorized everything, Elder Sadaya said happily. Besides ways to preserve meat, Chang Xia also taught him a bunch of new cooking methods. For someone who'd lived at the Kanaya tree for years, Elder Sadaya was overjoyed. Eating nothing but roasted and stewed meat for so long had gotten old. Now, with Chang Xia's menu, Elder Sadaya felt like he could live at the Kanaya tree for decades more. These lamb skewers are amazing. I used to hate eating wild greens, but with these lamb skewers, I could eat 2 more baskets of them. Isn't grilled pork belly just as good? A bite of grilled meat, a sip of lamb soup soaked with naan, everyone was so happy, they almost forgot where they were. The whole world seemed to shrink to just this table of delicious food. Even the hot midday breeze didn't bother them, it just made them hungrier. When she finished eating, Chang Xia called over Maple Leaf and Qinghe, who were also done. They packed the fried meat into the clay jars Elder Sadaya had prepared, then cooled them in wooden tubs of cold water. Once cooled, Elder Sadaya would have the jars taken to the cellar under the beast house for storage. These 10 jars of fried meat would last Elder Sadaya and the others for several days. With ginkgo nuts, wild greens, and bird eggs, the beast tribes were no longer stuck eating only roasted or stewed meat every meal. Meat consumption dropped sharply, so better storage methods were needed to avoid waste. Chang Xia had the Heluo Tribe spread the fried meat recipe far and wide. She just wanted to improve life for all the beast tribes. With more food variety, the tribes could focus on other things like building up their villages or raising more beast cubs. Chang Xia, how long do the bighorn sheep and swift bird meat need to marinate? Qinghe asked curiously, eyeing the meat soaking in the wooden tub of marinade. The curly-haired boar meat had mostly been eaten at lunch, with the rest fried. As for the bighorn sheep and swift bird, Chang Xia had Shen Rong help cut them into pieces and soak them in marinade, to be dried with grass stalks and smoked. The Fu tribe's special smoking technique gave the meat a flavor that combined the best of smoked and soy sauce meats. It smelled wonderful. At noon, Chang Xia had made a few quick-smoked pieces to try. If she weren't in the Totamu Moon Meadow, she'd want to stock her own cellar with this kind of smoked meat. No wonder the Fu tribe's smoked fish tasted so good, their smoking technique was really something. From now on, Elder Sadaya and the others wouldn't be limited to eating only fresh fish. They could make more smoked fish to store and eat it whenever they wanted, delicious and convenient. To fully marinate the meat, it needs 2 days. The Totamu Moon Meadow is hot, so later, Elder Sadaya should have the beastmen move the wooden racks into the cellar. Once marinated, they can smoke the meat right away. Too bad we won't get to taste it, Chang Xia said, licking her lips. It wasn't just Maple Leaf and Qinghe who were craving it, she was too. Luckily, when they reached the misty jungle, they'd get to eat rock ox. Both the lion and wolf tribes raved about rock ox, and Chang Xia was looking forward to it. While Chang Xia, Maple Leaf, and Qinghe cleaned up, Shen Rong and the others finished eating too. The beastmen quickly packed their things, getting ready to head back to the Sky Wolf tribe. Tomorrow, they'd set out for the Misty Jungle and the Sky Lion tribe. Leaving early meant getting back to the Sky Wolf tribe sooner. After the Wolf tribe's quick cleanup, the trip from Clear Moon Forest to the Misty Jungle would be a third shorter than before. It was even closer than the trip to the Nameless Mountains, about 2 days' walk to reach the border between Clear Moon Forest and the Misty Jungle, the Lost Forest. They wouldn't pass by the Kanaya tree again, otherwise, Chang Xia wouldn't have made a special trip to check it out this time. Once the beast tribes got used to farming and raising animals, Chang Xia was thinking of coming up with some transportation tools. After all, it was a bit weird to have to beast transform every time they traveled. But as for taming animals, Chang Xia wasn't good at that. She'd probably have to leave it to Granny Sui to find some beastmen to work on it. With the beast tribe's abilities, taming a few fierce beasts for travel shouldn't be too hard. Watching the empty mountains, they transformed into their beast forms. Shen Rong carried the rattan baskets and tied them onto their beastly backs. For some reason, Chang Xia felt a bit of sympathy for the beast folk. It really was a bit unfair to them. Chang Xia had learned her lesson. She transformed as well, curling up in her little nest and letting Maple Leaf carry her to sit atop Shen Rong's beast form. She'd already said everything she needed to Elder Staya, no need to repeat herself. The beast folk weren't sentimental. Once Chang Xia's group was ready, they set off. Qinghe, carrying her small bundle, leapt onto Qingxin's back and settled in safely. She didn't want to run in beast form, so she agreed to let Qingxin carry her on the journey. Being allowed to carry Qinghe, Qingxin was so happy he nearly lost his mind. With a big silly grin on his face, he looked so goofy that the nearby beast folk, like Hissen, were itching to rough him up a bit. If they weren't in a hurry, they'd have happily given Qingxin a good stretch. Goodbye, sacred Kanaya tree. Goodbye, Elder Staya. Chang Xia, see you next time. After saying their farewells, Chang Xia and her group of beast folk headed toward Five Finger Mountain. Behind them, Elder Staya and several wolf beast folk waved goodbye. The once bustling and lively sacred Kanaya tree returned to its peaceful silence. Standing quietly with Elder Staya was the sacred Kanaya tree itself. It waved its branches in farewell, silently watching Chang Xia and the others leave. End of this chapter. Elder Pukin, Elder Senda, have you ever been to the Enchanted Forest? Chang Xia asked softly. That afternoon, after leaving the Totamu Moon Meadows and returning to the Sirius tribe, Chang Xia's group didn't linger long at Five Finger Mountain before setting out for the Enchanted Forest. Qinghe had consulted with the Heluo Tribe chief and decided to travel with Chang Xia. The group of beast folk traveled through the clear moon forest for 2 days. Gradually, at the edge of the endless plains, dark, undulating shadows appeared. Clearly, the lost forest was in sight. As they gazed at the lost forest ahead, Chang Xia's group slowed their pace. I've been there, Pukin nodded in response. Elder Senda licked his lips and said, the forest pythons in the Enchanted Forest taste better than anywhere else. The venomous snakes are more poisonous, and their meat is more tender. The first part made Chang Xia perk up. The second part made her shudder. As expected, nothing interested Elder Senda except snakes and pythons. The lost forest is shrouded in mist all year round. It's easy to lose your way inside. Once you get through, you'll reach the Dream Canyon. The Lion Tribe lives deep in the canyon, which is actually a basin, despite the name, Pukin said with a grin, introducing the Enchanted Forest to Chang Xia. The Enchanted Forest where the Celestial Lion Tribe lives is actually made up of 4 hunting grounds: the Lost Forest, Dream Canyon, Rocky Jungle, and Wild Mushroom Woods. Together, these make up the Enchanted Forest where the Celestial Lion Tribe resides. Chang Xia, that's the Lost Forest up ahead, Qinghe said. She stopped running and looked at the Lost Forest with a hint of caution in her eyes. The mist here made it easy to get lost, and since the Lost Forest bordered the clear moon forest, Qinghe was naturally familiar with it. This place is a lot like Mist Ridge, Maple Leaf commented. Kong Shan shook his head. Mist Ridge is full of miasma. The Lost Forest's mist is just water vapor, non-toxic. How does the Lost Forest have so much mist? Chang Xia wondered. Mist doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The Sacred Way Mountain is misty because of its waterfalls. Could the Lost Forest also have many waterfalls? A simple river can't create so much mist in the air. Usually, mountain forests are misty in the early morning, but the Lost Forest is shrouded in mist all year round. Clearly, this is unusual. Waterfalls, Qinghe explained. The Lost Forest has dozens of waterfalls. Unless there's a drought, the mist never dissipates. In fact, the waterfalls here are famous throughout the Twilight Forest. The unique terrain of the Lost Forest has created dozens of waterfalls, all different sizes and heights. They're quite a sight. The waterfalls of the Lost Forest are truly a wonder of the Twilight Forest. On mountaintops, halfway up the slopes, even gushing from underground. Any kind of waterfall you can imagine, the Lost Forest has it. Even those you can't imagine, you'll find here too. Wow! I want to see them, Chang Xia said excitedly. She hadn't even entered the enchanted forest yet, but she was already eager to see the waterfalls of the lost forest. "Qinghe's made me curious too," Maple Leaf said. Maple Leaf had never been to the lost forest of the Celestial Lion Tribe. The enchanted forest was far from the Baiha River region, and beast folk weren't allowed to enter other tribes' territories without reason except for the elders, who could come and go as they pleased. The elders often had to patrol the Twilight Forest, so crossing territories was common. The elders of each tribe are the true guardians of the Twilight Forest. They hunt down invaders and dangerous beasts, since there are still many weaker tribes living here. Clearing out powerful beasts is usually the job of the elders, a well-known secret. There really are a lot of waterfalls in the Lost Forest, and it's very noisy, Pukin said. Perhaps remembering something, Elder Pukin's expression turned a bit odd. Speaking of waterfalls, Chang Xia recalled the cave near the tribe's training grounds, which Elder Pukin had requested to be built. But because it was too noisy near the waterfall, he reluctantly gave it up and moved away. Now, that cave is used to store the jade stones the tribe collects. It is noisy, Senda agreed. Even before they reached the Lost Forest, the roar of waterfalls was already in their ears. It was easy to imagine how deafening it would be once they entered. Besides waterfalls, what else is in the Lost Forest? Chang Xia asked. Waterfalls are noisy, nothing unusual about that. That's why I admire the monkeys of Weishan. They live right next to the Weishan waterfall, actually making their homes on the cliff face itself. As for the noise, they don't even notice it. I've never really paid attention to that, someone replied. Elder Pukong and Elder Senda exchanged glances. They had been to the Lost Forest before, but as for what was inside, they really didn't know. It's almost dusk. Should we rest in the Clear Moon Forest tonight, or head into the Lost Forest? Maple Leaf cut straight to the point. Rather than discussing things endlessly, it was better to first decide where to spend the night. Changxia. Clearly, everyone was waiting for Changxia to make the decision. To them, it didn't really matter where they rested. There was nothing to look forward to or worry about. A forest is a forest, what difference does it make? Changxia. Suddenly, Changxia heard a familiar voice calling her name. She shivered a little, poked her head out of her little nest, looked around, and asked, "Who's calling me?" It sounded like it came from the direction of the Lost Forest, Maple Leaf said hesitantly. Immediately, Shen Rong and the other beast folk tensed up, ready for anything. Hee hee. Elder Pukong laughed and said, "Relax, that's Bai Qing's voice. He's come to welcome us. Come on, let's head into the Lost Forest." Catching Bai Qing's familiar scent, Elder Pukong made the decision for Changxia and led everyone straight into the Lost Forest. They'd be spending the night there, and he was sure Bai Qing had already made preparations for their arrival. "Brother," Changxia exclaimed in surprise, looking toward the Lost Forest. Sure enough, a few figures soon came running out from the forest. Bai Qing was among them. "Changxia, you're finally here," Bai Qing called out, greeting elders Pukong and Senda before happily walking over to Shen Rong. When his gaze fell on Changxia, curled up in her little nest, his eyes sparkled with a strange light. He reached out and scooped her up, giving her a gentle pat. He hadn't held Changxia since she was a child. As she grew older, Changxia stubbornly refused to transform into her beast form. So, with this rare opportunity to cuddle Changxia's beast form, Bai Qing completely ignored her resentful little eyes. "Bai Qing, let me hold Changxia." Honeydew came running over cheerfully. Changxia stretched out her little paw, pushing Honeydew's hand away, and said firmly, "No." "Changxia, just for a little bit?" Honeydew pleaded, acting cute. Changxia was resolute. She reached out to Maple Leaf. "Maple Leaf, hold me." If Shen Rong weren't currently unable to shift out of beast form, she wouldn't have had to turn to Maple Leaf for help. Honeydew's expression was just too scary. Changxia didn't dare let her hold her. Those hungry little eyes looked downright dangerous. Reluctantly, Bai Qing handed Changxia over. He knew that if he kept holding her, Honeydew would definitely make a fuss. Worse, it might upset Changxia, so it was better to offend Honeydew instead. "Bai Qing." Seeing Bai Qing actually hand Changxia over to Maple Leaf, Honeydew was furious. P.S. Bonus update, Chapter 7. End of this chapter. You scared Changxia. Bai Qing pulled Honeydew close and whispered in her ear. Honeydew froze, quickly wiped the eager look off her face, cleared her throat, and grumbled. Why didn't you warn me sooner? It's so rare for Changxia to transform. Who knows when I'll get another chance? Bai Qing was speechless. If he could have warned her, wouldn't he have done so already? At least Honeydew was calmed down, and Bai Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qing, it's getting dark. Take us to our lodgings first. The mist in the Lost Forest gets even heavier at night, and the temperature drops. Don't let Changxia catch a chill, Pukong reminded him. They themselves didn't mind, but now that Changxia was with them, it was best to avoid unnecessary risks. Right, let's head back to the camp, Bai Qing said. As they walked into the Lost Forest, he introduced the beast folk of the Heavenly Lion Tribe to Changxia and the others. Except for Honeydew, the others, like Jia, had all met before at the Heluo Tribe. They were all young beast folk, and conversation quickly became lively. When Honeydew heard that Changxia was curious about the Lost Forest's waterfall, she patted her chest and promised that once they entered the forest, Changxia would get to see it. After Bai Qing finished introducing the lion beast folk of the Heavenly Lion Tribe, Changxia, cradled in Maple Leaf's arms, introduced Qinghe to everyone, explaining why she had invited Qinghe to join them. It was best to be upfront about these things to avoid misunderstandings or future conflict. The night air is sticky and uncomfortable, Changxia muttered as they entered the Lost Forest. She could feel her fur clinging to her body, heavy and awkward. Maple Leaf wiped his face and said, I think you could wash your face without water here. Giggling. Changxia couldn't help but laugh at that. It was an exaggeration, but it really captured just how damp the Lost Forest was. Maple Leaf, wrap Changxia in a beast pelt. The temperature drops sharply after dark here, and with all this mist, it's easy to catch a chill, Bai Qing said seriously. They didn't worry about getting sick from the rain, but Changxia was physically weaker. Even though she'd grown much stronger after reaching adulthood, Bai Qing and the others still worried about her. Is that really necessary? Changxia whispered. Maple Leaf, lying down, pulled a beast pelt from the basket and wrapped Changxia in it. Listen to Bai Qing, he'd never hurt you. Besides, haven't you noticed it's gotten colder? As soon as they entered the Lost Forest, the temperature dropped. Even though it was right next to the Clear Moon Forest, it was always 3 to 5 degrees colder here. If you went deeper, the difference was even greater. Really? Changxia was confused. In her beast form, and with Shen Rong and the others nearby, she felt safe and wasn't paying much attention to her surroundings. Changxia, be good, Shen Rong said in a deep voice. Soon, a thin layer of moisture began to form on the beast folk's fur, and some even started sneezing. Of course, it wasn't because they were catching a cold, it was just the mist tickling their noses. Let's walk a bit further, the camp is just ahead, Bai Qing said. This camp was a temporary outpost built by the Sky Lion Tribe, similar to the stone houses over at Song Mountain. When the Lion clan patrolled the borders, this was where the tribe's people would stop to rest. After Bai Qing spoke, about 10 minutes passed. Bai Qing came to a halt. Rumble. The roar of a waterfall sounded as if it was right beside their ears. Clearly, there was a waterfall not far from here. Outside, a tall wall had been built from rocks, and behind it was a natural limestone cave. The Lost Forest was full of dangerous waterfalls and numerous caves. However, most caves had pools of water at the bottom. This camp of the Sky Lion Tribe was special inside. It was dry and free of standing water. After the Lion Clan had fixed it up, it became a safe campsite. Come on in. Milu smiled, stretching out her arms to Changxia like a big sister. Changxia hesitated, knowing it would be rude to refuse, so she obediently let Milu hug her. Pointing to the vine basket on the back of the Shen Rong beast, she said, My clothes are in the basket on the left. Can you get them for me? Since she couldn't refuse, she decided to just enjoy it, leaning against Milu's ample, soft chest. Changxia suddenly regretted turning Milu down before. Who could say no to a chest like this? Bai Qing, you take care of Shen Rong and the elders. I'll take Changxia inside to get changed, Milu said, rubbing her face against Changxia's with a mischievous look. The other beast folk nearby were speechless at the sight. When their eyes fell on Changxia, wrapped in animal skins, they all thought, I wouldn't mind either. Once Changxia was dressed, a campfire had been lit inside the cave, filling the place with warmth and driving away the chill. Inside the cave, the roar of the waterfall was much quieter, not nearly as loud as outside. It's a bit chilly, Changxia remarked, warming her hands by the fire. This was the first time she'd felt cold since the start of the warm season. Back in the Forest of Clear Moon, she only needed to wear short animal skin clothes, but here in the Lost Forest, she had to put on long sleeves and pants again. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Shen Rong asked gently, cleaning out a stone pot. I'll make you some ginger soup. Drink 2 bowls later. All right, Changxia replied hesitantly. She'd wanted to refuse, but seeing the looks on the elders and Maple Leaf's faces, she wisely chose to nod. The sudden change from hot to cold made her worry about catching a chill. The Gangwa continent wasn't like Earth. There were no cold medicines here. Granny C's herbal concoctions had traumatized Changxia enough already. Aside from fruit paste, herbal soup was Changxia's lifelong nemesis. Gurgle. While they were chatting, Qinghe suddenly clutched her stomach. Hearing the sound of Qinghe's hunger, the beast folk all chuckled and wrapped up their conversation. Barbecue? Bai Qing asked. The Sky Wolf tribe gave us lots of golden millet and corn. Let's make a pot of golden millet and corn porridge, stir-fry a few dishes, and have them with the barbecue, Changxia said. We don't have any fresh meat, just some flatbread. Brother, do you have any fresh meat? Yes, Bai Qing replied. Milu smiled and said, we arrived in the Lost Forest 2 days ago and hunted a few tusked beasts, wild boars yesterday. They're stored in the pool deep inside the cave. Unfortunately, we didn't come across any rock cattle this time. This season, antelopes will pass through the enchanted forest. If we slow down a bit on the way, we can hunt a few for Changxia to try, Pukong said. Changxia was a foodie, and so were the beast folk. Of course, Elder Pukong had Changxia in mind. How could he keep good food to himself? Antelopes. Changxia blinked, curious. Milu smacked her forehead in frustration. I was so focused on hunting rock cattle, I forgot about the antelopes. They're fast and can run along cliffs. This is the season they pass through the enchanted forest. Many animals in the twilight forest migrated with the seasons, moving from south to north or east to west. Antelopes were one of them, and their migration routes were fairly fixed, only shifting slightly from year to year. The enchanted forest happened to be a must-pass for migrating antelopes. If you wanted to hunt antelopes, the enchanted forest was the best place. But this was Sky Lion Tribe territory. Other beast folk couldn't just come and go as they pleased. End of this chapter. What are antelopes? Changxia asked, braiding her messy hair into a long plait that hung in front of her. She looked up, blinking, curious about the antelopes. Antelopes, also called gazelles. Their habits are similar to the duck tribe. They migrate through the twilight forest with the seasons. Their meat is delicious, Pukong said. Antelope meat is so tender you can eat it raw. Few beast folk can resist. Every year during antelope migration season, some food-loving elders would follow their route to hunt. Elder Pukong had done it, and so had others. Even Elder Senda, who loved eating pythons, licked his lips and looked nostalgic at the mention of antelopes. Changxia, you're really lucky, Senda said, rubbing the black knife at his waist. He was clearly interested in antelopes, too. This scene left Changxia and the other beast folk stunned. Elder Senda, I thought you liked pythons best? Changxia asked curiously. Senda squinted and replied, pythons are great, but antelopes and rock cattle are just as good. He made no secret of his love for antelopes and rock cattle, just like he did for anacondas before. Everyone burst out laughing at that. Brother, how's the route survey going in the enchanted forest? Changxia asked. Bai Qing replied, with the Lion Clan's help, the route is basically set. If you want, you can go exploring in the enchanted forest. Really? Changxia bounced up excitedly. She looked up at Elders Pukong and Senda with hopeful eyes. Elder Pukong waved his hand. If little Changxia wants to play in the enchanted forest, Grandpa will go with you. Let Maple Leaf and Qing He handle the route survey. Bai Qing will make arrangements, Senda said even more directly. Building roads was nothing compared to finding good food. The tribes opened their lands not just for road building, but for food. All the beast folk believed in Changxia with the same faith they had in their shamans. To the beast folk, food looked both the same and different compared to how Changxia saw it. Take ginkgo nuts, for example. The beast folk had been eating ginkgo paste for hundreds of years, but none of them ever thought to make vermicelli, stuffed buns, or pancakes out of them. When Elder Senda pointed this out, Maple and the others looked completely innocent. Still, the thought of tasting new delicacies made them feel that letting Changxia wander and explore the enchanted forest was truly an excellent decision. Hee. Changxia grinned. She was rubbing her hands together, itching to rush off on another forest adventure. Changxia, come here. Shen Rong picked up a bowl of freshly made ginger soup and handed it to Changxia. After she took it and drank, he added, Maple, Qinghe, you two should have a bowl as well. This stuff is so strong. Maple complained. Kongshan got up and ladled a bowl for Maple, insisting she drink it. Qinghe, on the other hand, helped herself. Maple wasn't wrong, the ginger soup really was pungent. There's sugar in the rattan basket. If you can't handle the taste, Qinghe, just add some. Changxia sipped her soup and pointed to the basket in the corner. She was fine, the soup was strong, but still tolerable. After a few sips, she felt much more comfortable. Milla leaned in to sniff. This ginger soup is a lot like my tribe's three-pepper soup. Same nose burning, same awful smell. Changxia's mouth twitched. Milu, the three-pepper soup you're talking about, is it what I think it is? Just hearing the name, she had her doubts. Could the lion tribe's stomachs really handle that stuff? Three-pepper soup is made by boiling 3 different kinds of chili peppers. Our tribe always carries some when we go hunting, and we brew it every day during the cold season, Milu explained. Suddenly, everyone in the cave except the lions fell silent. Could beast folk really survive drinking this 3-pepper soup? Don't ask. You really don't want to know what it tastes like, Bai Qing said, his face twisted in agony. He looked like he'd rather be dead, clearly. He'd been tricked by Milu into trying it before. Milu took off her water skin and offered it to Changxia. Changxia, wanna try? Bai Qing snatched the water skin away and hid it behind his back. Milu, Changxia is not drinking 3-pepper soup. Changxia quickly waved her hands and shook her head. No way, absolutely not, she said. If she drank that stuff, she'd probably collapse on the spot. Qinghe, sucking on a sugar cube, said, I want to try it, Milu. Do you have any? The wolf tribe lived close to the lions, so Qinghe had heard of 3-pepper soup but never had the chance to taste it. Now that the opportunity was here, she wanted to give it a try. True warrior. Bai Qing gave Qinghe a thumbs up and handed her the water skin. Milu pouted. 3-pepper soup is delicious, really. But Changxia and Maple were unmoved. They watched quietly as Qinghe took the water skin and tasted the soup. In the distance, elders Pukong and Senda took 2 cautious steps back when they heard the words 3-pepper soup. Clearly, they knew just how potent the lion tribe's concoction was. It's spicy, really hits you, Qinghe said after a small sip, smacking her lips at the heat. Qinghe, isn't it good? Here, have some more, Milu encouraged, nudging her to drink again. The soup was spicy and nose-burning, but the more you drank, the more invigorated you felt. The lion tribe beast folk were used to drinking it every day. If they missed a day, they'd feel off. I'll take it slow, Qinghe replied, her face flushing bright red as she staggered around like she was drunk. Changxia swallowed nervously and whispered, Qinghe, are you okay? I'm a little dizzy. I want some water, Qinghe said, swaying. Maple hurried over to support her, noticing that Qinghe's lips were swollen from the spice. Is it okay for her to drink water right now? Maple asked worriedly. Changxia thought for a moment. There are some mountain fruits in my basket from Aunt Yuanhe. Let Qinghe eat those first, not drink water right away. Seeing that Qinghe was in trouble, Milu and the other lion beast folk suddenly looked anxious. Wait, Milu said quickly, 3-pepper soup isn't poisonous, really. We all drink it. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. With that, Milla grabbed the water skin and took a big gulp. Qinghe ate the mountain fruit, and the burning sensation in her mouth gradually faded. Only then did Maple dare to hand her the water skin, reminding her not to accept drinks from the lion tribe so casually. Their water skins didn't hold plain water, but 3-pepper soup. Milu, calm down. We never thought you poisoned it. It's just too spicy for us. Ginger soup is enough for us, Changxia said quickly, signaling Baiqing to stop Milu before she drank the whole thing to prove her point. Even the lions probably couldn't handle a whole skinful at once. Is 3-pepper soup really that spicy? I don't think it's bad at all, Milu said softly, putting down the water skin. Elder Senda covered his mouth and said, aside from the lion tribe, who else in the Twilight Forest would dare drink 3-pepper soup? For some of the weaker tribes, it's basically a deadly poison. They even use it to kill prey. The cave fell silent. Was that for real? It's true. Some weaker tribes have traded with the lion tribe for 3-pepper soup to use in hunting, Jia admitted. The soup was spicy and could ward off the cold, but it could also be used as poison. Still, Elder Senda didn't say more. Milu and Jia had never really thought about it that way. For the lion tribe, 3-pepper soup was just a way to keep warm. End of this chapter. Qinghe, are you feeling better? Changxia asked gently. She handed her bowl to Shen Rong, asking him to wash it and not to forget to have a bowl of ginger soup himself. At that, Shen Rong's face changed slightly. Then he called over Kongshan and the other beast folk, insisting that everyone had to drink some. Kongshan's mouth twitched. Did Hassan's quiet laugh just now get overheard by Shen Rong? Baiqing turned away, pretending not to notice Kongshan and the others making fools of themselves. Shen Rong had even dared to offer ginger soup to the elders Pukong and Senda. Baiqing thought, I really can't afford to offend someone like Shen Rong. Scary, truly scary. Qinghe was still feeling the burning pain on her lips as she breathed. I'm okay. This 3-pepper soup is seriously lethal. Qinghe's tongue felt swollen, probably from the spiciness, so her words came out a bit slurred. I've heard from my clan before, never touch a lion tribe's water pouch, and definitely never drink 3-pepper soup. Everyone listened. All the beast folk stared speechlessly at Qinghe. Here was another one with no fear of death. Even though the wolf tribe had warned her, Qinghe still went looking for trouble. With this kind of fearless spirit, Changxia really didn't know whether to comfort her or scold her. It seemed like all the wolf tribe beast folk in the Tianlang tribe listened to these reckless types. First there was Gemma, shy and timid, yet she dared to pester Elder Senda for snake skewers and even wanted to learn snake hunting from him. Now there was Qinghe. At this moment, Changxia could only be glad that Yadong and Namfaong weren't in the Tianlian tribe. Otherwise, if all these beast folk got together, it would be a real headache. Qinghe, do you want more 3-pepper soup? I'll try again once my mouth feels better. For a moment, even the lion tribe members of the Tianlian tribe in the cave looked at Qinghe with awe. A true warrior fearless in the face of death. But did Qinghe really have no regard for her own life? Qinghe, are you serious? Changxia barely held back from scolding her, eyeing Qinghe suspiciously. Was she some kind of masochist? Qinghe licked her swollen, reddened lips and tongue still thick, said, I just think the 3-pepper soup is spicy and tasty. With that, Changxia breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a love for spicy food, not masochism. Thank goodness. The wolf tribe isn't like the lion tribe. The lion beast folk drink 3-pepper soup all year round. The spiciness of 3-pepper soup is practically in their blood. I forgot, Qinghe said with a silly grin. There were no chili peppers in Qinghua Forest. Occasionally, the tribe would trade for some with the lion tribe, but not much, and most of it was for Elder Yagama to use in medicine. Qinghe had been craving 3-pepper soup so much, she'd forgotten that the wolf tribe had already traded a lot of chili peppers with the Tianlian tribe during the Heluo exchange. Changxia patted her head and whispered, Qinghe's been on duty at the Kanaya sacred tree lately, so she's probably not up to speed with what's been happening in Twilight Forest. The mood in the cave instantly lightened. Qinghe, have some cool boiled water, Changxia reminded her. Baiqing and Milu were busy organizing dinner. She sat by the stove, lazily warming herself by the fire, her mind wandering to rock cattle and springboks. She didn't really care what they ate tonight. How about some rice noodles? I want cold mixed noodles, Hassan said. He licked his lips. Lately, he'd been eating nothing but golden corn, millet, and roast meat. Hassan was craving the noodles from his own tribe. As soon as he mentioned it, Wanmu and Kongshan perked up. They all wanted cold mixed noodles too. I want some too. Freshly made is best. The texture is so much better, Mila said. After living in the Heluo tribe for a while, she'd become picky. Dried noodles were good, but fresh ones had more bite. Like freshly pressed rice noodles, so much tastier. I don't want to cook. If you want to eat, ask Maple Leaf for help, Changxia said. She just wanted to eat something ready-made tonight. It wasn't that she was tired from traveling, she just felt limp all over and wanted to lie down and rest. Maple Leaf, Mila called out sweetly, pleading. Maple Leaf didn't refuse, she wanted some too. Do you mean the kind where you steam the fruit starch batter, or the kind you ferment and slice? Steamed, Mila replied. Sure. The duck tribe just gave Changxia a few pots, Maple Leaf agreed. Before, they didn't have the right tools. Ordinary stone pots couldn't steam the fruit starch batter, but the duck tribe's special stone pots could, even better than bone pots. Don't forget the toppings. After traveling, I don't have much appetite, so make the topping extra spicy, Changxia suggested. Spicy cold mixed noodles sounded great. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. With that, the beast folk got busy. Changxia sat by the stove with her hands tucked in, enjoying the fire and feeling very relaxed. Every so often, she'd ask Milu for news from the lost forest. Night fell and the cave was aglow with firelight. With Milu's suggestion of cold mixed noodles, the golden corn and millet porridge was forgotten. Now, Changxia and the others were happily slurping their noodles. The spicy stir-fried pork topping mixed with the freshly steamed noodles was a flavor explosion. Even the roast meat was set aside, they were too busy eating pork noodles. After dinner, the beast folk lay on their kira grass mattresses, chatting and getting ready to rest. With Bai Qing picking up Changxia, it was time to head back to Dream Valley and the Tianlian tribe's territory. Changxia washed up and changed into clean clothes. She lay comfortably on her kira grass mattress and asked, Milu, these kira grass mattresses are from the wolf tribe, right? Yes, Mila replied. I think kira grass smells wonderful. I want to trade for more with the wolf tribe, so when we get back to the Heluo tribe, I can cover the Kong beds in the cave dwellings with it. Hee hee. Changxia grinned proudly. The Tianlang tribe promised me a whole set of kira grass furniture. But we'll have to wait until the road from Qingwei Forest to the Baihe Basin is finished before they can deliver it. I want some too, Mila said excitedly. Bai Qing patted Milu, telling her to calm down. If you want some, I'll trade with the Tianlang tribe. But like Changxia said, we'll probably have to wait until the road is finished. Besides being used to weave furniture, kira grass is edible and can also be spun into thread and woven into cloth. If you want kira grass furniture, I'm afraid the Sirius tribe won't have the manpower to make it for you, Changxia explained. The wolf tribe is busy spinning thread and weaving cloth. How could they possibly have time to make furniture? Even if they did make some furniture, the Sirius tribe would probably keep it for their own use. After all, once the wolf tribe prepares the raw materials, they'll build new log houses. With new homes, of course, they'll want new furniture. This goes without saying, the beast folk can handle this themselves without any need for Changxia to remind them. Spinning thread and weaving cloth. Suddenly, a few exclamations echoed through the cave. All the beast folk turned to look. Bai Qing and Milu stared intently at Changxia, their eyes shining with excitement. Thread. Cloth. Could this really be true? End of this chapter. Don't get too excited. It's exactly what you're thinking. Spinning thread and weaving cloth. The Sirius tribe is going to be especially busy for a while. If Milu wants kira grass furniture, I doubt the wolf tribe will have time to weave it, Changxia said, yawning as she helped Qing He explain. What the Sirius tribe promised Changxia, they would definitely deliver. But if other beast folk wanted to trade with the wolf tribe, the Sirius tribe would most likely refuse. The reason is simple. The wolf tribe is short-handed. They have to build houses, repair roads, spin thread, and weave cloth. There's simply no one left to spare for weaving kira grass furniture. Maybe once the roads are finished and the shaman allows cross-territory hiring among the beast folk, things will change. But that will take time. In the short term, Milu shouldn't expect to get any Kira grass furniture from the wolf tribe. Changxia, you're amazing. You went to the Qinghua forest and solved the beast folks' problem with thread and cloth. Yeah, now we won't have to put up with the bird tribe's bad attitude anymore. We've been bullied so much by them just to trade for thread and cloth, but now things will be different. Late into the night, the beast folk were in high spirits. Except for Changxia and a few others, everyone else was so excited they chatted late into the night. So when Changxia woke up the next morning, she found that Maple Leaf and the other beast folk who usually rose early were all still sound asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Shen Rong. They were too excited last night and went to bed late. Changxia chuckled and quietly got up to wash, careful not to disturb the still sleeping beast folk. She let them rest a bit longer. With Bai Qing's help, this trip to the Heavenly Lion Tribe would definitely be much easier. Besides building stone houses for the Lion Tribe, she could also go into the forest to gather and hunt. Just thinking about it made Changxia feel pretty good. The forest is dangerous, but also full of wonders. It has attracted generations of beast folk to venture in and out. With beast folk blood running through her veins, Changxia was just as drawn to the mysterious forest. Elder Pukong, you said the springboks will pass through the enchanted thicket. When are we going to hunt them? Changxia asked softly. She was very interested in springboks and couldn't wait to hunt them. Even her anticipation for rock cattle had lessened a bit. Pukong replied, no need to rush, little Changxia. The springboks don't follow a set migration route, but they're sure to pass through the enchanted thicket. When we set out later, keep an eye on the surroundings, especially near cliffs and steep slopes. Springboks are incredibly fast. How do we hunt them? Shen Rong asked. According to Milu's description, springboks are extremely fast and cliffs or steep slopes are no obstacle to them. Even the strongest beast folk are helpless before such terrain. So, how do you hunt springboks under these conditions? Experience, Pukong replied. Changxia and Shen Rong looked baffled. Relying on experience to hunt springboks, what kind of answer was that? You have to predict the direction the springbok will leap and catch it before it lands, Senda said calmly. Trying to hunt a springbok by speed alone is pointless, it's impossible. Springboks are the fastest creatures in the Twilight Forest, except for the bird tribe. Even the leopard tribe can't catch a springbok by speed alone. In other words, that explanation was as good as no explanation at all. Shen Rong pondered this. Changxia just rolled her eyes. Her hunting skills were mediocre at best, and she was still a novice when it came to real forest hunting. But if she lacked skill, she could always rely on luck. Besides fishing, Changxia wasn't totally useless. Jia caught a springbok last year, so don't worry, Changxia, Milu said, yawning as she joined the conversation. Apparently, while Changxia and the others were chatting, the beast folk who hadn't woken up yet were now opening their eyes. They looked a bit groggy, probably didn't sleep well. Jia, did you really catch a springbok last year? Changxia asked in surprise. Jia, washing his face with water, replied, I was lucky enough to catch one last year. It was all a bit rushed, I just happened to run into a migrating herd. Thinking back, Jia looked a little regretful. If only he'd known in advance that he'd run into the migrating springboks, he could have prepared better and maybe caught more than just one. Jia, where did you encounter the springboks last year? Changxia asked. At this, all the beast folk looked at Jia with interest. While the general direction of the springbok migration doesn't change, the specific route can vary. Still, the places they passed last year are likely to see them again this year. In a forested area where the Dream Canyon borders the Lost Woods, Jia replied. Milu grinned and pointed to the Lion Tribe beast folk behind her. This year, our tribe specifically stationed people in that forest. If the springboks show up, they'll send up a signal flare. The migration lasts several days, so we'll definitely make it in time. Now, Milu wasn't the only one grinning like a fool. All right, let's eat breakfast and get moving. Changxia called out. It wasn't just Changxia who was eager to set out. Shen Rong and the other beast folk were even more excited. Hunting is the ultimate thrill for male beast folk. With the prospect of hunting springboks ahead, everyone moved quickly. While Milu prepared breakfast, Changxia and Shen Rong followed Bai Qing to see the waterfall in the Lost Woods. About 10 miles east of the cave, there were 2 waterfalls, one large, one small. The larger waterfall was especially beautiful and scenic. So, Changxia wanted to see the waterfall. Milu's top recommendation was the large waterfall to the east. This waterfall bursts forth from halfway up the mountain, surrounded by steep cliffs riddled with caves of all sizes. The water shoots out, flows into these caves, and then emerges again, finally gathering in the pool below. A masterpiece of nature, so wondrous and mysterious, Changxia stood before the waterfall, gazing in awe at the cascade high above, her heart filled with emotion. Magnificent, otherworldly, Shen Rong agreed. Shen Rong considered himself well-traveled, having seen many beautiful sights. But the waterfalls of the Lost Forest were truly exceptional. According to Bai Qing, there were no fewer than 20 waterfalls in the Lost Forest, and several could rival the one before them. The first time I saw this waterfall, I was stunned, Bai Qing said with a smile. Pointing to the pool at the base of the falls, he added, besides the waterfalls, the pools beneath them are home to a kind of tiny white fish. They taste amazing. At this, the group of beast folk immediately shifted their focus from admiring the scenery. Beautiful views are nice, but nothing beats good food. Changxia, hold still, Shen Rong said, restraining the eager Changxia. Hassan, Wanmu, and I will go down to the pool. Bai Qing, is there any trick to catching these little white fish? The white fish in the pool were indeed tiny. Shen Rong hesitated to catch them by hand, afraid he might crush them. They were the smallest fish he'd ever seen, barely the size of a finger. So small, were they really edible? If it weren't Bai Qing saying so, Shen Rong might not have believed it. Little white fish die easily once out of water, so you have to be careful, Bai Qing reminded them, taking a bucket and wooden basin from his basket. Clearly, he'd come prepared. Shen Rong, I bet these little white fish would taste amazing pan-fried, Changxia chimed in. The fish looked a bit like tiny silverfish, slender and small. Judging by the pristine water of the Lost Forest waterfalls, fish raised in such cold, clear streams usually tasted great. End of this chapter. Changxia's right, the little white fish are truly delicious, Bai Qing said. Their flavor is every bit as good as the famous Wei River blackfish. Wei River blackfish were renowned throughout the Twilight Forest. Many beast folk ventured into the Moonwatch Mountains to catch 1 or 2, both to nourish their young and to enjoy the delicacy themselves. Better than blackfish? These little white fish sure don't look like much, Changxia sighed, her eyes shining as she stared at the waterfall pool. Catching blackfish in the Wei River meant risking your life, but even Changxia could try her hand at catching the little white fish in the Lost Forest pools. Shen Rong only stopped Changxia out of concern that the water might be too cold and she'd catch a chill. Flowing water was generally safe, unlike stagnant pools in the jungle, which often harbored blood-sucking leeches and all sorts of venomous insects, snakes, and scorpions. Flowing rivers, streams, and pools were usually safer, though not without their own risks, since water sources in the forest attracted all kinds of animals. Water is the mother of all things, nothing can survive without it. Bai Qing, you really came well prepared, Shen Rong joked. The beast folk took off their Kira grass shoes, gifts from the wolf tribe, softer and more comfortable than pure vine sandals. They'd even harvested extra Kira grass to weave several pairs themselves, both to wear and to give away. Bai Qing said, we can't let Changxia go without. It's tough work in the forest. If there's good food, we shouldn't miss out. Before leaving the tribe, everyone had reminded him to look after Changxia. Hassan and Wanmu had probably gotten the same instructions. Sure enough, Hassan and Wanmu grinned as they waded into the pool. Here, take these, Bai Qing said, pulling several small vine sheaves from his basket and handing them out. Use these to scoop up the little white fish. Don't try to catch them by hand, or you might crush them. The little white fish died quickly once out of water and couldn't be stored. The best way was to catch and eat them fresh. In other words, if you wanted to taste the Lost Forest's little white fish, you had to come here. They couldn't survive outside the forest. Spread out a bit, Shen Rong said, taking a sieve and motioning for Hisin and Wanmu to give each other some space. Bai Qing had brought Changxia and the others to the waterfall both to enjoy the view and to catch little white fish. Meanwhile, Jia had taken the lion tribe beastfolk out hunting for lunch and to patrol the area. During the antelope migration season, fierce beasts and predators would also be on the move. Predators were faster than the beastfolk, they were born hunters. Even before the antelope began to migrate, the predators were already stalking them. The Lost Forest was especially dangerous at this time of year. You never knew when you might run into a saber-toothed tiger or a pack of forest wolves. Even crocodiles from the rivers might come ashore, not to mention pythons and other creatures lurking in the woods. In short, antelope migration season was also prime hunting time for predators. Bai Qing, Shen Rong, and the others soon filled their buckets and basins with little white fish. Changxia beamed, already planning how to cook them. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the jungle to the right of the waterfall. In the pool, Shen Rong and Bai Qing immediately raised their hands in alert. Another soft sound followed. Hisin and Wanmu noticed it too. They quietly set down their sieves, not making a sound. Shen Rong and Bai Qing exchanged a glance, pretending not to notice anything. But their hands, hanging by their sides, quietly clenched, bodies tensing as they picked up small stones at their feet, readying themselves. Changxia, come here, Shen Rong said gently. Shen Rong, did you catch more little whitefish? Changxia asked happily. Hearing the call, Changxia didn't hesitate. She lifted her foot and started walking toward the pond, glancing curiously at Shen Rong as she went. But as soon as she looked, Changxia immediately sensed something was wrong. Shen Rong wasn't holding the rattan sieve, and Bai Qing and the others looked off as well. Their expressions were serious, and they seemed to be staring intently at something behind her. Get down, Shen Rong barked. The moment he spoke, Bai Qing flicked a handful of small stones at lightning speed toward something behind Changxia. At the same time, Hisin and Wanmu dashed forward, one to the left and one to the right. Changxia was standing at the edge of the pond. If she dropped down, she'd fall right in. But when she saw Shen Rong open his arms, she didn't hesitate. She dove straight into the pond. Shen Rong rushed forward, caught her, spun around, and shielded her as he retreated to the opposite bank. At last, Changxia had a chance to turn and see what was happening behind her. She saw a massive forest python facing off against Bai Qing and the others. The python's body was marked with several bloody holes, clearly the result of Bai Qing's earlier stone attack. Changxia panted heavily. A forest python, she said. Shen Rong nodded. That's right. An adult forest python. The temperature in the Lost Forest was usually low, so forest pythons shouldn't appear here. These giant snakes preferred the warmer, tropical jungles. Rocky thickets and wild mushroom forests were much more suitable habitats for them. How could there be a forest python in the Lost Forest? Maybe it got lost coming from Qinghua Forest or some other mountain woods, Shen Rong replied offhandedly. Changxia twitched her lips, shooting Shen Rong a speechless look. Did anyone really believe that explanation? But on second thought, it did seem the most likely. If Elder Senda were here, he'd be thrilled to meet such a big fellow, Hisin joked. The python before them was 15 or 16 meters long, as thick as a barrel, a true beast. Wanmu added, Elder Senda's love for pythons in the enchanted jungle is second only to those in the Wangwei Mountains. This big guy would keep him happy for days. The three of them surrounded the python, attacking it casually, not even bothering to transform. The forest python was strong, but its attack power was average. As long as they avoided its coils, it wasn't much of a threat. Watching their relaxed attitude, Changxia said dryly, Be careful. If it knocks over the buckets and basins, we won't have any little white fish to eat later. If she'd brought her bow, she'd have wanted to join in herself. Let's finish this quickly, Shen Rong reminded them. Bai Qing nodded at Hisin and Wanmu, who quickly retreated to give him space. Bai Qing beckoned at the python, successfully drawing its attention. The huge tail swept toward Bai Qing, but the python had seriously underestimated him. Bai Qing reached out, dug his fingers into the python's tail, and with a mighty heave, swung the massive snake around like a windmill. Holy crap! Chang Xia stared, dumbfounded. Was her gentle Bai Qingji always this fierce? A python 15 or 16 meters long, how much did that weigh? Yet Bai Qing was spinning it around like a toy. Was she still dreaming? The windmill wasn't the end of it. As the python was flung into the air, Bai Qing pummeled it with a flurry of punches, shattering every bone in its body. End of this chapter. Grass, referring to a type of herb. Chang Xia stood there, stunned, staring at the area around the pond, which now looked like it had been plowed over. She couldn't help but swallow. Was this brutal, violent man really the gentle Bai Qingji she knew? No wonder he was revered as a totem warrior by the beast folk of the Twilight Forest. You needed real skill for that, but wasn't this a bit too much? Bai Qing, you're amazing. Even after 5 years away, Bai Qing is still Bai Qing, no one can replace him. Chang Xia was shocked, while He Xin and Luan Mu were full of awe. Shen Rong carried Chang Xia ashore, making sure she didn't get wet at all. She was a little shaken, but not exactly excited or dispirited. Ever since leaving the tribe, they'd protected Chang Xia well. She'd never been this close to a wild beast before. For a moment, she was rattled. Shen Rong felt a bit guilty. He'd been too relaxed, and that's how the python had gotten so close. If he'd reacted any slower, Chang Xia might have been hurt. Thinking of this, Shen Rong's eyes filled with cold fury as he looked at the dying python. But before he could take revenge, Elder Senda arrived, delighted. A forest python. One from the wild mushroom woods. With a single sentence, he revealed the python's origin. When it came to snakes, no one could match Elder Senda. To Shen Rong and Bai Qing, a python was just a python. They couldn't tell the species or where it came from. It was like eggs. Who could tell a chicken egg from a duck egg at a glance? Elder Senda, Bai Qing withdrew his hands, shaking off bits of flesh and scales. How did you get here so fast? Elder Senda and Pukong had gone hunting with Jia early that morning, also patrolling the lost forest. How had they made it back to the cave camp so quickly? Thinking of this, Bai Qing hurriedly checked the buckets and basins holding the little white fish. Seeing they were still upright, he breathed a sigh of relief. If they'd been knocked over, all their morning's work would have been wasted. I smelled it, Senda said. The beast folk were all dumbfounded. Did he mean what they thought he meant? The waterfall was several miles from the cave camp. Elder Senda claimed he could smell the python from that far away. That sounded like a fantasy. Don't doubt me. I can smell a python sent from within 10 miles, and I can even tell what kind it is, Senda said, chuckling proudly. If he didn't have some real skills, he wouldn't have earned the title of snake catcher. His greatest dream was to visit the Wangwei Mountains. Unfortunately, the snake tribe guarded against him even more strictly than they did against the stray beast tribes. Even with his status as an elder, Elder Senda couldn't set foot in the Snake Mountain tribe, which left him quite disgruntled. Amazing! Chang Xia quickly recovered and, without hesitation, gave Elder Senda a thumbs up. The scent of the forest python could be detected for 10 miles around. Now that was seriously impressive. The forest python in the illusionary jungle doesn't taste quite as good as the ones from the Muwatch Mountains, but I'll make you all a snake stew. I guarantee it'll be so delicious you'll want to swallow your tongues along with it. Senda spoke cheerfully, pulling out a small knife from his ankle. This knife, also forged from ironwood, was made from the same piece as his black blade. With a gentle slice, the small knife cut into the python's body. Very quickly, the python's skin was peeled back, revealing the pale white meat beneath. The skin was slightly damaged, but Bai Qing had been careful not to ruin it. Once specially tanned, the python skin could be made into beast pouches, medicine bags, and other items. Python skin was even more flexible than regular animal hides, and the beast tribes loved using it to make storage pouches. Senda separated and stored the skin, bones, gallbladder, and other useful parts. As for the innards, he simply dug a hole and buried them on the spot. He couldn't bear to waste the python meat, so he had He Xin and Luan Mu cut some vines and weave baskets to carry it back to the cave camp. Chang Xia's face darkened. A forest python 15 or 16 meters long, weighing over a ton. Even after removing the innards, it was still heavy. Was Elder Senda really planning to take all of it back to the cave camp? Are we really bringing all of this back to the cave camp? The camp isn't that big. Where are we going to put it all? We still have to travel and hunt springboks, Changxia said nervously. If they were in their own tribe's territory, she wouldn't be worried. But they had to remember, they were in the illusionary jungle now. This was the territory of the Sky Lion Tribe. Like the Wolf Tribe of the Clear Moon Forest, the Lion Tribe needed to build roads and houses. They didn't need to spin thread or weave cloth, but the illusionary jungle was full of chili peppers, and the lions were busy harvesting and making chili paste. They had plenty of tasks themselves. And if something else came up, the Sky Lion Tribe would be even busier. Just bring it, Shen Rong said. This is Elder Senda's one hobby, could you really refuse him? Changxia stiffened slightly. If she could have refused Elder Senda, she would have spoken up already. Fine. The temperature in the illusionary jungle is on the low side, so the python meat won't spoil quickly. At worst, we'll just stay at the cave camp today to process the meat and set out again tomorrow, Changxia decided after thinking it over. With Bai Qing's help, the Lion Tribe had already sorted out the route through the illusionary jungle. In the distance, Elder Senda, who was still working on the python, couldn't help but smile to himself. They weren't far from Dream Canyon, so bringing the python meat along wouldn't be a waste. Changxia. At that moment, Maple Leaf arrived with some others. Clearly, the commotion just now, combined with Elder Senda's actions, had worried those at the cave camp, so they'd sent Maple Leaf and the others to check on Changxia. I'm fine, Changxia said. My brother killed a forest python, and Elder Senda wants to bring it back. You all came just in time to help weave some vine baskets so we can carry the meat back to the cave. Whoa. Seeing the python meat on the ground, Maple Leaf and the other beastmen couldn't help but swallow. Wasn't this a bit too much python meat? Changxia, are you sure you want to bring all of it back? Maple Leaf asked hesitantly. Yes, Elder Senda wants to make snake stew for us, Changxia insisted. Their main goal was to travel, and hunting was just something they did along the way. Even when they did hunt, they usually picked smaller animals, something they could finish in 1 or 2 meals. But a 15 or 16 meter long python. There was no way they could finish that in just a couple of meals. All right then. Maple Leaf didn't ask further and stepped up to help. Soon, all the python meat was packed into vine baskets. Changxia carried a wooden basin and, together with the other beastmen, headed back to the cave camp. Butchering the python had taken some time, so by the time they returned, the morning sun was shining through the mist of the lost forest. At this moment, the lost forest looked even more mysterious and enchanting. Setting aside the heavy mist, the sealed-off lost forest was truly beautiful. Wow! Honeydew exclaimed in surprise when she saw the haul Bai Qing and the others had brought back. What kind of prey is that? That's a lot of meat. Python meat. Changxia, did you run into a forest python? Jia asked in astonishment. No wonder Elder Senda had dashed off toward the waterfall like a madman. He must have sensed the python. Just how deep did Elder Senda's love for pythons go? This chapter ends. I was almost swallowed whole by that forest python, Changxia said with a nervous laugh, recalling what had happened by the waterfall. Honeydew's face changed, and she exclaimed, "Oh my god. Thank goodness you're all right, Changxia. If the Wu and Heluo tribes found out you got hurt in the illusionary jungle, our whole tribe would probably get a beating." She patted her chest as she spoke, and she wasn't really joking. If Changxia had actually gotten hurt, it really could have happened. At that moment, everyone present, including the 2 elders, looked visibly relieved to have escaped disaster. Changxia chuckled. With Granny Sui and the leopard tribe's protective nature, venting their anger on the lion tribe was entirely possible. She'd have to be more careful in the future. She didn't want to end up in a "I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me" situation. Changxia, check yourself. Are you sure you're okay? Qinghe asked seriously. Changxia waved her hand. I've checked, I'm fine. Don't worry, everyone. We have fresh food, so let's get breakfast ready. Elder Senda called for help to start making snake stew. Shen Rong cut several large chunks of python meat to marinate for roasting. Meanwhile, he snacked on the breakfast honeydew and Qinghe had prepared. With the appetites of beastmen, they could eat as much or as little as they liked for breakfast. They could eat a lot, but they could also go hungry if needed. "What are we going to do with all this python meat?" Honeydew asked hesitantly. Over a ton of python meat filled the cave camp inside and out, and the strong smell of raw meat was overwhelming. Changxia felt a little dizzy from the smell. She opened her beast pouch, took out her bag of sweets, and popped a piece of candy into her mouth. Since it was warm and candy melted easily, she hadn't dared to put too much in the bag for fear it would melt and attract ants. Let me know if you need the rest of the text or have any other requests. How far is it from the Lost Forest to the Heavenly Lion Tribe's territory? Changxia asked. Milu replied, if we hurry, 2 days. The Lost Forest was right next to the Dream Valley, not far at all. If it weren't for the heavy humidity in the Lost Forest, the Lion Tribe would actually prefer to hunt here, rather than in the rocky outcrops or the wild mushroom woods, both of which had even harsher climates. Still, Dream Valley was big enough to support the entire Heavenly Lion Tribe. As a result, the lions had grown lazy. They usually wouldn't leave Dream Valley to hunt. It's that close. Changxia was a little surprised, then continued, let's eat the python meat first. If we can't finish it, we'll pack it up and take it to Dream Valley. It'll be our own rations, no sense wasting it. There was too much python meat, and even with the cold stone, it wouldn't help. The cold stone wasn't large, and its cooling range was limited. There was no way it could keep all this python meat fresh unless they stored it deep in a cave and built a sealed room with the cold stone inside. But since they were on the move, that clearly wasn't an option. That works. Dream Valley's been cooler lately, so the temperature isn't much different from the Lost Forest. The python meat should keep for a day or 2, Milu said, tilting her head in thought before nodding in agreement with Changxia's suggestion. Elder Pukong grinned widely. Elder Senda, hearing his laughter, looked up and glared at him, but didn't say anything. This time, he had been the stubborn one, so he let Pukong have his moment. Gurgle, gurgle. A short while later, a strange aroma began to waft through the cave camp. Changxia was eating some candy, her nose twitching as she asked curiously, "That smells amazing." It's not like roasted meat, and it doesn't smell like the little white fish either. Bai Qing and Milu were frying up little white fish, and the scent was mouth-watering. At the same time, Shen Rong's grilled python skewers smelled delicious too. But this new aroma that suddenly filled the air was different, stronger, more enticing. Changxia, Elder Senda's snake soup is ready. Maple Leaf called. Right after, the sound of Maple Leaf swallowing could be heard. Hearing this, Changxia couldn't help but look over at Maple Leaf, and her gaze landed right on the stone pot in front of Elder Senda. Just then, a wave of that special aroma drifted right under Changxia's nose. She raised her eyebrows so that unique smell was coming from Elder Senda's side. She was a bit hesitant about eating python meat, but it smelled so good. Suddenly, Changxia felt like she could give it a try. And she wasn't the only one. The other beast folk all got up and crowded around Elder Senda, wishing they could stick their heads right into the stone pot. Back up, it's not ready yet, don't be impatient, Senda said happily. The fact that everyone liked his snake soup made Elder Senda very pleased. Having eaten snake and python meat for years, he was an expert at making snake soup. The soup he made was always especially rich and flavorful. In recent years, Elder Senda had been more reclusive, so getting to taste his snake soup was a rare treat. Elder Senda, your snake soup tastes different this time. It's even more fragrant, Changxia said curiously. Elder Senda looked up at her in surprise. Trust you to notice, Changxia. You haven't even tasted it, just smelled it, and you can tell the difference, Senda said. This time, I added a special leaf that only grows in the Lost Forest. Look, this is the leaf. As he spoke, Elder Senda handed his ladle to Maple Leaf. He got up and picked up a branch from nearby, handing it to Changxia so she could examine it. Elder Senda didn't know what kind of tree it was, but once, while making snake meat, a leaf from this tree had accidentally fallen into the pot. Since the leaf wasn't poisonous, he just fished it out and ate the cooked snake meat as usual. He found that batch of snake meat to be especially rich and flavorful. Unfortunately, this kind of tree was very rare. Elder Senda had searched many places, but never found it again, let alone picked its leaves. This time, he'd stumbled across it in the lost forest and recognized it right away. That was also why Elder Senda had questioned whether they should bring the python meat along. With these leaves, he felt they could eat as much python meat as they wanted. These leaves are really fragrant, kind of like fish sauce grass, Chang Xia said, taking the branch and sniffing it. A unique aroma filled her nose. Staring at the leaves, she couldn't help but think of bay leaves. Could these be bay leaves? Even if they weren't bay leaves from Earth, they could be the bay leaves of the Ganghwa continent's twilight forest. I don't know what kind of leaf it is, but I'm sure it's not poisonous, Senda said. Then let's call it fragrant leaf, and the tree can be the fragrant tree, Chang Xia said. She was good at naming things, simple was best. Fragrant leaf, that's a perfect name, Senda said, very satisfied. He turned and waved to Jia. Jia, come take a look. If the Heavenly Lion Tribe comes to trade at the White Lake Market, remember to bring some fragrant leaves. I want to trade for them. Jia, pick more if you can. I want to trade for some too. Besides snake soup, I bet these leaves would be great in other stews as well, Chang Xia chimed in. Excellent, she'd found another seasoning. When it came to seasonings, Chang Xia believed the more, the better. The more ingredients she had, the easier it would be to create delicious dishes. End of this chapter. Before we set out, I'll take some people to pick leaves and get familiar with the tree, Jiliso nodded, agreeing to Elder Senda and Chang Xia's request. With Mi Lu as an insider, the Lion Tribe knew the Heluo Tribe had lots of good stuff, but since supplies were limited, the Leopard Tribe hadn't traded with outsiders yet. Heh. If fragrant leaves could be traded for those things. Jia was sure the chief by the river would be happy to organize people to look for the fragrant tree. Jia, don't get it wrong, Mi Lu reminded him. Jia patted his chest and promised, don't worry, leave it to me. Changxia, can you tell me how to cook with bay leaves? Qinghe asked curiously. She had noticed that anything that ended up in Changxia's hands could easily be turned into something useful. It was almost magical. If it weren't for Shen Rong keeping his guard up around her, Qinghe would have loved to hold Changxia's hand and see for herself. That's easy, Changxia began, explaining how to use bay leaves in cooking, with removing unpleasant odors as the top priority. The beast folk, including Qinghe, listened as if she were speaking a foreign language. They didn't really understand, but they did their best to remember everything Changxia said. Breakfast ended. The group packed up their belongings and set out toward Dream Valley. They didn't have much to carry, but the appearance of a forest python brought a happy dilemma for Changxia's group. Elder Senda transformed into his beast form and personally carried 4 baskets of python meat without a word of complaint. Seeing this, Changxia couldn't help but chuckle softly. As expected, pythons were Elder Senda's favorite. Spread out, let's move, Jia said. On the way back, we might run into Springboks. Everyone, head toward Dream Valley separately. There's a chance you'll encounter them. Even though there were Lion Clan beast folk guarding the border between Dream Valley and the Lost Forest, Jia still felt uneasy. Just as Elder Senda had said, Springboks would be passing through the enchanted jungle soon. If they missed this window, there wouldn't be another chance to hunt Springboks this year. The opportunity was rare, they couldn't let it slip by. Everyone understood what Jia meant, and they set out together. But they didn't take the same path. They kept several hundred meters apart, watching out for each other. The Lost Forest was heavy with mist. Since Changxia hadn't transformed, she simply sat atop Shen Rong's beast form, enjoying the scenery as it sped past. The roar of the wind in her ears left Changxia feeling a bit dizzy. The Lost Forest could just as well be called the Land of Waterfalls. At this moment, Changxia felt a ringing in her ears from all the noise. She wasn't quite used to it. Noisy as it was, the Lost Forest was truly beautiful. The mist gave everything a dreamy, ethereal quality, like a paradise on earth, so beautiful it didn't seem real. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several loud noises rang out. The beast folk running ahead all stopped in their tracks. Milu, was that a lion clan signal flare? Did something happen to them? Someone asked. A call for help? Baiqing wondered. Doesn't seem like it, Milu said, just as puzzled. The lion clan already cleared this area. There shouldn't be any danger. Springboks, Jia said excitedly. Milu, some of our people must have run into Springboks. As soon as Jia spoke, Milu smacked her own forehead. She'd outsmarted herself and hadn't thought of that possibility. Immediately, all the beast folk grew excited. Among everyone present, aside from the lion clan and the two elders, none of them had ever tasted Springbok. Remembering Elder Pukong's description of Springbok, some of the beast folk couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Someone shouted, "Come on, let's hurry over there." The signal flare meant they now had the exact route of the Springbok migration. That made the hunt much easier. Springboks, hurry. Don't shout, you'll scare them off. Yeah, everyone, hide your presence. They were hunting Springboks, not slaughtering them. They had to keep their presence hidden to avoid frightening the herd and causing them to change their migration route next year. It was like fishing, take the big ones, let the small ones go. With that, the group of beast folk could barely contain their excitement as they raced toward where the signal flare had gone up, making mischievous laughs and strange snorting noises as they ran. Shen Rong, let's not fall behind, Changxia urged with a smile. Compared to the dark-coated leopards and tawny lions, Shen Rong's silvery white beast form was far too conspicuous in the forest. If he weren't so powerful, his coloring would really make him stand out. Don't worry, leave it to me, Shen Rong replied. The wolf clan's running speed was no less than that of the leopards. He sped up, setting off a chain reaction as the other beast folk also picked up the pace. Changxia quickly leaned forward to reduce the wind resistance. The rush of adrenaline was addictive. Wasn't this even more thrilling than racing cars? Soon, Changxia's clear laughter echoed through the lost forest, along with her constant urging for Shen Rong to go faster. What should have been a full day's journey was cut in half thanks to Changxia's encouragement. By the afternoon, the group reached the border between the Lost Forest and Dream Valley. This was also where the Lion Clan had set off the signal flare. "Hmo," Jia called out, careful not to shout and risk startling the migrating Springboks. He even suppressed his own aura. You could say that, for this Springbok hunt, Jia and the others had put in a lot of effort. After such an intense run, even a totem warrior like Jia felt exhausted, as if his body had been wrung dry. "Jia, you made it so fast?" Hmo said in surprise. By his calculations, the earliest they should have arrived was in the evening, yet Jia's group had beaten even the reinforcements from the tribe. It was incredible. Jia's mouth twitched as he explained, "We were in a hurry, so we sped up a bit." Hmo glanced at Jia's trembling legs. Was that really just a bit faster? But with outsiders present, the sensible Hmo didn't ask further. He just smiled and greeted Changxia and the others. He then explained that, aside from himself, all the other totem warriors at this camp had gone to help hunt Springboks and were expected back by evening. Springboks were incredibly fast, and even with several totem warriors on the job, Hmo couldn't guarantee they'd catch one. But this time, they'd gotten lucky. A wounded Springbok had stumbled right into Hmo's patrol area, and he'd managed to bring it back to camp with little effort. At the same time, Hmo had set off the signal flare to inform the tribe about the Springbok migration and request reinforcements. Usually, the migration would last 5 to 7 days, though the timing could vary. Starting from today, for the next 7 days, it's likely that Springboks will be passing through here. Of course, it might be shortened to just 3 to 5 days. In any case, the earlier you go, the higher your chances of hunting a Springbok. So this is a Springbok. Changxia took off her animal hide coat and left the Lost Forest. The temperature in Dream Valley was just as pleasant, but without that sticky feeling, it was much more comfortable. However, according to Honeydew, Dream Valley had cooled down recently, and the temperature wasn't much different from the Lost Forest. Once it warms up, though, Dream Valley gets much hotter. End of this chapter. They saw a Springbok tied under the shade of a tree in front of a rocky cliff. It looked about 40 to 50% like the deer Changxia was familiar with, but with a pair of huge antlers, clearly a male springbok. Its hind leg was injured, the white bone visible. "I found the springbok," Hema said proudly. Honeydew exclaimed, "Hema, are you sure you found the springbok? Since when have you been this lucky?" "I really did find it while on patrol, and I fired the signal flare too," Hema replied. "Those bastards used that as an excuse to make me stay at camp and wouldn't let me join the hunt." Pfft. Everyone burst out laughing at that. "Changxia, you take a break, we'll go try our luck," Maple said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, eager to get started. He silently gave Bai Qing a thumbs up. Bai Qing had thoughtfully mapped out the route ahead of time, giving them more time to hunt in the forest. Normally, without permission, they couldn't just hunt on another tribe's territory whenever they wanted. This route scouting trip had been a huge help. "I want to go too," Changxia said. Shen Rong pressed her down gently and said calmly, "You rest. You can join the hunt tomorrow. It'll probably be even livelier. Besides, didn't you want a bath?" "All right," Changxia nodded, not insisting. Soon, only Changxia, Shen Rong, and Hema were left at the camp. The other beast folk had all run off. "I thought the two elders wouldn't go either," Changxia said with a headache. Not only did Pukong and Senda go, even Qing he tagged along, saying she wanted to broaden her horizons and sketch the springbok. "Shen Rong, could you help me watch the camp?" Hema asked. Shen Rong glanced up at Hema and replied gently no. At first, Hema thought Shen Rong's gentle smile meant he'd agree. Who knew Shen Rong would just flatly refuse? Hema turned away and sulked. Soon, Shen Rong helped Hema tidy up the messy vine baskets, then started a fire to heat water for Changxia's bath. "Shen Rong, don't you want to go hunt the springbok?" Hema tried to persuade him. Shen Rong didn't want to, but Hema did. Damn it, if he could beat those guys, he'd have dragged them back and given them a good beating for ditching him. "Move aside," Shen Rong patted Hema, asking him to step aside so he could get the herbal bath mix for Changxia. The mix was made by Elder Yagoma, good for soaking away fatigue and promoting circulation. The beast folk were strong, so the bath was usually for the tribe's elders to soak their feet, but Changxia was a bit weaker, so it was perfect for her. Even with improvements, due to her innate race, Changxia could never break through the ceiling and become as strong as the powerful tribes, even if she purified her bloodline. Seeing this, Hema knew there was no way he could win Shen Rong over. Besides, even if Shen Rong agreed, Hema couldn't really leave Shen Rong and Changxia alone at camp. That would be too rude for the lion tribe, unless he'd lost his mind. "Hema, if you really want to go hunt the springbok, go ahead. Shen Rong and I can watch the camp," Changxia said with a smile. Watching the camp wasn't a big deal. They were close to the Sky Lion tribe's territory, and the lions regularly cleared out the dangerous beasts nearby, so there wasn't much danger. No need," Hema quickly shook his head. "I was just joking with Shen Rong. If I really ditched you two to go hunting, Jia and Honeydew would beat me up, and the tribe wouldn't let me off either." Thinking about it, Hema realized hunting the springbok didn't seem so tempting after all. If not today, there's always tomorrow or the day after. In an instant, the gloom over Hema's head cleared, and he felt much better. He took off his water pouch and said enthusiastically, "Changxia, want to try the lion tribe's 3-pepper soup? This is my exclusive secret recipe. It's way more authentic and delicious than the tribe's usual version." In a good mood, Hema became much more talkative. He took off his water pouch, planning to invite Changxia and Shen Rong to try his 3-pepper soup. No, Changxia quickly shook her head. Shen Rong steadied Changxia, who almost fell over, and gave Hema a silent look. "Thanks for the offer, Hema, but we're not used to 3-pepper soup." The Sky Lion tribe's 3-pepper soup was already notorious. Hema's secret recipe was probably even scarier. Sure enough, as soon as Hema pulled the wooden stopper from the water pouch, a pungent, spicy aroma hit them. Cough. Just smelling it made Changxia sneeze and cough. This wasn't 3-pepper soup, it was practically poison. "Smell that? Isn't it amazing?" "If it weren't for you, Changxia, I wouldn't have brought it out," Hema said regretfully. The young ones in the tribe were always trying to steal his soup, No one else in the tribe could make this unique three-pepper soup but him. Chang Xia and Shen Rong just silently watched the proud Hema, swallowing back the words they wanted to say. This hellish stuff, other than the lion tribe, no one else is lucky enough to enjoy it. Chang Xia covered her mouth and nose, watching as Hema took out a wooden bowl, poured himself half a bowl of the terrifying three-pepper soup, and sipped it in small mouthfuls, his expression full of satisfaction and enjoyment. She couldn't help showing a look of admiration. To drink such a fearsome poison bomb without even flinching, Hema and the lion tribe really live up to their reputation. They're insanely tough. Spicy. Hema, besides chili peppers, did you add something else to your three-pepper soup? Chang Xia tried to pick out the flavors, catching a pungency that rivaled the chili, and grew curious. Hema gave Chang Xia a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Chang Xia, how did you guess?" The tribe had tried countless combinations of chili peppers to make three-pepper soup, but they'd never managed to replicate Hema's unique flavor. And yet, Chang Xia just took a casual sniff and guessed the secret to his exclusive recipe. It was unbelievable. "I could smell it," Chang Xia said, pointing to her nose with a smile. "Chang Xia, you're amazing. My tribe tried all sorts of ways but never figured it out. In the end, I had to tell the elders myself before they knew the reason," Hema said. He'd shared his secret recipe with the tribe, but they didn't make it public, choosing instead to keep trading with him for his soup. Hema's three-pepper soup was so intense that, even among the lion tribe, not everyone could handle it. So the tribe let those who wanted it go to Hema and trade for it themselves. "Xanthoxylum, I think I smell a bit of xanthoxylum," Chang Xia said uncertainly. The two places weren't in the same world. Many things were similar, yet different. Chang Xia picked up a spicy aroma that faintly reminded her of xanthoxylum, but she wasn't sure if that's what it really was. "Xanthoxylum." Hema looked confused. "I don't know what it's called, but it's spicy, a different kind of spicy from chili peppers." End of this chapter. So, Hema followed Chang Xia's lead and described the plant's appearance. Some people love the flavor of xanthoxylum paste. It's like fish mint, those who love it can't get enough, while those who hate it can't even stand the smell. Xanthoxylum paste. Hema took 2 excited steps forward. "Chang Xia, tell me more about this paste." Truth be told, Hema really liked the taste of xanthoxylum, and so did many in the lion tribe. Every day, if they didn't have a couple of sips of Hema's exclusive three-pepper soup, they felt something was missing. Hema had used xanthoxylum to stew meat before, and he loved it. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to preserve xanthoxylum. It wasn't like chili peppers, there wasn't much of it. If he could really make it into a paste, that would mean he could have it anytime. Just thinking about it made Hema happy. With Chang Xiao's advice, the Heavenly Lion tribe never wasted any chili peppers again. Their stores of chili paste, dried chilies, and chili powder kept growing. Besides eating it themselves, the surplus was set aside for trading with other tribes, so everyone took it very seriously. The goods the Lion tribe brought back from the last exchange at the White Lake trading area had opened everyone's eyes and let them see the benefits of trading. Now, everyone was looking forward to the next event and working hard to prepare all sorts of trade goods. Hema nodded repeatedly. If he'd had pen and paper, he would have been jotting down notes. But since making xanthoxylum paste was pretty similar to chili paste, Hema, being a straightforward guy, just memorized it all. "Chang Xia, the water's hot," Shen Rong said. He was reminding Chang Xia to go inside and take a bath. When his gentle gaze swept over Hema, there was a hint of sharpness. This lion tribe guy talked way too much, and Shen Rong was itching to hit him. Maybe Shen Rong's stare was too direct. Hema looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Chang Xia, you go ahead." "Okay, I'll tidy up and we'll talk more later," Chang Xia replied. As soon as Chang Xia left, Hema obediently smiled at Shen Rong and shut his mouth. Seeing this, Shen Rong breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy kept talking, Shen Rong really wouldn't be able to hold back. He was just too noisy. It gave him a headache, but because of Chang Xia, he couldn't just start a fight. "Aren't you going to butcher that springbok?" Shen Rong said. While Chang Xia was bathing, the two of them sat awkwardly by the stove. After a while, Shen Rong's gaze fell on the injured springbok. It was hurt. If they didn't eat it, it wouldn't survive anyway. Yeah, we'll eat it tonight, Hema replied quickly, a thin sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. He was relieved Shen Rong finally spoke. He'd almost burst from holding it in. Go ahead, then, Shen Rong said. Hema got ready to follow Shen Rong's instructions. For some reason, Hema felt that Shen Rong's presence was even more intimidating than his own tribe leaders. If Shen Rong didn't say anything, Hema didn't dare start butchering the springbok, even though he was the one who hunted it. Wait, are you really going to butcher it like that? Shen Rong frowned, his face cold, staring at the bone knife in Hema's hand. Hema looked at the knife confused. Catch the blood in a wooden basin, Shen Rong reminded him. In the wild, beastfolk would often drink animal blood raw, but in the tribe, they usually discarded it. After all, beastfolk mostly drink blood to supplement salt. Except for a few fierce beasts, beastfolk rarely drank blood raw, since the Karna Holy Land had salt lakes and salt was not in short supply. You want to drink it? Hema asked in surprise. Springbok blood wasn't anything special. He'd tried it, and it tasted pretty ordinary. If it were saber-toothed tiger or mammoth blood, he might be interested. Springbok meat was tender, but the blood was nothing special. Shen Rong shook his head. I don't drink it. But Changxia can make it taste really good. Blood tofu and blood sausage. Changxia had made both before, and the taste was pretty good. The two elders, Pukong and Senda, really liked the flavor. The older folks in the tribe were also fond of it, tender, smooth, easy to eat, and didn't require strong teeth. Really? Hema's eyes lit up with excitement as soon as he heard this. Without another word, he got the wooden basin ready and started to butcher the springbok. This springbok would serve as a welcome gift for Changxia's arrival. Tonight, they'd enjoy a delicious springbok feast. I'll do it. Shen Rong grabbed the bone knife, while Hema held down the springbok's horns. Those horns were Hema's personal property. Besides the horns, the springbok's hide and tendons were also valuable. Among them, the horns were the most precious. After being polished, springbok horns could be turned into sharp animal knives. This springbok's horns were over a meter tall, enough to make several knives. Their value was considerable. I heard springbok horns can be used in medicine. It's a pity these horns are too old, so they're only good for making knives, Hema said regretfully. Shen Rong's hands were steady. The white knife went in, the red knife came out. The springbok convulsed a few times, then lay still. Once the blood was drained, Hema cut off the horns, then hung the springbok from a tree branch to skin and removed the tendons. His movements were swift and decisive. You two are quick. Changxia had just changed into clean clothes when she caught a strong scent of blood. Shen Rong was busy sprinkling medicinal powder to get rid of the smell, while Hema efficiently cleaned up the springbok, piling the organs into a wooden bucket. Changxia, do you want the springbok's organs? Hema grinned as he asked. Changxia nodded. Keep them. I've prepared a spice pack for braising. I'll cook them all in one pot. Throwing away the organs would be a waste, and since she had time, Changxia didn't mind a bit of extra work. If you say so, I'll wash them, Shen Rong offered. They were close to the lost forest, and there was a small stream nearby. Fetching and using water was very convenient. If water had been scarce, Changxia probably wouldn't have wanted the organs. Properly cleaned, the organs could taste great. But if not cleaned thoroughly, use fruit powder to scrub them and wash several times. Fruit powder was excellent for cleaning organs. Wood ash could also be used, but it was a bit dirty. Since fruit powder did a better job, Changxia naturally wouldn't use wood ash. After scrubbing, boil them several times. Springboks lived in the wild, and Changxia wasn't sure what they ate. So, thorough cleaning and repeated boiling were necessary, not just to remove any gamey smell, but also to kill bacteria. Cleaning the organs is a lot of work, Hema said nervously. Changxia smiled slightly. If you want to eat them, you can't be afraid of a little trouble. For wild game like this, if you want to eat the organs, you have to clean them thoroughly, Changxia said seriously. Some things could be done the easy way, but when it came to food, there was no cutting corners. Changxia took food seriously. Got it. Hema nodded earnestly. I'll remember that. Hema, when the Wolf Tribe and Lion Tribe trade rocks, where do they quarry them from? Changxia asked curiously, as Shen Rong washed the organs and she rummaged through the basket for her spice pack. End of this chapter. The rock cluster, Hema replied. Changxia blinked, puzzled. Is the rock cluster far from the Lost Forest? Yeah, it's far, Hema said. They're in different directions, pretty far apart. Huh? Changxia asked, still confused. If the rock cluster is far from the Lost Forest, why does the Wolf Tribe quarry stone there? The Lost Forest is closer, and I see plenty of rocks around here too. At that, Hema suddenly understood. Oh, so that's what you meant. Hema smiled. The rocks in the Lost Forest aren't hard enough. They're crumbly stone, not suitable for building houses. Also, even though the Lost Forest is far from the rock cluster, that doesn't mean the Clear Moon Forest is far from it too. After hearing this, Changxia was even more confused. Was there really a difference? Shen Rong looked up and said, there's another road from the Clear Moon Forest to the rock cluster, so you don't have to go through the Lost Forest. Am I right, Hema? Haha. Hema laughed, giving Shen Rong a thumbs up. Sharp as ever, Shen Rong. That's right. There's another route from the Clear Moon Forest to the rock cluster, and it's actually closer than going through the Lost Forest. With that explanation, Changxia finally understood. She'd been puzzled the whole way to the Lost Forest about why they hadn't run into any Wolf Tribe members. The wolves were busy logging in the Nameless Mountains and quarrying stone in the Heavenly Lion Tribe's territory. They were really busy these days. But they'd traveled all the way from Five Finger Mountain to the Lost Forest, and hadn't encountered a single Wolf Tribe beastman. Changxia had been wondering about that for a while. Now, after Hema's explanation, she finally understood. They'd simply been traveling on different routes, which was why they hadn't met. This misty twilight forest, without a map, wasn't exactly friendly to Changxia. No wonder Granny Sui and the Heluo Tribe didn't let her wander into the forest alone. Before, Changxia hadn't fully understood, but after this trip, she finally got it. The previous trips to Weishan and Misty Ridge had been within her own territory, so she hadn't felt it as much. Our tribe, like the Wolf Tribe, has been busy quarrying stone lately, just waiting for you to help us build houses. The wolves keep bragging about how great their log cabins are. Hema grew more animated as he spoke, telling Changxia that the two tribes had been comparing notes and exchanging ideas over this. Of course, arguments were arguments, but neither tribe had slowed down their quarrying. At the same time, the Heavenly Lion Tribe was also working hard to gather resin. Compared to the Wolf Tribe, the Lion Tribe needed more resin to build stone houses. The wolves only needed resin for the foundation of their log cabins. The lions, on the other hand, needed resin for all the walls if they wanted sturdy houses. They needed a lot of supplies, definitely not a small amount. The only consolation was that the Sky Lion Tribe's territory had oil trees, and the lions had stockpiled plenty of resin in the past. They'd given some to the Heluo Tribe last time, but there was still a good amount left. Changxia had also found a grove of oil trees in Song Mountain, which she planned to use for bartering with other beast tribes. But these were not things Changxia needed to worry about. She was perfectly content to enjoy this trip outside. Did you prepare the wood needed for beams and doors and windows in advance? Changxia asked. For stone houses, the main material was, of course, stone. But beams, doors, and windows were essential. Not to mention, once the houses were built, they'd need to be furnished. The Sky Lion Tribe didn't have Kira grass, so they couldn't make Kira grass furniture. They'd have to use wood. Don't worry, Changxia. As soon as the chief got back to the tribe, he arranged for people to cut wood. There's a big pile of timber drying out in Dream Valley, Hema replied, his face full of joy. He'd never been to the Heluo Tribe or the Baihu Commercial District, but after Jia and the others returned, they'd told him all about it. Plus, with Baiching's honeydew arriving, Hema and the other lion beastmen were more eager than ever. Everyone was itching for Changxia to come to the Sky Lion Tribe to build stone houses and make those beautiful pieces of furniture. Not bad, Changxia praised. With the wolf and lion tribes taking the lead, word would surely spread to the other beast tribes nearby. This would be a huge help for Changxia's plans to promote infrastructure in the Twilight Forest. Once the roads were built and the houses were up, it would be time to develop the economy. Heh. Thinking about it, Changxia couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Shen Rong cleaned the offal, put it in a pot to boil, and skimmed off the blood foam. Changxia asked Hema to help marinate half of the antelope meat. She also had him marinate 2 baskets of python meat, planning to braise them all together later. It looked like the beastmen would be staying here for half a day or maybe a whole day. With the antelope migration happening, everyone wanted to join the hunt. No one was in a hurry to head to the Skylion tribe just yet. Likewise, Changxia wanted to join the hunt too. Whether she caught anything was another matter. But participation was a must. "This smells amazing," Hema exclaimed. The aroma from the braising spice mix was making him hungry, even though he'd just eaten some roast meat not long ago. Changxia said, "That's a braising spice mix, a seasoning I put together with different spices, perfect for making braised dishes." "Changxia, can you braise chicken and duck too?" Shen Rong asked curiously. "Of course," Changxia replied. "If you can catch some, I'll braise them all together later." At that, Shen Rong and Hema exchanged a glance. They were both tempted. The forest was full of wild chickens and rabbits. Wild ducks were more likely near rivers, but wild chickens and rabbits were everywhere. "You or me?" Shen Rong asked. Hema glanced at Changxia and said, "You stay here, I'll go." Catching a few wild chickens was no big deal. In fact, Hema knew where to find wild ducks too. The reason Shen Rong had asked was because Hema, as a lion beastman, was most familiar with the area. No one knew the local prey better than Hema. "Be quick," Shen Rong nodded, giving instructions. "Got it. You two wait here. I'll be right back," Hema said happily. In the past, they never bothered hunting small animals like chickens, ducks, or rabbits, too little meat, not worth the time. But ever since their tribe visited the Heluo Tribe, that mindset had changed instantly. All those small animals and bird eggs they used to ignore. Now the lions knew how tasty they were and rarely came back empty-handed. Some lion beastmen even specialized in hunting small game. As a result, the lion beastmen were even less willing to leave Dream Valley to hunt elsewhere. After all, with plenty of prey right at their doorstep, why bother traveling far and roughing it? If it weren't for the recent road and house construction, by the time Changxia arrived at the Skylion tribe, she'd probably find a whole bunch of chubby lions. End of this chapter. Changxia. From a distance, they heard Maple Leaf's excited shout. At the camp, Changxia and the 3 beastmen looked up. Maple Leaf was running over, happily carrying an adult antelope, with Honeydew beside her, holding a baby antelope, both beaming with joy. "Wow, nice haul," Changxia said in surprise. 2 adult antelopes and 1 baby. The other beastmen followed behind, all grinning from ear to ear. Such a great start, an auspicious sign. Even the elders, Pukong and Senda, were smiling. "Changxia, what are you cooking?" "It smells amazing. Just from the aroma, I feel like I could eat a whole black-horned ox," Honeydew said, handing the baby antelope to Bai Ching, her eyes fixed hungrily on the stone pot at the camp stove. "I'm trying out some braised dishes," Changxia replied. The chicken, duck, and rabbit were caught by Hema. "Don't touch them yet, they're just starting to cook and aren't done." As soon as she said braised dishes, the beastmen crowded eagerly around the stove, their eyes hungry. Before anyone could reach out, Changxia stopped them, warning them not to touch or they'd get burned. The antelope Hema caught has already been cleaned, and most of what's in the pot is python meat, antelope offal, and antelope meat. The longer it braises, the better it tastes. "If you want to eat anything else, now's the time to get it ready," Changxia said, skimming off the blood foam while munching on some sugar. The young Kara grass shoots brought by the wolf tribe were all gone. Luckily, there were plenty of wild greens in the mountains and forests. "I marinated some python meat and made soup with antelope bones. Honeydew, take Maple Leaf and Chingha to gather some wild greens. We'll use bird eggs and fruit flour to make pancakes," Shen Rong said. "Let me know if you need a more concise version or further adaptation." After finishing off the tender shoots of Kara grass, there were no wild vegetables left in camp. Changxia was used to having some wild greens with every meal during the long summer. Shen Rong glanced at Heluo and the others, then asked them to go gather some wild vegetables near the camp. He also had Kongshan and a few others set up a bonfire rack to roast some meat. That smells amazing. I could eat a whole pot of this braised meat. Good thing there were enough pots at camp, or there really wouldn't have been enough. Several pots of braised meat, plus a pot of springbok bone soup. As for the rest of the springbok meat, Changxia planned to stir-fry some and stew the rest to eat with dipping sauce. By the time Maple Leaf returned, the wild vegetables had been washed clean. Heluo helped out by frying some fruit flour pancakes. The aroma from the pots of braised meat made all the beastfolk drool with anticipation. Before Changxia could even give instructions, everyone was already moving, eager to get dinner ready and start eating. A short while later, all the food was served. Time to eat. At Changxia's call, the beastfolk quickly took their seats. This springbok bone soup is so fresh, it's like I could swallow my tongue along with it. Springbok meat dipped in sauce, this is incredible. I think the braised springbok is even tastier. And the braised python, chicken, duck organs. This meal alone is worth a lifetime. Even if I lost 10 years off my life, it'd be worth it for this feast. When the lion beastfolk from the Heavenly Lion Tribe arrived, they saw a bunch of beastfolk sprawled around the camp, bellies bulging, looking utterly satisfied. If they weren't still panting, you'd think they'd ascended to heaven. "What did you brats sneak off and eat?" roared the chief from the riverside. As soon as they reached camp, the rich aroma of food made the riverside chief and his group's stomachs rumble with hunger. After shouting, the chief noticed that besides his own tribe's youngsters, there were several other familiar faces at camp. "Huh," he said. "Changxia, you're here already?" Chief Riverside. Changxia greeted him with a smile, standing up to say hello. Shen Rong and the others also greeted the chief in turn. When it was Qinghe's turn, Changxia stepped in to explain a couple of things. The chief laughed heartily and invited Qinghe to join them, then greeted the elders Pukong and Senda. After some small talk, it was time for the chief's questions. "Changxia, what did you all eat tonight?" "The smell is incredible. We ran into quite a few wild animals lurking in the dark, drawn by the scent. We made some braised dishes. But it's all gone now, just some leftover braising liquid. If we add some water, we can throw in more meat and braise it again." Changxia had worked hard to save that braising liquid. Never underestimate a beastfolk's appetite, Kongshan and the others wanted to dip their fruit flour pancakes in the braising sauce, but Changxia firmly refused, telling them to save it for next time. She could still remember the disappointed looks on their faces. When it came to food, they had no shame, licking their plates clean and all. "Jia, get moving," the chief urged. He tossed the day's catch in front of Jia, telling him to get people to clean the game. The lion beastfolk sniffed the lingering aroma in the night air, swallowing hard. Watching them, Changxia couldn't help but laugh. "Maple Leaf, help fry some more fruit flour pancakes," Changxia said with a smile, clearing her throat and pretending not to notice the chief and the others swallowing hungrily. Shen Rong stood up. "I'll go slice the python meat." Elder Senda was generous, telling Shen Rong to cut as much as he wanted. He loved eating and hunting pythons, but when it came to sharing food, he was always open-handed. And so, the camp, which had quieted down, became lively once more. "Chief Riverside, what brings you here in person?" Bai Qing asked. At this hour, the chief should have been back at the tribe's quarry, preparing to build houses. The route had already been mapped out, just waiting for Changxia's approval. Under Bai Qing's leadership, the area around the Heavenly Lion Tribe in Dream Valley had been cleared and leveled. The road was just a dirt path, not as neat as the one at the Heluo Tribe. But that was because the lions had been too busy to tamp down the ground. Once things settled down, each tribe would reinforce their section of the road, since only a solid road would last. "I came to welcome Changxia," the chief replied. Changxia had only spent a few days at Five Finger Mountain, but she'd already built log cabins for the wolf tribe, spun thread from kira grass, woven cloth, and helped the Heavenly Lion Tribe plan their infrastructure. Any one of these feats would have caused a sensation in the entire Twilight Forest. Someone like Changxia deserved the best treatment. He'd come partly to welcome Changxia and partly to join the springbok hunt. This was the only time of year to hunt springbok, and even the chief was excited about it. Besides, the Heavenly Lion tribe had finished their preparations, so he could spare a few days to relax. Chief Riverside, you're too kind. Changxia thanked him, chatting about the year's chili harvest and asking about the stone house materials. The chief explained everything in detail, telling Changxia that as soon as she arrived at the tribe, they could start building the stone houses. Compared to the wolf tribe, the lions had gathered materials even faster, thanks to their territory's natural resources, with plenty of stone and timber close at hand. Night fell. The chief and his group ate their fill. The camp finally quieted down. The beast folk stopped chatting, leaving 2 on night watch while the rest settled down to sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Changxia woke up to the bustle around her. Morning, Shen Rong, she mumbled sleepily. Shen Rong chuckled. You're awake. Sort of. Changxia shook her head. She hadn't really slept enough, she'd been woken by the noise. But after all, this was the wild forest, not her own cozy cave, where she could laze in bed as long as she wanted. Website promo and navigation omitted for clarity. Changxia, hurry up and wash up. In a bit, we'll go together to join the springbok hunt. Kongshan and the others are making bets to see who'll be the luckiest today and catch a springbok first. Maple Leaf smiled as she reminded Changxia to get ready quickly. Last night, they'd chatted late into the night. It was only then that Maple Leaf and the others realized that the springbok hunt had gradually become a major event for the Sky Lion tribe. Every year, when the springboks passed through the enchanted forest, the lion tribe would organize a group hunt. The winner would earn the right to choose their prey. Just last night, Kongshan and his friends had discussed with the Riverside chief, and today they'd be joining the hunt as well. The competition was to see who would be the luckiest and be the first to catch a springbok, thus winning the right to choose their prey for the year. This right didn't just refer to springbok, it included all the prey stored in the Sky Lion tribe's warehouse, beast knives, bones, hides, and so on. Oh, Changxia mumbled in response, half awake. She wasn't really qualified to join the hunt and couldn't quite understand why Maple Leaf and the other beastfolk were so excited, but seeing their enthusiasm, she didn't want to dampen their spirits. She got up and washed. In the morning, they had a simple breakfast of golden millet porridge and roasted meat. After breakfast, not a single beastfolk stayed behind at camp. Everyone rushed toward the route the springboks would take. Elder Pukong didn't participate. Elder Senda and the Riverside chief were in charge of overseeing the event. In terms of strength, if Pukong and Senda joined in, it would be a completely unfair advantage for Kongshan and the others. Besides, for mere springbok, it really wasn't worth asking the elders to step in. The Riverside chief was itching to join, but since this year's hunt involved all 3 tribes, he held back. Ahem. Chinghe was a bit weaker, but as the totem warrior of the Sky Wolf tribe, she was chosen to represent the wolves. When she found out about this, she tried to refuse, but Kongshan and Jia didn't give her a chance. So Chinghe was dragged into the hunt, representing the wolf tribe. Not only did Chinghe find this both funny and exasperating, but Changxia was also left speechless, marveling at how slick Kongshan and Jia were. A little while later, Changxia sat with Elder Pukong under the shade of a tree, with water skins and sweets laid out in front of them. At Elder Senda's command, all the beast folk shot off into the forest. Changxia, wait for me to bring back a springbok. Shen Rong called out with a warm, confident laugh that echoed through the woods. Shen Rong, I'm the one who'll be the first to hunt a springbok. Get lost. Don't you dare compete with me. Haha. You two keep arguing, I'm heading out first. In an instant, the previously united beastfolk turned on their closest allies, playing dirty to get ahead. As soon as they succeeded, they dashed into the forest, leaving the unsuspecting behind to curse and shout. Changxia burst out laughing. She hadn't expected this group of beastfolk to have such shameless sides. Elder Pukong, don't the beastfolk of the Twilight Forest have any competitions like this? Changxia asked curiously. The Normandy Grand Market was mostly about bartering and tribal exchanges, but as far as she could remember, there had never been any intertribal competitions. Little Changxia, what do you mean by competitions? Pukong looked puzzled, as if he didn't quite understand what she was talking about. What should she do? Yami, where are you guys? Hurry and come over. Inside, Elder Pukong was panicking, but he forced himself to stay calm and tried to keep his voice from trembling. Like, beast folk from different tribes all get on the same stage to compete in strength, speed, archery, things like that, Changxia explained. As she spoke, her eyes began to sparkle. Once the roads between the tribes were finished, maybe she should talk to Grandma Sui about organizing a beast folk-wide competition. The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Other than hunting and gathering, the beast folk didn't have much in the way of entertainment. If they held a big competition, Changxia guessed every tribe would want to join. Judging by how excited Kongshan and Jia were about the Springbok hunt, they'd definitely be up for other events too. Little Changxia, tell me more. Elder Pukong turned to her, listening intently and urging her to be more specific. He might be a glutton, but he wasn't stupid. He could sense this competition idea was going to be a lot of fun, maybe even more fun than the Normandy Grand Market. As an elder, Pukong sometimes had to patrol the twilight forest. He had more freedom than the average tribesfolk, but wandering aimlessly could get lonely and boring. Each tribe would pick their best totem warriors to compete in strength, speed, archery, and other events. We could come up with more categories. The winners would be awarded by the shaman, Changxia said, piecing the idea together as she went. It wasn't her fault the explanation was a bit jumbled. She'd just thought of the idea, inspired by the Springbok hunt, so it was still half-baked. Clap clap. Elder Pukong clapped his hands in excitement. Little Changxia, when are we having this competition? I want to join. Grandpa has to join. Pukong said happily. He was so excited, he started stuffing dried meat into his mouth even faster. Seeing this, Changxia quickly reached out to stop him. Grandpa, calm down. Changxia wiped the sweat from her forehead. His sudden outbursts were a little scary. Hearing Changxia call him Grandpa made Elder Pukong even happier. His cheerful laughter echoed far and wide, startling the beast folk out hunting Springbok. Senda Elder Pukong will be all right, won't he? Anvian asked in a low voice by the riverbank. He was always a little afraid of Elder Pukong. Every time he heard that cheerful, cackling laugh, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt distinctly uneasy. Elder Senda squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, with Changxia there, he'll know his limits. That's what he said, but Elder Senda was just as uneasy in his heart. He muttered under his breath about how unreliable Elder Pukong was, and wondered how the shamans and elders of the tribe had ever agreed to let him come along. In fact, as Elder Senda was muttering to himself, over in the Muwatch Mountains, the snake tribe of the Shiwei clan was cursing the Heluo Tribe for being unreliable too. At a time like this, how could they let Elder Senda travel so far with Changxia? Wasn't this just asking for trouble in the Muwatch Mountains? Are you sure? Anvian still wasn't reassured and asked again. Elder Senda's mouth twitched. He shot Anvian, the clan chief, a silent glance and replied coolly, I'm not sure. If you're really that worried, why not go back and check for yourself? No. Anvian shook his head quickly. There was no way he'd go back alone. He'd rather die than do that. End of this chapter. Senda Elder, who do you think will be the first to hunt an antelope? Afraid that Elder Senda might really send him back, Chief Anbian quickly changed the subject. He had his eye on Bai Qing and Jia, one had strength, the other experience. Senda replied, Shen Rong. If Shen Rong weren't here, Elder Senda would have bet on Bai Qing. But with Shen Rong around, Bai Qing's chances of coming out on top weren't great. Shen Rong might seem gentle, but his skills were formidable. Still, in the end, luck would play a part. Bai Qing was personally trained by the Heluo Tribe. Elder Senda believed he was second to none. Him. Anvian was a little surprised. Elder Senda, are you serious? Bai Qing's name was well known among all the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest. If it hadn't been for that incident a few years ago, he would have been recognized as the strongest totem warrior of his generation. You think I joke about something like this? Senda snorted, then added, Shen Rong has the purest battle wolf bloodline. Back then, if it weren't for concerns about his father's status, the wolf tribe of the Sky Wolf clan would never have agreed to let Yuan Ho take him away. Among the wolf tribe, out of thousands of totem warriors, it wasn't certain that even one would awaken the battle wolf bloodline. That just shows how rare and powerful it is. The battle wolf bloodline has never been just about blood, it's a symbol of honor and status. Now that Shen Rong has returned, if it weren't for a twist of fate that made him Changxia's mate, the Sky Wolf clan would never have allowed him to join another beast tribe. Even if it were another female from any of the 5 great tribes, the wolf tribe would never have compromised. The details behind all this were unknown to Changxia, but Elder Senda and Chief Anbian were in the know. Shen Rong was able to stay in the Heluo Tribe thanks to Changxia. She was special, and the shaman had made that clear to all the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest from the start. Yuan family was willing to let him come back? Anbian muttered, feeling a bit aggrieved. He'd just been rebuffed by Elder Senda but didn't dare talk back. He could only complain inwardly about the Yuan family of the Western lands and wonder how they could bear to let Shen Rong leave the Tianyuan tribe. What if they weren't willing? Senda sneered. Shen Rong's poisoning was related to someone within the Yuan family. Clearly, there were internal problems, a struggle between one or maybe 2 unseen factions. But getting rid of Shen Rong was easy. If they ever wanted him back in the future, it would depend on whether the Heluo tribe agreed. In the end, it was the leopard tribe of the Heluo tribe who benefited from the Yuan family's internal strife. Senda figured the Yuan family would never have expected that. The Heluo tribe was a leopard tribe. They didn't care about wolf bloodline heritage. If the Yuan family tried to make an issue of bloodlines in the future, the Heluo tribe wouldn't be intimidated at all. Thinking of this, Elder Senda's smile grew even more genuine. Chief Anbian broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. When it came to stinginess, the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest were second to none. Chief Anbian couldn't help but feel sorry for the Yuan family. They'd lost both Shen Rong and the golden staff trade with the Skywolf clan. TSK. Thinking it over, Chief Anbian couldn't help but feel a bit bad for the Yuan family. The wolf tribe really broke with the Yuan family? Shen Rong's already back in the Twilight Forest. Isn't it only natural for the wolf tribe and the Yuan family to fall out? As they talked, they didn't slow down at all, their eyes scanning all around, constantly watching the movements of the other beastmen. Today, the temperature in Dream Canyon was rising. The blazing sun had climbed above the horizon and was steadily ascending into the sky. Dew on the leaves in the forest was starting to evaporate. Shen Rong and the other beastmen had each picked a spot to lie in wait, ready for the antelopes to appear and begin their migration. Elder Senda and Chief Anbian were acting as judges, but their main job was to stay alert. The antelope migration always brought hidden dangers. In just a short while, several new presences appeared in the forest: leopards, forest pythons, forest wolves. Elder Senda and Chief Anbian exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. Chief Anbian sighed inwardly. Were there more predators than usual attracted by the antelope migration this year? The lion tribe had only discovered the antelope migration yesterday. But this morning, so many predators were already lurking in the forest. Did these beasts have supernatural senses, or what? This place was close to Dream Canyon, and the lion tribe regularly sent people to patrol and clear the area. Normally, there shouldn't be any predators here, let alone so many. Jia, what's going on? Bai Qing whispered. He wasn't far from Jia, and kept his voice low so as not to alert the predators lurking nearby. This place wasn't far from the territory of the Sky Lion tribe. How could there be so many predators hiding here? Jia's face was grim as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know either. My guess is the migrating antelopes attracted them. The tribe cleared this area just a few days ago. I'm sure there haven't been any beasts around here recently. Don't worry. Elder Senda and Chief Riverside are both here, Milla said. As she spoke, she and Maple quietly moved closer to Qinghe. Among all the beast folk, Qinghe was the weakest, and since she was from the Sirius tribe, they absolutely couldn't let anything happen to her on Lion tribe territory. Kongshan, Yu, and Husong Wanmu hold off on hunting antelopes for now. Don't give the beasts any openings, Shen Rong instructed. The antelopes hadn't even appeared yet, but all the nearby beasts had already shown themselves. No wonder Jia and the others looked so grim. Off to the side, Kongshan and his group nodded and began to silently retreat. Shen Rong's order was, of course, to prevent the beasts from taking advantage of the chaos. The last thing they wanted was for the beasts to give up on hunting antelopes and turn on them instead. The antelopes were active along the cliffs. Compared to hunting antelopes, hunting beasts was actually easier for the beast folk. Seeing this, Jia signaled to Hemmer and the others to fall back with Kongshan. Leave Qinghe's safety to us, Maple said. She and Milla retreated to Qinghe's side, shielding her behind them. Normally, such caution wouldn't be necessary, but there were just too many beasts lurking this time. Qinghe swallowed nervously and whispered, "Did we stir up a beast's nest or something?" Maybe it was last night's cooked meat, Milla mused. There was no way a simple antelope migration could attract so many beasts. After all, the nearby tribes had just done a sweep, and Chief Riverside had personally cleared out a batch last night. These beasts must have just arrived today. At this, the beast folk exchanged glances. So this disaster was really their own doing. Ba, ba. Just then, a few loud cries rang out. Jia made a hand signal to Baiqing and the others, letting them know the antelopes were coming. That was the sound of antelopes, and soon the intermittent bleeding grew more urgent. They're here. Everyone, stay sharp. In an instant, all the beast folk suppressed their auras. Antelopes were easily startled, and if spooked, they could go berserk. At this moment, not only did Shen Rong's group hold their breath and calm themselves, but even the beasts seemed to sense what was happening and suppressed their presence as well. End of this chapter. A short while later, one agile shadow after another leapt across the cliffs. So antelopes really can run along the cliffs. Yeah, it's my first time seeing it too. How are we supposed to hunt them when they're jumping around up there? This is tricky. Guess we'll have to wait for Shen Rong and Baiqing to make their move. As the antelopes appeared, excitement flashed in the eyes of the beast folk, signaling the start of the hunt. Shen Rong crouched down, watching the antelopes leap along the cliffs. He didn't choose Jia or Baiqing's methods. One fought barehanded, the other used a spear. Shen Rong hid among the branches, bow and arrow in hand, eyes narrowed as he tracked the antelopes, carefully picking his target. Antelope migrations. Dawn and dusk were the best times to hunt them. Miss those windows, and it would be very hard to catch any. Also, the best time to hunt was during a large-scale migration. When you made your move, you had to be fast, ruthless, and precise. If you startled the herd, they'd go wild, doubling their speed, and then they'd be nearly impossible to catch. Inhale, exhale. Suddenly, the forest fell silent. In the blink of an eye, there was the whistling of a spear, the twang of a bowstring, and the roar of Baiqing's fists all at once. It all happened in a flash. Jia threw a spear, 2 antelopes down in one throw, a great start. Not to be outdone, Shen Rong loosed 5 arrows in rapid succession, dropping 5 antelopes from the cliffs without so much as a cry. They died instantly. But the most ferocious was Baiqing. He transformed into his beast form, taking down an antelope with every punch. By the time he slid down the cliff, his body was half-soaked in blood. Each blow left an antelope gravely injured, and in just a few breaths, Baiqing had taken out 4 antelopes. In an instant, the 3 of them had brought down 11 antelopes. So fast that the herd didn't even have time to react. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed. Not only were Kongshan and the other beast folk stunned, even the lurking beasts were intimidated by the killing aura Shen Rong, and the others gave off. They didn't dare move. Unfortunately, none of the beast folk could understand beast language. If they could, they'd have heard the hidden beasts cursing. Where did these 2-legged creatures come from? Dad, are we still hunting antelopes? These 2-legged ones are terrifying. I'm kind of scared. Let's go. I'm out for this antelope hunt. Elder Senda, your eyes are the sharpest. Chief Riverside praised. Jia had gone all out, while Shen Rong and Baiqing clearly still had strength to spare. Not that Jia was weak, but the spear limited how much of his power he could use. Still, Jia's strength really couldn't compare to Shen Rong and Baiqing. A few beasts got away. Let the youngsters have some fun, Senda said. The appearance of these beasts had disrupted the hunt. Shen Rong had Kong Shan and the others fall back to keep the hunt from being interrupted. Now, the three of them had thoroughly intimidated the beasts and hadn't startled the antelope herd. Naturally, Elder Senda wouldn't stop Kong Shan and the others from enjoying the hunt. Before, they were focused on the antelopes. Now, all the lurking beasts in the forest were fair game for the beastfolk. Elder Senda smiled. His aura locked directly onto the forest python lurking in the woods. Raising his right hand to cover the corner of his mouth, Elder Senda shot into the forest like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the hidden python as he finished speaking. Hee hee. At the same time, a strange, eerie giggle escaped his lips. This laugh wasn't as shrill as Elder Pukong's cackling, but for some reason, it made the hair on the back of one's neck stand up, a cold, unsettling sound. Don't just stand there, get moving. Elder Senda's actions drew the attention of all the beastmen. Immediately, the beastmen sprang into action. On Shen Rong's side, however, they paused. Instead of rushing to collect the antelope carcasses, they spread out in 3 different directions to keep watch, waiting for Kong Shan and the others to make their move. Just now, Kong Shan's group had been on standby. Now, the situation had reversed, and it was Shen Rong's turn to hold the line. A whoa! Roar! In an instant, the forest echoed with the roars and cries of various beasts. Elder Pukong, those cries? Changxia shot to her feet, staring in fear at the forested cliffs ahead. Just hearing those sounds was enough to send chills down her spine. But was there a hint of agony in those cries? Hee hee hee. Elder Pukong burst out laughing, wiped his mouth, and replied, "Don't worry, just some extra guests in the woods. Shen Rong and the others will handle it. They'll have a great time." As he spoke, he casually tossed aside the bare bone he'd been gnawing on. Wah! A short, pained howl came from the bushes. Changxia's eyes darted, fixed on the bushes where Elder Pukong had thrown the bone. She swallowed nervously, her nostrils flaring as the scent of blood grew stronger. It was obvious. The new guests in the forest were anything but friendly. "Elder Pukong, what's in the bushes?" Changxia whispered. "Just a few corpse-eating jackals," Pukong replied. Changxia panicked. Corpse-eating jackals were even more vicious than forest wolves. Once they targeted prey, they wouldn't stop until it was dead. How could there be corpse-eating jackals here? It was normal to encounter them in the clear moon forest. They fed on carrion, but would also hunt live prey. They mostly lived on plains and grasslands, and while they could be found in forests, it was rare. Changxia groaned in despair. What rotten luck. Oh whoa. Elder Pukong killed one of the jackals with a single blow from a bone. The remaining 6 jackals emerged from the bushes. They stood 1 meter tall, with fierce, twisted faces. Their yellowed fangs were stained with blood, and foul-smelling drool dripped from their jaws to the ground. At the sight, Changxia nearly gagged. "So disgusting," she complained. Pukong said, "Corpse-eating jackals live on carrion. They're hunting us today because they think we're easy prey. They want to scavenge." Hearing Elder Pukong seriously use the word scavenge, Changxia was speechless, staring at his calm face in disbelief. Hey! They were surrounded by corpse-eating jackals. How could Elder Pukong be so calm? Changxia took the bow and arrows from her back and nocked an arrow. She couldn't let the jackals get any closer, or they'd be in real danger. Whoosh, whoosh. She fired 2 arrows in quick succession. Unfortunately, the jackals were wary and dodged easily. Changxia was disappointed. Her archery still wasn't good enough. Speed, strength, experience. She lacked all 3. If she attacked from behind and caught them off guard, she might succeed. But in a head-on fight, she was still far from strong enough. Changxia, just focus on attacking. I'll cover you. Let these jackals keep you company for a while, Pukong laughed. She hadn't been able to join the antelope hunt, but Elder Pukong figured these jackals would make good practice for her, especially since they'd come looking for trouble themselves. Is that okay? Changxia turned to Elder Pukong, eyes shining with excitement. She wasn't that interested in hunting, but she loved archery. She'd practiced mostly stationary shooting at the White Lake Range. She'd never tried shooting at a moving target before. The time she killed a forest wolf in the wilds was pure luck. If she met one face to face, she'd probably just run. Go for it, little Changxia. Have fun today. Elder Pukong waved his hand grandly. He seemed to be doing nothing, but in fact, the jackals were all cowed by the aura he released. They didn't dare approach or flee. Their tails drooped, and they growled lowly at Changxia, as if warning her not to come any closer. Hee hee. Changxia grinned, showing her white teeth. She raised her bow again, aiming at the weakest jackal on the far right. This one was thinner than the rest, and its hind leg had clearly been injured. Newly healed muscle was still bare, with no fur yet. That meant its speed would definitely be affected. With that in mind, Changxia didn't hesitate. She loosed her arrow, sending it whistling through the air. Oh whoa. She'd chosen well. The jackal sensed her attack and tried to dodge, but its injured leg slowed it down. Still, Changxia thought Elder Pukong's aura was the real reason. The jackal was wary of Pukong and distracted by dodging Changxia's arrows. Its movements slowed, and soon, several arrows were sticking out of its body, blood dripping to the ground. The other jackals slowly backed away. It seemed as though they wanted to abandon the corpse-eating jackal that Long Xia had set her sights on. Long Xia didn't rush to kill the jackal right away. Instead, she turned her attention to the other corpse-eating jackals that were slowly retreating. Nanfeng had once told Long Xia about these creatures, describing them as extremely vicious, incredibly vengeful, and fiercely united. Corpse-eating jackals would never abandon their own kind so easily. Even the bodies of their dead would be devoured by the survivors. Nanfeng had warned Long Xia that if she ever ventured into the forest and encountered corpse-eating jackals, she had only two options: either escape and avoid them, or wipe them out completely. There was no third option. Elder Pukong squinted at the jackals, silently picking up a few stones in his hand. He was worried that Long Xia might let her guard down and get hurt by a jackal slipping through. So far, Long Xiao's performance had put Elder Pukong at ease. Now, as the jackals retreated, Long Xia didn't relax her vigilance, which made Elder Pukong even more pleased. Though they bore the name jackal, these creatures were even more savage and brutal than wolves. In the forest, corpse-eating jackals were more terrifying than most beasts. In fact, they were even more troublesome and difficult to deal with. Be careful, little Long Xia, Elder Pukong said calmly. Long Xia paused slightly, bow in hand, and nodded. An arrow shot through the air, killing the jackal. With a nimble step back, she now aimed at the leader of the pack. This jackal was clearly larger and more imposing than the others, crouched in front of a bush on the upper right, half its body hidden in the undergrowth. From a distance, it looked harmless. When Long Xia had attacked the weaker jackal earlier, this one hadn't moved at all, remaining eerily still. Unfortunately for it, it had underestimated Long Xia. When Elder Pukong had forced the jackals out, Long Xia had already activated her bloodline ability. She could hear the bush's impression of this jackal. Fear. Terror. These emotions made it clear that this jackal was far more dangerous than it appeared. Heeding Elder Pukong's warning, Long Xia decisively chose to target the leader first. Sure enough, as soon as Long Xia attacked the leader, the other jackals, who had been pretending to retreat, suddenly lunged at her. Whoosh, whoosh. Long Xia didn't even need to split her attention. Elder Pukong flung his stones at the charging jackals, easily fending off their attack. He let out a hearty laugh. Cunning devils. Long Xia rolled aside, dodging the leader's attack. It turned out that as soon as she aimed at the leader, the jackal realized it had been discovered and immediately launched its own assault amid the chaos. But Long Xia was prepared and evaded it. Elder Pukong kept the other jackals at bay, leaving the leader to duel with Long Xia. Whenever she was in real danger, he would drive the leader back with another stone. Oh whoa. 15 minutes passed. The The jackals were battered and bloodied, and Long Xia collapsed to the ground, exhausted. "Grandpa Pukong, I'm out of strength," she said. She'd used up all her arrows in the watchtower, and her stamina was gone as well. Fighting the leader at such high intensity for a quarter of an hour had pushed her to her physical limit. If Elder Pukong hadn't been suppressing the leader's strength most of the time, she wouldn't have lasted even a few minutes, let alone 15. "You did great, little Long Xia." Pukong stood up, ran over to the leader, and with a casual punch, killed it instantly. With a few more leaps, he finished off the remaining jackals. Long Xia opened her eyes wide, trying to catch every move Elder Pukong made. His punches looked effortless, as if he were swatting mosquitoes. Yet each one killed a jackal instantly. When it came to controlling his strength, Elder Pukong was a true master. At least for now, neither Bai Qing nor Shen Rong could come close. Not a scratch on the outside, but everything inside was shattered. "Grandpa Pukong, that was amazing," Long Xia praised. Effortless strength, Elder Pukong truly deserved those words. As much as Long Xia admired him, she knew she couldn't learn that skill herself. Heh. Pukong happily accepted her praise. The meat of corpse-eating jackals is foul and sour, but their fangs and pelts are valuable. As he spoke, Elder Pukong dragged the jackals into the shade, took out his hunting knife, and began skinning them, teaching Long Xia the process as he worked. Long Xia took a deep breath, suppressing her nausea. Leaning against the tree roots, she quietly listened to Elder Pukong's lesson. Once her strength returned, she picked up a knife and squatted in front of the jackal she had killed. With Elder Pukong guiding her, she clumsily began to skin it. She was weak, needing several cuts each time to get through the hide. Elder Pukong was very patient. Neither of them lacked animal pelts, so this was purely a lesson. Skinning isn't easy. Long Xia spread out the ragged pelt in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. No matter how ugly, it was her own handiwork. She piled the pelt aside and sprinkled it with medicinal powder. Once Elder Pukong had collected the fangs, he dug a pit and buried the jackal carcasses. "Grandpa Pukong, why are there corpse-eating jackals here?" The migrating antelopes made a lot of noise. It's normal for jackals to be drawn in. "There are only a few here, but I bet it's even livelier up ahead." End of this chapter. Luan. As soon as she heard this, Long Xia understood. There had been quite a commotion just now. With the strength of Shen Rong and the other beast folk, they must have heard it, yet they still hadn't come over. "Should we go over there?" Long Xia asked nervously. Elder Pukong smiled and shook his head. "No need. Judging by the noise, they're quite busy over there. Let's just wait here. Once they're done, they'll come to us." If it were just him alone, Elder Pukong would have set out long ago. But he had Changxia with him. Elder Pukong would never take Changxia into danger. "All right then." Changxia hesitated, not insisting. She understood that Elder Pukong wasn't refusing out of fear, it was most likely because of her. Changxia tried to activate her bloodline ability, using plants to scout ahead. The intense battle just now had drained her stamina. She took a short rest. Once she'd recovered, Changxia carefully controlled her bloodline power, listening and communicating with the plants. Through them, she cautiously gathered information. "Little one, don't come closer. There are scary two-legged beasts up ahead. So much blood. Sweet and delicious, I love it. But there are too many two-legged beasts and they're terrifying. I saw them knock down a big tree with a single slap, so fierce. My waist is about to break." All sorts of chatter quickly flooded Changxia's mind. Changxia's mouth twitched. Good thing she hadn't tried to lean against the tree roots. Otherwise, surrounded by this torrent of plant chatter, she'd probably have been overwhelmed by the flood of information and collapsed on the spot. Little Changxia, Pukong was startled and quickly reached out to steady her. "What's with this kid? She was fine just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly collapse?" Luckily, he reacted quickly. If her face had hit the ground, wouldn't that have ruined her looks? "Grandpa Pukong, I'm fine," Changxia said, a little embarrassed. "I'll just sit for a bit and have a couple of sweets. I couldn't help but activate my bloodline ability in a hurry just now." With that explanation, Elder Pukong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was okay, that's all that mattered. If anything happened to her, he'd have no face to see Shen Rong, let alone return to the tribe. Chinchilla tribe members are born with weak bodies. Be careful, little Changxia, Pukong reminded her. The Chinchilla tribe was one of the weaker beast tribes. Changxia's awakened bloodline ability was powerful, but with a weak body and a strong ability, overusing it would surely be too much for her to handle. Changxia replied, leaning against the tree roots and eating her candy. The sweetness helped ease her discomfort bit by bit. After this lesson, Changxia didn't dare to push herself anymore. She knew she had to keep training her body and couldn't slack off. Worried Changxia might have another mishap, Elder Pukong started giving her a play-by-play of what was happening up ahead. Shen Rong started hunting antelopes. Bai Qing's not bad, his moves are a bit like mine. Damn, that bastard Sunda ran off again. What's so exciting about a forest python anyway? Changxia tried not to laugh at Elder Pukong's blunt commentary. When he was bored, he could actually be pretty entertaining. Listening to him, Changxia couldn't help but smile. Little Changxia, can you get up? Shen Rong's coming over. We've got a good haul this time, lunch will be a feast. Pukong said excitedly. Talking about food made his appetite surge. He took out his beast pouch and started stuffing it with dried snake meat, muttering, almost out of anaconda jerky. We need to wrap up this trip to the Tian Lion tribe soon and head to the Muwatch Mountains. Hearing this, Changxia's hand trembled a little. So Elder Sunda isn't the only one who wants to go to the Muwatch Mountains. Thinking of this, Changxia felt like shedding a tear for the snake tribe. Changxia, Shen Rong was the first to return, carrying an antelope. Even before he got close, a strong scent of blood hit him. Shen Rong stopped for a moment, then hurried over, calling out, Elder Pukong, did you and Changxia run into danger? At his question, the other beast folk behind him all quickened their pace. It was obvious, they'd all smelled the strong scent of blood. Changxia, are you all right? With such a strong smell of blood, did a fierce beast ambush you? Damn those beasts. Bai Qing's expression turned fierce as he strode over. Nearby, Maple Leaf and the other beast folk all looked grim. Hey, Changxia waved and smiled. I'm fine. A few corpse wolves showed up just now, but Elder Pukong and I had a great time dealing with them. Corpse wolves. How could there be corpse wolves in the Lost Forest? Changxia, are you sure you're all right? In an instant, the beast folk burst into heated discussion. Forest wolves, leopards, forest pythons. Changxia counted the prey the others had brought back, growing happier the more she looked. This haul was way better than she'd expected. Seeing Changxia's innocent expression, Shen Rong decided not to press further. He personally checked the wolf pelts of the corpse wolves, confirming how many had attacked Changxia and Elder Pukong. Once he was sure Changxia wasn't hurt, just a little exhausted, he finally relaxed. Bai Qing and Maple Leaf also let go of their worries. Let's go, back to camp, Anshui called out. There had been a lot of commotion here, and the lingering smell of blood was strong. With such a big haul, Chief Anshui didn't want any more fights. So the beast folk packed up and headed back to camp. They'd have a good lunch, then prepare to return to the Tian Lion tribe's territory. The weather in Dream Canyon is warming up, and it'll get hotter by the day. What should we do with all this game? Changxia asked worriedly. They'd hunted over 20 antelopes alone. Besides the ones Shen Rong, Bai Qing and Jia had hunted, Kongshan and the others had brought back another dozen or so. Plus several fierce beasts, this haul could feed them for a year. We'll set out for the tribe this afternoon. The temperature drops at night, so the meat shouldn't spoil. Once we're back, we can eat or preserve it, nothing will go to waste, Milu said. According to their original plan, they were supposed to stay at camp for a few days. But today's harvest made Chief Anshui change his mind. We're leaving this afternoon? Changxia asked in surprise. Milu replied, this haul is worth several days hunting. Hearing this, Changxia understood. Beastfolk hunters knew how to balance things. They'd spare pregnant females and follow the rules of the forest. They wouldn't hunt during breeding season, and when they had enough food, they'd stop hunting altogether. With such a bountiful harvest, they couldn't keep hunting antelope. On the way back, exhausted from the long summer, Chang Xia chose to take her beast form and crouched on Elder Pukong's shoulder. She asked Maple Leaf to help gather her clothes. She refused Shen Rong's offer and quietly perched on Elder Pukong's shoulder. The air was thick with the smell of blood, which she found unpleasant. Covering her mouth and nose, she urged, "Grandpa Pukong, let's hurry back to camp. The smell of blood here is so strong, it's making me dizzy." "All right." Elder Pukong's heart nearly melted. Soft and delicate Chang Xia crouched on his shoulder, her fluffy fur brushing gently against his neck. If Chang Xia weren't still on his shoulder, Elder Pukong would have thrown his head back and howled with joy. Elder Senda looked on enviously at Elder Pukong striding ahead. In that moment, the forest python he was dragging along didn't seem nearly as cute. He had also asked to hold Chang Xia earlier, but she had refused him without hesitation, her reason being that she was afraid of the forest python. Is this Chang Xia's beast form? So adorable. I've seen the Chinchilla tribe, but none of them are as cute as Chang Xia. I really want to give her a hug. The last beastman to say this instantly felt several murderous glares lock onto him. Embarrassed, he quickly shut his mouth and dared not say another word. End of this chapter. The beastmen hurried along. Moments later, they returned to camp. With the high temperatures, the prey had to be dealt with quickly or it would spoil. So, Chang Xia divided everyone into two groups, one to process and cure the meat, the other to prepare lunch. In the afternoon, they would set off for the Heavenly Lion Tribe's territory, so everything at this camp had to be wrapped up. "Chief, we're running out of salt. We need to cut more vines to make baskets. There's nothing to carry the meat in." I never thought there'd come a day when I'd have a headache from too much prey. With dozens of animals, there wasn't enough salt in camp. The riverside chiefs had rushed over and hadn't brought much salt with them. Curing so much meat would require a huge amount. Even after using all the salt Chang Xia's group had brought, it still wasn't enough. The riverside chief was at his wit's end. He quietly looked up at Chang Xia and whispered, "Chang Xia, what should we do? We'll postpone our departure until evening. Without enough salt, we can't cure the meat, and if we travel in the afternoon heat, the meat will spoil even faster," Chang Xia said after thinking it over. She decided to delay their departure until evening, when the temperature would drop. They'd travel at night to the Heavenly Lion Tribe's territory. Not enough salt, and only a limited number of cold stones. With so much meat, none could be wasted. Once she explained, everyone agreed with Chang Xia's suggestion. Their departure was delayed from afternoon to evening. After a flurry of activity, by late afternoon all the meat was processed and packed in baskets. The riverside chief wiped the sweat from his brow and said with satisfaction, "This was a great haul, though it did mean extra work for you, Chang Xia. So much prey, but not enough salt." Even if Chang Xia hadn't suggested leaving in the evening, they wouldn't have been able to set out in the afternoon anyway. A happy problem to have. While the riverside chief's group processed the meat, Chang Xia, Maple Leaf, and Xing He made flatbreads, still naan, which was perfect for this season. Looking at the sky, dusk wasn't far off. The beastmen began cleaning up the camp. Soon, they'd fill their bellies with Chang Xia's roasted meat, bone broth, and naan, then set off immediately. They hoped to reach Dream Valley before dawn. Thanks to the lion's roadwork, the path was much better. A night of hard travel would be enough to reach the Heavenly Lion Tribe's territory. The benefits of a good road were clear. The Lion Tribe was enthusiastic about road building. Without a road, it would take 2.5 days of beast form, full-speed travel from the Lost Forest camp to the Heavenly Lion Tribe's land. If the weather turned, it could take 3 or 4 days. With a road, the time was cut in half. It was almost unimaginable. After a quick meal, the beastmen geared up. Chang Xia shifted to her beast form, her tiny, fluffy self picked up by Maple Leaf and placed in a little nest made of kira grass, with a soft animal skin for padding. The temperature in Dream Valley was starting to warm up. At night, though, it was still cool. Honeydew reminded Maple Leaf to make sure Chang Xia wore enough clothes and didn't catch cold. As the first night breeze blew, the riverside chief took the lead, guiding the beastmen as they raced through Dream Valley. Let's go. Though it was a shame the antelope hunt had ended abruptly, the heavy baskets of meat on their backs made everyone happy. By evening, the smell of antelope bone broth filled the air. All the beastmen savored it, knowing that once they reached the Heavenly Lion Tribe's land, they'd get to enjoy more delicious antelope bone soup and tender stewed meat. Thinking of this, the beastmen picked up their pace. Whoosh, whoosh. That night, the wind howled. Changxia lay in her little nest, listening to the wind whistling past her ears. The weather in the Heavenly Lion Tribe's territory really was unpredictable. She admired the lion's resilience. By comparison, the 100 Rivers region was much safer. The Beast Tribe strove desperately to gain the favor of a shaman. Beyond reverence and worship, it was also because the closer a tribe was to a shaman, the safer their territory. Of the 6 great tribes, only the Heluo Tribe was right next to Mount Kana. The other 5 were all nearby as well. Changxia had been through the Clear Moon Forest and was now in the Illusion Jungle, both far more dangerous than the 100 Rivers region where the Heluo Tribe lived. The remaining Beast Tribes must be in situations similar to the Sky Wolf and Heavenly Lion Tribes. If even the 5 great tribes' lands were so perilous, one could only imagine the situation for tribes farther from Mount Kana. The weak depend on the strong, not just out of admiration, but for survival. The more she thought about it, the more Changxia felt that infrastructure was essential. With roads, they could develop transportation. With transportation, communication would also need to improve. Unfortunately, the little den was too small. There was no paper or pen inside, so Changxia had no way to take notes. She could only use her little claws to scratch at the animal hide, planning out the next steps. Both infrastructure projects and spiritual development had to be advanced together. The night breeze was gentle. Rocked by the journey, Changxia soon drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When she opened her eyes again, the sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Shen Rong, Changxia called his name softly. Hearing her, Shen Rong slowed his pace and replied, "Are you awake, Changxia? We'll reach the Tianlang tribe's territory soon. You should get up and stretch your legs." So they were almost there. Changxia crawled out from under the animal hide. Changxia, up ahead is Huanyue Valley, which is the heart of our tribe's territory, right at the center of Dreamscape Gorge. There's a lake there called Huanyue Lake. I'm not exaggerating, Huanyue Lake is even more beautiful than White Lake at the Heluo Tribe, Anbian said proudly. Dreamscape Gorge was a basin, high on both sides and low in the middle. Huanyue Valley, as the central area, sat at the lowest point of the basin, and Huanyue Lake was at the very lowest spot. Of course, this was considering the entire Dreamscape Gorge. Strictly speaking, Huanyue Valley wasn't just a basin, it was more like a mix of forested mountains, basin, and grassland. Perhaps this very terrain was why the climate in Dreamscape Gorge was so unpredictable, and the entire enchanted forest was known for its ever-changing weather. Like a child's face in June, sunny one moment, stormy the next. The weather could change in an instant. It might be clear in the morning, but by noon dark clouds could gather, followed by a torrential downpour in the afternoon, and by dusk the sky would be clear and blue again. What a unique landscape! Changxia blinked, taking in the scenery around her. Rolling hills and forests interlaced with grasslands, clear signs of a basin. Honestly, aside from the harsh climate, Dreamscape Gorge where the Lion Tribe lived was really quite nice. There was plenty of water and abundant prey. It was truly a great place for the Beast Tribes to thrive. Other than the scary weather, Dreamscape Gorge is wonderful, Mila said with a smile. She sat atop Baiching Beast, introducing Changxia to Dreamscape Gorge, especially Huanyue Valley. Like Chief Anbian, she assured Changxia that she would fall in love with Huanyue Lake once she saw it. The fish and shrimp in Huanyue Lake, in particular, were delicious. In fact, Changxia's promotion of eating fish and shrimp had really solved a big problem for the Beast Tribes. Using fish and shrimp as food made it much easier for weaker tribes to hunt. Compared to hunting fierce land beasts, fishing was simpler, safer, and less strenuous for them. The only issue was the lack of roads. Weaker beast tribes couldn't travel through the forest. Once the roads were built, the Heluo Tribe and Changxia's home would become even livelier. End of this chapter. Morning. Dreamscape Gorge was shrouded in mist. The mountains rose and fell like waves, layer upon layer. Amid the lush greenery, white mist drifted, making the scene look like a fairyland at first glance. Chief Anbian had said Huanyue Lake was more beautiful than White Lake. At this moment, Changxia thought he might not have been exaggerating. Dreamscape Gorge was like a small southern town, delicate and serene, unlike the grand and imposing White Lake of the Heluo Tribe. The spring scenery and temperament of the two places were different, but both were equally stunning and enchanting. Now I understand why the enchanted forest is called enchanted, Changxia said softly. Shen Rong replied, Dreamscape Gorge truly lives up to its name. Nearby, Chief Anbian and the other lion beastmen heard Changxia and Shen Rong's praise, and pride lit up their faces. Their gazes toward Changxia grew even warmer. Anyone who praised the enchanted forest was one of their own. Haha. Yes, the beast tribes were just that straightforward. Roar, roar. The long howl of a beast echoed as always. Changxia couldn't help but cover her eyes. The beast tribes really took communication by roaring to the next level. They couldn't even be bothered to blow a horn, just opened their mouths and roared, without a hint of embarrassment. At first, Changxia found it amusing, but over time, it just became awkward. Still, the beast tribes didn't mind, so she was the only one feeling uncomfortable. Woo-woo. A deep, resonant horn sounded from the Tian Lion tribe's territory. Chief Anbian finished his long howl and said, Changxia, the Tian Lion tribe welcomes you. Thank you, Changxia replied. Muqin Amu had taught Changxia how to distinguish different horn calls. It was obvious. The horn from the Tian Lion tribe was filled with joy, just as Chief Anbian said. The lion tribe was welcoming her arrival. The sky brightened. The morning mist dispersed, revealing the true face of Huanyue Valley. Stone houses of varying heights were built against the mountains. Though called stone houses, they were really a combination of stone and animal hide, a bit odd. Half stone, half beast dwelling. The lower half was built of stacked stones, while the upper half was constructed from animal hides and branches. It was clear that the upper parts had been rebuilt, as they looked half new, half old. The climate in Dreamscape Gorge was more stable than in other parts of the Lost Forest. But that stability was only relative. You could tell just by looking at the lion tribe's houses. The harsh weather meant the animal hides had to be replaced frequently. The stone base kept out the cold and damp, but if it was sealed too tightly, the inside became damp and chilly. Plus, without proper construction methods, the stone houses couldn't be built too large for fear of collapse, and the uneven weight on the branches and hides made them prone to leaking. All things considered, the lions' homes weren't as comfortable as the wolves'. And certainly not as good as the bear tribe's caves. The lions had considered living in caves, but the caves were dark and damp, and with Dreamscape Gorge's peculiar climate, they eventually gave up on the idea. Recently, the wolves and lions had been trading stone materials. The lion beastmen had heard the wolves brag endlessly about the advantages of their log cabins. Secretly, the lions were hoping Changxia would come soon, so they could finish building their stone houses before the wolves did, and then brag to the wolves and show off. Long Summer, welcome. Before Long Summer and her group of beast folk arrived at Phantom Moon Valley, the entire lion tribe came out to greet them. At the head of the welcoming party stood Elder Sman, smiling warmly as he welcomed Long Summer and the others. Elder Sman was different from the other beast folk Long Summer had met, refined and gentle. As Long Summer looked at him, the image of a cultured scholar from ancient times flashed through her mind. A true gentleman, worthy of both home and family. Long Summer, this is Elder Sman of our tribe, Anbian quickly introduced. Long Summer poked her head out of her little den, gazing at Elder Sman in awe. This elder is really handsome, she exclaimed. Hee. As soon as Long Summer finished speaking, Elder Pukong burst out laughing. Sman, it's been years. You haven't changed a bit. Little Long Summer, don't be fooled by Sman's face. When it comes to scheming, no one in the misty forest can outplay him. For once, Elder Senda didn't interrupt Elder Pukong. Sman was the totem warrior of the Lion Tribe in the Heavenly Lion Clan, a male who had left countless beast folk in defeat. In his youth, he drove the bird women of the Qinghai Plateau and the fish women of the East Sea wild. Not to mention the females of the Misty Forest, who were crazy about him. When Sman's name came up, beastmen of his generation would grit their teeth. Haha. Sman smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment, Pukong. With that, he invited everyone into the valley. Elder Pukong was left speechless, while Long Summer chuckled softly. It was clear that Elder Sman, for all his humility and grace, was not someone to be trifled with. Even the brash Elder Pukong seemed a little wary of him. Thinking this, Long Summer couldn't help but size up Elder Sman. The more she looked, the more striking he seemed. That kind of charisma, honed by the passage of time, was hard for others to match. As expected, every tribe among the 6 great clans was formidable in its own way. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. The Western lands dared not invade the East, not just because of the East Sea between them, but also because of the unfathomable strength of the beastfolk there. The snow mountains in the East might not be just a rumor after all. The Lion Tribe lives by the lake, with Phantom Moon Lake at its center, spread throughout Phantom Moon Valley. This whole area is our tribal land, Sman explained gently, introducing Long Summer and her group to Phantom Moon Valley. Compared to the Heluo Tribe, the Lion Tribe lived more spread out. Each stone house was separated by several miles. If you imagine Phantom Moon Valley as a chessboard, the Lion Tribe's homes were like chess pieces scattered far apart, watching over each other, but keeping their distance. Elder Sman, why are the Lion Tribe's stone houses so far apart? Long Summer asked curiously. Onbian, the tribal chief, said his farewells and led Jia and the others to take the game from their baskets to the plaza for the tribe to process and cure. By now, the sun was high in the sky. The temperature would rise quickly, so the game needed to be dealt with before it spoiled. Spoiled food meant rot and waste. The Lion Tribe loves spicy food, and the smell of chili is overwhelming, Sman explained a little sheepishly. The tribe liked to drink 3-pepper soup, and everyone was fond of making their own spicy versions. If they lived too close together, the pungent, spicy aroma would be unbearable, even for the Lion Tribe. After suffering for a while, the tribe gradually got used to keeping a certain distance from each other. Long Summer raised her eyebrows. She felt like she'd just heard something incredible. So even the Lion Tribe knew how overpowering chili peppers could be. Long Summer stifled her laughter and didn't press further. Elder Sman breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit embarrassing to admit. Living so spread out meant the Lion Tribe had to assign more totem warriors to patrol and protect everyone. Building sturdy, well-connected stone houses was essential. That way, if there was a beast attack, the tribe's people could hide in their stone houses and send out a distress signal, giving them plenty of time to wait for help. Of course, more importantly, as Long Summer had said, the stone houses kept out the wind and cold. Led by Elder Sman, Long Summer and her group arrived at a stone house by Phantom Moon Lake, not far from the Heavenly Lion Clan's plaza. All the stone houses have been cleaned up, though they're not as comfortable as the Heluo Tribe's cave dwellings, Sman said. Long Summer smiled and shook her head. You're too modest, Elder Sman. The Lion Tribe's hospitality makes up for everything. As they entered Phantom Moon Valley, they saw piles of stone and wood everywhere. The Lion Tribe was clearly prepared and could start building more stone houses at any time. End of this chapter. A short while later, Elder Sman got up and left, giving Long Summer and her group some privacy. Maple Leaf clicked his tongue as he watched Elder Sman's departing figure. I really don't know what's wrong with Honeydew's eyes. With someone like Elder Sman in the Lion Tribe, she still thinks that Phyllis from the Bird Tribe and Qinglan from the Fish Tribe are better looking. Elder Sman really does have that scholarly air in his bones. Everything he does is so attractive, Long Summer agreed. Even though she hadn't met Phyllis or Qinglan, she sided with Maple Leaf. Qinghe grinned foolishly. I'd only ever heard Elder Sman's name before. This is my first time seeing him in person. He really is good-looking. Qinghe, how do the Wolf Tribe describe Elder Sman? Long Summer and Maple Leaf asked, curious. The two tribes lived close together, so news traveled fast between them. Our elders say Eldersman is like Phantom Moon Lake in Phantom Moon Valley. In a crowd, you can spot him at a glance, Qinghe replied. These folks spoke simply and directly. They didn't know flowery words. The wolf tribe compared Eldersman to Phantom Moon Lake, and as the others turned to look at the lake, the morning sun poured down, mist rising from the surface. It was breathtaking, like a fairyland, so beautiful it almost didn't seem real. TCH. Pukong scoffed. Don't be fooled by Sman's looks, he's a master trickster. Plenty of birds and fish have fallen for his schemes. Back in the day, he was almost abducted by the bird tribe to the Qinghai Plateau. As he spoke, Elder Pukong wore a sly grin. Elder Senda kicked him. Pukong, shut up. Senda barked, then explained, don't listen to Pukong's nonsense. Back then, Sman traded a lot with the fish and bird tribes for things like foundation stones and thread. The three tribes weren't as peaceful and united as they are now. And then the website promo and navigation links. Let me know if you need further adaptation or more context. Chang Xia and the other beastmen exchanged glances. Most of the credit for this probably went to the witches. Elder Simon had made great sacrifices for the beast race, even selling her looks for their sake. She had worked hard and contributed much. Still, the elders themselves were reluctant to discuss these matters in detail. No wonder Elder Pukong got rebuked by Elder Simon and didn't dare talk back. Elder Simon had shed both blood and tears for the beast race. The younger generation might not know the details, but elders like Pukong were well aware. Ahem. Suddenly, a soft cough sounded from afar, followed by Elder Simon's voice, calm and faint. Pukong, Senda, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Her tone was light and breezy. Yet, for no apparent reason, Chang Xia and the others could hear a warning and threat hidden in her words. Thinking of this, they quickly looked up at Elders Pukong and Senda. They saw the two elders looking awkward, as if they'd been caught gossiping behind someone's back. Elder Pukong forced a smile, but no matter how he tried, there was a sense of bleakness in it. Elder Senda pinched the bridge of his nose and whispered, "You all tidy up the stone houses first. Pukong and I will go talk with Simon." Once Pukong and Senda left, Chang Xia and the others exchanged worried glances and whispered, "What should we do now?" "We clean up the stone houses, then rest," Chang Xia replied. After what had just happened, none of them dared gossip anymore. Each chose a stone house and began to clean. The Lion Tribe had already cleaned the stone houses before, but in reality, cleaning just meant moving their own belongings inside. Inside the stone houses, it was dim. Chang Xia took out a light stone and placed it high up. These Lion Tribe stone houses are actually worse than the old beast dens back in the tribe, about the same as the Wolf Tribe's houses. The lighting is terrible, there are no doors or windows for ventilation, it's damp and dark inside. Living here long-term, you'd easily get sick, Chang Xia commented, sighing at the Lion Tribe's hardships. The Wolf Tribe's houses had much better lighting, but their defenses weren't as strong as the Lion Tribe's stone houses. The Lion Tribe had thought about installing windows, but didn't know how to make them. So, they had to give up on windows and just make the doors as wide as possible. But wide doors were inconvenient to close at night. Wooden doors were a bit better, but stone doors were so heavy that the elderly and beast cubs couldn't open or close them at all. The Lion Tribe's stone doors were made of solid boulders. Any one of them weighed 1,000 pounds. The elderly, with their declining strength, couldn't move them. Chang Xia suggested that the beastmen build new houses, and Granny Sui immediately nodded in agreement. Clearly, Granny Sui understood how poor the living conditions were for the beastmen, but there was little she could do. After all, the shaman's hall where she lived wasn't much better, just a bit more spacious, but otherwise the same. Building stone houses using the log cabin method is actually quite easy, Shen Rong said. The Western nobles lived in yurts made of animal hides combined with wood and other materials. To be honest, Shen Rong didn't find them particularly comfortable. The nobles considered themselves superior to commoners and slaves, refusing to let their feet touch the ground. Shen Rong thought that was just plain silly. What nonsense. Shen Rong has good taste, Chang Xia said. Whether it's wooden houses, stone houses, or brick houses, the construction methods are all pretty similar. The only thing you really need to adjust is how you place the beams. The rest of the wall building is basically the same. We'll be able to see Nanfeng again soon, Shen Rong said. Since the principles were the same, building the stone houses would be simple. That meant they'd be able to set out again soon. By now, it had been almost 20 days since they left the Heluo Tribe, and he was starting to miss his own heated brick bed. Yes, Chang Xia smiled and nodded. Once they finished cleaning the stone houses, Milu came to call them to the tribe square for breakfast. The Lion Tribe Beastmen had prepared breakfast and were waiting for them to join. Chang Xia. Hearing Milu call her, Chang Xia stepped out of the stone house. Breakfast is ready in the tribe square, let's go, Milu said. Yesterday, some of the tribe hunted a rock ox. I saved a leg for you, I'll bring it over in a bit. Rock oxen were notoriously hard to hunt. Really? Chang Xia was overjoyed. She'd always heard the beastmen talk about how delicious rock ox was. Finally, she'd get to taste it herself. Chang Xia was delighted. The Lion Tribe square was much simpler than the Heluo Tribe's. Stone tables and benches were set up everywhere, and whole animals were roasting on spits over campfires, fat sizzling and dripping, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. The Lion Tribe beastmen came up to greet Chang Xia one after another. Seeing so many warm, friendly faces, Chang Xia felt her tiredness fade away. Chang Xia, come sit. Maka smiled and came over to invite her. Milu said, Chang Xia, this is Maka, the chief's mate. Just call her Maka Amu like I do. Maka Amu's roasted meat is the best, you have to try it. Chang Xia smiled and greeted Maka Amu. She sat down with Shen Rong and the others, accepting a piece of roast meat from Milu. Each piece was about half the size of a palm, skewered and roasted together with fresh chili peppers. The aroma of the meat and peppers mingled together, making it irresistible. It was similar to roasted vegetables, but not quite the same. End of this chapter. What kind of meat is this? It's so tender. Tastes a bit like python, but saltier and more fragrant. I've never had it before. Yeah, it melts in your mouth. Chang Xia and the other beastmen started discussing. Each piece of roast meat was about half a palm in size, skewered with fresh chilies. A bite of meat, a bite of chili, the tender meat and spicy chili made for an amazing combination. Can't you guess, Chang Xia? Milu asked with a mischievous grin. Chang Xia glanced at her, then looked down at the meat in her hand. Even after roasting, the marbling was still visible. Chang Xia said, rock ox. This is rock ox meat, right? She hadn't forgotten what Milu said earlier, so she had saved a piece of rock ox leg for her. The roasted meat melted in the mouth. Its unique texture was unforgettable for anyone who had tasted it even once. Rock ox was even tastier than black-horned cattle. Rock oxen were herd animals, and an adult rock ox was as deadly as the jungle's top predator, the saber-toothed tiger. This made rock ox extremely difficult to hunt. Moreover, just like springboks, rock oxen often migrated. To catch a rock ox, you had to find their migration routes. Otherwise, not to mention hunting one, even finding them would be a challenge. As luck would have it, there was a place called Qingshan Rock at the border between the Heluo and Tianchi tribes. This was a spot that rock oxen would pass through during their migration. However, Qingshan Rock was located in the northwest of a rocky area, where both the climate and environment were harsh. The Lion Tribe rarely went there unless necessary. Even when patrolling their territory, they would only circle the outskirts at most. So this is rock ox meat. It really does taste as delicious as I imagined, Maple Leaf said. There were no added seasonings, just the pure, original flavor of the rock ox. No wonder both the wolf and lion tribes had always coveted them. Fortunately, the climate and environment at Qingshan Rock were so tough. If it were an ordinary forest, the rock ox would probably have been hunted to extinction. Even if not, they'd likely have been targeted by wandering beast folk. Just like the pythons of the Wangwei Mountains, even with the title of serpent spirit among the snake tribe, they were still eyed by other beast folk. It was thanks to the rock ox living in such a dangerous, harsh environment and migrating frequently that they survived. Otherwise, their fate wouldn't be much better than the pythons. After all, the rock ox didn't have the pythons' luck. They didn't have the protection of the snake tribe. Without any beast folk to shield them, once their whereabouts were discovered, their fate was obvious. No matter how big a rock ox was, it wouldn't be enough to feed all the beast folk. After everyone had a taste, they moved on to other roasted meats and started chatting. Changxia, the weather in Dream Valley has been pretty good lately. When do you think would be a good time to start building houses? Sman asked gently. His refined features and warm tone made him seem especially pleasant to talk to. Just hearing Elder Sman speak was a comforting experience. Changxia smiled and said, "Any time is fine. How about we take a short break and start work this afternoon?" Ahem. To be honest, Changxia found the Lion Tribe's stone houses rather stifling. They were pitch black inside, requiring glowing stones even during the day. At night, once the heavy stone or wooden doors were closed, the interior became dark, damp, and poorly ventilated. Given the choice, Changxia would rather live in a bespoke hut than a stone house. "All right," Sman said excitedly. After a moment, he added, "Isn't this a bit rushed? Will it be too tiring for you, Changxia?" The Lion Tribe has already prepared all the materials for the stone houses, so there's no need to hurry. "It's fine, I'm not tired," Changxia waved her hand. Baiqing and the Lion Tribe have already scouted the route, so I don't need to run around in the forest anymore. The sooner we start building, the sooner I can return to the Heluo Tribe. I'm more than happy to get started. Changxia was straightforward. Among the beast folk, there was little need for beating around the bush. Hearing this, Elder Sman didn't insist further. He urged the others to finish eating quickly and go rest. In the afternoon, construction would begin in Dream Valley. "Changxia, there might be other beast folk coming to Dream Valley soon. Would that be convenient for you?" Sman looked a bit embarrassed, but still brought it up. Changxia was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Could you explain, Elder Sman?" Why would Elder Sman ask if it was convenient for her if other beast folk came to Dream Valley? Changxia was completely puzzled. Is it for road building or house building? Shen Rong reacted quickly, catching the hidden meaning in Elder Sman's words. He spoke up to help Changxia out. With that, Changxia immediately understood. Whether it was building roads or houses, it all required Changxia's approval. She was representing the shaman on this trip. If other beast folk wanted to build roads or houses, naturally they had to consult the shaman. Changxia had already had some thoughts about this back in the wolf tribe. However, the Qingwei forest was far from other beast folk tribes, while the Tianzhe and Shiwe tribes were much closer to the others. Still, Changxia hadn't expected that as soon as she arrived at Dream Valley, other beast folk would be so quick to respond. It seemed that the other tribes had been waiting for this for some time. Despite the communication difficulties in the Twilight Forest, the speed at which news traveled was beyond Changxia's expectations. But this was a good thing. "Both," Sman replied after some thought. Changxia smiled and said, "The shaman hopes all beast folk will live better lives. Any tribe that wants to build roads or houses is welcome to consult me. But it will mean more work for the Lion Tribe, since they'll have to host all these visitors." "The Lion Tribe is more than happy to help," Sman replied with a gentle, inclusive smile that made everyone feel at ease. "Elder Sman, when did you get the news?" Anbian asked curiously. "It was from Demo. Several tribes sent word through him that they wanted to come to Dream Valley to find Changxia," Sman explained. Demo had been patrolling the eastern side of Dream Valley recently and happened to run into beast folk from the 3 tribes. The news about the wolf tribe's log cabins had spread to all the surrounding tribes, so it was no surprise that the 3 tribes couldn't sit still. Not just them, even the neighboring Shiwe tribe was getting impatient. But since the Tianzhe tribe was closest to the wolf tribe, the Shiwe tribe would have to wait their turn. Now that the 3 tribes had made their move, the Shiwe tribe would have to wait even longer. Not to mention the more distant bear and tiger tribes. At this, Elder Sman and Chief Anbian exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a smile. Thankfully, Changxia had chosen the wolf tribe as her first stop. If she'd picked the bear or tiger tribes, the others would have had to wait even longer. Looks like everyone's getting a bit anxious, Changxia said with a smile. She was glad to see the beast folk so eager. It meant they weren't opposed to building roads and houses, and might even support it. This gave her more ideas for the upcoming construction projects. Sman said, even though the cold season is still far off, time flies. We're all looking forward to moving into spacious, bright houses. He listened as the chief from the riverbank returned to Moonlit Valley and described all the benefits of cave dwellings. All the Lion Tribe members were eager to build new homes, especially since the Wolf Tribe had been stirring up trouble lately, which only spurred the lions on even more. End of this chapter. After a hearty meal, Changxia and the other beast folk returned to their stone houses to rest. The riverbank chief couldn't wait. Instead of going back to rest, he started organizing the Lion Tribe beastfolk to move stone and wood and to prepare resin and other materials. They were just waiting for Changxia to finish resting so they could start building the stone houses at any moment. Honeydew, take Bai Qing back to the stone house to rest. We don't need his help here. He's been traveling nonstop for days and shouldn't overexert himself, Sman said in a deep voice. Bai Qing was from the Heluo Tribe. Sman didn't want to give anyone reason to gossip. Besides, Bai Qing had already done plenty for the Heavenly Lion Tribe lately. There was no reason to cut into his rest time. The same went for Honeydew, since she'd chosen to marry into the Heluo Tribe, and now that both Changxia and Elder Pukong were in Moonlit Valley, there was no need for her to help either. Honeydew hesitated. Are you sure you don't need us to stay and help? No need, Sman shook his head. The tribe has already gathered all the necessary materials. You and Bai Qing should go rest in the stone house. There'll be plenty of work to do this afternoon when we start building, no need to rush. Listen to Elder Sman. Take Bai Qing back to rest, the riverbank chief chimed in. The Heavenly Lion Tribe didn't need to keep people spinning and weaving, so they had more hands available than the Wolf Tribe. Plus, it was much easier to gather building materials in the misty jungle than in the clear moon forest, so they weren't nearly as pressed for resources as the wolves. Changxia, what do you want to do with this rock ox leg? Shen Rong asked. Changxia tilted her head, thinking, let's freeze it with a cold stone and eat it later. The lions were busy building stone houses these days, so after today, they'd probably be cooking for themselves. All right, Shen Rong nodded. Should I salt it? If we're freezing it with a small cold stone, there's no need to salt it for now, Changxia replied. She planned to eat the rock ox leg that evening. If it was only going to be frozen for half a day or so, salting it wasn't necessary. Shen Rong fetched a clean wooden basin, filled it with water, and placed a small cold stone inside. Then he put the rock ox leg in the basin. Soon, the stuffy stone house began to feel refreshingly cool. Feeling the chill in the air, Changxia handed the remaining small cold stones to Shen Rong. Shen Rong, I'll make the bed. Take these to Elder Pukong and Maple Leaf and the others. Since they've just arrived in Moonlit Valley, they're probably not used to the humid heat here. Just walking a few steps, Changxia already felt sticky and uncomfortable. Next to the stone house, there was a thatched shed. The stove was inside the shed. The weather in Dream Valley was unpredictable, so the lions couldn't build an outdoor kitchen. The shed was attached to the stone house and, besides the stove, held some simple kitchen utensils. There was no food stored there, mostly because of the weather. The lions didn't dare leave food out in the shed. First, they were afraid it would spoil. Second, they worried about bugs and ants getting into it. It wouldn't be clean. Shen Rong took the small cold stones and went to find the others. Changxia lit a mugwort mosquito coil and started fumigating the stone house. She also brought in the Wolf Tribe's gift, a Kira grass mattress, and laid it on the stone bed inside. After tidying up, the unpleasant smell in the stone house finally dissipated. Next door, Maple Leaf sniffed the air and came over, complaining about the smell of the mugwort mosquito coil. At the same time, she praised Changxia's use of cold stones to cool the house. Such a clever idea. She'd just stepped into the stone house and, smelling the air, hesitated to sleep. The smell was strong, and combined with the muggy heat, she was exhausted but couldn't fall asleep. Shen Rong brought over the cold stones and water. The cold stones quickly cooled the air, and the stuffiness in the stone house vanished. Instantly, Maple Leaf felt completely refreshed. Changxia, what did you like? Honeydew followed the scent and came over. To be continued.